637. The first post-communist census was conducted in Poland in 2002. For the first time since 1946, a question about one's nationality was included. In addition, census takers inquired about the language used at home. The results turned out to be quite surprising. First, the Silesians at 173,000 are now the largest national minority in Poland. Second, the numbers of people belonging to other national minorities are much smaller than even Warsaw's conservative estimates. The numbers are 153,000 Germans, 49,000 Belarusians, 31,000 Ukrainians, 13,000 Roma, 6,000 Russians, 6,000 Lemkos, 5,800 Lithuanians, 5,000 Kashubs, 2,000 Slovaks, 1,000 Jews, and 500 Czechs. The overall number of people who declared a nationality other than Polish amounts to 471,000, a mere 1.23% of Poland's population. Warsaw does not recognize the Silesians and the Kashubs as national minorities. In the official statistics published after the census, the latter are referred to as an ethnic group and the former even more quaintly as a social group. Should one deduct them from the overall number of national minorities living in Poland, the share of the non-Polish population in Poland plunges to an amazing 0.75%. Minority leaders criticized the census on two accounts. First, census takers, in blatant breach of law, did not record numerous declarations of Silesian nationality, or changed such declarations to Polish. Second, numerous members of stigmatized minorities feared that the census might entail some retributive actions against them, so they preferred to declare themselves as Poles. The census results may also reflect the success of the Polonization that was enforced in Communist Poland and which continues after the fall of communism in a natural manner. Polish is so ubiquitous that no minority language can hope to withstand its penetration, with the partial exception of Romani, due to the socio-cultural and even racist isolation of the Roma. The number of people speaking exclusively in a language other than Polish in their families is minuscule, 52,500, though 511,000 declared using a minority language alongside Polish with family members. Interestingly, German is followed by English, spoken by 90,000 persons at home. Obviously, this number does not register the rise of some Anglophone minority in Poland, but the penetration of English as the Central European lingua franca. The third largest language other than Polish spoken in Poland is Silesian with over 57,000 declarations, and the fourth is Kashubian with 53,000 declarations. The official post-census publications interpret Silesian as a dialect of Polish, though this contradicts the clear intention of the Silesians to be treated as a separate nation with their own language. A linguistic phenomenon that failed to surface in the census is the Goralian language. The Goralians are treated as the 638th Polish nation, but their idiom is so different from Standard Polish that it has necessitated the translation of the New Testament into Goralian, published in two parts between 2002 and 2004. Two translations of the New Testament into Kashubian were also completed in the 1990s, but the Goralians overwhelmingly see their language as a dialect of Polish. Paradoxically, there is no translation of the New Testament into Silesian due to the low status of this language among Poland's population at large, which discourages support for its standardization. However, there are some Silesian retellings of biblical stories. After the victory of the populist-cum-nationalist forces in the 2005 parliamentary elections, the Rada Jezyka Polskiego appealed to the episcopate of the Polish Catholic Church to forbid the liturgical and other official use of the Goralian, Kashubian, and Silesian translations of the Holy Scriptures. In December 2005, much to the Goralians' displeasure, the Krakow Archbishop forbade the use of the Goralian translation of the New Testament, and even of Goralian language songs in his archdiocese. The Polish Constitution of 1997 granted various rights to national and ethnic minorities in 10 of its articles. but no specific acts followed to implement these rights in practice. Moreover, there was no legal definition of ethnic minority in Polish law until 2005. This made it impossible for Poland's ethnic minorities to use these privileges. Curiously, before 2005 Warsaw usually treated Lemkos and Romas as national minorities, though they do not enjoy their own nation-states, as Poland's other national minorities do. On the other hand, the Polish government aggressively refused and still refuses to extend the same kind of preferential treatment to the Kashubs, let alone the Silesians. This astounding duplicity stems from mainstream Polish ethnic nationalism. Neither Lemkos nor Roma have ever been perceived to belong to the Polish nation, so Warsaw does not question these groups' assertion of their ethnic or national separateness vis-a-vis the Polish nation. On the other hand, the voices of Kashubian and Silesian leaders appealing for the recognition of their groups as ethnic or national minorities have been disregarded. Warsaw continues to see the Kashubs and the Silesians as regional, or at most ethno-regional, groups of the Polish nation. After 1945, no minority language was allowed to be used in contacts with the administration. The legal basis of this decision was the 1945 Decree on State Language, and the language of administration of governmental and self-governmental administrations. Non-Polish versions of place and geographical names were not tolerated in line with the 1934 Decree on determining names of localities and on the numbering of real estate properties. This state of affairs continued after 1989, despite efforts undertaken from 1993 to change it by 639. Adoption of an Act on Minorities. At long last, the Parliament passed such an Act on national and ethnic minorities and on the regional language in late 2004, and it came into force early the following year. 15 Tellingly, its clauses draw on the results of the 2002 census. Nationally minded MPs even proposed that only communes with 50% of inhabitants belonging to a minority would have the right to use a minority language while contacting state administration, or use the name of their locality in the minority language version. As seen in the census, there is not a single commune where more than half of the population declared a nationality other than Polish. Sensibly, the threshold was then lowered to 20%. The minorities to be protected by these Act's provisions are enumerated and divided into national and ethnic ones. For the first time, a legal definition of the distinction between these two types of minorities was introduced. To wit, national minorities enjoy their own independent nation-states, whereas ethnic minorities do not. Paradoxically, should this definition be applied to the period before 1991, it would appear that the Armenians, Belarusians, Lithuanians, Russians, and Ukrainians were ethnic groups because they did not have their own independent nation-states. The same status had to be accorded to the Czechs and Slovaks, whose separate nation-states emerged only in 1993. Looking back to the time before 1918, the Poles were no nation either. The Act extends the status of ethnic minorities to Karaims, Lemkos, Roma, and Tatars. 16 This status is still denied to the Kashubs, popularly defined as a regional group of the Polish nation. The only concession made was in recognizing the Kashubian language as regional. This leeway allowed for granting the same language rights to the Kashubs as to Poland's recognized national and ethnic minorities. This list of recognized minorities obviously does not include Poland's largest national minority, the Silesians, and neither is their Silesian language mentioned. But the Polish branch of the EU's European Bureau for Lesser-Used Languages does recognize Silesian as one of the minority languages spoken in Poland. 17. The discussion on the status of minorities concerns just 1 to 4% of Poland's population, but reflects the ongoing tension between the ethnic and civic visions of the Polish nation-state. Ethnic nationalists created an unprecedented, ethnically homogeneous Poland in the second half of the 20th century, whereas the 1997 constitution introduced the new civic definition of the Polish nation. Ethnic nationalists strive to maintain the holy grail of ethnic purity, but the legal bases are in place to create a Polish immigration policy, which would eventually make Poland's population more multi-ethnic, as it always was prior to 1945. After 1989, the prescriptive ownership of the Polish language slipped from the hands of the Communist Party and its propaganda machine, as it had done. 640. After 1945 from the hands of the intelligentsia. Censorship was abolished, and the official, samizdat, and émigré publishing markets merged into the single Polish book market, governed by the strict rules of supply and demand. Pan's monopoly on deciding which usage is correct or incorrect was immediately breached, even more utterly than the negotiated monopoly of POW, the University of Warsaw, and the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Public Education during the interwar period. Before World War II, the cultural-cum-scholarly centers of Warsaw and Krakow had struggled for ideological ownership of the Polish language, supported by various associations and scholarly societies from other Polish cities. Since the end of communism, no cultural or academic center has been capable of controlling Polish, because its conscious users with university and secondary education account for over 70% of Poland's population. It is their preoccupations, tastes, and decisions on how to speak and write that decide what the Polish language is at the beginning of the 21st century. The impoverished structures of PAN did not even circulate ideas for another language reform. This time, the prescriptivist impulse emerged from among the nationally minded MPs who passed the 1999 Act on the Polish language. Users took little notice, however, and there is no mechanism for enforcing this act. During the communist period, it was the Polskie Wydawnictwo Naukowe which monopolized the publication of works, which standardized the Polish language. It published Doroszewski's authoritative Słownik Języka Polskiego and Wojaka Encyclopedia Powszechna. The PWN also brought out other dictionaries stemming from Doroszewski's work, namely, his Enkarkowski Słownik Poprawny Polszczyzny, Skorupka's Mały Słownik Języka Polskiego and Zimzak's 3-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego. After 1989, a virtual avalanche of various dictionaries compiled by different authors and published by numerous publishing houses flooded the market. The same process repeated itself in the case of encyclopedias. Readers starved for half a century on the diet of one authoritative dictionary and one authoritative encyclopedia, compiled in line with the ideological tenets of the Communist Party, demanded more in a variety of formats. Publishers swiftly obliged. The eruption took state-owned publishing houses by surprise. Significantly, Linda's dictionary was reprinted in 1995, and in the second half of the 1990s, the Poznan Publishing Company, Kirpiz, published a reprint of the interwar Wiekilistrowana Encyklopedia Powszechna with the 12-volume supplement on the events after 1939. Between 1994 and 1998, the Krakow-based Fogra publisher brought out the 20 volumes of Popularna Encyklopedia Powszechna. The PWN replied timidly, first, with a paper and CD reprint of Doroszewski's multi-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego and with the 7 volumes of Nowa Encyklopedia Powszechna. The real offensive came with the first post-communist authoritative encyclopedia, Wojaka Encyclopedia Powszechna, consisting of 31 volumes. Its publication coincided with the launching of Polish Wikipedia, which at 66.2 million words in late 2006, amounted to 132 conventional volumes, making it the largest Polish language encyclopedia ever. Between 1997 and 2005, Kirpiz replied in kind, providing the Polish reader with a 49-volume translation of the Encyclopedia Britannica, with the 15% of the text composed from original articles on matters Polish. Fogra took up the challenge too, and in 2000, began to publish the new edition of Popularna Encyklopedia Powszechna, planned to be comprised of 12 volumes. The Catholic University of Lublin persists with its unique endeavor of Encyclopedia Katolika, which began to be published in 1973, and so far, with volume 10 has reached the halfway mark. 18 Not to be outdone by competitors, the PWN entered into cooperation with the biggest Polish daily, Gazeta Wyborcza, and in 2005, they published the 21 volumes of the modestly priced Encyclopedia Gazety Wyborczej. Between 2004 and 2005, the PWN also issued the 8 volumes of the second edition of Nowa Encyclopedia Powszechna. To improve on Zimzak's 3-volume dictionary, the PWN brought out Stanisław Dubist's 4-volume Uniwersalny Słownik Języka Polskiego II, which records the cornucopia of new vocabulary related to entire spheres of life that had not existed before 1989, that is, the free market, computer sciences, the free press, or consumerism. The real earthquake came with the arrival of Andrzej Markowski's Słownik Poprawny Polszczyzny. It is not merely a new edition of Doroszewski's Słownik Poprawny Polszczyzny but a lexicographic work which espouses an entirely novel approach to Standard Polish, in accordance with the signum temporis of the post-communist period. Earlier, the myth of total unity of Standard Polish had been maintained. One had been expected to write and speak in Standard Polish, as set in dictionaries. Only the intelligentsia had been up to the task, and only barely, because their various social and regional origins tended to surface in their everyday speech and writing. The colloquial speech of urbanites and village dwellers' dialects had been beyond the pale of the standard. The destruction of the interwar intelligentsia in the fires of World War II and at the hands of the post-war communist authorities had dented the inviolability of Standard Polish. The vast post-war ethnic cleansings and relocation of the Polish ethnic population from the territories seized by the Soviet Union to the Deutsche Ostgebiet granted to Poland Hadelwald the most striking regional and dialect differences. Afterward, the liquidation of illiteracy and the opening of secondary and university education to most of the population freed Standard Polish. 642. From the control of the narrow class of pre-war intelligentsia. Paradoxically, in totalitarian communist Poland, the use of the Polish language had been democratized and homogenized. The interwar trendsetters of linguistic correctness opposed this process, dubbing it vulgarization of the Polish language. Communist authorities, who had so much invested in the monolithic ethno-linguistic homogeneity of the post-war Polish nation-state, clung uneasily to this view. The unity of language reinforced the ethnic and linguistic homogeneity of the Polish nation and its nation-state. Markowski, in his dictionary, was the first one to acknowledge that in speech and writing there are two equally acceptable varieties of Standard Polish, official and colloquial. They constitute two different systems within which rules of correctness differ. This solution is a kind of truce to the 20th century struggle between the Warsaw School of Linguists, which had opted for hard prescriptivism, and its Krakow counterpart, which leaned toward a middle ground between prescriptivism and descriptivism. So far, no dictionaries of this type have been published for Czech, Magyar, or Slovak. Prescriptivism dominates in the codification of the standard forms of these languages. This is especially striking in the case of Czech, which consists in reality of two sharply distinctive forms, spisovna sestina and obytna sestina. The former, codified in the 1830s on the basis of the 16th century Bohemian, one acquires at school and uses for writing and sometimes in speech in formal situations. Obytna sestina is the spoken dialect of Prague, which spread all over Bohemia and is used in everyday speech also in Moravia and Czech Silesia, where one has to acquire it along with spisovna sestina. In Poland, colloquial Polish is the spoken variety of formal Polish, whereas in the Czech Republic, obytna sestina and spisovna sestina are two different language forms of different socio-linguistic and historic origins. Despite this fact, dictionaries of the Czech language tend to record spisovna sestina only, because it is identified as Standard Czech. In the cases of Magyar and Slovak, the situation is similar to Polish. However, the distance between the formal and colloquial variants of these two languages is narrower than in Polish, because Magyar was standardized in the 1860s and Slovak in the 1960s on the basis of spoken language. In 1996, the PWN published Nowy Słownik Ortograficzny PWN raz z zasadami pisowni I interpunktji edited by Edward Polański. The dictionary incorporated some new suggestions on correct usage as work put by Pan's Commission for Language Politics, and in its prescriptivist urge it drew on the tradition of interwar Pisonia Polska. Pierzapisi, Slonizek, and post-war Slonik ortograficzny I Proidla Pisoni Polskiej. But unlike Pisonia Polska, Pierzapisi, Slonizek and Slonik ortograficzny I Proidla Pisoni Polskiej, Polanski's dictionary is one of many on offer, and it is not even the 643 most popular one, as this sobriquet belongs to Markowski's Nowelexicographic that champions the formal and colloquial varieties of Standard Polish as equally correct and acceptable, obviously depending on specific communication situations. Hence, Pan's voice on what correct Polish may be is one of many, and by no way the most significant one. Markowski's nod of acceptance to colloquial Polish amply indicates that users themselves decisively shape the language. The progressing informalization of Polish usage reflects the same much more widespread trend in English, which after 1989 has functioned as the lingua franca of Central Europe. The Act on the Polish Language was mainly devised to curb Anglicization of Polish, but cannot hope to stop this process, unless users of Polish themselves decide to do so, which is unlikely, given the practical and symbolic attraction of the English language nowadays. Significantly, the first post-communist authoritative dictionary of the Polish language was brought out, not in Warsaw or Krakow but in Poznan, and not by the PWN. It was Kirpis, which, between 1994 and 2005, brought out the 50-volume Słowproktyzny Słownikus Polczesnych Polszczyzny, edited by Halina Zgolkowa. The volumes are much smaller than those of Doroszewski's 11-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego II, and Zgolkowa's dictionary is only slightly more extensive than Doroszewski's. The importance of Proktyzny Słownikus Polczesnych Polszczyzny cannot be overestimated. First, since the end of communism, no authoritative multi-volume dictionary has yet been compiled for Czech, Magyar, or Slovak. Second, this is the first authoritative dictionary of Polish ever to be edited by a woman, which shows that linguistics, as other spheres of public life, has ceased to be a male preserve. In 2000, the PWN published the first 2 volumes of Andrzej Bankowski's 3-volume Etymologiczny Słownik Języka Polskiego II. There appeared a chance that Polish would receive a modern extensive etymological dictionary, comparable to a Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Etymologiai Zodera. No dictionary of this kind has yet been compiled for any of the West Slavic languages. But like Slosky's etymological dictionary, Bankowski's work is bound to remain incomplete at letter P. Due to mental illness, the author is unable to produce the final volume. Thus, Wisław Borysa's much shorter, 1-volume Słownik Etymologiczny Języka II Polskiego must suffice as a stopgap, when one wishes to inquire about etymologies of words starting with letters from R to Z. In 2000, in emulation of Germany's Goethe Institute and the United Kingdom's British Council, the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage founded 644. The Adam Mickiewicz Institute in order to promote Polish language and culture abroad. There is some hope among the planners of Polish language politics that this institute will help preserve Polish among the Polish minorities in the neighboring and post-Soviet states, and to popularize the learning of this language in Western Europe and North America. The situation is most opportune, as beginning in 2004, Polish is one of the official languages of the European Union. Hence, by law, it is used for publishing legislation and communication in the EU's bodies. The same chance offered by EU enlargement was extended to Czech, Magyar, and Slovak. Taking into account the number of speakers, Polish is the 6th biggest language in the European Union, after Spanish, English, German, French and Italian, and around the 40th biggest in the world. What bars Polish from the League of Big Languages is not only the number of speakers but the lack of the ultimate dictionary that would gather together all the information about the Polish language from its inception to this day, comparable to the Oxford English Dictionary or the Brothers Grimm's Deutsche Wörterbuch. For instance, The Oxford English Dictionary gathers all the words defined as English that appeared in extant texts from the 14th century until today. It also records pronunciations of these words, etymology, and their diverse meanings, and illustrates these meanings with fragments of texts where they were used for the first time. Various Polish dictionaries record most Polish words used in writing since the 14th century, with the exception of the 17th century. What is missing is a comprehensive dictionary of Polish etymology and pronunciation, and a dictionary illustrating and recording words with passages from texts where they were used for the first time. Apparently, there is no hope that such an ultimate dictionary of the Polish language will be compiled anytime soon. But in an age of intensified globalization, this will necessarily mean that new spheres of technology, economy, science, and culture will not be available through the medium of Polish. This may be so in the best interest of Polish speakers, though. First, they will have to acquire foreign languages, as they used to do before 1945, in order to ensure their full participation in the global economy and culture. Second, it will open Poland to multilingualism and multiculturalism, that is, to what Poland was prior to the vast ethnic cleansings after World War II. It seems that Poland's way to the future, without forgetting about its past, leads through the transcending of the post-1945 enforced ethno-linguistic homogenization. 9. From Hungary to Magyarország. Our language is the planet's most developed, most cultured language, a so-called highly declined language, and a comparatively highly cultured language is not spoken by any other nation, which shows that it must have taken an incredibly long time for this high degree of culture to develop. And if we take Magyar language characteristics into account, we are the planet's oldest, most talented people. József Torgályan, president of the Independent Smallholders Party, deputy to the Hungarian parliament between 1990 and 2002. If we can connect the Magyars over the border with the Magyars in Hungary, the economic Lebensraum of Magyars across the borders with Hungary's economic Lebensraum, then Hungary should be able to achieve much more economically than it can now. Viktor Orbán, Prime Minister of Hungary between 1998 and 2002. This chapter's title's a linguistic pun that needs explanation. Magyarország means Hungary in Magyar. But scholars writing in languages that used to be minority ones in the Hungarian section of Austria-Hungary are careful to distinguish between multi-ethnic historical Hungary and the ethnically Magyar nation-state that emerged after World War I. Obviously, this distinction originated due to the 19th century insistence on the part of Magyar politicians that the Magyar language should be spoken by all the inhabitants of the multi-ethnic and multilingual Kingdom of Hungary. But one can find the first recorded instance of conscious distinguishing between Hungaris and Magyaris in the 1778 Latin language letter of polymath Daniel Kornides, born in Upper Hungary and educated in Pressburg. 645. 646. The ethnonym Magyar, for the first time attested in writing in 810, was the name of one of the Magyar tribes or clans, the Magyars. Those will claim it as a Finno-Ugric word, propose that Magi is an ethnic name of unclear etymology, and the Finno-Ugric particle eri means men, or more generally people. Recently it became accepted that Magyar and Magyar is related to the self-ethnonym of Siberia's Finno-Ugric ethnic group, the Monsis. Following the breakup of the hypothetic Ugric linguistic community in 1000 BCE, the ancestors of the Magyars and the Monsis entered into a long-lasting contact with the Iranian-speaking population in the areas north of the Aral and Caspian Seas. In the case of the Magyars, the contact lasted until 600 CE. Hence, it is probable that both ethnonyms stem from an Iranian linguistic loan meaning human. The term Hungary began to appear in the 8th century Frankish documents done in Latin. It is derived from the Turkic term onogur, in which on means 10, and ogur eros. This was the name of the coalition of 7 Finno-Ugric and 3 Turkic clans that entered the Danubian basin in the late 9th century. With time, the smaller Turkic element was assimilated with the Finno-Ugric speakers, hence from the early times, the Magyar self-ethnonym was Magyar. However, the name of the Onogar coalition recorded time and again in Latin documents, remained the name under which the Magyars and their state was known to other peoples in Europe. In Slovak, the Kingdom of Hungary is known as Uhorsko and post-World War I Hungary as Maďarsko. The same distinction is also current in Czech, Uhorsko vs Maďarsko. The straightforward usage is complicated with the older form Uri popular among Czech and Slovak writers until the beginning of the 20th century. Nowadays, especially Czech historians employ this a bit old-fashioned term as a synonym of Uhorsko. The tendency, however, is to use Uri in order to refer to Old Hungary before it was partitioned in the 16th century due to the Ottoman onslaught. Both Uri and Uhorsko share the same adjective derived from them, Uhorski. Czech writers prefer to speak of Uhorsko when talking of Hungary in the 18th and 19th centuries, because the official name of Austria-Hungary in Czech was Rakousko-Uhorsko. But the term Uri is preserved to this day in the Czech term for Upper Hungary, which is invariably Horní Uri. Upper Hungary is the translation of the Magyar term Felvidék, or the uplands, which aptly describes Slovakia, because the country consists mainly of mountainous and hilly areas. But Felvidék itself appeared only in the late 19th century Magyar usage, as a reflection of the growing insistence of the Slovak national leaders to make Ľudovít Ster's proposal of the autonomous Slovak region of Okolí into a separate Slovak nation-state. Earlier, this northern and mountainous section of the Kingdom of Hungary was known in Magyar as Felfold. 647. Or Felso-Magyarország. Neither of these two terms did display any ethnolinguistic connotations, which Felvidék acquired, especially after the breakup of historical Hungary. Anyway, Slovakia also contains a small section of historical Hungary's Kisalfold or small lowland, now covered by the term Felvidék as well. The Czech and Slovak distinction between the Kingdom of Hungary and the Magyar nation-state is unknown in Polish. Polish speakers refer to both states with the single name, Wgrye, derived from the same root as Uhorsko. Quite simply, the transformation of historical Hungary into the almost ethnically homogeneous Magyar nation-state was of no direct concern to Polish statehood and nationalism, unlike their Czechoslovak counterparts. Józef Pilsudski hoped to recover most, if not all, of the lands of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania for the Polish nation-state established in 1918. In this urge, he shared a similar vision as that espoused by Magyar politicians, who hoped that in the wake of the breakup of Austria-Hungary the entire historical Kingdom of Hungary would emerge as the Magyar nation-state. Not surprisingly, in Polish one rarely distinguishes between Poland-Lithuania and post-1918 Polish nation-state, referring to both states as Polska, or Poland. Obviously, the former minorities on which Warsaw's homogenizing policies encroached in the interwar period disagree. The Belarusians, Lithuanians, and Ukrainians perceive Poland-Lithuania as part of their national histories, but, in their eyes, the post-1918 Polish nation-state was a dangerous neighbor and sometimes oppressor of their nations. Hence Belarusian and Ukrainian scholars speak of Rzecz Pospolita and Rich Pospolita respectively, while their Lithuanian colleagues of Rzeczpospolita, when referring to Poland-Lithuania. These are almost phonetic renderings of Polish Rzeczpospolita which the Polish-Lithuanian nobility popularly used to refer to their state. This sobriquet is derived from the full name of Poland-Lithuania, the Rzeczpospolita Królestwo Polskiego I Wielkiego Księstwa Litoskiego. In contrast, the Polish nation-state is Lękija in Lithuanian, Polscha in Belarusian and Ukrainian, and Polsha in Russian. But the noun, Rzeczpospolita, functioning as a synonym for republic, remains in the full name of the Polish nation-state, the Rzeczpospolita Polska, though the usual word for republic in Polish is republika. Republika is obviously directly derived from Latin respublika, while Rzeczpospolita is the Polish translation of the Latin term. Residential and rzecz which mean thing, and publica and pospolity popular and common. The term republic is sometimes translated as commonwealth into English. Hence in English language works, Poland-Lithuania is often referred to as the Commonwealth. When a need arises to distinguish between historical Hungary and the Magyar nation-state in the Magyar language, the former is usually referred to as the 648 Magyar Királyság, and the latter as Magyarország. This usage, however, is not without its problems. Although without any king at its helm, post-1918 Hungary remained a kingdom until 1945, hence its official name was the Kingdom of Hungary. Technically speaking, Magyarország refers only to post-1945 Hungary, and the intended distinction between historical Hungary and the Magyar nation-state is lost again. In addition, Magyarország was popularly employed to speak about historical Hungary within the borders of Austria-Hungary. But without splitting the hair further, in this chapter's title I contrast with historical and multi-ethnic Hungary Magyarország, meaning the post-1918 ethnically homogeneous Magyar nation-state. The Magyar and Polish cases compared. Magyar politicians desired this transition to the ethnically homogeneous nation-state since the 1820s, as I pointed in Chapter 5. In that period the standardization of the Magyar language commenced, and it was gradually entered into official use in various comitats, at the expense of Latin, which had served the administrative needs of the Kingdom of Hungary since its inception in the 10th century. This step was taken in reply to the Josephine reforms, which in the 1780s replaced Latin with German as the official language of the Holy Roman Empire and Hungary. The opposition of the Hungarian estates to this measure was so strong that German never successfully replaced Latin in the Kingdom of Hungary, and the decree had to be eventually revoked at the beginning of the 1790s. In this manner, during the last 2 decades of the 18th century, the language of administration was made into an instrument of politics. The subsequent rapid politicization of most written languages, official or not, spawned the phenomenon popularly known as the language question. Of course, it was not the largely amicable disagreement between the proponents of Latin and vernaculars, or questione della lingua, which dates back to the times of Dante Alighieri. The rise of nationalism and the idea that nation-states should be ethno-linguistically homogeneous, made language into the instrument of politics and nation-building. This spawned Sprachfrage that has underlaid and justified the founding of nation-states in Central and Eastern Europe since the mid-19th century. Like in Hungary, similar developments in the scope of official language took place in Poland-Lithuania. In the early 1770s, Polish replaced Latin as the medium of instruction in schools. This change reinforced the domination of Polish in administration and politics of Poland-Lithuania, as Latin had continued to feature prominently in both spheres until the mid-18th century. Eventually, as of the 1780s, even the most significant laws and documents of Poland-Lithuania were made exclusively in Polish. After the final partition of this dual commonwealth in 1795, the suddenly stateless Polish-Lithuanian Nation made the Polish 649 language into their ersatz homeland. Initially, this was of special significance in the Prussian and Austrian partition zones, where previously official Polish was replaced with German and Latin, respectively. Until the early 1830s, the domination of Polish in administration and education was retained in Russia's partition zone, but then Russian decisively replaced Polish in the eastern section of this zone, and after the mid-1860s, in Congress Poland. The Hungarian Nation made the Magyar language into the instrument of reaffirming the political separateness of the Kingdom of Hungary in the face of the Habsburgs' centralizing and homogenizing endeavors. Similarly, the Polish-Lithuanian Nation sought political unity in the cultural commonality of the Polish language. The difference was that the status of official language was lost for Polish after the final partition of Poland-Lithuania, while the Hungarian Nation worked to gain the same status for Magyar in the Kingdom of Hungary until the mid-1840s. This short-lived elevated position of Magyar was terminated in the wake of the disastrous 1848–1849 War of Independence. The victorious Habsburg administration swiftly replaced Magyar with German, with some regional concessions for Latin, Croatian, Wallachian, and Slovak. These sudden changes in official language combined with the spread of popular education and literacy decisively did away with Latin in the role of language of administration and politics. The rivalry for political cum linguistic dominance in Hungary was played out between Magyar vying with official German on the one hand, and with the languages of the coalescing minority national movements, on the other. Magyar got the upper hand on both fronts in the early 1860s thanks to the political liberalization carried out in the Austrian Empire in reply to its weakened international position. The victory for the Magyar language came in 1867 when the empire was transformed into the dual monarchy of Austria-Hungary, with the two official languages of German and Magyar contained to the respective Austrian and Hungarian sections of the state. This zenith of Magyar nationalism coincided with the nadir of Polish nationalism, as at that time Polish was not used as official language anywhere until 1869 when it was introduced in the scope to the Crown land of Galicia. The crucial difference between these two nationalisms was that peasants were included within the ideological borders of the Magyar nation beginning during the War of Independence. A similar transformation of the limited estate nationalism of the Polish-Lithuanian Natio into the inclusive nationalism that embraced all Polish speakers, including peasants, took place in the 1890s, half a century later than in the Magyar case. In addition, Magyarophone peasantry participated in the War of Independence, which not in theory but in practice made them into conscious and full members of the Magyar nation. The attraction and openness of ethnic Magyar nationhood was so strong that German-speaking burghers and Yiddish-speaking Jews learned Magyar and redefined themselves as Magyars, though of Saxon/German language origin. 650. And the Mosaic religion, respectively. This merger of the Hungarian Natio, Magyarophone peasants, Germanophone burghers, and Jews into the Magyar nation was made permanent by the rise of the autonomous Kingdom of Hungary within Austria-Hungary. For all practical reasons, with the partial exception of Croatia-Slavonia, this kingdom functioned as the Magyar nation-state. Even the letter of the legal concessions for minority languages in administration and education was breached, especially blatantly beginning at the end of the 19th century. There was no language left in Hungary to compete with the elevated status of Magyar. Members of ethno-linguistic minorities could count on social advancement and any meaningful career in state administration only when they mastered Magyar and at best, declared themselves to be Magyars as well. In the Polish case, the road from the ideological acceptance of Polish-speaking peasants within the limits of the Polish nation to the actualization of this idea was long. In the second half of the 19th century, the intelligentsia mediated it. Initially, of noble origin, membership in this class was open to all Polish speakers who finished secondary and university education. Even earlier, a similar way for peasant sons to the Polish-Lithuanian Natio led through becoming priests. But the nature of Catholic priesthood steeped in celibacy, unlike members of the intelligentsia, they could not sire children and pass their elevated social status to their descendants. Polish-speaking peasants were not appealed to, or allowed to take part in the two Polish uprisings of 1830–1831 and 1863–1864. They were not freed from serfdom by their Polish-Lithuanian noble owners but by the rulers of the partition powers, with whom the Polish-Lithuanian Natio vied for re-establishment of Polish-Lithuanian statehood in the form of Polish nation-state. The defeat of the aforementioned uprisings and the inclusion of peasants in other Central Europe's ethnic nations of the Germans, Italians, Magyars, or Czechs necessitated the acceptance of the idea that a dirty ham has the same right to membership in the Polish nation as a Polish-Lithuanian nobleman, provided they speak Polish. But in the absence of a Polish state and with the administrative use of Polish limited to Galicia, there was no instrument to make the coalescing of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility and the Polish-speaking intelligentsia with the Polonophone peasants come true before the 1918 founding of the Polish nation-state. In the case of the Magyar nation, this process commenced in the late 1840s, and was completed between 1867 and the end of the 19th century. This idea surfaced among the Polish political leaders in the 1890s, and its implementation took place in interwar Poland between 1918 and 1939. In addition, the lack of continuity in Polish statehood and the administrative use of Polish, as well as ideological vacillations in the very definition of the Polish nation put Polishness at a disadvantage. German-speaking burghers, peasants, and workers living in the Polish-speaking areas rarely learned Polish and 651 assimilated into Polishdom, and preferred to declare themselves to be Germans. The same was true, but to a lesser degree, of Jews, who more often reinvented themselves as Russian speakers/Russians or German/German speakers than as Poles/Polish speakers. What is more, stateless Polishdom was less of an option for social advancement and career to Russiandom or Germandom for Belarusian-Lithuanian- or Ukrainian speakers. The Great War made it possible to establish the Polish nation-state, but it proved the unmaking of historical Hungary, which Magyar politicians hoped to Magyarize into the ethnically homogeneous Magyar nation-state. Following the unprecedented border changes, the Allies limited multi-ethnic historic Hungary to a rump new Hungary, though indubitably ethnically Magyar, that is, Magyarország. Another world war repeated this process in the Polish case. Having succumbed to the dual German and Soviet onslaught, multi-ethnic Poland was dismantled in 1939. After 1945, the victorious Allies did not seriously curtail the overall size of its territory, but uniquely shifted it westward and northward at the expense of Germany. Ethno-linguistic homogeneity accepted as the font of statehood legitimization, ethnically non-Polish populations were expelled from this new Poland, and Polish ethnic minorities left away by Poland on move, were transported to this transformed Polish nation-state. In this manner, the post-1945 Polish nation-state was made even more ethnically homogeneous than Magyarország. But there is one significant difference that separates the ethno-linguistic experience of Magyar and Polish nationalisms in the 20th century, namely the 6-year-long wartime occupation suffered by Poland. Notwithstanding the year-long German occupation, the Magyar government of Hungary was not dismantled and German did not replace Magyar as the official language of the state. Hence, Magyar has continuously enjoyed the status of official language on the territory of Magyarország since 1867 to this day. In contrast, the official status, which Polish gained in Galicia in 1869 was extended to the entire new Polish nation-state in 1918, before the language was replaced by German and Russian between 1939 and 1945. The continuity of the use of Polish as the official language was re-established in 1945 in what used to be Western and Central Poland before 1939 and today is referred to as Central and Eastern Poland. In interwar Poland's eastern section, Russian, Belarusian, Lithuanian, and Ukrainian permanently replaced Polish as official languages after 1945. In the wake of World War II, a parallel process occurred in the west and the north of post-1945 Poland where Polish supplanted German as the official language. The vagaries of the official use of the Polish language and of Polish statehood were quite extreme. The sole area of present-day Poland, which has seen the continuous use of Polish as the official language since 1869, is coterminous with Malopolska. A small region in Poland's southeastern corner, which extends between Kraków 652 Rudiso, and Pierzamy SL. Malopolska accounts for 32,000 square kilometers, or less than 10% of Poland's territory. Hence, the area is almost 3 times smaller from the area of Magyarország, in which Magyar has been in continuous official use since 1867. The shock of Trianon. In the last census before the Great War, Hungary had 18.25 million inhabitants, of whom 54.5% declared Magyar as their mother tongue. But if one included Croatia, Slavonia and the port of Fiume into the statistics, 9.94 million Magyars accounted for the 47.3% of the kingdom's 21 million inhabitants. Should one exclude 0.6 million Magyarophone Jews, the percentage would sink to 45.5%. During the times of the dual monarchy, the holy grail of Magyar nationalism was to pass the mark of 50% as the share of Magyars in Hungary's population. To this end, first, Croatia-Slavonia was conveniently excluded from official statistics after the 1868 Nagodba. Second, Magyarization was extremely successful, hence the share of Magyars in the population of the kingdom increased from 46.6% in 1880 to 54.5% 3 decades later. Simultaneously, similar shares for German/German speakers, Slovaks, Romanians, Ruthenians, and Croats, plummeted from 13.6 to 10.4%, 13.5 to 10.6%, 17.5 to 16.2%, 2.6 to 2.5%, and 1.2 to 1%, respectively. The decrease for the entire non-Magyar speaking section of the population was from 53.4 to 45.5%. In absolute numbers, there were 6.41 million Magyars in 1880 and 9.94 million in 1910. This increase of 3.53 million, or 55.1%, could not have been achieved by even a high birth rate among the Magyars. Despite these obvious advances of Magyarization, the creation of an ethnically homogeneous nation-state out of historical Hungary remained a chimera, even if Croatia-Slavonia was not to be included. Perhaps, if Budapest had had 50 years more of prosperity and stability within the dual monarchy, and could have pursued its policy of Magyarization not checked by law and democratic institutions, the mark of 65% of Magyars in Hungary would have been achieved. But the exigencies of history intervened at the end of World War I. In reply to the unilateral declarations of independence issued by Czechs, Slovaks, and Southern Slavs, Emperor Charles I declared the transformation of the Austrian section of Austria-Hungary into a federation on October 16, 1918. This move was belated, taken merely 2 weeks before the Padua armistice concluded on the Italian front between Austria-Hungary and the Entente. The Allies had no intention to help the Emperor with his project of preserving the dual monarchy. The United States President, Woodrow Wilson, pressed hard for the implementation of the principle of 653. National self-determination based on ethno-linguistic standards as the basis for the new political order in post-war Central Europe. This required the dissolution of Austria-Hungary. Moreover, Charles I knew the stringent attachment of the Magyar politicians to the entirety of the lands of the Crown of St. Stephen, so he did not attempt to extend this federalization to the Kingdom of Hungary. In the wake of the Bolshevik Revolution and the severe economic shortages suffered by the population, democratic, socialist, and nationalist agitation was rife throughout Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the lands in the east under the control of Berlin and Vienna. When the front collapsed and troops went into disarray, revolutions broke out in all the major cities in Central Europe. Faced with the danger of the dismantling not only of the dual monarchy but also the Kingdom of Hungary itself, the three opposition parties, the Radicals, the Social Democrats, and Count Mihaly Károlyi's Independence Party, created on October 25, 1918 a national council. On 30 October, crowds of soldiers and civilians swept this council into power. The following day, the King of Hungary, Charles IV, bowed to the demonstrations and appointed Károlyi as Prime Minister of Hungary. When Charles abdicated on November 16, Károlyi proclaimed Hungary a republic before an enthusiastic crowd. The Magyars also welcomed this change because popular suffrage was introduced. Between 1848 and 1912, a mere 6 to 7% of the population enjoyed the right to vote. In 1907, popular male suffrage was introduced in the Austrian section of Austria-Hungary, but in 1913, after 6 years of deliberations, Budapest decided to extend suffrage to just 8.7% of the population. The fear was that non-Magyar minorities could decisively influence Hungarian politics, thus all the Hungarian electoral laws extant in Austria-Hungary were constructed in such a manner so as to ensure the political supremacy of the Magyars. The challenges facing the new republic were daunting, namely to prevent the collapse of the state and to retain the territorial integrity of historical Hungary. Károlyi entrusted the latter task to Oskar Jászai, the nominated Minister of Nationalities. Contrary to the doctrinaires of the left, Like Austro-Marxists, he recognized the force and the durability of nationalism, which was not to disappear when confronted with the growing significance of the social democratic movement. Jassy arrived at this realization after 1904, and in this line of thinking, he followed the conclusions of the 1899 Brunn program of the Austrian Social Democrats, who demanded national autonomy based on territory for Austria's nationalities, and rejected the South Slav delegation's proposal that a program demanding a non-territorial autonomy be adopted instead. In Hungary, Jassy attained a similar stature of scholar-cum-politician as Otto Bauer in Austria. The latter was a prominent leader of the All-Austrian Social Democratic Party and a notable theorist of Austro-Marxism. Bauer's 654 ideas on the nation were highly regarded in the party, but he favored the idea of non-territorial national cultural autonomy in a multinational state. In 1907, he expressed his views on nationalism in detail in Die Nationalitäten und die Sozialdemokratie. Likewise, Jassy was acutely aware that forced Magyarization would not deliver any Magyar nation-state, and that interests and aspirations of various non-Magyar national movements must be taken into consideration if the territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Hungary was to be preserved. He studied the problem on the ground traveling around Hungary, and especially his field trip to Transylvania is known. As a result, in 1912, he published a work equal to that authored by Bauer, namely, A Nemzeti Alamak Kialakulasa es a Nemzeti Cg Kurdes. Unlike Bauer, Jassy stood for territorial autonomy. In October 1918, he published, A Monarchia Jabo gs a Dunawi g Sult Alamak, which was a version of Lehos Kossuth's 1850 proposal of a Danubian federation. The problem was that Kossuth's and Jassy's proposals were a bit opportunistic. Both were tabled after Hungary had passed the point of no return. In the former case, it happened after the suppression of the Magyar independence of 1848 to 1849, and in the latter, when Hungary's national minorities were not prepared to trade the prospects of their full independence, unambiguously supported by the Allies, to some vague promises of autonomy within Hungary. They harbored fresh memories of the extra-legal excesses of forced Magyarization, and the actual impotence of József and Ferenc Deák's famously liberal 1868 nationality law. Jassy stuck to the mid-19th century distinction between historic nations and non-historic nationalities current in the political lexicon of Italy and Germany. According to him, historic nations had to meet the criteria of historical political individualism. In a nutshell, it meant that such a nation was expected to possess the undisputed tradition of its separate statehood, even if currently defunct. In Central Europe, Jassy recognized the following nations of Bohemia, Germany, Hungary, Poland, Romania, and Serbo-Croatia. He reasoned that Germany had to go its own way, and hoped for the creation of a United States of Danubia comprising Hungary, Austria, Bohemia, newly united Poland, and Illyria. Under the name of Illyria, he meant all the South Slavic lands united under the Croatian leadership. He also foresaw the possibility of Romania joining the Union, but obviously did not consider any transfer of Transylvania from Hungary to Romania even within the Union's boundaries. Unlike Bauer, Jassy was not ready to accept the political aspirations of non-historic nationalities, even if they had already been part of Central European politics and hardly could be disregarded. Hence his vision of the Union, by no means, could be attractive to Hungary's non-Magyar nationalities. 655. Busy establishing themselves as independent nations complete with their own nation-states. Jassy was a representative of the so-called Second Reform generation, which commenced in 1868, its name reminiscent of the 1820s reform movement that spawned the ideological, political, and economic basis of the transformation of historical Hungary into the Magyar nation-state. A significant part of the latter reform movement was language politics, as between the 1820s and 1840s Magyar replaced Latin as the official language of the Kingdom of Hungary. The second reform movement did not have to preoccupy itself with the question of language, because Magyar had been already successfully standardized and its elevated official position guaranteed throughout the kingdom. Most of the members of the second Reform generation were Jews, which was a consequence of emancipation. In 1890, they established the Hungarian Social Democratic Party along the lines of Austria's All-Austrian Social Democratic Party. The mainstream Magyar politicians and the Magyar public opinion, however, expected Jews to stay out of politics, so their political demands were largely ignored before 1918. Moreover, Austria-Hungary's biggest industrial centers were located in the Czech lands and in Austria proper. Hungary remained a largely rural economy with 56% population employed in agriculture. Workers constituted 21% of Hungary's inhabitants. Although concentrated in Budapest and its vicinity, their voice was hardly heard until the introduction of popular suffrage in 1918. Another irony of Jasszy's proposal of the United States of Danubia was that although he was born into a family of assimilated Jews, he took so much care of retaining Roman Catholicism as an integral part of Magyardom and Magyar national politics. An indication of this stance was his insistence that the homogeneously Catholic Croatians lead the largely Orthodox South Slavs in Illyria. Interestingly, between 1880 and 1910, the shares of the Catholic faithful and the worshippers of Judaism in Hungary grew from 47.3 to 49.3%, and from 4.54 to 4.99%, respectively. Meanwhile, the shares of the faithful of Hungary's other main religions decreased, from 14 to 12.8% for the Orthodox, from 14.7 to 14.25% for Calvinists, and from 8 to 7.1% for Lutherans. Another exception to this trend was the share of Greek Catholics, which grew slightly from 10.8 to 11%. The Greek Catholic Church in union with the Roman Catholic Church, Budapest perceived it favorably, especially as the traditional alternative to Orthodox Christianity seen as, by nature, or even anti-Magyar. The politically and culturally Catholic character of Austria-Hungary and the Habsburgs spurned the developing ideological coupling of Magyardom with Catholicism. The share of Magyars among Hungary's Catholics grew from 55.1 to 65% between 1880 and 1910, and the share of Magyars among the kingdom's atheists and persons declining to declare their religion decreased from 60.2 to 56.1%. The assimilation of Romanians. 656. And Ruthenians to the Magyar nation was reflected by the increase in the share of Magyars among the kingdom's Greek Catholics from 9.4 to 15.2%. The increase in the share of Magyars among Hungary's Orthodox Christians from 0.95 to 1.74% mainly reflected the progressing Magyarization of Romanians. The share of Magyars among Hungary's worshippers of Judaism and Lutherans increased from 58.5 to 76.9, and from 23.4 to 31.9%. The former pair of percentages reflected successful Magyarization of Hungarian Jews, and the latter pair was indicative of progressing Magyarization among Hungary's German speakers and Slovaks. The ideologic link between Magyardom and Catholicism was strong, but not quite so strong as between Polishdom and this religion. The difference was that the number of non-Catholics among ethnic Poles was much lower than among Magyars. Another interesting parallel is between Jasszy's proposal of the United States of Danubia and Józef Pilsudski's idea of making a federation/confederation out of the lands of former Poland-Lithuania. Jasszy hoped to preserve the territorial integrity of Hungary in the overlay of the United States of Danubia, which was to unite entire Central Europe. Pilsudski limited his vision to the erstwhile Polish-Lithuanian lands with actual provisions of autonomy for the non-historical nationalities of Belarusians and Lithuanians, and the offer of confederation to the equally non-historical nationality of Ukrainians. This even led to his military cooperation with Ukrainian troops when fighting against Bolsheviks. No similar example of cooperation between the Magyars and a national minority from the Kingdom of Hungary was recorded. But the Ruthenians found themselves in political vacuum. Their national leaders did not declare independence, and Magyar troops and administration continued to control Ruthenia. The rise of newly independent Ukraine, which temporarily incorporated Ruthenia, was a surprise to the Ruthenians, who thought that they might be an offshoot of the Russian nation. But this nation-state was too short-lived to attract numerous Ruthenians to Ukrainiandom. Budapest seized this opportunity and, on December 21, 1918, established for them autonomous Ruthenia with the capital in Munkacs. In February 1919, the authorities of Ruthenia coalesced, and at the beginning of March, the elections to the Ruthenian Assembly were conducted. The communist coup in Budapest entailed abolishing autonomy of Ruthenia in April. At the same time, Ruthenian leaders from the United States agreed that Ruthenia should become part of Czechoslovakia, provided it retained its autonomy. In June 657, Czechoslovak troops entered Ruthenia and joined their Romanian counterparts fighting Hungarian soldiers. Within the scope of the Treaty of Saint-Germain concluded with allies with Austria on September 10, the minorities agreement was signed with Czechoslovakia guaranteeing incorporation of Ruthenia with the capital in Uzhhorod, then for the first time officially termed Subcarpathian Ruthenia, to Czechoslovakia, and autonomy for this region. Romanian soldiers left Ruthenia in fall 1920. On October 29, 1918, 2 days before Károlyi took office as Prime Minister of Hungary, the National Council formed in Zagreb declared the independence of all South Slavic lands in Austria-Hungary. Budapest resigned itself to this political act, striving for maintaining the territorial integrity of historical Hungary less Croatia-Slavonia. Serbia, an ally of the Entente, regained control of its territory in November. On November 24, a pro-Serbian Montenegrin assembly deposed the Montenegrin king who opposed the union. On the following day in Ujviduk, the Skupština of the Serbs living in Vojvodina declared the secession of their region. On December 1, Serbia, Montenegro and Austria-Hungary's South Slavic lands were made into the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. On October 28, the founding of Czechoslovakia was proclaimed in Prague. 2 days later, Slovak politicians gathered in Turok St. Martin, having no knowledge of what happened in Prague, unanimously proclaimed the independence of the Slovak nation, and unanimously agreed to the incorporation of Slovakia into a future Czechoslovakia. Budapest, playing on ethno-linguistic differences between Western Slovaks and Eastern Slovaks, brought about the declaration of the independence of the Slovak Republic in Kassa on December 11. But the onslaught of Czechoslovak troops terminated the existence of this republic in late 1918, and on January 1, 1919, Magyar troops were removed from Pasina. On December 7, 1918, Prague established the Minister for Slovakia who, first, resided in Sakalka close to Moravia, then in Zolna in northwestern Slovakia, and finally moved his office to Bratislava on February 4, 1919. In April, the forces of the Soviet Republic of Hungary attacked Slovakia, and seized its southern regions, which were made into the Slovak Soviet Republic on June 18. It existed until 5 July when Romanian soldiers defeated the Hungarian communist troops. Romania succumbed to Central Powers in late 1916. Berlin and Vienna dictated to the Romanian government the terms of the Treaty of Bucharest. First, Romania was to cede all of its Carpathian passes to Austria-Hungary. This provided Hungary with a new frontier along a 500-kilometer stretch, to 658 to 5 kilometers from the original line, which took away about 5,000 square kilometers from Romania. Second, Bucharest was required to transfer southern Dobrogea to Bulgaria, and all the 3 mouths of the Danube, which became a German-Austrian-Bulgarian mandate. In return for these concessions, the Central Powers authorized Bucharest to incorporate Russia's Bessarabia, which had become a Soviet republic in December 1917, and then an independent Moldavian republic in March 1918. Romanian troops entered Bessarabia in April 1918, and in Chisinau, the local Romanian National Council declared the region's union with Romania on December 10. On December 1, a huge Romanian rally in Gyulafehérvár declared the secession of the Romanian-speaking areas of Hungary, that is, most of Transylvania and Banat. The German-speaking Saxons supported this declaration, hoping for retaining some element of their autonomy in post-war Romania. Meanwhile, at the Paris Peace Conference in early 1919, Bucharest demanded the return of Dobruja and the mouths of the Danube, from Austria all of Bukovina, and from Hungary Banat, Transylvania, and a strip of Hungarian plain running from Zajd northward past Debrecen. In the treaties of Saint-Germain and Trianon, Romania was granted all the demands except western Banat, which went to Yugoslavia, and the narrow strip east of the Zajd-Debrecen line, which remained in Hungary. Faced with the irrevocable collapse of Austria-Hungary, Károlyi sought to distance Hungary from the doomed dual monarchy, and on November 16, 1918 he proclaimed the Independent People's Republic of Hungary, of which he became president on January 11, 1919. His use of the novel adjective peoples was a bow toward the growing influence of revolutionized workers, communists, and peasants who had established the Hungarian Communist Party on November 24, 1918, and appealed, "Let's go the way of the Russians." Despite this and other concessions, Hungarian communists distrusted him, while a traditional elite came to consider him a traitor. His failed attempts at keeping Ruthenia, Slovakia, Vojvodina, and Transylvania within Hungary's borders earned him the nickname of the gravedigger of historical Hungary. He was also dubbed the Red Count, and the Hungarian Kerensky, who facilitated the coming of communists to power. In the context of the international and domestic situation he could hardly manage any better, but this did not stop Miklos Horthy's regime from condemning Károlyi, in absentia, for high treason in 1923. The Belgrade Military Convention signed by Károlyi and the Entente required the demobilization of all Hungarian forces except 8 divisions. It also provided for the withdrawal of Hungarian troops from Vojvodina, Banat, and eastern and southern Transylvania. To Budapest's surprise, Serbian and Romanian soldiers, instead of Allied troops, occupied these regions. The advance of Czechoslovak soldiers in Slovakia was reaffirmed by the 659 Entente demarcation lines of 6 and December 23. The first left southern Slovakia and Ruthenia with Hungary, while it latter only southernmost Slovakia and eastern Ruthenia. These demarcation lines mostly coincided with the extent of the territories inhabited by Magyars, with the exception of Vojvodina and the Zekler county in eastern Transylvania that found themselves controlled by Belgrade and Bucharest, respectively. On March 20, 1919, the Entente issued Károlyi with the ultimatum demanding evacuation of western Transylvania and further lands almost west to the line of the Tisza River, all homogeneously Magyar. This ultimatum also foresaw making the new demarcation line into Hungary's future border. The Károlyi's government preferred to step down instead of reacting to this ultimatum. On March 21, the Soviet Republic of Hungary was proclaimed, headed by the coalition of Social Democrats and Communists. The domination of the Communists was ensured by Bela Kun, who had personal contacts with the Soviet Russian government. The hope was that what was in the terms of territory denied to Hungary by the West, the revolutionary East would provide. Promptly, Kun rejected the Entente's ultimatum. In line with the idea of spreading revolution communist worldwide and, ironically, striving to regain lost Hungarian territories, Hungary's Red Army was enlarged in breach of the Belgrade Convention. Hungarian communists noted well Jasszy's conclusion that nationalism had not been a spent force and had to be reckoned with, like their counterparts in Bolshevik Russia. The latter followed Joseph Stalin's 1913 essay Marxism and the National Question, written during his study trip to Krakow and Vienna. Stalin learned there and tested Austro-Marxist insights into the problem of nationalism, which, later, as Commissar of Nationalities, implemented overhauling Soviet Russia into a union of ethno-linguistically defined republics and autonomous entities. With revolutionary governments established in Hungary and Bavaria, the Allies were afraid that the Bolshevik Revolution would spill over to Western Europe, as hoped by Lenin. With the view of significant territorial concessions to Romania promised at Hungary's expense, in mid-April 1919, the Entente encouraged Bucharest to intervene. Romanian troops reached the Tisza River at the beginning of May, and at the same time the Czechoslovak army attacked from the north, occupying most of Upper Hungary and western Ruthenia. The regrouped Red Army replied, pushed back Czechoslovak troops, and established Soviet Slovakia in the south of Upper Hungary. However, its troops engaged in warfare against independent Ukraine and Poland. Soviet Russia was unable to offer any military support to Soviet Hungary. On June 14, Red Budapest had no choice but to accept the terms of the ultimatum it had rejected in March. Simultaneously, the Entente suggested that Romanian soldiers should leave the area between the Tisza and Transylvania, but Bucharest continued the attack until its troops reached Budapest on August 4. Kun's revolutionary government resigned on 1 August. 660. The increasing chaos, office-changing cabinets tipped the advantage to the counter-revolutionary forces that concentrated in western Hungary, an area not occupied by the Romanian army. The Entente lent support to the Austro-Hungarian Vice-Admiral, Miklós Horthy's regime with its seat in Szeged. His government entered Budapest on November 16, 1919, when the Romanian army left with the greater part of Hungary's rolling stock and treasury. Horthy regarded Kun's regime illegal, and restored the institution of monarchy in order to establish unambiguous continuity between the historical Kingdom of Hungary and post-1918 Magyarország. To reaffirm his power, Horthy adopted the title of Supreme Commander. On March 1, 1920, his officers coaxed the National Assembly to proclaim him regent. His titles and position were quite similar to those held by Poland's Pilsudski, officially titled as Supreme Leader. Both Horthy and Pilsudski preferred to rule Hungary and Poland, respectively, from behind the scenes. For the first time in Hungary's history, popular male and female suffrage was put to work in the 25 to 26 January 1920 elections. Obviously, the Communist Party was not permitted to participate, and the Social Democrats boycotted the elections, appalled by the excesses of the White Terror. The Conservatives, who supported Horthy, emerged victorious. At first, it appeared strange that the renewed Kingdom of Hungary remained without its king as proclaimed by Horthy on March 23. But neither politicians nor the population at large wished to see any Habsburg in this role. In April and October 1921, from his Swiss exile, Charles IV staged 2 unsuccessful coups to regain the throne in Hungary. This convinced the Hungarian public opinion that Hungary would be better served by the regent than any king. This unique system of monarchy without a monarch was stabilized during the long 1921–1931 premiership of István Bethlen. The political elite and the average Magyar, exhausted by the Great War, economic collapse, post-war fighting, and political chaos and violence, equally needed stabilization. The biggest loss, which dominated interwar Hungarian politics, was the loss of historical Hungary cut down to Magyarország. Károlyi, Kun, and Horthy hoped to prevent or limit the extent of the impending loss, but to no avail. Budapest's protestations were not taken into account by the Allies, like the earlier protestations of Berlin and Vienna when the Treaty of Versailles and the Treaty of Saint-Germain were imposed on Germany and Austria, respectively. The Treaty of Trianon was a logical conclusion of punishing the defeated Central Powers. Historical Hungary's territory of 280,000 square kilometers was reduced to 93,000 square kilometers, and its population from 18.25 million to 7.6 million. Between 1918 and 1924, 350,000 registered Magyarophone refugees from the territories, of 661, which Budapest lost control and then ceded, beefed up Magyarország's population to over 8 million. 222,000 refugees arrived from Romania, 147,000 from Czechoslovakia, 55,000 from the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, and 2,000 from Austria. Romania gained 103,000 square kilometers of Hungarian territory with 5.3 million inhabitants, Czechoslovakia 62,000 sqkm with 3.5 million inhabitants, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes 20,500 square kilometers with 1.5 million inhabitants, and Austria 4,000 sq.km with 1 million inhabitants. Croatia-Slavonia amounted to 42,500 square kilometers with 2.4 million inhabitants. Hungary's exclave seaport of Fiume of 21 square kilometers with 50,000 inhabitants was transferred to Italy. After the signing of the treaty, Belgrade withdrew its troops from the PEX area on August 20, 1921. Between August 1920 and August 1921, Belgrade had supported the existence of the little-known socialist Baranya Republic, which it hoped to incorporate as an autonomous Magyar Republic into the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. But Baranya remained with Magyarország. Another boost to the Magyar national morale was the victorious December 14, 1921 plebiscite, which allowed Budapest to retain the city of Edinburgh, initially slated for transfer to Austria. The victory was possible due to numerous German speakers who voted in favor of Hungary. Although the Allies claimed to follow the principle of national self-determination, with the privilege of hindsight, one may credibly propose that the territorial cessions required of Budapest were too extensive. The truncation of historic Hungary left considerable Magyarophone minorities in Magyarország's neighboring states, 1.7 million in Romania, 1.06 million in Czechoslovakia, 0.54 million in the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, and 26,000 in Austria. The transfer of Fiume to Italy also involved 6,500 Magyar speakers. In the case of Czechoslovak and Romanian gains, the rationale of granting both states almost homogeneously Magyar-speaking swaths of the Hungarian plain was to secure the railway connections between western and eastern Slovakia, and the north of enlarged post-war Romania and the southern pre-war core of the country. On the other hand, the cession of Vojvodina with a Magyar-speaking plurality alongside overwhelmingly Croatian-speaking Slavonia to the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes was dictated by the military concerns, namely to push the post-war Hungarian border northward of the new kingdom's capital of Belgrade. Rump Hungary, or Magyarország, became a uniquely homogeneous nation-state with Magyar speakers accounting for almost 90% of the population. 662. According to the 1920 census, the number of 7.15 million Magyar speakers included 451,000 Jews. 19,000 Jews declare German as their mother tongue, 700 Slovak, and 3,000 other languages. Notwithstanding the declarations, it seems that as many as 250,000 of Hungary's Jews spoke Yiddish at home. Interwar Hungary was quite xenophobic like Poland. Both states shared the same anti-Semitic policy of numerous clausures, which limited Jewish access to university education. Linguistic assimilation of Jews was much more successful in Hungary than in Poland. Horthy's regime did not allow for making them into straightforward Magyars. This justifies singling them out as a separate national category. On linguistic basis, however, Hungarian statistics lump Jews with Magyars and speakers of other languages, as had been the practice in Austro-Hungarian censuses before 1918. With this correction kept in mind, predominantly Magyarophone Jews amounted to 6% of interwar Hungary's population and Magyars to 84%. Significant national minorities included German speakers, Slovaks, Croats, Romanians, Bunjevci and Sasai, Serbs and other. The ethnic groups of Bunjevci and Sasai, known as Bunyevak and Sokak in Magyar, were registered in Hungarian censuses and statistics from 1880 to 1947. They are similar to Poland's Lemkos or Tudysi. In the interwar period, Warsaw encouraged this former identification and registered the latter in order to weaken Ukrainian and Belarusian national identifications, respectively. Budapest reaffirmed the separate existence of the Bunjevci and Sasai to hinder the spread of Croatian national identity to Vojvodina that bordered on eastern Slavonia. The coalescence of the Croatian nation was a protracted process similar to Czech nation building. The idea of the Czech nation, though quite readily embraced by Slavic speakers of Bohemia in the mid-19th century, spread at a slower pace to Moravia and Austrian Silesia across ethno-regional divisions. In the Croatian case, ethno-regional identifications persisted even longer, Croatia and Slavonia located in Hungary and Dalmatia in Austria. Until the 1870s, one had variously referred to Catholic Slavs and their language as Slavonian, Slavic, and Dalmatian among others. For even a longer time, similar terminological fragmentation persisted in the case of the Slovenes. Gradually, these potential ethnic groups turned regional groups agreed to assimilate in one nation or another instead of reasserting their separateness as ethnic groups or aspiring nations. The process was hindered in the borderlands between already recognized nations defined in the ethno-linguistic manner. These nations wishing to assimilate such border groups cancelled out each other's opposed nationalizing efforts, which, in turn, encouraged the group's further separate existence. 663. The Bunjevci and Sasai are descendants of 17th-century refugees from Ottoman-held Western Herzegovina and Dalmatia to Vojvodina. The latter are a smaller though distinct group that still resides today in southwestern Vojvodina and eastern Slavonia. From the linguistic point of view, they speak a dialect that is similar to Serbian and some Croatian dialects of Dalmatia. Members of both groups are usually Catholic, which links them with the Croatian nation. Magyar officials intent on furthering Magyarization as the instrument of transforming the Kingdom of Hungary into the Magyar nation-state, tended to play off Croats and Serbs against each other in Croatia-Slavonia. In 1900, the former accounted for 62% of the province's population, and the latter for 25%. The same pattern was followed in Vojvodina, where, to Croatian politicians' horror, the Bunjevci and Sasai were referred to as Catholic Serbs. In 1899, this led to the conversion of 1,200 Sasai Catholics to Orthodox Christianity. In Yugoslavia, Vojvodina was in the sphere of the domination of Serbian culture and language, before it became Serbia's autonomous province in 1974. This led to the gradual mergence of the Sasai with the Serbian nation. The Bunjevci persisted in Serbia's Vojvodina because they were Catholic unlike Serbs, while the administrative border prevented the Croats from successfully claiming them for their nation. The same process unfolded in regard to post-1918 Hungary's Bunjevci, shielded from the influence of Croatian nationalism by the political border, and from Magyardom by their Slavic language. Magyar politicians and Bunjevci national leaders interested in emphasizing the separateness of the Bunjevci, at times, propagated the view that they were of Norman, Wallachian, Roman, Illyrian, or Ur-Slavic origin. In 1880, the Bunjeva Stranka was founded. 15 years later, Croatian organizations began to send their emissaries to Vojvodina in order to spread the Croatian national message among the Bunjevci. In 1913, the first Bunjevac School Association was founded in Sabatka. It was still active during the 1930s in Yugoslavia. To this day, the Bunjevci and Sasai survive in Serbia's Vojvodina, numbering 20,000 and 1,800 according to the 2002 census. In 2005, Belgrade recognized the Bunjevci and Sasai as nations and their right to have education in their languages, much to the ire of Zagreb, which considers them part of the Croatian minority living in Serbia. Interwar Hungary. The ironies of interwar Hungarian politics were aptly summed up in the saying that Hungary was a kingdom without a king, and Horthy an admiral without a navy. Following the territorial losses prescribed by Trianon, Hungary, for the first time in its history, became a landlocked state. The long-lasting premiership of Bethlen stabilized the internal situation in a shrunk, revolutionized 664 and impoverished Hungary. In line with Horthy's counter-revolution, Bethlen abolished the Communist Party. Red Pécs was suppressed and the sinful city of Budapest subdued. New national borders that crisscrossed the pre-1918 vast free trade area composed of Austria-Hungary and the German Empire hampered production and commercial exchange. Hungary's industrial output reached its pre-war level in the mid-1920s, which was surpassed by 12% in 1929. The newly found prosperity, though not shared by smallholders in the countryside dominated by large landowners, allowed for abolishing of censorship and toning down the discriminatory edge of the anti-Semitic measure of numerous clauses. The stability was challenged by the Great Depression in the early 1930s. Hungary, like Germany, felt isolated and wronged by the post-war political arrangements. The aim of Berlin's interwar politics was to overturn the Versailles Dictate. Likewise, Budapest hoped for revision of Trianon. The popular sentiment was encapsulated in such slogans as, Mindent vissza, nem, Saha, or Ugi volt, Ugi less. The isolation of Hungary was deepened by France's wholehearted support for the Little Entente formed in 1920 and 1921 by Czechoslovakia, Romania, and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes to prevent Hungary from regaining its territories lost to these states in Trianon. The other significant strand of foreign policy which Budapest shared with Germany, was anti-Bolshevism. When Horthy rose to power, the ideological justification of his regime was offered by the Catholic Bishop of Székesfehérvár, Ottokar Prohaska, who spoke of moral renewal, and appealed for struggle against Jewish liberal cultural and moral influences, which he considered as responsible for the lost war and Trianon territorial losses. The fortification of the ideological link between the governing elite and the Catholic Church was similar to that in Poland. As in this country, this unholy alliance bolstered anti-Bolshevism and anti-Semitism in Hungary. In the 1930s, Horthy failed to find a strongman, who, like Bethlen, would stabilize the economic and political situation with a decade-long premiership. The gradual shift from democracy to authoritarianism became pronounced across Central Europe beginning in the mid-1920s. The process was crowned with Adolf Hitler's seizure of power in Germany. This tipped the scales in favor of politicians who sought to revise the post-Great War political order in Europe. In the second half of the 1920s, Horthy solidified the hold of his supporters on the parliament, the judiciary, and the government. Arbitrary use of force and extra-legal measures became popular. This combined with the spread of worker unrest at the beginning of the 1930s put power in 1932 into the hands of the radical Prime Minister, Gyula Gombos. His great vision was a Central Europe divided between Germany, Italy, and Hungary. To this end, he made overtures to Hitler's Germany. Horthy agreed. 665. To this alliance, motivated by his desire for territorial revision, and his personal anti-Semitism. Gombos oversaw the rise of the full-fledged authoritarian system practically hinged on the single dominant government party. The close relations with Germany encouraged emulation of fascism in Hungary. The most successful leader of this movement was Ferenc Szalasi. After the Anschluss of Austria, Germany bordered with Hungary. Budapest decided and strengthened links with Berlin, hoping to revise the Treaty of Trianon. In September, the Hungarian government sought the support of Britain to recover the Magyarophone section of Slovakia, but Budapest's wish was not granted in the Munich Agreement, which transferred the so-called Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia to Germany. Neither Berlin nor Budapest wanted to lose Hungary as a potential ally in the redrawing of the Central European borders, so on November 2, they decided in Vienna to pass to Hungary southern Slovakia and southern Subcarpathian Ruthenia. These two territories of 10,400 square kilometers and 1,500 square kilometers were populated by 690,000 and 170,000 inhabitants, respectively. 590,000, or 86% of them were Magyars. Budapest emulated the anti-Semitic policy of Berlin, and, in 1938, issued two laws that drastically limited the possibility of Jewish employment in the liberal professions and white-collar occupations. Close cooperation between Hungary and Germany became the course of the day. On March 14, 1939, Hitler pressured Joseph Tiso to proclaim the independence of Slovakia. On the following day, Germany annexed Rump Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia, and transformed them into the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. That was the end of the Second Republic of Czechoslovakia. Meanwhile, Between 14 and March 18, Budapest seized the rest of Subcarpathian Ruthenia, taking no heed of the March 15 declaration of the independence of the province, and renamed it as Carpathian Ukraine. Germany was not interested in the offer of extending its protection over Carpathian Ukraine. The territory of 12,000 square kilometers with the population of 670,000 was inhabited by 63,000 Magyars. Hungary gained a common border with Poland, which was duly celebrated by Budapest and Warsaw, as Poland also took part in seizing parts of the Czech and Slovak territory in 1938 and 1939. On March 23, Bratislava and Berlin signed the treaty, which extended German protection over Slovakia. On the same day, Hungarian troops attacked Slovakia from Ruthenia, seeking a protective strip of territory extending 15 to 20 kilometers. Berlin did not react, a clear sign that Hitler valued his alliance with Budapest more highly than with Bratislava. Slovakia lost an area of 1,900 square kilometers and a population of 40,000 with hardly any Magyars. 666. The outbreak of World War II with the German attack on Poland on September 1, 1939 was viewed by Budapest as a German-Polish affair. It remained out of the conflict, though offered a safe haven to Polish refugees. Now Hungary's desires were directed to Transylvania. On August 2, the Soviet Union seized Bessarabia from Romania, which encouraged Budapest. On August 30, the so-called Second Vienna Arbitration awarded Hungary with northern Transylvania, an area of 43,500 square kilometers with the population of 2.57 million. According to Hungarian statistics, Magyars accounted for 52% of the population, but Bucharest disagreed and came up with the estimate of 38%. The same disagreement applied to the section of Transylvania that remained with Romania. According to Budapest, Magyars made up 17.5% of the area's population of 3.3 million, yet the Romanian estimate was 10%. On November 2, 1940, Hungary paid for this award of northern Transylvania by signing the tripartite pact of Germany, Italy, and Japan. Hungary's enemies, Romania and Slovakia, also joined this pact, which obliged the three states to unwilling cooperation. Yet, Prime Minister Pál Teleki, wishing to reassert Hungarian diplomatic independence, contracted a pact of eternal friendship with Yugoslavia on December 12. He reasoned that Belgrade would soon join the tripartite pact, which did take place on March 25, 1941. However, 2 days later a part of the Yugoslav army overthrew the government. Hitler intervened, and having moved across Hungary, German troops attacked Yugoslavia on 2 April. Teleki was shattered and committed suicide in protest on April 3. Hungarian soldiers did not participate in this onslaught, but they marched into Baja, or Western and Central Vojvodina, on April 11. Budapest gained a territory of 11,400 square kilometers with 1.03 million inhabitants, 36.6% of whom were counted as Magyars. Between 1938 and 1941, Hungary's territory grew by 79,000 square kilometers from 93,000 sqkm to 172,000 sqkm. This enlarged Hungary comprised 52.9% of the lands of the Crown of St. Stephen. The population of Hungary increased accordingly by 5.4 million from 9.3 million to 14.7 million. According to Hungarian statistics, Magyars accounted for 80.9% of the population, a significant decrease from 92.1% recorded in the 1930 census. On June 22, 1941, Germany attacked the Soviet Union. Budapest had to make good on its ideological anti-Bolshevism and alliance with Germany. 2 days later, Hungary broke off diplomatic ties with Moscow. On June 26, unidentified planes, purported to be Soviet, bombed Kassa in Upper Hungary. This event constituted a perfect casus belli. Hungary attacked the Soviet Union, and the state entered World War II as a belligerent. The defining moment for the Magyars was the destruction of the Hungarian troops ill-prepared for warfare during winter. Budapest's increasingly unwilling dependence on the Third Reich was set to grow until its logical conclusion, when German troops occupied Hungary on 667. March 19, 1944. The first sign visible to everybody that a territory belonged to the German sphere of influence was road traffic. In Austria-Hungary, vehicles moved on the left side of the road, while on the right in the German Empire. In the wake of the 1918 breakup of the dual empire, right-handed traffic was introduced in the empire's territories ceded to the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, Poland and Romania. Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary stuck to the left-handed organization of traffic. In 1938 to 1939, this changed in Austria, the Sudetenland and the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia annexed by Germany, and in the Czechoslovak territories seized by Poland. At that time, the change from left-handed to right-handed traffic was perceived as a sign of modernity and progress as epitomized by Third Reich among its Central European allies. This was also necessitated by the need to make the armies and transportation systems of Germany's allies compatible with those of their German protector. Tellingly on the very day when Budapest joined the German onslaught on the Soviet Union, it was decreed to change left-handed traffic to right-handed in wartime Hungary. The change was implemented in July 1941 with the exception of Budapest, where it was delayed until November. At the same time Slovakia followed the suit. Magyar, from the imperial to national language. In Austria-Hungary Magyar was the official language of the Kingdom of Hungary, which dominated in all the spheres of public life with the exception of Croatia-Slavonia. The 1868 Nagodba provided for the official use of the Serbo-Croatian language written in the Latin script. In this respect, the situation was similar to the official use of Polish in Austria's crown land of Galicia. But in Croatia-Slavonia, Budapest strove to and did broaden the use of Magyar at the expense of Serbo-Croatian until the moment when the region was separated from historical Hungary and incorporated into the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. Vienna's gradually more liberal approach to permitting official use of languages other than German in Austria's crown land was not emulated in Hungary. Beginning in the 1880s, official German-Czech bilingualism developed in Bohemia's and Moravia's administration, politics, and educational systems. German remained the sole official language of the crown land of Austrian Silesia until 1918, but at the beginning of the 20th century communes were allowed to decide on their own languages of administration, and on languages, which should be used in elementary and secondary schools. Hence, there were communes, especially in the eastern half of this crown land, whose administration operated in Czech. 668. German, or Polish, as well as in Czech and German, German and Polish, and in all the three languages. Hungary's nationality law of 1868 was a highlight of the Austro-Hungarian political system, and the world's first ever extensive regulation on official language use. It provided for education in minority languages, and allowed use of these languages between citizens and state offices in communes and comitats whose minority language-speaking inhabitants made up at least 20% of the population. However, most of these liberal provisions remained a dead letter. Public schools did not provide education in minority languages, which led to the overlapping of linguistic and religious divisions, because mostly confessional schools offered education in non-Magyar languages. This led to the rise of coalitions between Romanian national activists with the Orthodox Church, Saxon national activists with the Lutheran Church, Slovak national activists with the Catholic Church, and Ruthenian national activists with the Greek Catholic Church. Magyarization gradually pushed back minority languages from the public sphere. This was not such a pronounced phenomenon in the case of German. As the official language of the entire Austrian Empire before 1867 and the official language of the Austrian half of Austria-Hungary, it retained high prestige and was the most popular second language acquired in the Kingdom of Hungary. German speakers and Yiddish-speaking Jews eagerly learned Magyar, also having no hope of carving out any autonomous regions or ethno-linguistically defined nation-states in Hungary. Budapest saw them as supporters of Magyar nationalism. Except the Croats, national aspirations of Romanians, Serbs, and Slovaks appeared to endanger the prospect of turning Hungary into the ethno-linguistically homogeneous Magyar nation-state. The popular Magyar view also held that Romanians, Serbs, and Slovaks were civilizationally inferior to Magyars. But thanks to their sheer number and the existence of the Romanian nation-state, neither the use of Romanian in administration nor in schools was successfully suppressed in Transylvania. The same, though to a lesser degree, was true about Serbs. The situation of the Slovaks was different. Almost as numerous as Hungary's 2.8 million Romanians and twice as many as 1.05 million Serbs living in Hungary and Croatia-Slavonia, the Slovaks, numbering 2 million, did not have any nation-state that could support their aspirations. In addition, the Czech support for the creation of a common Czechoslovak state had not developed before the end of the Great War, and the codification of the Slovak language was a work in progress. Hence, the suppression of the use of Slovak in offices and schools was much swifter and thorough. In the case of Hungary's 0.44 million Ruthenians, the situation was similar. In the absence of public schools with non-Magyar languages of instruction, the apt index of the official policy of Magyarization was the national makeup of Hungary's corpus of 64,338 public servants in 1910. A 91.1% of them were Magyars, 3.1% German speakers, 2.1% Romanians, 1.2% Serbs, 0.5% Slovaks, and 0.01% Ruthenians. In 1910, the shares of these ethno-linguistically defined national groups in Hungary's population amounted to 54.46% for Magyar speakers, 16.14% for Romanians, 10.66% for Slovaks, 10.42% for German speakers, 2.54% for Ruthenians, 2.53% for Serbs, and 1.07% for Croats. Budapest's approach to the use of minority languages in administration and education was not different from the policies pursued by Hungary's neighbors during the second half of the 19th century, when the idea of creating ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-states became the political standard and priority in Central Europe. It was Austria that was a complete liberal exception in this regard. The removal of minority languages from offices and public schools in the German Empire commenced upon the founding of this polity in 1871, and was largely completed by the end of the 1870s. In the second half of the 1860s, St. Petersburg removed Polish from administration, and limited its use in schools in the Vistula land. In the 1860s and 1870s, the use of White Russian and Little Russian akin to Russian was prohibited, and the very existence of these two languages officially denied. Beginning in the 1880s, the same policy of replacing minority languages with Russian was extended to other regions of the Russian Empire, with the exception of the Grand Duchy of Finland, where Swedish and Finnish were retained as languages used in offices and schools. In Russia's Bessarabia, St. Petersburg abolished Moldovan as a language of instruction in all public schools in 1867, and did not allow its use in Orthodox churches either. In 1897, there were 0.92 million Moldovan speakers, who constituted 48% of Bessarabia's population. The 90,000 Romanians living in Serbia were not permitted to use their language in offices, schools, or churches either. Prior to the post-Trianon enlargement, 5.49 million Romanians accounted for 92.2% of Romania's population in 1899. From the legal point of view, non-Romanians were considered to be foreigners, or non-citizens, which freed the state from providing education in minority languages in public schools, let alone provide for auxiliary use of minority languages in state offices. After the truncation of Hungary to Magyarország at Trianon, the official use of Magyar was limited to 93,000 square kilometers of the latter. The former imperial language of historical Hungary was transformed into a language of Central Europe's next small nation-state, and at the same time reduced to a minority language outside Magyarország, Magyars shared this change of fate in the case of their language and nation with German speakers/Germans left outside interwar. 670. Austria and Germany in Czechoslovakia, Poland, and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. The novel situation did not mean, however, that Magyar minorities, who found themselves transferred with fragments of historical Hungary to neighboring states, were exposed to similar forced assimilation as non-Magyars had been in the Kingdom of Hungary. To this end, the Allies coaxed Czechoslovakia, Romania, and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes to sign appropriate minorities treaties in 1919. Similar standards of minority protection were required of Austria and interwar Hungary in the Treaty of Saint-Germain and the Treaty of Trianon, respectively. The League of Nations stood on the guard of these obligations usually, though grudgingly, respected until the system of international control did not begin to unravel after Germany left the League of Nations in 1933. The least problematic was the situation of the Magyar minority in Austria's Burgenland, though Vienna's pre-1918 liberal approach to official language use gave way to the constitutional decision that made German the state language of Austria in 1919. Most of Burgerland's schools were confessional, which left the decision on the language of instruction to the local priest. This system was discontinued in 1922, but minority languages were used as the medium of teaching until the Anschluss of Austria in 1938. Magyars perceived German as a high-status language, and the Austrian authorities tolerated the continuing use of Magyar at municipal and communal meetings. Full bilingualism soon made Magyars indistinguishable from German speakers/Austrians, and the former preferred to emphasize their regional or local identity rather than their Magyarness. Not surprisingly, the number of Burgenland's Magyars had decreased by 77% to 5,673 by 1971. The number of Croatians, who were twice as many in this region in 1920, decreased by 45% to 24,500 in the same period. Attraction of Austria's German-speaking culture proved less enticing to them, and the Austrians did not welcome them to Austriandom as eagerly as they did Magyars. Even though buttressed with international guarantees of their minority rights, the situation of Magyars was less tolerable in Czechoslovakia, Romania, and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. German speakers/Austrians had at least been their political partners and equals in the dual monarchy. On the other hand, those whom Magyars had earlier perceived as inferior, that is, Serbs, Slovaks, and Romanians, became the dominant political and social force in the areas inhabited by Magyar minorities. An insult added to injury, Czechoslovak, Romanian, and Cyrillic-based Serbo-Croatian replaced Magyar in the function of official language. This change was less felt in Croatia-Slavonia, where the dominance of Latin-based Serbo-Croatian had been condoned since the 1868 Nagodba, and in Czechoslovakia's Subcarpathian Ruthenia, because the dominance of the Ruthenian language was never fully established, so. 671. The Ruthenians shared the local Magyar minority's grudge against the dominance of Czechoslovak language in this region. Many Czech administrators, teachers, and doctors sent to Subcarpathian Ruthenia saw their fate as exile, and perceived this region as Asia that starts east of Košice. Prior to 1918, Romania was an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state, as post-Trianon Hungary was destined to become. In 1899, Orthodox Romanians accounted for 92.2% of the population of 5.96 million. Significant minorities included Jews and Magyars. After Trianon Romania, from a land of 130,000 square kilometers and 7.16 million people in 1912, more than doubled to Greater Romania, with 295,000 SQKM and 15.5 million inhabitants in 1920. This came at the cost of losing the holy grail of ethnic homogeneity. In 1930, 13 million Romanians made up 72% of the population. Like Magyars in historical Hungary, Romanians barely made a majority of Transylvania's inhabitants at 57.6%. Romania's Magyars and Germans concentrated in this region, and Jews constituted 4% of the state's inhabitants. International guarantees prevented open discrimination of Magyars, but these documents were often observed in their tacit breach. Magyar language schools, political associations, publications, and cultural organization preserved Magyardom in Transylvania, but could not hinder the Romanianization of the civil service, which was concentrated in cities. Thus, the Magyarophone character of the urban areas began to change slowly. Initially, Romanianization settled the balance between Romanians. The latter being a majority of Transylvania's inhabitants had less elementary schools than Magyars, who constituted 31.4% of the population. But redressing the Romanian grievance eventually disadvantaged the Magyars. For instance, the number of confessional Magyar medium elementary schools decreased from 1,100 in 1920 to 500 in 1937. The agrarian reform thinned the Magyar peasantry in the countryside. Bucharest's discrimination was specifically directed against the economic and political basis of the Magyar elite. These measures taken in the early 1920s deprived Transylvania's Magyars of their preeminence in the region. The situation stabilized in the next decade, and Bucharest chose not to react to Budapest's attempts to use Magyar minorities as justification for attempted revision of the Trianon decisions. Economic and internal difficulties entailed by the huge territorial expansion of Romania prevented Bucharest from antagonizing its neighbors. After the wave of refugees between 1918 and 1920, the number of Magyars in Transylvania stabilized at 1.3 million in 1920 and actually grew to 1.35 million in 1930. For entire Romania, the numbers were 1.36 million and 1.55 million, respectively. 672. Striving for a working modus vivendi with the Romanians, Transylvania's Magyars pleaded for autonomy for Transylvania. Saxons and many local Romanians, fearful of corrupt politicking of Bucharest, supported their stance. Their hopes were frustrated by the 1923 constitution, which, in emulation of the French model, defined Romania as a unitary and indivisible nation-state. Later, the political movement of so-called Transylvanianism evolved on the plane of culture, until terminated by Budapest's policy of revisionism, which led to the 1940 reincorporation of northern Transylvania, and emphasized the ethno-linguistic lines of national cleavages. Talking about the Magyars of Transylvania, it is necessary to mention that those concentrated in the southeast of the region refer to themselves as Zeklers. Their origin is disputed. In the past, Zeklers often saw themselves as descendants of Huns, while others proposed that they were of Turkic stock. However, with their dialect so close to mainstream Magyar, there is a strong probability that they were a group of Magyar pastoralists and peasants who, for the privilege of being freed from serfdom and the usual feudal obligations, agreed to become guardians of Hungary's eastern border, exposed in the Middle Ages to periodic onslaughts of various nomadic Turkic peoples. The ethnonym for the first time was attested in 1092, but its etymology remains uncertain. One of numerous theories on their origin claims that the Latin name Siculus, employed to refer to Zeklers, also means Sicilian, or is related to the Siculi, who were one of the earliest ethnic groups inhabiting Sicily. This could be a reflection of the false Byzantine myth that Zeklers were descendants of mercenaries recruited from Sicily. Their ethno-original distinctiveness was deepened by the fact that they received their own separate autonomous region, consisting of two separate territories in eastern and central Transylvania. This region was preserved in Hungary until 1874 to 1876. Also, their Catholicism separated the Zeklers from the rest of Transylvania's Magyar population concentrated in Partium, who professed Calvinism. In 1567, at the Battle of Csíkszomló, they defeated the Hungarian king and hereditary ruler of Transylvania, John Sigismund Zápolya, who wanted to impose Calvinism on the Zeklers. In memory of this event, the statue of the Holy Virgin Mary in the locality became the aim of the Zeklers' main annual pilgrimage. Similar autonomous regions, Great Cumania and Small Cumania, were also granted to Turkic Cumans, and Yazygia to Yazygs in return for their service along Zeklers as border guards against incursions. 673. Of Turkic and Mongol intruders. But, for obvious strategic reasons, the Cuman and Yazig autonomous regions were located in central Hungary, far away from their Kothniks. Cumans and Yazygs in Hungarian service became Magyarized, but memory about the ethnic origin of their descendants survives in surnames, for instance, Kun. German-speaking Saxons also obtained their autonomous region, consisting of 4 separate territories in northern and southern Transylvania, but rather to encourage them to settle in these distant areas in order to develop them economically and to establish cities. Hence, the German name of Transylvania, Siebenbürgen, or the Land of Seven Cities, which were the effect of the Saxons and other German-speaking settlers' work. Tellingly, Erdely in Magyar means a land beyond the forest, like the English name Transylvania, derived from Latin. The German-speaking Swabians arrived in Banat in the 18th century, but did not receive any autonomous region of their own. Their Lutheranism distinguished both Saxons and Swabians from Catholic and Calvinist Magyars. Like Transylvania's Saxons, Banat Swabians retained their specific Germanic dialect and ethno-original identity that were not easily reduced to Germanness. The same was true of Zeklers, who, though they spoke Magyar, prided themselves of their Zekler background. These ethno-original identities of Zeklers, Saxons, and Swabians helped them preserve their languages and customs when Transylvania and Banat became part of Romania after Trianon. Presumably, it was politically advantageous for Bucharest that they did not declare themselves as straightforward Magyars, or Germans, leaving a room for maneuver when the question of Romanianization of minorities in enlarged Romania was discussed at an international forum. Actually, in the 1992 Romanian census, there was official encouragement for Magyars to register as Zeklers and Ksangos, and for Germans as Saxons and Swabians. But Magyar-speaking population resided in Romania, or more exactly in Moldavia, prior to Trianon. They are usually referred to as Ksangos. This ethnonym is perhaps derived from the Magyar word ksang, which means to wander, stroll, ramble, or stray. This aptly describes the initial character of the population as the strayers. Ksangos were Magyar speakers who settled across the Carpathians in Moldavia in the early 16th century. After the Ottoman conquest of Hungary, numerous Zeklers joined them. Not only language but also the Catholic religion separated both Ksangos and Zeklers from their Romance-speaking Orthodox Wallachian neighbors. The Ksangos also shared with the Zeklers the annual pilgrimage to Ksaxomlio, located on the Carpathian border, within Transylvania. When the ethno-national conflict between Romanians and Magyars flared up after Trianon, and once again after World War II, Ksangos tended to distance themselves from 674. This ideological strife, saying that they are neither Magyars nor Romanians, but Ksangos. The Magyar minority in Austria's Burgenland chose a similar strategy of de-emphasizing their Magyar ethnic origin. They prefer to say that they are neither real Germans nor real Magyars, and announce their identity by stating that they are from Ország. Ország is the Magyar name of Burgenland, derived from the word ro for guard. This name preserves the memory of this borderland region between the Frankish kingdom and Hungary, which Hungarian rulers populated with military communities of Magyar border guards in the 10th and 11th centuries. Czechoslovakia was established as the nation-state of Czechoslovaks, with Czechoslovak as the official language that came in the two varieties of Czech and Slovak. This was a political ploy to provide the new state with its own ethno-linguistically defined nation that constituted a majority of the population. Otherwise, when such a majority was required in agreement with the Wilsonian national principle, Czechoslovak statehood would have appeared as illegitimate. Contemporaries interpreted this ploy as a necessary political doctrine, and the half-hearted steps to create a common Czechoslovak nation failed. In the case of language, actually Czech was used in administration and schools in the Czech lands and Slovak in Slovakia. Due to the unfinished process of the codification of the latter language, Czech dominated in the central institutions, invariably located in Prague. Czech functioned as the official language of Subcarpathian Ruthenia, because the codification of Ruthenian had not yet begun and Prague reneged on its promise to grant Subcarpathian Ruthenia autonomy until 1938. But Ruthenian was employed as a medium of instruction in schools, though it actually meant the use of various variants of this language, sometimes closer to the vernacular, Russian, Church Slavonic, or even Ukrainian. What united this language was its script, invariably Cyrillic. In 1921, 6.76 million Czechs and 2 million Slovaks lived in Czechoslovakia. Officially they were registered as 8.76 million Czechoslovaks, and statistics did not distinguish between Czechs and Slovaks. Otherwise, it would have been apparent that German speakers numbering 3.12 million were the second largest ethno-national group after the Czechs. German speakers constituted one-third of the population in the Czech lands, and 0.75 million Magyars, one-third of Slovakia's inhabitants. A similar situation was in Subcarpathian Ruthenia, where 0.37 million Ruthenians added up to 62% of their region's population. But unlike in the Czechoslovakia, there was no 675 single minority that would challenge the Ruthenian character of this province. Magyars at 103,000 and Jews at 80,000 roughly constituted each 1/6 of the population. Since the founding of Czechoslovakia, voters of various ethno-national backgrounds tended to elect deputies from the ranks of nationally defined parties. The democratic character of the political system reflected these preferences in the parliament. One-third of mandates went to German deputies in the Czech lands, and one-third to Magyar ones in Slovakia. Consolidation of splinter German and Magyar parties in Czechoslovakia commenced at the beginning of the 1930s with aid flowing from Berlin and Budapest, respectively. The decade was marked by the rise of revanchist demands directed against Czechoslovakia by Germany and Hungary that led to cooperation between both states at this platform. In 1932, Konrad Henlein, and the following year, János Esterházy entered politics and became leaders of the German and Magyar minorities, respectively. From the 1935 elections, Henlein's party emerged as the second strongest in Czechoslovakia, and Esterházy sought alliance with Slovak politicians demanding autonomy for Slovakia. In the latter half of the 1930s, Henlein appealed, first, for decentralization of Czechoslovakia, and, next, for granting autonomy to the overwhelmingly German Sudetenland. Magyars were similarly concentrated in southern Slovakia, but, unlike Henlein, Esterházy saw a solution for the Magyar minority in Slovak autonomy, not in transforming southern Slovakia into a Magyar Sudetenland. Between 1921 and 1930, the number of Czechoslovakia's Germans slightly grew from 3.12 million to 3.23 million despite emigration to Germany in search of employment, especially during the Great Depression. During the same period, the number of Magyars decreased from 0.74 million to 0.69 million. That was not so much due to discrimination, but to attraction of nearby Budapest, and the lack of career opportunities in the civil service and education for Magyars who did not master Czech or Slovak. Obviously, the number of Magyar schools decreased in Slovakia from 3777 in 1918 to 730 in 1936, but it did not happen because of the policy of forced assimilation. In 1918, there were only 429 Slovak schools. Their number grew to 3,212 in 1936, and reflected the share of Slovaks in Slovakia's population. Ironically, this was achieved through the huge inflow of Czech teachers and administrators to Slovakia, which bred discontent among the Slovaks who felt marginalized in their own country. In 1938, Magyar language elementary schools constituted 5.3% of all the elementary schools in Czechoslovakia, which reflected well the 5.4% share of Magyars in Czechoslovakia's population. The numbers for Germans were 21.5% and 20%, respectively, mainly due to more generous aid flowing from Germany, which Budapest could not match. The Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes came into being as a state of three nations enumerated in its name. Soon the idea of making it the nation-state of the South Slavs was reflected in the 1921 constitution. For political reasons of creating an ethno-national majority, like in Czechoslovakia, the Serbo-Croato-Slovenian language was proclaimed. As in the case of the Czechoslovak language, this declaration never delivered on its promise, and Slovenian continued to function as a separate language vis-a-vis Serbo-Croatian, rendered in Latin characters by Croats and in Cyrillic ones by Serbs. The constitution remained unchanged, but statisticians distinguished Slovenes as a separate category. But even without them, the official Serbo-Croatian nation constituted 74.3% of the kingdom's 12 million strong population in 1921. 10 years later, the percentage grew to 77, when the inhabitants numbered 14 million. Serbs and Croats did not refer to themselves as Serbo-Croats, like Czechs and Slovaks did not call themselves Czechoslovaks. What is more, Macedonians were not recognized as a separate nation, and an official wishing to emphasize them as a different group, at best, spoke of them as Southern Serbs. The 1920s vacillation between centralization and federalization was cut short by the 1929 coup. The former option won the day. King Alexander I renamed the state Yugoslavia, preferred to call Serbo-Croatian the Yugoslav language, and did not permit creation of ethno-linguistically defined provinces. Centralization and doing away with democracy left less space for the use of minority languages, especially of the non-Slavic minorities, such as Magyars. Magyars, mostly concentrated in Vojvodina, despised the imposition of Cyrillic-based Serbo-Croatian, because its association with the Serbs was even more antithetical to Magyardom than the Croats' Serbo-Croatian, which, at least, shared the alphabet with the Magyar language. In addition, already in Austria-Hungary the Magyars perceived Croatia-Slavonia as the Croatian nation-state, whereas they thought as unthinkable the separation of Vojvodina from the Kingdom of Hungary as that of Upper Hungary. In economic terms Yugoslavia did worse than Hungary, so Vojvodina's Magyars tended to leave for Magyarország, an option more difficult for Transylvania's Magyars. The former's region bordered directly on interwar Hungary, while its latter's homeland was located 250 kilometers away from Trianon, Hungary. Between 1921 and 1931, the actual number of Yugoslavia's Magyars slightly increased from 467,000 to 468,000, but their share in the overall population dropped from 3.9% to 3.63%. The Slavicization of Vojvodina entailed the state-sponsored arrival of 100,000 settlers from Yugoslavia's other regions. In 1914, there were 477 Magyar-language elementary schools and only 99 Serbian-language ones. Like in Romania, the imbalance was swiftly redressed and turned over. The overall number of Magyar elementary and secondary schools sank to 450, which 677 forced almost 50% of Magyar students to attend Serbian-language schools. What is more, most of the schools were actually Magyar-language sections in Serbian-language schools, or bilingual Magyar-Serbian ones. The transformation of Hungary into Magyarország not only generated Magyar minorities and refugees, but also triggered the transfer of entire Magyar institutions from areas seated at Trianon. A similar phenomenon was experienced by post-1945 Poland when the Polish-language universities of Wilno and Lwów were moved to Torun and Wrocław, respectively. In 1872, the Magyars received their second university in Kolozsvár. In 1912, two more were established in Debrecen and Pasanet. After the incorporation of Kolozsvár into Romania, and Pasanet to Czechoslovakia, the Magyar universities were moved from these cities to Zajd and Pécs, respectively. In 1866, there were 5,000 students in Hungary. By 1913 the number grew to 11,000. Despite the truncation of the state, the number of students swelled to 19,000 in 1919, and stabilized at the level of 17,000 in the 1920s. This lack of any influence of the Trianon ordained huge territorial cessions on the number of students reflected the fact that university education in Hungary was available only in Magyar. After the Great War, Magyar and Magyarophone students could continue their education in this language only in Magyarország, hence they flocked to the state from all over historical Hungary. The numerous clauses limited the share of Jewish students from 30% in 1918 to 16% in the early 1940s. In the latter half of the 1920s, this caused a drop in the number of students to 15,000, but the territorial aggrandizement of Hungary boosted the number to 20,000 in 1942. The share of university graduates in interwar Hungary's population grew from 80,000 in 1918 to 95,000 in 1941. Hence, the numerical size of Magyar intelligentsia was slightly bigger than that of Poland, estimated at 70,000 in 1939. The number of Hungary's civil servants and professionals increased from 372,000 in 1920 to 473,000 in 1941, that is, from 4% to 5.1% of the population. This, combined with the high degree of ethno-linguistic homogenization of Hungary, allowed for better penetration of Standard Magyar among the population than in the case of Polish or Slovak. Moreover, in 1930, 510,000 out of 687,000 non-Magyar speakers living in Hungary could communicate in Magyar. Hence, 98% of interwar Hungary's population spoke this language, a feat unequaled either in Czechoslovakia or Poland. Illiteracy at the level of 4% in the late 1930s was close to that of 1.5% in the Czech lands, a far cry from Poland, where in some regions almost half of the population was illiterate, or from Subcarpathian Ruthenia, where illiterates constituted 31% of the inhabitants in 1931. Paradoxically, Hungary's achievement in this field was thanks to Trianon. In 1869, 65% of adults were illiterate in the Kingdom of Hungary. This 678 percentage dropped slightly to 42% in 1910, and then suddenly to 15.2% in 1920. Simply, the non-Magyar populations who more often than their Magyar counterparts failed to acquire literacy in almost exclusively Magyar language schools, were ceded together with historical Hungary's outlying territories to neighboring states. Historical Hungary's heartland, which was made into Magyarország, was overwhelmingly populated by Magyars, who achieved higher levels of literacy than non-Magyars thanks to the advantage of receiving education in Magyar. By comparison, the level of illiteracy was quite high in interwar Poland, because in its ethno-linguistic heterogeneity and policy of Polonization the state was similar to Hungary in the dual monarchy. There were more literates among ethnic Poles than among Poland's Belarusians or Ukrainians, who in Polish schools had to cross not only the linguistic barrier but also that between the Cyrillic and Latin script, like Serbs and Ruthenians attending Magyar medium schools in historical Hungary. In 1960, illiteracy dropped to 3% in Poland, also due to thero-ethno-linguistic homogenization of the state after 1945. Still, it was quite an achievement that in interwar Hungary, illiteracy was almost eradicated. In 1931, 61% of Poland's population was employed in agriculture, while the percentage was 49% for Hungary in 1941. This indicator placed Hungary with 35% of the workforce employed in agriculture between Poland and Czechoslovakia. In 1930, 42.5% of Hungary's inhabitants lived in towns and cities, and the threshold of 50% was crossed a decade later. In Poland, this feat was repeated only in 1966, while the Czech lands, being the economic engine of the Habsburg lands, became predominantly urban during the second half of the 19th century. Book production was not impressive in historical Hungary. In 1913, 2,377 book titles appeared, many in other languages than Magyar. This compared unfavorably with the production of Polish-language books prior to 1918, when there was no Polish nation-state to foster it. In wartime 1918, 3,000 book titles of this kind appeared. In interwar Hungary, On average 3,000 to 3,500 book titles were published annually, which per capita was more than in Poland where 6,200 book titles were produced per year in the same period. The Hungarian average rose dramatically to 5,000 between 1941 and 1943. But the destruction wreaked by World War II brought about the collapse of the book industry, which turned out a mere 644 book titles in 1945. Radio broadcasting commenced in Hungary and Poland at the same time, in the second half of the 1920s. Likewise, ownership of radio sets was limited to well-to-do urban dwellers. As Hungary was more urbanized than Poland, the penetration of radio broadcasting was better in the former state. At the end of the 1930s, there were 46 radio sets per 1,000 inhabitants in Hungary and 35 per 1,000 inhabitants in Poland. 679. The Trianon-ordained limiting of Hungary to Magyarország had a paradoxical influence on language politics. This territorial curtailing of Hungary was said to have been carried in agreement with United States President Woodrow Wilson's ethno-linguistically defined national principle, which was elevated to the sole basis of legitimate statehood and new political order in Central Europe. But the principle was often observed in the breach in regard to the successor states of the Central Powers, namely, Austria, Germany and Hungary. Understandably, Magyar politicians, taking into consideration extensive Magyar minorities left out of Magyarország, used the Magyar language as an argument to indicate that the new borders imposed by the Allies are faulty. The sudden shrinking of the territory, where Magyar was employed as the official language, to post-Trianon Hungary was a traumatic experience for the Magyar elite and intelligentsia. It meant for many either loss of status and power if they remained in the territories ceded to the neighboring states, or the need to move to shrunken Magyarország, where they had to start their careers in the civil service or in the educational system from scratch. From the viewpoint of publishers, the new borders seriously limited the geographic extent of the area where they could sell their publications. The limiting of the Magyar language educational system to Magyarország also did away with the need of producing a greater number of textbooks in Magyar, which before 1918 had to be used by all students attending public schools in Hungary regardless of their ethno-linguistic background. After Trianon, the demand for textbooks in Magyar was limited to these children of Magyar minorities, who despite assimilating pressure decided to pursue their education in minority schools with Magyar as the medium of instruction. German speakers left behind in non-German speaking nation-states by the receding borders of Austria and Germany felt similar setbacks and fears. Recently, Russian speakers experienced a similar phenomenon, especially in non-Slavophone nation-states, which were founded in the wake of the defunct Soviet Union. What distinguishes the case of the Magyars is the scale of the phenomenon. 1/3 of all Magyars, or 3.21 million, were left beyond the borders of Magyarország. Comparatively speaking, they added up to half of the Magyarophone population living in post-Trianon Hungary. On the other hand, Czechoslovakia's 3 million-strong minority of Sudeten Germans constituted less than 5% of Germany's population of 65 million. Hence, after the Great War, the vast majority of German speakers continued to live in the officially Germanophone nation-states of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Bearing the situation and these comparisons in mind, it is not surprising that Magyar politicians and the public at large feared that this territorial and demographic partition of the Magyar nation soon would be followed by the division of Standard Magyar at least into 4 different varieties if not separate languages in their own right to be used in Magyarország, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia. A similar fear was expressed by Polish national activists in the second half of the 19th century, when the Polish-speaking area was divided between Russia, Prussia/Germany, and Austria/Austria-Hungary. This was connected to the change in the political concept of the Polish nation from the estate-based Polish-Lithuanian natio to the ethno-linguistically defined nation of all Polish speakers. An emergence of 3 different Polish languages would have nullified the ethno-linguistic justification for the establishment of a single Polish nation-state. Furthermore, it would have necessitated acknowledgement that 3 different though closely related Polish nations came into being. A similar ethno-linguistically based division of the single Magyar nation into four would have been a terrible blow to Magyar nationalism, bolstered only in 1867 by the creation of autonomous Hungary with Magyar as its official language. The language question raged in Hungary between the 1820s and 1870s. First, endeavors were undertaken to replace official Latin and German with Magyar. The introduction of this language as official in 1844 was a short-lived success, nullified in 1849 by the defeat of Magyars in the Independence War. They had to wait for the definite change in this respect until 1867. Meanwhile, the internal Magyar struggle unfolded on what the actual shape of Standard Magyar should be. It was settled with the publication of Gergely István Csöksör and János Fogarasi's authoritative multi-volume A Magyar Nyelvzodora. The old controversy between orthologists and neologists continued until 1895, that is, until the death of Gabor Sarvas, the first editor of the influential periodical Magyar Nyelv. The new editor, Zsigmond Simonyi, closed the journal to the never-ending discussion, and fostered more linguistically based cultivation of the Magyar language. Less space was devoted to discussion on the ridiculousness of neologist and orthologist lexical and grammatical proposals, but the efforts to cleanse Magyar of foreign elements continued unabated. In his 1905 article published in Magyar Nyelv, Moses Rubinyi proposed establishing a central office that would guard the purity of the Magyar language. Simonyi and Rubinyi were of German and Jewish background, but their identification with the cause of Magyar nationalism and language was wholehearted. The same level of identification of Jews and German speakers with other nationalisms and languages was not achieved anywhere else in Central Europe. The last major change in the codification of Standard Magyar was the 1913 replacement of with, when the phoneme /ts/ was meant. The exigencies of war and the trauma of Trianon, which emphasized the political significance of the Magyar language, and its propaganda portrayal as a beleaguered fastness, did not result in important lexicographic works. The dissolution of Austria-Hungary ended the continuing dominance of German in scholarship. But the 681 need to reorganize the shrunk entire state and its economy, to absorb Magyar refugees, and to cater to the newly established Magyar minorities abroad, limited resources available for research and scholarship. The financial basis of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences deteriorated, and much fewer publications were produced than could have been expected. For instance, in 1913, 826 scholarly book titles were published, but in 1921, a mere 539. Unlike in the case of Czech or Polish, no attempt was made to replace Csöksör and Fogarasi's A Magyar Nyelvzodora with a new authoritative multi-volume dictionary of the Magyar language. Zoltán Gombóc and János Melich, who began to publish fascicles of their Magyar etymology Zotar I in 1914, continued their work. But their ambition to include numerous personal and place names, and dialectal words as well, stalled the progress, and the publication of this work stopped at the letter G in 1944. In the face of this plight, in 1941, Gazabarchi published his one-volume Magyar Zofach Zotar TT. Endeavoring to place Standard Magyar in the historical context of this language's development. Emil Jakubovic and Dezső edited O Magyar Alvászakönyv. In 1922, József Papai published his study, A Finugornapek es Nyelvek Ismertetés, which conveniently gathered the findings on the Finno-Ugric nations and ethnic groups and on their languages, as well at time when similar studies on Slavic and Germanic peoples and languages were made into political arguments for proposals of border changes. A similar political edge was also visible in Balincsi's Uri Samoshity Zotar, which recorded the lexicon of a Magyar dialect, located just across the new border around the city of Satu in Romania. After Trianon, the politically motivated purist movement became even more pronounced. The pre-war ambitions of purists were mainly directed against German influences, as the German language tended to dominate in the politics and culture of Austria-Hungary, despite the official equality of both languages legislated by the Ausgleich. Following the truncation of historical Hungary, Magyar linguists paid more attention to weed out Slavicisms and Romanianisms from Magyar. To this end, Jenő Pinter, a historian of literature and the leader of the purists, published his irregularly appearing book Periodical, Magyar Nyelv Okonev. The linguistic section of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences established the Commission for Language Culture in Everyday Life in 1931. The following year, it began to publish a journal, Magyarosan. This periodical's editor, B. Janáky, encouraged a less ideological approach to the Magyar language than that of Pinter. 682. The prescriptivist preoccupation with correctness, Magyar linguists shared with the Warsaw School of their Polish colleagues. One of the latter, a Stanislav Zober, published his influential Słownik Ortopizny in 1937. However, unlike their Polish colleagues, the Commission sought to replace international words with purely Magyar neologisms, for instance, radio with kozang. Beginning in 1931, the sports journal, Nemzeti Sport, announced annual competitions for Magyar replacements of international terms, and 12,000 proposals of new words had been received by 1943. After 1936, Magyarosan backed efforts of Nemzeti Sport to magyarize sport vocabulary. Eventually, a mere 150 new magyarized terms came into popular use. The lack of new, updated authoritative multi-volume dictionary was acute. As a stopgap measure, in 1940, József Balasza published his 1e-volume A Magyar Nyelvzodara. Fortunately, between 1911 and 1935, the 21 volumes of Révénégi Lexikona Az Ismeretek Encyclopédiaja were published. Although nowadays quite outdated, it remains the most comprehensive Magyar language encyclopedia to this day, and is regularly reprinted after 1989. The situation is similar in the case of the Czech language, because the best encyclopedia a Czech speaker can refer to is still the 28-volume Otov Slovnik Now CNY published between 1888 and 1909. Two more Magyarophone universal encyclopedias followed in the wake of Révénégi Lexikona's success. Between 1931 and 1933, the short, 4-volume Katolikus Lexikon appeared in Budapest. In 1936, the 8-volume UJ Lexikon was published. Significantly, a parallel edition was published for Romania's Magyars. Between 1936 and 1942, the 24 volumes of Ujidoke Lexikona appeared, rivaling the achievement of Révénégi Lexikona. A new phase in the political role of linguistics commenced with the territorial expansion of interwar Hungary between 1938 and 1941. The Magyar University of Kolozsvár, moved to Szeged after Trianon, was returned in 1941 to the Romanian city of Cluj that became Magyar Kolozsvár again. Obviously, such a place-to-place shunting of a university every second decade was a costly exercise, and it did not leave much time and resources for research. But from the point of view of politicians, it had to be done in order to emphasize the Magyars' right to the second largest city of Hungary. In agreement with this national line of propaganda, when in Szeged the university published its tellingly titled periodical Nepunk es Nyelvfunk. Later, it was revived in Kolozsvár as Nep es Nyelv. This choice of a less ideologically tinted title was, perhaps, conditioned by the necessity of stabilizing incendiary relations between Magyars and Romanians. 683. The question of the Magyar language in post-Trianon Hungary was as inexorably connected to the national minorities living in the state as it was to the Magyar minorities residing in the neighboring states. The usual tactic used by nation-states in interwar Central Europe was to reciprocate. A state extended such treatment to its national minorities, as the neighboring states were prepared to grant the former states Kothniks. In this manner, national minorities were turned into the instruments of politics. This put them between the anvil and the hammer. On the one hand, the very existence of ethno-linguistically defined minorities was an anathema to the legitimacy of national statehood, which dwelt on the myth of ethno-linguistic homogeneity. On the other, with this goal of ethno-linguistic purity hardly attainable under democratic conditions, minorities allowed states to forward justified territorial claims against one another. When the Western Allies and the League of Nations resigned themselves to these claims and allowed for numerous breaches of the international system of minority rights protection in the late 1930s, this opened the way for the growth of authoritarianism in Central Europe, which, among others, precipitated the outbreak of World War II. Meanwhile, minorities were pressured in host countries to assimilate, while their nation-states strove to avert this process, extending material and legal aid and by appealing to the League of Nations as well. Unlike in Poland or Czechoslovakia, national minorities living in Hungary were of little concern to Budapest. First of all, constituting 10.5% of Hungary's population in 1920 and 7.9% a decade later, these minorities were negligible in the context of Czechoslovakia, Poland, or Romania, whose populaces contained one-third of minorities each. The question of the Magyar minorities was rather of more concern to the Allies and the League of Nations than Hungary's minorities. Hungary's pressure to revise the decisions of Trianon was as strong as that of Germany's directed against the Dictate of Versailles. Budapest's and Berlin's claims dangerously reinforced each other in the 1930s. Germans were the largest minority in Hungary, numbering 0.55 million in 1920, and followed by 142,000 Slovaks. Budapest could not use the German minority for its political ends, because it did not seek any revision of the border with Austria. The Hungarian government rather wanted to obtain the support of the state and Germany for its project of revising the Trianon settlement. On the other hand, the Slovak minority was too insignificant, in the face of over 1 million Magyars in Czechoslovakia, to coax Prague successfully. The Romanian minority of 24,000 could hardly be used for negotiating better conditions for the 1.7 million strong Magyar minority in Romania either. The situation allowed Budapest to pursue a rather unabated Magyarizing course. 684. The politically espoused concept of legal continuity between historical Hungary and Magyarország was underlined by the decision not to introduce a formal constitution, a course shunned by all the neighboring states, which promulgated their own constitutions after World War I. Like in the United Kingdom, the totality of Hungarian law and legislation added up to the unwritten constitution of interwar Hungary. Not surprisingly, the 1868 nationality law became the basis for protecting the rights of the national minorities in Magyarország. Obviously, it had to be slightly modified to reflect Hungary's obligations in this field, as contained in the Treaty of Trianon. On June 22, 1923, Decree No. 4800 was issued to this end. It almost repeated verbatim the main clauses of the nationality law. In communes with 20% of inhabitants belonging to a minority, the minority language was to be used as auxiliary in offices and courts. Civil servants obtained 2 years of grace to learn an appropriate minority language. Parallel classes in a minority language were to be organized for minority students in an elementary school if there were 40 of them speaking the same mother tongue. On December 25, 1935, Ordinance No. 11,000 of the Council of Ministers provided that such classes were to be organized when there were 20 minority students sharing the same language in an elementary school. In addition, their parents were to be asked if they might wish to have a separate minority school set up for their children. Once again, as before 1918, these regulations were more often observed in the breach than otherwise. For instance, in 1931, there were 49 German medium elementary schools. In 98 further schools earmarked for German students, teaching was bilingual, in German and Magyar. But most German minority schools were purely Magyarophone with German taught as a subject for 2 hours per week beginning in the 3rd grade. Interwar Hungary's system of limiting minority language education to bilingual schools and schools with a minority language taught as a subject is similar to that earmarked for minorities in post-communist Poland. German associations protested and appealed for help to Berlin and Vienna. Budapest pretended to listen and even undertook efforts to this end, which had to fail because no care was taken to educate more teachers who knew German. For example, in 1935, Out of 1,323 teachers employed in the communes where Germans lived, only 58 had full command of German. Berlin and Vienna were not prepared to press this matter too much, looking forward to closer alliance with Hungary for the sake of changing the post-war order in Central Europe. Not surprisingly, in 1933, as many as 70% of German students could not read and write in German. It was quite a shock to the minority, which was used to the preferential treatment it had received in Austria-Hungary, where German had continued to hold the primus inter pares status vis-a-vis Magyar. For instance, in 1918, on the territory of future Magyarország, they enjoyed 281 German-language elementary schools. The first wave of post-Trianon Magyarization reduced their number to 4 in 685. 1924, before the number stabilized at the level of 47 to 49 schools between 1925 and 1938. Even if the Hungarian government had been more decisive in its promises to improve the state of German language education, it would not have amounted to much. The regulations on minority education applied only to public schools, which accounted for a mere 18.5% of 6,874 elementary schools in 1936. Churches ran the rest. The majority of the elementary schools belonged to the Catholic Church. In confessional schools, church authorities decided on which language of instruction to use. The ideological connection between the Catholic Church and Magyar nationalism being so strong, Catholic schools almost invariably settled for Magyar as the medium of education. Another incentive to attend Magyar medium schools was the fact that there were no minority language secondary school, let alone universities. But even with the command of Magyar, it was difficult for minority applicants to enter Hungary's universities. Jews were barred by numerous clauses. At the beginning of the 1930s, the Gombos administration made Magyarization into the backbone of its policy of seeking revision of Trianon and fortifying homogeneity of Magyardom at home. Budapest followed the example of Poland and Hitler's Germany when it commenced the action of Magyarizing surnames in the army in 1931. Soon it became a requirement that a minority applicant had to Magyarize his or her surname prior to be accepted into the ranks of students at a Hungarian university. In 1934 alone, 100,000 surnames were Magyarized, many more than in Poland or Germany. The number of Germans decreased to 0.48 million in 1930. The same phenomenon was observed in the case of all other minorities. For example, there were 105,000 Slovaks recorded at the same time. Ironically, Jews were singled out from this process of forced Magyarization, despite their general willingness to become Magyars, not shared by other minorities. On one hand, Budapest respected the wish of the Hungarian Jews to become Magyars by not registering them in censuses as a national minority, but they were tacitly singled out in statistics as confessors of Judaism. They attended regular Magyar language schools, and were not indicated as a minority in education statistics. But the only sure way to erase one's Jewish presence from statistics was to convert to Catholicism or some branch of Protestantism. Mainly due to conversion and emigration, the number of Jews decreased in interwar Hungary from 0.47 million to 0.44 million in 1930. Strangely, 2 Jewish secondary schools were opened in Budapest and Debrecen in 1919 and 1921, respectively, when no other minorities could count on such a generous concession. On the other hand, the numerous clauses singled 686 out Jews as a national minority and, against their wishes, did not allow them to merge with the Magyar nation. In the 1930s, anti-Semitism seeped into politics and drew the border between Magyarophone Jews and Magyars ever more clearly. The disregard for political and national aspiration of Hungary's minorities and the neighbor nation-states was also visible in the construction of categories employed for statistical purposes, and in the use of actual ethnonyms. Budapest chose to count the Bungavci and Sasai as separate national entities despite Belgrade's protestations that they are South Slavs, who should be classified as Serbo-Croats. Neither did Hungary take a note of Yugoslavia's proclamation of the Serbo-Croatian nation, and continued to count Croats and Serbs as separate national minorities. Likewise, Hungarian censuses did not register Czechoslovaks, but only Czechs and Slovaks. Budapest used the old-fashioned ethnonyms, Tat and Ala for the Slovaks and Romanians, though the more appropriate alternatives, Slovak and Roman, had been used by Magyar speakers since 1828 and 1705, respectively, before they became widespread words during the second half of the 19th century. To add offense to injury, Slovaks tended to perceive the Magyar term Tat, officially employed to refer to them, as offensive. These practices reminded of Warsaw's official approach to Ukrainians and Belarusians. The categories of Lemkos and Tudihsi were employed in Polish statistics to lower the overall number of Poland's Ukrainians and Belarusians, respectively. The parallel with the politicized use of the Hungarian categories of the Bunjevci and Sasai is obvious. Next, the Polish administration denied the ethnonym Ukrainian to Ukrainians and kept referring to them Ruthenians, not unlike Budapest, which called Slovaks Tats. Although the term Czechoslovak language popped in Polish minority legislation, it was only on rare occasions. Polish censuses distinguished between Czechs and Slovaks like their Hungarian counterparts. A certain change came with the territorial enlargement of Hungary between 1938 and 1941. Besides land, this event also brought in populations of Slovaks, Ruthenians, Romanians, and Serbs, who had enjoyed official use of their national languages and education in them for the two interwar decades. Magyar immediately replaced Slovak, Czech, Romanian, and Serbo-Croatian as official language in the territories incorporated to Hungary from Czechoslovakia, Slovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia. A certain exception to this policy of official Magyar monolingualism was Subcarpathian Ruthenia. For several days in 1939, it existed as independent Carpathian Ukraine with Ukrainian as its official language. At 9.5%, Magyars were a clear minority in this region, unlike in any other newly reincorporated areas, Vojvodina, where they formed a rather sizable minority of 36.6%. The Hungarian propaganda referred to the Ruthenians as Natio Fidelissima, or the most faithful. Obviously, it was an 687 effective slogan, but the Ruthenians had never been recognized in historical Hungary as a natio, a status, which was granted to Saxons, Magyars, and Zeklers in Transylvania. At the end of the Great War, unlike Slovaks, Romanians, Serbs, or Croats, Ruthenians did not distinctly and immediately demand separation of their region from Hungary, and did not oppose the founding of the autonomous province of Ruthenia controlled by Budapest. That had to do with the weakness of the Ruthenian national movement. This weakness continued in the interwar period. Due to the above presented considerations, Budapest granted autonomy to Subcarpathian Ruthenia, renamed Carpathalgia Tyrolet, usually shortened to Carpathalgia. Not to give any arguments to Moscow for demanding incorporation of the short-lived independent Subcarpathian Ruthenia, named as Carpathian Ukraine, to Soviet Ukraine, the word Ukraine had to be dropped from the name of autonomous Carpathia. Neither was Ukrainian introduced as official language. This distinction was shared by Magyar and Ruthenian, then known as the Euro-Russian language. In 1941, national minorities constituted 19.1% of the population, or even more according to the statistics of Hungary's neighboring states. The sudden wave of Magyarization that took place after reincorporation of various territories between 1938 and 1941, meant replacement of Czech, Romanian, Serbo-Croatian, and Slovak civil servants and teachers with their Magyar counterparts, complete with the transfer of the entire university from Zij to Kolozsvár. This has brought resentment, and inevitably was interpreted as discrimination. The Prime Minister's decree of 1941 alleviated the situation, allowing for limited re-establishment of non-Magyar schools as minority schools. Symptomatically, a year earlier, Budapest decided to help Polish refugees, for whom a secondary school was organized in Balatonboglar. Minorities were a problem with which one had to deal with, but the establishment of a common Hungarian-Polish border in 1938 in the course of the partition of Czechoslovakia was an event to be remembered even after the carving of interwar Poland between Hitler's Germany and Joseph Stalin's Soviet Union. Another slight concession to the minorities included the replacement of the term Wallachian with Romanian, and taught with Slovak in statistics. But Bunjevci and Sasai persisted as separate national categories. The practice continued throughout the 1940s. The exclusion of Jews from the mainstream of society continued in the incorporated territories where 4 secondary schools were established for them. Unlike in interwar Hungary, teaching was done in these schools in Yiddish and Hebrew. In emulation of Germany's infamous Nuremberg laws in 1941, Law 15 on the protection of race was issued. Of course, this law did not protect Aryans from Jews, but the Finno-Ugric race of Magyars. Budapest distinguished between the Magyar Jews of interwar Hungary and non-Magyar. 688. Jews in the incorporated territories. In 1941 and 1942, many of the latter were defined as of doubtful citizenship and given up to the Germans who transported them to extermination camps in occupied Poland. Undoubtedly, the Holocaust commenced in Hungary with Budapest's complicity, though its fury was unleashed after the German occupation of the state in March 1944. Of the 0.72 million persons of Israelite faith residing in enlarged Hungary of 1941, only 260,500 survived, mainly in Budapest. In addition, 100,000 Christian Magyars too perished in the Holocaust, because under the anti-Semitic legislation of 1939 to 1941, they were reclassified as racial Jews. Communist Hungary, Magyar is a small language again. When writing about the Polish language in the 20th century, I found it necessary to distinguish the period of World War II in a separate section, because the territory and population of interwar Poland changed so tremendously during that time. Most significantly, Polish disappeared as official language, and it was also banned from universities and secondary schools. A modicum of Polish language elementary education, press, and administration at the level of communes was preserved in the general government, or Inner German Reserve for Subhuman Slavs, earmarked for manual work and eventual extinction. Neither the Magyars nor the Magyar language did suffer such a fate. Quite on the contrary, shortly before and during World War II, the territory where Magyar functioned in its official capacity substantially expanded. The brief German occupation of Hungary in 1944 to 1945 did not replace Magyar with German as official language, and there was no intention to do so. The war, which lasted for the Magyars between 1941 and 1945, was an extremely painful and destructive experience, but it did not sever or even endanger the continuity of Magyar as Hungary's official language, or Magyar language education and culture. Between 1938 and 1941, Budapest gained the revision of Trianon it sought, hence it was reluctant to enter the war by attacking the Soviet Union along the German invading armies. Hungary, however, had no choice. That was the price to be paid for Berlin's sympathy and help for Budapest in attaining its territorial revision, which brought back home 3.5 million Magyars who, after Trianon, had been left beyond the borders of Magyarország. The only sizable Magyar minority remaining outside enlarged Hungary resided in Romania's section of Transylvania. According to Romanian sources, they numbered 0.36 million, but Budapest disagreed, and estimated the demographic size of this minority at 0.53 million persons. 689. In 1942, 200,000 Magyar troops were deployed in Ukraine and on the Don. Ironically, 50,000 Magyar Jews followed them in the capacity of unarmed auxiliaries, which often turned these Jewish troops into cannon fodder. In 1943, 20,000 of Magyar soldiers perished in the Battle of Stalingrad. Despite this heavy military involvement, Budapest hoped to continue its independent foreign politics. The point was made of keeping Hungary neutral vis-à-vis the United Kingdom and the United States, whereas Budapest's participation in Germany's military operations against the Soviet Union was justified in terms of the ideological struggle against anti-democratic and anti-European Bolshevism. Prime Minister Miklós Kálay sought to establish the neutral bloc under the leadership of Hungary and Turkey that would extend from Central Europe to Anatolia. But the Soviet advance into this area in 1943 made his plan irrelevant. His stance, however, prolonged British and US neutrality to Hungary. On the other hand, the 1943 German occupation of Italy was a clear warning that the same might happen in Hungary if Budapest did not cooperate with Hitler. Eventually, Germans occupied Hungary on March 19, 1944. The first British bombardments of Budapest followed shortly in April. Kálay tried to organize resistance but without success. Mostly the administration cooperated with Germans. On June 6, 1944, the Allies landed in Normandy. On August 23, Bucharest asked the Kremlin for an armistice and turned against the Germans. 2 days later, General Charles de Gaulle's troops liberated Paris. In late September, a secret Hungarian armistice delegation arrived in Moscow and signed a preliminary document on October 11. It stipulated that Hungary was to lose all of the Rheincorporate territories, and to declare war on Germany. 4 days later, Horthy announced this news on the radio. Germans preempted the introduction of this armistice and seized the effective control of the state. The pro-German Arrow Cross regime of Hungarian fascists was established. The Soviet siege of German-held Budapest lasted from December 1944 to February 1945. By 4 April, entire Magyarország was under Soviet control. Meanwhile, the Soviet-controlled Hungarian government was founded on December 22, 1944 in Debrecen, like its Polish counterpart on July 22 in Lublin. A similar pro-Soviet Czechoslovak government was formed on April 5, 1945 in Košice. The Kremlin's grasp on Central Europe tightened in line with the Soviet doctrine that the communist system would follow as far westward as the Red Army manages to push. On January 20, 1945, the Debrecen government signed the Armistice Treaty in Moscow, which made it into the leading center of political power in Hungary. Hungary was re-established in its pre-1938 borders. All the incorporated territories returned to these states from which they had been seized. The only exception was autonomous Carpathia. Between 18 and October 28, 1944, Soviet troops overran Carpathia, and at that time, Stalin decided not to return this region to post-war Czechoslovakia, but to return it to its Soviet Ukrainian motherland. The Czechoslovak president, Edvard Beneš, easily resigned himself to Stalin's dictum, perhaps, because Subcarpathian Ruthenia was so much different from the Czech lands and Slovakia in economic and cultural terms. Hence, it had never been fully integrated with the rest of interwar Czechoslovakia. In the Košice program of April 5, 1945, it was promised that the question of Transcarpathian Ukraine would be decided shortly in consultation with the region's population. The telling sign of what the future held in store was the official change of the province's name in agreement with Soviet usage. Obviously, the inhabitants were not consulted, and on June 29, the Czechoslovak-Soviet agreement was signed on the transfer of Transcarpathian Ukraine to the Soviet Union. In August, Beneš's Decree No. 60 stripped Ruthenians of Czechoslovak citizenship. In the meantime, Russian and Ukrainian replaced Magyar and Ruthenian as official languages of this region. During the latter half of the 1940s, the nation-states of Central Europe were refounded on the basis of the ethno-linguistically defined national principle. Under Soviet insistence, the Western Allies agreed to the mass transfer, that is, expulsion of Germans to make these states more homogeneous. The precedents for this step were vast expulsions of ethno-linguistically defined populations carried out by Berlin and Moscow during the war, and the tragedy of the Holocaust which emptied Central Europe of Jews. The same policy of forced expulsions was extended to multinational border areas in the Soviet bloc and Josip Broz Tito's Yugoslavia. This was of special significance to the Magyars, because after 1945 1/3 of them found themselves outside Hungary again. Both communist and non-communist Hungarian leaders raised the issue of the Hungarian minorities with the Soviets, but to no avail. The non-communist leaders even hoped that Stalin might consider revising Hungary's borders after the war. The shrinking of Hungary to its pre-1938 size and the German extermination of 2/3 of Hungarian Jews boosted the state's ethno-linguistic homogeneity. Between 1944 and 1947, 213,000 Hungarian Germans either fled or were expelled, and 60,000 more were hauled by the Red Army to the Soviet Union in 1945, together with 20,000 Magyars. At the end of the war, 20,000 Magyar refugees from Hungarian-held Slovakia and 25,000 from Carpathia arrived in Hungary. In accordance with the Hungarian-Czechoslovak Agreement, between 1945 and 1948, 90,000 Magyars left Slovakia for Hungary, and 72,000 Slovaks Hungary for Czechoslovakia. In the course of the re-Slovakization campaign, 411,000 Magyars were forced to declare their nationality as Slovak. 125,000 Magyar refugees fled to Hungary before northern Transylvania was handed back to Romania, and 40,000 more followed them from other regions of Romania. Immediately after the war, 50,000 Magyar refugees and exiles returned from Western Europe. In 1945, 20,000 Germans and 20,000 Magyars were hauled from formerly Hungarian Vojvodina to the Soviet Union. According to Hungarian sources, Tito's communist forces executed 20,000 to 30,000 Magyars as a collective punishment for the wartime excesses of the Hungarian administration. In 1946, in line with the Hungarian-Yugoslav agreement, 40,000 Magyars left Vojvodina for Hungary, and 40,000 Croats and Serbs Hungary for Yugoslavia. As a result, Hungary became even more ethno-linguistically homogeneous than it was before 1938. In 1949, Magyars, numbering 9.08 million, constituted 98.6% of post-war Hungary's population. Like in earlier censuses, overwhelmingly Magyarophone Jews were counted together with Magyars. These Jews amounted to 134,000 persons, which only slightly lowered the share of Magyars in the population to 97.1%. Other minorities became pretty insignificant in numerical terms. Slovaks accounted for 26,000 persons, Germans for 22,500, Croats for 20,000, Romanians for 14,700, Serbs for 5,000, and Slovenes for 4,500. Like Czechoslovakia and Poland, Moscow corralled Hungary into the Soviet bloc. The difference was that Hungary was perceived as a perpetrator of World War II, though somewhat unwilling, while it was clear that the two other states dismantled and occupied by Germans were victims. However, the short-lived German occupation and the separatist armistice signed by Budapest with Moscow allowed the elite to reinvent Hungary as a victim of Hitler's Germany too. The same path of justifying its statehood was followed by Austria, albeit the 1938 Anschluss was more than welcome by the Austrian elite, and rank and file. Anyway, in a fashion similar to Hungary, Romania also switched sides from Germany to the Soviet Union and the Western Allies in 1944. For the sake of forcing the new political system of Soviet communism on the states of the coalescing Soviet bloc, such details were swept under the carpet, though Hungary was obliged to pay war reparations to the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia. Erstwhile functionaries of the pro-German cross-arrow regime were not tried for war crimes, if they joined the Communist Party, Magyar Dolgozók Pártja, or the Pillar of the New Order. In 1946, under the communist pressure, the millennium-old Kingdom of Hungary was renamed as the Republic of Hungary. The following 692 year, the Communists rigged the last multi-party elections, and 3 years later the Soviet-ordained dictatorship of the proletariat became reality, complete with the adoption of Hungary's first formal constitution, an adaptation of the 1936 Soviet one. The constitution changed the name of the republic to the People's Republic of Hungary. Similar changes in the names of Poland and Czechoslovakia were legislated later in 1952 and 1960, respectively. By the beginning of the 1950s, the old elite, the nobility, and the classes of large and medium landowners were destroyed. Nationalization of the economy and collectivization of the countryside followed. As in Poland and Czechoslovakia, persecution of the Catholic Church was widespread in Hungary. Its traditional independence from temporal power automatically made it into the prime enemy of the communists. In addition, Primate József Mindszenti, besides fiercely opposing ungodly communism, was the interrex, or the last surviving institutional link to the abolished Kingdom of Hungary. Stalin's death in 1953 and the Kremlin's commencement of de-Stalinization triggered open opposition to the communist system and Soviet rule in 1956. Coincidentally, demonstrations commenced in Budapest on June 27 and a day later in the Polish city of Poznan. The danger of military suppression of the uprising in making was prevented by the negotiated replacement of the Stalinist communists in the government and the Communist Party with a national communist regime, which began to build the national path to communism. Similar negotiations failed in Hungary and the national uprising ensued, which numerous Hungarian communists called revolution. Moscow differed in opinion and the MDPs called on the night of 23 to 24 October 1956 for fraternal assistance of Soviet units stationed in Hungary. 4 days later, on the government's request, the Soviet units pulled back to the barracks. But on November 1, Prime Minister Imre Nagy announced the neutrality of Hungary and its withdrawal from the Warsaw Pact. Having secured Tito's support on November 2, the Soviet Secretary-General, Nikita Khrushchev, ordered the Soviet attack on Budapest 2 days later. Fierce fighting raged for 10 days. In the wake of the suppression of the uprising, 200,000 refugees left the country using the rare opportunity that the borders were open. The fighting left 2,652 Magyars and 669 Soviets dead. Repressions followed. The MDP was dissolved and replaced with the Magyar Szocialista Munkaspárt. The MDP's membership of 0.9 million in 1956 sank to 37,000 members of the MSZMP in December this year. The new party achieved the notch of 500,000 members a decade later, in 1966. The General Amnesty of 1963 commenced the period of consolidation, similar to so-called normalization that, in the 1970s, followed the 1968 Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia. In emulation of the Polish example, the national path to communism was instituted in Hungary. Its 693 specificity was reflected in the Ujgazdasági Mechanizmus, which during the 1960s generated more pro-market-oriented economy than elsewhere in the Soviet bloc. The elite hoped that the economic mechanism, with time, could be translated into a new political mechanism, but Moscow did not permit breaching the orthodoxy of the political basis of the communist system. The ossification of the new mechanism of economic system produced much bigger disparities in income and well-being than elsewhere in the Soviet bloc. East-West détente and the Helsinki Final Act urged the coalescence of the opposition and the rise of samizdat publishers like in Czechoslovakia and Poland. Beginning in 1978, Hungary's salami economy ceased to generate growth. Thanks to its salami economy, Hungary was the only Soviet bloc country to become a member of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Despite this achievement, the Hungarian economy generated huge indebtedness and a slump in the standard of living. At the same time, Poland began to face similar problems, but the economic collapse, not buttressed by any comparable new economic mechanism, was much faster and triggered the severe economic crisis that lasted during the 1980s. At that time, Czechoslovakia and, especially, Hungary appeared as the anteroom of Western opulence. The collapse of the Soviet bloc began when the Polish opposition and the government negotiated the systemic change in 1988 and 1989. Partially free elections were held in June 1989 in Poland and Moscow did not protest. On May 21, Budapest took the decision to dismantle the barbed wire fenced border with Austria. In the emulation of the Polish example, negotiations between the Hungarian opposition and the government commenced on June 13. 3 days later, Imre Nagy, the leader of the 1956 Hungarian Revolution, executed in 1958, was publicly rehabilitated, and the belated funeral ceremonies in his honor gathered a crowd of 250,000 people. The legacy of the Hungarian Revolution in 1956 was made into the ideological basis of post-communist Hungary. The MSZMP was dissolved and the Republic of Hungary was proclaimed on October 23, 1989, and the free elections were held in March and April the following year. The communist period was over. The question of the Magyar minorities in the neighboring states was not raised by Budapest immediately after the war. First, Moscow did not allow it, and, second, the social, economic, and political changes entailed by forced Sovietization fully preoccupied the elite and society striving to eke out a living and preserve a modicum of national independence. Despite Budapest's wartime persecution of the Romanians in the incorporated northern Transylvania, and Bucharest's repressions of the Magyars in southern part of the region that remained with Romania, initially, the situation 694 of the Magyar minority was the best in post-war Romania. While introducing the communist system in Romania, Moscow imposed on Bucharest the Soviet-style nationality policy. This undermined the Romanian doctrine of unitary and centralized statehood and made Bucharest dependent on the Kremlin as the ultimate arbiter when it came to conflict with Transylvania's Magyars. In the 1947 treaty signed by Bucharest and the Soviet government in Paris, Romania formally confirmed the cessation of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina to the Soviet Union, and of southern Dobruja to Bulgaria. Moscow agreed to support Bucharest's wish for the reincorporation of northern Transylvania on the condition that a Magyar autonomous region had to be set up. It was established in 1952 with its capital in Târgu-Mureș. Meanwhile, unlike after Trianon, the Magyar University of Kolozsvár was not evacuated to Magyarország after 1945. When northern Transylvania was transferred to Hungary in 1940, the Romanian University of Cluj was moved to Sibiu and Timișoara. The situation complicated after 1945, when this university returned to Cluj. The two universities became the rallying centers for Magyar and Romanian nationalists. The Soviet military administration prevented open clashes. The Magyar Autonomous Region remained the sole territory outside post-war Hungary where Magyar was used as official language. The Magyar University of Cluj was also the sole Magyar language university surviving beyond the Hungarian borders. Transylvania's Magyar minority had not enjoyed such a special status in the interwar period. Bucharest was never satisfied with this imposed solution. The 1956 uprising was pretext enough to merge the Magyar and Romanian universities of Cluj into a bilingual one, and to begin dismantling the autonomous status of the Magyars in Transylvania. The fear was that the uprising might spill over to the areas with substantial Magyar minorities in Romania, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia, which could be followed by the demand of the revision of the post-war borders. Actually, numerous Magyars from Slovakia crossed the border illegally to join the uprising. In reply, Romanian and Soviet troops closed the autonomous region and policed it. Young Magyar graduates were often given jobs and apartments in other regions of Romania in an effort to disperse the Magyar community. In 1958, Bucharest even seriously proposed deportation of 50,000 Magyars from Romania to the Soviet Union in order to pacify the minority more thoroughly. The following year, the autonomous region's borders were redrawn to increase the share of Romanians in its population. Simultaneously, the Romanian and Magyar universities of Cluj were merged despite the protests of the Magyar faculty. Hungary suppressed after the 1956 uprising, Budapest was in no position to intervene. Repressions aimed at Magyars unfolded in Romania too, and did not abate until the end of the 1960s. Meanwhile, the very fact of speaking Magyar in public was considered counter-revolutionary. In 1965, Nicolae Ceausescu became first secretary of the Romanian Communist Party. Shortly afterward, he ordered the liquidation of this autonomous region, transformed into a regular Romanian province. Self-styled as the genius of the Carpathians, Ceausescu was a maverick. He ended Romania's active participation in the Warsaw Pact in 1967, did not sever diplomatic links with Israel, and in the following year refused to participate in the Moscow-led invasion of Czechoslovakia. The Kremlin tolerated his erratic behavior, because it proved to the West that the Soviet bloc was a union of free states. In addition, Romania was a proxy via which Moscow could maintain tacit links with countries officially maligned by communist propaganda. For these services, the Kremlin allowed him free rein in Romania, which Ceausescu hoped to transform into an ethno-linguistically homogeneous and communist nation-state. In the 1980s, Hungary's position was much stronger in the Soviet bloc and the world than before. Beginning in 1982, Budapest openly pressured Bucharest to change the treatment of Romania's Magyars. Ceausescu's concession was his permit for setting up a Hungarian consulate general in Cluj in 1980. An uneasy modus vivendi set in. Meanwhile, Ceausescu disagreed with the position of agricultural producer earmarked for Romania in the Council of Mutual Economic Cooperation, the instrument of economic integration within the Soviet bloc. He decided to industrialize and modernize Romania fast. That meant wholesale destruction of 13,000 villages, whose inhabitants were to be relocated into makeshift concrete blocks of apartments with shared kitchens and no toilets in 558 agro-industrial complexes. The carrying out of this plan began in 1988 in the Magyar region of Târgu Mureș, and impelled 17,000 Magyars to illegally cross the border to Hungary. Besides modernization, this action's obvious goal was ethnic homogenization of Transylvania. Mass protests ensued in Budapest. In reply, the Romanian government brought about the closing of the Consulate General of Hungary in Cluj and the Center of Hungarian Culture in Bucharest. 30,000 more Magyar refugees fled to Hungary in 1989. Repression suffered by Romania's minorities, the huge social cost of Ceausescu's megalomaniac projects, and the collapse of the communist system across the Soviet bloc precipitated the outbreak of demonstrations in the Banat city of Timișoara, inhabited by numerous Magyars. They were bloodily suppressed and triggered popular outcry, which brought down Ceausescu's dictatorship by the end of December. The policy of Romanianization showed clearly in statistics. In 1956, Magyars amounted to 1.6 million, but 120,696 persons, whose mother tongue was Magyar, preferred to declare different nationalities. In 1977, the number of Magyars grew to 1.7 million, but their share in Romania's population decreased to 7.9%. In 1992 also, the absolute number of Magyars declined to 1.6 million. Not surprisingly, the share of elementary school students pursuing Magyar language education fell from 9.5% in 1956 to 5.4%. This slump was due to the progressive introduction of laws that effectively limited the number of Magyar language schools and sections in Romanian medium ones. Initially, the situation was even worse in post-war Czechoslovakia. Prague's aim was not only to empty the country of Germans, but also of Magyars. This collective punishment was meted out for the incorporation of southern Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia to Hungary, and for participating in the war on the side of Germany. Between 1944 and 1947, 180,000 Magyars were deported to the Soviet Union, expelled to Hungary, or fled to Hungary on their own. In 1945, the presidential decree stripped them of Czechoslovak citizenship. Two further ones confiscated Magyar real estate and property, and condemned tens of thousands of Magyars to forced labor. In 1946, 411,000 Magyars were forced to declare themselves Slovaks. The premise of the re-Slovakization campaign was that these Magyars were Magyarized Slovaks. Obviously, the opinion of those concerned was not taken into consideration. In 1944 and 1945, the Slovak authorities abolished Magyar language schools and educational institutions. Magyar students of school age were not allowed any education at all. The persecution of Magyars lessened after the 1947 peace conference in Paris, after which the erstwhile enemies of the Soviet Union and the Allies, Hungary and Romania, were accepted as full members of the socialist fraternity of brotherly nations in the Soviet bloc. Like in Poland, in the case of Germans and other minorities, the existence of Magyars in Slovakia was accepted at the beginning of the 1950s. These were the heydays of communist internationalism and the struggle against the national bourgeois deviation in the Soviet bloc. The system of Magyar language education was re-established. In 1955, there were 565 Magyar elementary schools in Slovakia. Predictably, the number sank to 490 in 1970, 295 in 1980, and remains at the level with 257 schools operating in 1990. The number of Magyar students attending Magyarophone elementary schools stabilized at 80%, which, as easily predicted, left 20% Magyars without any meaningful command of their language. At the same time, the number of Magyars living in Slovakia grew from 0.51 million in 1961 to 0.56 million in 1980, and 0.567 million 10 years later. They numbered only 16,000 in the Czech lands in 1961, and 10,000 in 1991. In 1988, Magyars amounted to 10.9% of the population in Slovakia, 0.2% in the Czech lands, 697, and 3.8% in entire Czechoslovakia. The mistrust of Magyars continued, because of the 1956 uprising in Hungary, which the Czechoslovak propaganda presented as counter-revolution. In addition, Magyars from Slovakia crossed the border illegally to join it. During the Prague Spring of 1968, some Magyars appealed for reincorporation of southern Slovakia to Hungary. It was a minority view but did not help Slovak-Magyar relations. A day later, after changing unitary Czechoslovakia into a federation, the Constitutional Act No. 144 of October 28, 1968 unambiguously provided for full political equality and of non-Czech and non-Slovak populations of Czechoslovakia, namely for Magyars, Germans, Poles, and Ukrainians, and for minority language education for them. After World War II, Yugoslavia was re-established as a federation of ethno-linguistically and ethnologically defined national republics in the emulation of the Soviet model. Within the Republic of Serbia the two autonomous provinces of Vojvodina and Kosovo were founded. However, genuine decentralization of Yugoslavia along the national lines was carried out at the beginning of the 1970s and confirmed in the 1974 Constitution. The persecution and expulsion of Magyars after World War II quickly gave way to negotiated coexistence, and Magyar was recognized as one of the 6 official languages of Vojvodina, along with Serbo-Croatian Slovak, Romanian, and Ruthenian. The situation deteriorated rapidly in 1956 when Tito supported the Soviet intervention in Hungary. Magyar institutions were abolished and bilingualism with Serbian was introduced in Magyar schools. Magyar language cultural and institutional life was re-established in the 1960s and 1970s. In line with the 1974 Constitution, and beginning at the turn of the 1980s, Magyar was used in the Yugoslav parliament in Belgrade alongside Serbo-Croatian, Albanian, Macedonian, and Slovenian. Actually, the best and the most objective Magyar language press and radio were to be found in Vojvodina, not in Hungary. In 1988, the situation began to deteriorate when Serbian nationalists led by Slobodan Milošević set on the course to seize power in Yugoslavia, which, among others, precipitated its breakup. Milosevic made himself a hero, calling for annexation of Vojvodina and Kosovo and incorporating them directly into Serbia. In 1991, 0.34 million Magyars accounted for 16.9% of Vojvodina's population of 2 million. Serbs, at 1.2 million, constituted the majority. 8,500 Magyars lived in Slovenia's Prekmurje, and a further 22,000 concentrated in Croatia's Slavonia, along the border with Hungary. In total, Magyars added up to 1.6% of Yugoslavia's inhabitants. Their number, which hovered around 698,500 after 1945, sank rapidly to 0.48 million in 1971, 0.43 million in 1981, and 0.38 million in 1991. In Transcarpathian Ukraine, the Magyar language educational and cultural life continued in line with the official Soviet nationality policy, though the content had to comply with the requirements of Soviet propaganda. Initially, Magyarophone education was limited to elementary schools, and Magyar language secondary schools opened in 1953. The Department of Hungarian Philology, founded at the University of Uzhhorod, supplied teachers for the Magyar language educational system. The number of Magyar language schools, stagnant for years, grew in the 1980s and since then has reflected the share of Magyars in Transcarpathia's population. The highly policed Soviet border and the complete subjection of the Soviet mass media to centralized propaganda and censorship isolated the Magyar community from information on the Hungarian uprising of 1956 and the Prague Spring of 1968, which unfolded in the states on which Transcarpathia bordered. In 1991, 160,000 Magyars accounted for 12.4% of the region's population of 1.28 million. Rusyns amounted to 80% of the population, but officially were classified as Ukrainians. Post-war Hungary being almost ethno-linguistically homogeneous with Magyars and Magyarophone Jews accounting for 98% of the population, there was little interest in establishing minority language schools. As in Czechoslovakia and Poland, some schools of this kind opened in the 1950s. Few minority students chose to attend them due to the discrimination they would suffer afterward. In 1960, monolingual minority schools were replaced with bilingual ones, in which the minority language and Magyar were employed as themedium of instruction. In 1966, there were 24 such elementary schools. In addition, 225 minority elementary schools operated where all subjects except the minority language were taught in Magyar. This Magyarophone bilingual minority educational system closely emulated solutions employed in interwar Hungary. The 1963 census registered 51,000 Germans, 31,000 Slovaks, 25,000 Croatians, 16,000 Romanians, 4,500 Serbs, and 8,000 Bunjevci and Sasai. Article 49 of the 1949 Constitution prohibited any discrimination on the basis of nationality. After the barren years spent on recreating a modicum of stability in the wake of the 1956 uprising, an interest in Magyar minorities residing in Hungary's neighboring states was rekindled, especially after the flare-up of freedom in Slovakia and among its Magyars during the Prague Spring. Law No. I of 1972 amended the constitution with Article 61.3, which guaranteed Hungary's minorities the right of education in their national languages. The step allowed Budapest to appeal for reciprocation, though the question of Hungary's minorities was negligible, whereas that of Magyar minorities quite. 699. Outstanding. Neither Bucharest, nor Prague, nor Belgrade did find this change in Hungarian law to be selfless, and solely in the interest of the concerned minorities. This became obvious when in the 1980s the diplomatic altercation ensued between Budapest and Bucharest at Romania's discrimination of its Magyar minority. In addition, Budapest could not fail to notice the social and economic plight of the Roma living in Hungary, who numbered between 400,000 and 800,000 in the 1980s, according to various estimates. As in the case of Jews, censuses did not distinguish them as aspirate national category. In 1980, it was estimated that 28,000 Romas spoke only Romani, while many others had limited command of Magyar. Like in Czechoslovakia, no minority Romani language education was provided in Hungary before 1989. Roma themselves preferred to conceal their identity in order not to face discrimination. In 1980, the number of minority schools in Hungary grew to 302, and to 322 in 1990. Magyarophone schools with the minority language as a separate subject prevailed. This did not give much credibility to Budapest's appeals for stopping the replacement of Magyar language schools with bilingual ones in Romania, Czechoslovakia, or Yugoslavia. The logic of ethno-linguistic homogeneity as the very principle of statehood legitimization held fast. In a way, policies of ethnic homogenization pursued by Belgrade, Bucharest, and Prague were the reflection of forced Magyarization, which Budapest had imposed on non-Magyar populations in the Kingdom of Hungary after 1867. However, these policies were not so effective and thorough as that of Magyarization. They rather followed the mixture of minority rights protection and semi to fully forced assimilation also characteristic of interwar and post-war Hungary. The only exception, encouraged and condoned by the Soviet Union and the Allies, took place in the latter half of the 1940s when Magyars were summarily executed, expelled, deported, and made to renounce their nationality. The very same measures but on a much larger scale were applied to German and German speakers, who found themselves in Central Europe outside post-1945 Germany and Austria. The communist takeover of Hungary brought about a sudden increase in literacy and education, as elsewhere in the Soviet bloc. Full literacy was the prerequisite of the efficiency of communist propaganda and indoctrination. Otherwise, illiterate groups would have been isolated from this influence. Hence, it was another instrument of instilling the Soviet-style political and economic regime. The form was Magyar, but the content communist. After the end of the Stalinist course of internationalism, which was to homogenize Moscow's Central European satellites in agreement with the Soviet model, this approach to language was transferred to ideology too. In their forced pursuit of communism, the countries of the Soviet bloc were allowed to follow their own national paths. 700. In this manner, national communism was born, quite similar to the Titwast communism of Yugoslavia, which had precipitated the split between Belgrade and Moscow in 1947. Soviet-style modernization necessitated the transfer of resources from agriculture to heavy industry. To this end, agriculture was collectivized and urbanization progressed rapidly. The processes were faster in Hungary than in Poland, because the collectivization of the countryside in the latter country ground to a halt in 1956. Hence, in Poland, quite uniquely, 2/3 of this sector remained in private hands, which required 1/3 of the total workforce to be employed on usually small private farms in the 1980s. In Hungary, the share of industrial workers grew from 38.3% in 1949 to 56.5% in 1970. In the latter year, collective farm workers amounted to 17.6% of the labor. Not surprisingly, the urbanization level reached the mark of 60% in the mid-1980s. The dominant position of Budapest, among Hungary's other cities, continued. This erstwhile capital of vast historical Hungary was the largest Central European city with 2 million inhabitants in 1970. More than 1/5 of the Hungarian population resided in it, and together with its conurbation was home to 1/3 of the country's inhabitants. Unlike any other communist country, in the 1980s, Hungary entered the period of post-industrial economy characterized by the growing dominance of the service sector. Similar processes had unfolded in Western Europe since the 1970s, and their emulation in Hungary was possible thanks to the country's salami economy. In 1949, white-collar workers and the service sector accounted for 8.3% of the workforce, but the number grew to 26.3% in 1984. This sector attracted the growing number of university graduates. In 1937, 78.8% of school-age children attended elementary schools. The number grew rapidly to 96.1% in 1949, and 98.6% a decade later. The phenomenon of illiteracy virtually disappeared in the 1960s. The number of universities and institutions of tertiary education grew from 16 in 1937 to 32 in 1955, and stabilized at the level of almost 60 in the 1970s. The absolute number of university and post-secondary school students more than doubled between 1937 and 1950 from 11,700 to 32,500. The number grew to 110,000 in 1976, and stabilized at 100,000 in the 1980s. Taking into account only university graduates, they numbered 18,200 in 1970 and 24,000 in 1988. The tiny group of intelligentsia with secondary and university education as it was in the interwar period, grew to almost one-third of the population in the latter half of the 1980s. Publishing industry catering to the fully literate and socially mobile population observed the rapid growth from 644 book titles in 1945 to the wartime level of 5,000 in the early 1950s. The peak of 12,000 book titles was reached in 1956 because of the sudden flare-up in civic freedoms and political activity during the 1956 uprising. The ensuing repressions and stringent censorship brought 701 number of book titles published to the low of 3,500 in 1957, before the new economic mechanism allowed for a sudden boost to 6,000 in 1960. The turnout stabilized at 5,000 in the 1960s, and steadily grew in the 1970s before stabilizing at the level of 8,000 to 10,000 in the 1980s. In the latter decade, Hungary produced 3 times more book titles per capita than Poland with its similar annual production of 9,000 to 10,000 titles. On the other hand, the volume of samizdat production never reached the levels observed in Poland during the 1980s. Hungary experienced much freedom in economy after 1956, but not in politics. In Poland, it was the other way round, especially following the upsurge in civic freedoms in 1980 and 1981. The repressions that followed were never so stringent or thorough as those after the 1956 uprising in Hungary, or the Prague Spring of 1968. Better performance of the Hungarian economy after 1956, translated into the improved penetration of the population with such means of mass media communication as radios and television sets. Practically, each Hungarian family owned a radio in the latter half of the 1960s, while the same indicator was reached in Poland a decade later. Television broadcasting began in Hungary in 1955, a year earlier than in Poland. In the late 1970s, 2/3 of households enjoyed their own television sets, and almost all of them in the next decade. The situation was similar in Hungary and Poland, but for the only difference that families in Hungary possessed more color television sets than those in Poland. The steady rise in book production, the unprecedented spread of university-level education and of the novel mass media of radio and television leveled the remaining dialectal differences and ensured the dominance of Standard Magyar, that is, the dialect of Budapest. Considerable and still diverging variety in spoken and written Magyar was contained to the Magyar minorities in the neighboring states. This phenomenon was especially pronounced in the areas lying far away from Hungary's borders, where no Magyar language radio or TV programs could be received. Moscow's domination in the Soviet bloc translated into the imposition of Russian as the prescribed language of international communication. In Poland, it mostly replaced French in this function, whereas it was German in Hungary. In the 19th century, French was the sociolect of the Polonophone intelligentsia and the Polish-Lithuanian natio. Its influence continued throughout the interwar period. In Hungary, closely bound with Austria in the dual monarchy, German played a similar function. Because German-speaking and Magyarophone civil servants, merchants, and intellectuals were in constant contact with one another and often lived in the same localities, the penetration of the command of German among rank-and-file Magyars was much deeper than that of French in Poland. In Hungary French became the sociolect of the narrow stratum of aristocracy. Between the two world wars, due to Hungary's strong political 702 and economic links with the United Kingdom and the United States, the role of English as the language of science and commerce grew. The post-war ethnic cleansing and the unprecedented shift of the Polish borders westward rendered an ethnically homogeneous Poland. The concomitant imposition of Russian, unwelcome by the population at large, did away with the knowledge of French, but this phenomenon was not accompanied by the actual rise in the command of Russian. Poles became virtually monolingual. In Hungary, the socially ingrained knowledge of German continued. Most scholars and intellectuals retained and acquired command of this language. Magyar being a Finno-Ugric language with no close cognates unlike Slavic or Germanic languages, Hungarian scholars, willing to participate in the international discourse, willy-nilly, had to publish their articles in German, French, Russian, and English. In an endeavor to bridge the linguistic gap, Hungarian publishers also brought books on numerous aspects of the state and its population in foreign languages. No similar pressure to emulate this example was felt in Czechoslovakia or Poland. As elsewhere in the Soviet bloc, the communist takeover and the imposition of Russian showed up in the purge of vocabulary perceived as ideologically associated with the previous regime and economic system, for instance, THT, Uriumber or Azoni. The new institutions and needs of the Soviet-style political and economic system also introduced brand new vocabulary, for example, Ostalielines, Zovayas, or Kulakfold. The curtailing of Hungary to its pre-1938 territory and the Allies-inspired expulsion of Germans resulted in a renewed wave of purism, especially directed against ugly Germanisms. Language being of such importance to Soviet-style indoctrination and the actual construction of the Soviet system, special measures were directed at Standard Hungarian in order to bring about its compliance with ideological assumptions. The thinking behind this project was that what cannot be named, does not, will not, or will soon cease to exist, purged from human minds, especially those of new generations formed by the communist educational system. This system of close control over language, developed in the 1920s Soviet Union, was wholesale applied in the countries of the Soviet bloc. The difficulty was that in Poland the tacitly anti-communist center of linguistic research and publishing located in Krakow undermined the position of political and cultural center earmarked for Warsaw. Similarly, in Czechoslovakia, Prague as the state's sole political center had to share its position of cultural center with Bratislava, where Slovak language publishers and cultural institutions concentrated. The division deepened in the wake of the Prague Spring, when Bratislava was grudgingly granted the status of the nominally equal power center of Czechoslovakia. In Poland, the dominance of Warsaw over Krakow and other centers of culture deepened with time. There were 703 not such dilemmas in communist Hungary, as Budapest had been before, and remained the center of political and cultural power. Its hold over the rest of the country even fortified, and no publishers were allowed to operate outside the capital. For this made censorship in Hungary more efficient than in Poland or Czechoslovakia. In 1950, the Hungarian Academy of Sciences founded the Commission for Language Politics. At the same time, a Polish counterpart was established by the Polish Academy of Sciences. Lajos Elerancse headed this Hungarian commission. He perceived the shape of the pre-communist standard Magyar as Germanocentric. He hoped to change this and cleanse Magyar of foreign words. Obviously, to be effective, this purism could not target Russian linguistic loans. This blunted the edge of the puristic tendencies. The heated discussion on what should be the shape of standard Magyar unfolded in Magyar nyelv. Elerancse posed the most burning issues in Nyelvmvielszánk FBB courtesy IFF. The following year, most of them were addressed in the 10th edition of a Magyar Helyesírás Szabályai. At a more scholarly level, Elerancse's colleagues, Laszlo Dím and Bela Kovács, summed up the discussion in Magyar nyelve Eliaseg. Elerancse translated their scholarly findings into a school textbook titled, Iskola nyelvmvel. Like in Poland, the main preoccupation was with the correctness of language use. It did not necessarily mean giving up to purism. A decision that the new form of Standard Magyar should not be chauvinistic, taken at the conference, Egynyelvi Műveltségünk, held in Pécs during late 1959, opened a leeway for retaining and reintroducing international words and foreign linguistic loans to Magyar. At the conference, much time was taken up by the question on how to enforce the use of such specifically Magyar letters, as, or in typewriters. Some proposed ordering specially customized typewriters from the West, but in the times of the intensified Cold War, this solution was ideologically suspect. Hence, the technical problem continued well into the 1960s. Most significantly, the conference approved the consensus on the appropriate shape of Standard Magyar, as presented in the works authored by Elerin Che, Laszlo Dím, and Béla Kovács. Between 1959 and 1962, the 7 volumes of the new authoritative dictionary, A Magyar Nyelv-Értelmezőtere, were published. The work was edited by Laszlo Orszak and Geza Barcsi. The latter was the author of the sole new interwar dictionary of Magyar, Magyar Zofaczo Tt. Barcsi and Orszak's dictionary was badly needed, and replaced the very first authoritative dictionary of Magyar, namely Csükszer and Fogarasi's dated 6-volume. 704. A Magyar Nyelvzőtere. In 1961, Dím and Pál Fabian published their much-needed Helyesírási Tanácsadózótar based on the 1954 edition of A Magyar Helyesírás Szabályai. After having gone through numerous editions, Dím and Fabian's work was published, as Helyesírási Kazasatar and still remains in print titled Magyar Helyesírási Kazasatar. With the popular user in mind, József Jew has shortened Barcsi and Orszak's dictionary into one volume Magyar Értelmező Kazasatar. Beginning with the 5th edition published in 1982, this dictionary was broadened to 2 volumes, and remains the standard Magyar dictionary to this day. Laszlo Gretzi and Miklos Kovalevsky combined the tradition of Dím and Fabian's dictionary with that of Magyar Értelmező Kazasatar edited by Juhász, and published 2 massive volumes of Nyelvművel Okazakönyv. In 1996, Gretzi shortened it to 1 volume Nyelvművel Okazasatar. Correctness of writing and speech was a never-ending concern. In 1971, the Hungarian Academy of Sciences founded the Committee of Correct Writing, which came up with 100 new rules. Between 1981 and 1984, they were discussed and tested. In 1984, the principles were enshrined in the 11th edition of A Magyar Helyesírás Szabályai, and duly reflected in Dím and Fabian's Helyesírási Kazasatar. To propagate and preserve correctness of Magyar, the Egynyelvépolók was founded in 1979. It publishes the tellingly titled journal, Eds Egynyelvfunk. The whole social movement, which developed around the issue of language correctness, on one hand, channeled people's attention away from politics, while, on the other, was contributing to the fortification of the national in Hungary's national communism. Such officially encouraged preoccupation with language correctness served similar roles in Czechoslovakia and Poland. In the 1980s, this preoccupation gained a new dimension in Hungary when Budapest dared to speak on behalf of Magyar minorities in the neighboring states. The return of the issue of these minorities to politics also allowed Hungarian politicians to use the question of the Magyar language in foreign politics. The diverging norms in Magyar spoken by these minorities as well as the threat of bilingualism became a new field of activity and worry for language cultivators working for the sake of their beloved mother tongue. To this end the border between us and them had to be also drawn in language. This process was 705. Facilitated by the publication of the 4 volumes of György Lako's monumental A Magyar Zokaszlet Finugar Eleme. This work confirmed what was truly Magyar in Magyar. Other dictionaries identified foreign impostors lurking in our language, István Neis's 2-volume A Magyar Nyelvszláv Jövővenesabe, or Ferenc Békés's A Magyar Zokaszlet Roman Elemeinek Tortnet. Eva Elerincsi's 4-volume UJ Magyar Tagzotar described the dialect area of Magyar that extends well into the territory of present-day Romania, Serbia, Slovakia, and Ukraine. The graphic presentation of this area is given in Dezazajuhas and Laszlo Muradin's 8-volume Romaniae Magyar Nyelvjárások Atlaza. The Magyar dialectal area in Ukraine's Transcarpathia was presented in Petro Emlazanek's 3-volume Carpatal J Magyar Nyelvjárások Atlaza, and of the Slovak region of Nitra in Anna Sandor's Nytrovideki Magyar Nyelvjárások Atlaza. Certainly, besides being a national argument, such dictionaries and atlases may also be the sign of reconciliation and friendly cooperation. Much depends on how politicians use research of this type. In the communist period, Laurent Benko's magnificent 4-volume A Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Etymologiai Zodara was published. Between 1993 and 1997, the German translation of this dictionary was published, Etymologisches Wörterbuchs Ungariskan, so as to make the findings on Magyar available to scholars worldwide. So far, neither Czech, Polish, nor Slovak has been analyzed in such an extensive and detailed etymological dictionary. Bearing this in mind and remembering other specialized Magyar dictionaries, I dare say that Magyar is the best researched and described Central European language. The tremendous effort, which has been invested into the task, perhaps, amounts to a consolation and compensation for the loss of historical Hungary. A memory of this kingdom still lives in the Magyar language. On the other hand, like in other Soviet bloc countries, no publication of an extensive encyclopedia was allowed. Between 1959 and 1962, the 6 volumes of UJ Magyar Lexicon came off the press. Its later editions were extended to 7 volumes. The pre-war Révényegi Lexikona with its 21 volumes remained the best and most extensive Magyar encyclopedia ever published. It was not reprinted in Communist Hungary in order to isolate readers from the bourgeois past. 706. The End of Communism, Rediscovering the World and Greater Hungary. The proclamation of the Republic of Hungary, the first free parliamentary elections, and the withdrawal of the Soviet/Russian troops precipitated the systemic change from communist totalitarianism to democracy, and from the centrally planned to market-oriented economy. There was no overlord in the Kremlin to tell Budapest what to do. The significance of the Magyar minorities abroad became obvious in the 1980s when, despite official slogans of mutual socialist fraternity in the Soviet bloc, the rift between Hungary and Romania over Ceausescu's maltreatment of Transylvania's Magyars deepened to the point of open conflict. In an unprecedented move, to reach international public opinion, Budapest and Bucharest succumbed to purchasing advertising space in time to voice their mutual grievances. A highly atypical event when members of the Soviet bloc reached out for national justice across the Iron Curtain to a capitalist journal. At that time, Moscow was not able to contain ethno-national conflicts anymore, as aptly exemplified by the flare-up of armed fighting in the Soviet Union itself, namely between Armenians and Azeris in the Armenian enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh located in Soviet Azerbaijan. The centrality of the Magyar minorities for Hungarian politics has not been reflected either in Czechoslovakia or in Poland. In the former case, there are not any significant Czech or Slovak minorities living abroad. A partial exception to this rule is the group of 57,000 Slovaks in Vojvodina, who amount to 2.8% of the Serbian province's population. But Slovak, like Magyar, is one of Vojvodina's official languages, which lessens the potential for conflict. One would expect that on the plane of foreign relations, Poland would do much of the sizable Polish minorities, which number 0.4 million in Belarus, 0.3 million in Lithuania, 0.2 million in Ukraine, and 60,000 in Kazakhstan. Although numerically not much smaller than their Magyar counterparts, these Polish minorities with almost 1 million members look hardly impressive if compared with Poland's population of 38 million. On the contrary, size matters in the discourse on minorities in Hungary, where the popular knowledge is that 2/3 of the Magyar nation reside in Hungary, whereas the remaining 1/3 live in the neighboring states. The explanation of the dilemma is that Warsaw was much more preoccupied with the question of Poland's borders, which shifted 300 kilometers westward, than with the Polish minorities remaining in the east. It was Moscow that guaranteed the Polish western border until the signing of the final German-Polish border treaty in 1990. The Kremlin also allowed for and facilitated the expulsion of Germans from the German territories, which became Western and Northern Poland after 1945. Poles expelled from interwar Poland's eastern territories incorporated into 707. The Soviet Union replaced these expelled Germans. Afterward, the myth was that no more Poles remained in the Soviet Union. Warsaw depended solely on Moscow for maintaining the post-war status quo and did not raise the issue of the Polish minorities after the last approved transports of Poles arrived from the Soviet Union in 1958. The propaganda match between Hungary and Romania over the Transylvanian Magyars unfolded among equals. Poland had no chance to stand up to the Soviet overlord, it had too much to lose. In Hungary, ethno-national programs and parties had their heyday in the 1990s. In 1997, in reply to these expectations, Article 6.3 was added to the amended Constitution of 1949. It provides, "The Republic of Hungary bears a sense of responsibility for the fate of Magyars living outside its borders and shall promote and foster their relations with Hungary." Not surprisingly, such wording worried Romania and Slovakia, because it seems to have given free rein to Budapest in pursuing the interests of Magyars abroad. No similar provision is to be found in the Polish Constitution of 1997, and the so-called repatriation program, which aspires to bring Poles to Poland from Kazakhstan, is a low-key affair without any significance for Poland's foreign relations. Before 2000, the number of repatriates returning to Poland was no more than several tens per year, and the number rose recently to a few hundreds. According to the 2001 census, in Hungary 99% of the population of 10.1 million speak Magyar as their first language. The conservative Magyarkantard estimates claimed that in 1990 Hungary's minorities included 37,000 Germans, 18,000 Croats, 13,000 Slovaks, 9,000 Romanians, 3,000 Serbs, and 2,600 Slovenes. No mention was made of Jews or Roma. At the threshold of accession negotiations with the European Union, Budapest and Brussels agreed that there were 0.5 million Roma, and 0.4 million members of other minorities in Hungary. The 2001 census distinguishes between actual speakers of a minority language and those claiming membership in a minority. The numbers are 48,600 and 190,000 for Roma, 33,700 and 62,200 for Germans, 14,300 and 15,600 for Croats, 11,800 and 17,600 for Slovaks, 3,400 and 3,800 for Serbs, and 3,200 and 3,000 for Slovenes. Estimates of minority associations tended to be substantially higher at 200,000 Germans, 110,000 Slovaks, 80,000 Croats, 25,000 Romanians, 5,000 Serbs, and 5,000 Slovenes. These numbers reflect several phenomena, namely the association's wishful thinking, combining the number of actual members of a minority with the estimate of those who became Magyarized, fear of some members of minorities that declaring their non-Magyar national background would endanger their prospects of career and social mobility in Hungary. The latter is especially true of Roma, who in the past were not registered in censuses, and who are now afraid that singling them out as an ethno-linguistically defined group may lead to their further discrimination. Some sources assess the number 708 of Hungary's Roma as high as 800,000. The social exclusion and discrimination of Roma is dramatic throughout Central and Eastern Europe, and to this day there are hardly any schools, which offer some education in Romani. But their situation is improving in Hungary, because 50,000 more Roma dared to declare themselves as such in 2001 than in the 1990 census. Jews disappeared from statistics altogether, because at last they became fully assimilated as Magyars. Nowadays, the religion being not of much concern, it is difficult to assess their number by taking into consideration how many confessors of Judaism live in Hungary. Estimates speak of the community of 80,000 Jews concentrated in Budapest. In the early 1990s, very few of them still could speak Yiddish. In Austria-Hungary, this language was disparagingly dubbed as jargon, or bad German, and it was not allowed to declare it in censuses. This perception of Yiddish continued in Hungary, and has prevented Jews from declaring it in censuses. On the other hand, the pull of Magyarization was most felt in Budapest, where half of Hungary's Jews lived during the interwar period. As a result, Yiddish-speaking Jews resided outside the capital and its vicinity, especially in eastern Hungary. The brunt of the Holocaust was starker there than in the capital, which left the majority of modern Hungary's Jews almost homogeneously Magyarophone. The total number of the members of minorities established in the 2001 census is 314,000. Out of them 213,000 speak minority languages. At 2 to 3% of Hungary's population, minorities are negligible. Even if high estimates for Roma and other nationalities are taken into consideration, their share in the Hungarian population is not more than 10%. Hence, one wonders with 1993 National and Ethnic Minority Rights Act is so liberal as to grant the possibility of creating minority self-governments parallel to regular ones in communes where minorities amount to 30% of the population. Among others, Poles were recognized as a national minority, though most of them arrived in Hungary after 1939 as refugees from Poland occupied by Germany and the Soviet Union. In Europe, the usual standard is that a minority is recognized if it has been present on the territory of a state for more than a century. The number of minority elementary schools increased from 322 in 1990 to 395 in 2000, and the number of minority secondary schools more than doubled, from 10 in 1990 to 23 in 2000. The problem is that as in communist Hungary there prevail bilingual schools and Magyarophone schools with the minority language taught as a subject. Thus, preservation of the actual knowledge of minority languages clearly is not a priority and the dominance of Magyar continues. The situation of minority languages in minority education is similar in Poland. The suspicion is that Budapest became so strongly involved in the development of the protection of culture and languages of Hungary's minorities with 709 NI to demanding similar privileges for the Magyar minorities. That is not surprising should one bear in mind the continued importance of these minorities for Hungarian politics. Unlike most of the Central European Germans who were expelled to post-war Germany when they found themselves living outside the post-1945 German borders, the Magyar minorities survived largely intact. West Germany and, now United Germany, has not only accepted the expellees but also granted the constitutional right of acquiring German citizenship for ethnic Germans from Central and Eastern Europe when they decide to return to Germany. Beginning in the 1990s, these ethnic Germans were offered German citizenship and passport without the need of going to Germany. In 1992, the severe criticism, which this right generated in Poland and the Czech Republic convinced Berlin to limit this law to persons who were born prior to 1993. Attempting to take over some electorate from the ethno-nationalist groupings, Hungary's mainstream parties decided to emulate the German example. In 2001, the status law on the so-called Magyar identity card was adopted. It gives Magyars living in Hungary's neighboring states privileges in access to employment, social, and health services when they come to Hungary. Also, transfers of monies were predicted to these Magyars who due to old age or health reasons were not able to travel to Hungary. Bucharest gave a nod to the implementation of this law's provisions in Romania, though it meant unequal treatment of Romanian citizens of non-Magyar ethnic origin. The Slovak government, however, did not allow it. In the 1990s, the strongly ethno-nationalist and populist administration of Vladimir Mečiar brought about the split of Czechoslovakia, and stalled to the halt the negotiations on the accession of Slovakia to the European Union and NATO. In 1998, he was unsaddled from power, but the danger was that the issue of Magyar identity card, which his party portrayed as the Magyar danger, could return Magyar to office. This would have barred the country from entering the EU and NATO, again. Fortunately, Budapest, criticized for its not consulted step by the OSCE and the EU, withdrew part of its support for this initiative. Bratislava reciprocated in 2003 by allowing a limited use of Magyar identity cards in Slovakia. In 2002, the situation with the government's overtures to the ethno-nationalists program was repeated in Hungary. The purely internal political struggle between the Conservatives and the Social Democrats spilled into the sphere of international relations. The Conservatives won the battle to have a referendum on granting Hungarian citizenship to ethnic Magyars living abroad, in full emulation of the German model of granting ethnic Germans living outside Germany in Central and Eastern Europe with German citizenship. Due to low turnout, the referendum was declared invalid. Otherwise, it would 710 have triggered similar controversy in Slovakia and Romania, as the Magyar identity card did 2 years earlier. The Polish Conservatives, who wished to emulate the Hungarian model complete with the Polish identity card for ethnic Poles in the post-Soviet states, resigned from pursuing this policy, having observed what kind of negative international repercussions it could generate. 5. It is estimated that nowadays, there are 1.6 million Magyars in Romania, 0.6 million in Slovakia, 0.29 million in Serbia, 160,000 in Ukraine, 20,000 in the Czech Republic, 16,000 in Croatia, and 7,000 in Austria, and 6,000 in Slovenia. Apart from Austria, democratization that followed the fall of communism also improved the protection of minority rights in all these states. Initially, the situation of the Magyar minority was worst in Milosevic's Yugoslavia, when the state's gradual breakup was followed by a succession of wars. Despite his 1988 claims to this end, Milosevic did not fully terminate autonomy of Vojvodina, perhaps because Serbs constituted a majority of the population in this region, unlike in Kosovo. In addition, 0.2 to 0.25 million Serbian refugees from Bosnia and Croatia settled in Vojvodina. 40,000 to 100,000 Magyars left this province afraid of being drafted to the Serbian army or of war engulfing entire Serbia. Some returned after the fall of Milosevic's regime in 2000. 6,000 Magyars left Croatia Slavonia or died there when they found themselves in the midst of Croatian-Serbian warfare. Another downturn in the fate of a Magyar minority took place in Magyar Slovakia when the parliament passed the Act on State Language in 1996. It limited the possibility of using Magyar in official contexts. The Act's anti-minority thrust, mainly aimed at Slovakia's Magyars, was not mitigated by the 1995 Slovak-Hungarian Treaty, which also covers minority rights. Magyar merely paid lip service to the treaty, and it remained to Bratislava to implement the treaty's provisions after his downfall in 1998. In Austria, Magyars seemed to be content with the level of the protection of their minority rights, whereas Slovenia contracted with Budapest the Treaty on Minorities in 1992, and Hungary's treaties on good neighborliness with Ukraine, Croatia, and Romania also cover the sphere of minority rights. The 2004 enlargement of the European Union granted the Magyar minorities of Slovakia and Slovenia full access to Hungary's employment market. The same provision was extended to Romania's Magyars upon this country's accession to the European Union in 2007. It seems that in this manner the question of Magyar minorities will be soon a thing of the past, contrary to the wishes of ethno-nationally minded politicians in Hungary and elsewhere, who have tried to use these minorities as an instrument of politics time and again. 711. The freeing of economy, society, and culture from the constraints of the communist regime in Hungary, had similar effects as elsewhere in Central Europe. Free press, television, and radio channels proliferated. The rise of satellite television was especially significant in relatively affluent communist Hungary, because it gave the average Magyar direct access to Western culture unfettered by censorship. In the late 1980s, perhaps, per capita there were more owners of, technically speaking, illegal satellite dishes in Hungary than in Czechoslovakia or Poland. Video recorders, present in 2% of households in 1987, had helped the spread of free media since the early 1980s. After the end of communism, via satellite television, Budapest broadcasts Magyarophone programs to the Magyar minorities all over Central Europe. Thanks to these and various bilateral and international measures, the Magyar minorities do not face the possibility of forced assimilation anymore. In turn, scholarly and cultural cooperation develops between Hungary and the states with Magyar minorities. Although language remains an important element of politics, the obsession with preserving Magyar and its variously defined purity among the minorities is gone. Hungary's academic circles accepted the fact that the previously unified Magyar language does diverge into slightly different Magyars in the neighboring states. After all, the rise of much more differentiated Englishes separated by oceans did not lead to a splintering of the English language. Purism being a largely spent force of ethno-national politics, today, the point of its sword is directed against English linguistic loans as much in Hungary as elsewhere in Central Europe. But the ideological element is of little significance in this half-heartedly pursued campaign. Previously, the action of doing away with ugly Germanisms was combined with the separation of Hungary from Austria-Hungary and the expulsion of Germans from Hungary and Central Europe after 1945. The very success of Magyar nation-building was at stake. Today English functions as the new lingua franca of Central Europe. Magyar, along with the new EU member states' languages, became one of the enlarged Union's official languages, which indicates that the growing significance of English is not a one-way phenomenon. As remarked above, various shorter dictionaries based on the 7-volume Magyar nyelvörtelmez Zodara are published to this day in updated editions that strip them of the veneer of communist propriety. The immediate challenge that faces Magyar linguists is to compile a brand new multi-volume authoritative dictionary of the Magyar language, which would aptly reflect the rapid lexical change entailed by democratization, development of economy, globalization, and the rise of the entire new field of information technology. So far, in Central Europe, only Polish language was described in such a new dictionary, namely, Praktyzny Słowników Polczesnich-Polszczyzny. A similar task still waits to be 712 undertaken by Czech and Slovak linguists. When there is no new dictionary of Magyar of this type, users can refer to the 19-volume encyclopedia, Magyar Nyelvi Lexikon, reprints of interwar Révényi Lexikona, and to Magyar Wikipedia. At 14.6 million words in late 2006, this Wikipedia amounted to 30 conventional volumes, which makes it the most extensive modern-day Magyar language encyclopedia available. In Poland, the 31 volumes of Wielka Encyklopedia Powszechna, similar in scope to Magyar Nyelvi Lexikon, were produced slightly later. In Slovakia, out of the planned 12 volumes of Encyclopedia Biliana, 4 were published by 2005. On the other hand, the Czech reader must content herself with the medium-size encyclopedia, Universum. Všeobecná encyclopedia, which is an enriched Czech translation of German Das Bertelsmann Lexikon. It was published in the 10-volume edition in 2000 and in the 4-volume edition 2 years later. Both editions contain exactly the same amount of printed matter. In addition to Magyar Nyelvi Lexikon, the publication of Magyar Katolikus Lexikon continues. Out of the planned 12 volumes, 10 were published by 2005. This attempt at producing a universal encyclopedia written from the standpoint of Catholic worldview reminds one of the Polish Encyclopedia Katolika. But out of the latter's planned 20 volumes, only half were published by 2005. This proves the strong link between Catholicism and Magyar language and culture, similar to that in the Polish case, though Calvinism remains a significant element of Magyardom, unlike in present-day Poland, where no other religion rivals the supremacy of Catholicism. The Magyar Catholic Encyclopedia draws on the example of its 13-volume predecessor, Egyetems Magyar Encyclopedia, and its shorter 4-volume follower from the interwar period, Katolikus Lexikon. Interestingly, there was no attempt to compile a Polish-language universal Catholic encyclopedia before the times of Communist Poland. Like in the Czech Republic, Poland, and Slovakia, the number of secondary and university students grew rapidly also in post-communist Hungary. In 1980, persons with full secondary education accounted for 7.2% of the population. In 1990, the percentage actually decreased to 6.8%, and then grew quite rapidly to 8.8% 6 years later. The same drop and leap was observed in the share of university graduates, who constituted 2.7% of the population in 1980, 2.4% in 1990, and 3.1% in 1996. Secondary school and university graduates together with the graduates of secondary level technical. 713. Schools constituted 17.9% of Hungary's inhabitants in 1996. Understandably, the book industry, which caters to their intellectual needs, increased its production from 8,000 titles in the late 1980s to 9,000 in 2000, 10,000 in 2002, and 11,200 in 2004. In Hungary, almost 100 titles per 100,000 inhabitants were published in 2002, that is, slightly more than in Austria or Germany. On the other hand, the indicator was much lower in Slovakia and Poland at 55 and 50, respectively. But in this field, the Czech Republic, where 140 book titles appeared per 100,000 inhabitants in 2002, outdid Hungary. Besides the steady development of book publishing, the rise in perusal of electronic equipment was even more spectacular. In 1987, 2% of households enjoyed videos, and 42% a decade later. The steady rise in political and economic significance of Hungary was also paralleled in the cases of the Czech Republic, Poland, and Slovakia. This success was sealed with the accession of all these four states to NATO and, in 2004, to the European Union. This last event is of much import, as it elevated the states' national languages to the status of the EU's official languages. Thus the sphere of their use increased considerably at the international level. The success of these four post-communist states slowly but steadily turns them into immigrant countries, which means that people from all around the world acquire Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak. As members of the OECD, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia belong to the exclusive club of the 30-odd richest states in the world. There is nothing on the horizon, which could change this positive trend. Hence, the importance of the four languages, and the number of their users will continue to grow, despite periodical outbursts of ethno-nationally minded politicians, who strive to bolster their electorate by prophesying doom. They see danger in globalization and immigration, and foresee that the widespread teaching of English and the broadening use of this language will edge out the national languages from culture and social life. Earlier, similar developments did not encroach on the national languages either in France or Germany, so one can expect a similar outcome of the recent social, economic, and cultural changes in Central Europe as well. 10. The Czech nation, between Czechoslovak and Czech nationalism. The Czechoslovak language shall be a state, official language of the Republic. Article 1 of the Constitutional Law of February 29, 1920 establishing the principles of language rights within the Czechoslovak Republic. So closely akin are these two branches of the great Slav family tree that up to 1860 they used the same literary language. It was only then that one of the Slovak dialects was adopted as the Slovak language. And now the political union is gradually bringing about the return to one language, the Czechoslovak language. The Czech and Slovak languages shall be used equally in the promulgation of laws and other general binding legal regulations. Both languages shall be used equally in the dealings of all state organs of the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic and of both republics, in proceedings held before them and in all their contacts with individual citizens. Article 6.1 of the Constitutional Act No. 143 of October 27, 1968 concerning the Czechoslovak Republic. According to a popular saying, when Czechoslovakia was founded in 1918, it became an Austria-Hungary in miniature. This historian simile indicated that the nation-state of the Czechoslovaks displayed all the good and undesirable features of the dual monarchy. On the positive side, it was the only Central European polity where democracy survived throughout the interwar period. In general, the state was a welcoming home to three nations and three sizable minorities. The Czechoslovak economy was the strongest in the region. 714. The Czech nation 715. And enabled the fast development of historical Hungary's backward regions of Slovakia, and, especially, Subcarpathian Ruthenia. On the other hand, the Czechoslovak democracy did not govern fairly, and it bestowed advantages upon the three state nations, mainly toward the Czechs and the Slovaks. Pleas for more rights and decentralization on the part of the Slovaks and the Ruthenians were not heard in Prague, let alone those of the German and Magyar minorities. During the Great Depression, there were always more employment opportunities earmarked for Czechs and Slovaks than Germans or Magyars. Last but not the least, within the strict confines of legalism, measures were taken to assimilate the minorities. The minorities despised these measures and perceived them as unfair. This love-hate relationship that the state nations and the minorities had with Czechoslovakia closely reflected the vagaries of the uneasy relationship between the Czechs and Vienna prior to 1918. Following the period of their Xian and Josephine reforms, the rules of the political game were more or less the same for all the ethno-linguistically defined groups in the empire. They were heard if they enjoyed representation by their own nobilities, who felt a link with their non-estates co-ethnics. Numbers mattered too. The Magyars, who could fall on the tradition of Hungarian statehood continued within the administrative and political structure of the Austrian Empire, presented a political, demographic, and military potential which Vienna had to respect. The minute and distant population of the Ruthenians, without its ethno-linguistically defined nobility or burgher stratum, was largely left alone to its own devices, and, in return, hardly ever demanded anything of the Austrian administration. To their disadvantage, most Ruthenians were Greek Catholics, which, by definition, made them into second-class subjects, because Roman Catholics were favored. The Czechs fell into an intermediate category between these two extremes. The tradition of the statehood of the Crown of the Czech lands was remembered, but it did not bear on the everyday workings of the Austrian administration and politics, unlike that of the Kingdom of Hungary. The gradual development of the Czech lands into the powerhouse of Austria supplied the Czechs with a trump card. But before the card could be dealt, a Czech nation or mass national movement had to emerge. The imagining of the ethno-linguistically defined Czech nation was a prolonged process. First, the traditional estates of Bohemia and Moravia were more interested in preserving the administrative and political separateness of their crown lands rather than in merging them in the interest of a postulated Czech nation. Very different from this attitude were the Magyar nobility's efforts to coax Vienna to agree to the reunification of Transylvania with the rest of Hungary. The successful 1848 reincorporation of Transylvania into Hungary was annulled a year later by the 716 suppression of the Hungarian War of Independence. But in 1867, the Ausgleich restored this desired reunification. Second, the Bohemian and Moravian estates were predominantly German-speaking, as was one-third of the two crown lands' non-noble population. Nonetheless, in the eyes of the ethno-linguistically oriented nationalists, this pitted the nobles against the remaining two-thirds of the populace, who spoke Czech. The dilemma was not shared by the overwhelmingly Magyarophone Hungarian Nátio, who, seeking the transformation of Hungary into a Magyar nation-state, could rely on the plurality composed of Magyar-speaking peasants and German-speaking and Jewish burghers, who readily adopted the Magyar languages and the aspirations of Magyar nationalism as their own. Third, Hungarian noble landish patriotismus was translated into Magyar ethno-linguistic nationalism in the first half of the 19th century, and was followed by the parallel transformation of Polish-Lithuanian landish patriotismus into Polish ethno-linguistic nationalism in the last 3 decades of the same century. The landish patriotismus of the Czech lands was a non-existent category. Instead, Bohemia and Moravia prevailed as loci of noble identification. In 1810, Bernard Bolzano proposed to solve this predicament by overhauling the Bohemian natio into an all-inclusive bilingual Bohemian nation, whose identity would be grounded in their polity, not in ethnic peculiarities such as language or religion. Possibly, a similar development could unfold in Moravia if the model succeeded in Bohemia. The turning point was in 1848, when Bohemian Czech-speaking intellectuals opposed the project of creating a great German nation-state out of the German Confederation, with their own plan for the ethno-linguistically defined Czech nation, embedded in Austria's Slavophone lands, destined to become a separate administrative unit of the empire. In the course of the second half of the 19th century, this founding idea of Austroslavism became popular in Bohemia, but not particularly in Moravia. In 1905, the Moravian Ausgleich was contracted. It officially reflected and respected the ethno-cultural difference existing between Slavophone and German-speaking Moravians, which allowed for preserving the traditional unity of the Moravians and their crown land. The emergence of a bilingual Moravian civic nation, in line with the guidelines, which Bolzano had devised for the Bohemians nearly a century earlier, was a realistic possibility prior to the Great War. The founding of the post-war order in Central Europe on the basis of the national principle sealed the success of Czech ethno-linguistic nationalism. Ethno-linguistically blind Moravian civic nationalism did not stand a chance. Neither did the projects of making the eastern half of Austrian Silesia the Czech nation 717. Into Free Industrial Republic, or nation-state of the Silesians with Czech, German, and Polish as official languages, or of Germany's Upper Silesia into the nation-state of the Upper Silesians with German and Polish as official languages. The national principle, espoused and propagated by United States President Woodrow Wilson and the Allies, provided that language equates with a nation, which, in turn, is equivalent to a state. As a result, Eastern Austrian Silesia was partitioned between Czechoslovakia and Poland and Upper Silesia between Czechoslovakia, Germany, and Poland. On one hand, Czech ethno-linguistic nationalists faced the competition staged by noble landish patriotism and turned into nascent civic nationalisms, which hindered their project of uniting the lands of the Czech crown into an ethno-linguistically defined Czech nation-state. The other face of the same ideological coin was Austroslavism developed by the father of Czech nationalism, František Palacký. Faced with Vienna's staunch opposition to the reunification of the Czech lands, he hoped to exert more effective pressure, if representatives of all the Slavic national movements in the empire demanded a larger Slavic unit. With time, the ploy turned against the goals of Czech nationalism. What the empire's Slavs could not gain from Vienna, the Magyars obtained in the 1867 Ausgleich. Croatian protests were silenced with the Nagodba signed the following year. The cultural and linguistic autonomy, the Croats received in Hungary's Croatia Slavonia, was limited and often observed in the breach, but it turned the attention of Croatian nationalists away from grander projects of Austroslavism, already branded Panslavism and perceived as inimical to the dual monarchy, due to the ideological and financial support Russia granted to Austria-Hungary's Austroslavists and Panslavists. Moreover, Croatia Slavonia being an ersatz Croatian nation-state, Croatian nationalists hoped for the transfer of Dalmatia from the empire's Austrian half in order to build a Croatian nation-state, which they envisaged as composed of Croatia Slavonia and Dalmatia. Not only were the Croats increasingly less interested in Austroslavism, the empire's Serbs of Vojvodina preferred to cooperate with Belgrade rather than with Czech nationalists. Resources, political support, and expertise flowing from Czech nationalists and expatriates was helpful and appreciated, but would not turn Serbian nationalists' heads from their project of uniting all Serbian lands in a Serbian nation-state. In order to weaken the ideological thrust of Croatian and Serbian nationalisms, Budapest and Vienna played them against one another, which, contrary to expectations, spawned political cooperation between Catholic Croats and Orthodox Serbs. They fell back on the early 19th century tradition of Illyrism, which appealed for cultural and political cooperation of all South Slavs mostly divided between the waxing Austrian Empire and the waning Ottoman Empire. The first success of this movement came in 1850, when the unity of biscriptural Serbo-Croatian language was proclaimed by Croatian and Serbian nationalists in Vienna. Eventually, this language, rather than Croatian, was adopted in Hungary's autonomous Croatia-Slovenia, and Serbo-Croatian, not Serbian, replaced Russified Church Slavonic as official language in Serbia and Montenegro. But a complication to this picture was added by Austria-Hungary's 1878 seizure of Bosnia-Herzegovina. On one hand, Croatian and Serbian nationalists made overtures to their regiones Slavophone Muslims, while on Theater, Vienna, and Budapest veered between the support for Serbo-Croatian or Bosnian as an official language of Bosnia-Herzegovina. In addition, neither Croatian nor Serbian politicians could stomach the anti-Slavic Mohammedan faith of the Bosnians. As a result, Bosnian nationalism began to coalesce, which also worked against the sought-for ethno-linguistic unity of all South Slavs. Finally, the establishment of increasingly independent Bulgaria in 1878 effectively limited the influence of Illyrism turned Yugoslavism, to the southern section of Austria-Hungary, Serbia, and Montenegro. The political dimension of Austroslavism, as developed by Palaki, received its cultural underpinnings even earlier, in Jan Koller's idea of Slavic reciprocity, which presented in his 1837 work, Über die Wechselseitigkeit zwischen den verschiedenen Stammen und die Mundarten der Slawischen Nation. He proposed that there was, or should be, a single Slavic nation to which all Slavs belonged. Naturally, this Slavic nation ought to have a single national Slavic language, which Koller defined as composed of four literary dialects of Bohemian, Polish, Russian, and Serbian. Accordingly, each educated Slav would be required to master all the four. Koller and Safarik were Protestant scholars of Slovak origin, who mainly wrote in Czech and German, and participated in the political and scholarly activities of Czech nationalists and scholars concentrated in Prague. Their pan-Slav ideas transgressed the legalistic confines of Palaki's Austroslavism limited to the borders of the Austrian Empire. They claimed that there were no Czech-Slovak or Czechoslovak nations, but only a single Slavic nation. In this scheme, Czechs and Slovaks constituted the nation's Czechoslovak branch. These ideas pitted them against Czech nationalists and Austroslavists, and the young generation of Slovak nationalists, who insisted on the separateness of the Slovak nation and its Slovak language. Austroslavism waned when confronted with the rise of Yugoslavism and Austro-Hungarian dualism. The anti-Austro-Hungarian and pro-Russian character of Panslavism made it unattractive to law-abiding subjects. The acceleration of the Magyarizing trend in the Hungarian half of the dual monarchy, between the 1870s and 1914, blunted the hopes of Slovak nationalists that they could go it alone. Striving for secondary and university-level education in the Czech nation 719 own language, which was unavailable, they settled for such education readily available in Bohemia and Moravia as of the 1880s, when the policy of official Czech-German bilingualism was introduced in both crown lands. This, which appeared to be a limited success to Czech nationalists, was something of that their Slovak counterparts could only dream. The development of Czech-Slovak educational and political cooperation in the 3 decades before the Great War, gave some political voice to Slovak nationalists, and allowed their Czech counterparts to flex their economic muscle by extending Czech influence into Upper Hungary, much to Vienna's and Budapest's displeasure. In search of the Czechoslovak nation. During the war, Slovak nationalists developed several options to gain political autonomy for Slovakia. Some proposed a union with Russia, a solution, which was favored by Ruthenian nationalists. This pan-Slav dream was also popular among the young Czechs, and officially voiced by their leader, Karel Krumar, which, in 1916, earned him a 15-year sentence of hard labor for high treason, and galvanized Czech nationalism. A year later, he was released under amnesty. The Bolshevik Revolution nullified the possibility of building a large Slavic nation-state under Romanov rule, and limited Krima-RS program to the carving of an independent Czech nation-state out of Austria-Hungary. Meanwhile, other Czech and Slovak politicians still hoped for a larger union of the Czech lands, Slovakia and Poland. However, Polish politicians were not enthusiastic, and, as usual, distrustful of their Czech and Slovak counterparts' enthusiasm for Russia and Panslavism. Hence, most Czech politicians focused on the idea of founding an autonomous Czech nation-state within the dual monarchy, whose demise was not obvious until mid-1918. On October 22, 1915, Czech and Slovak émigré politicians signed the Cleveland Agreement, which foresaw the creation of a federal state of the Czechs and the Slovak, composed of Bohemia, Moravia, Austrian Silesia, and Slovakia. The following year in February, in Paris, the Czech National Council was formed, in which the Czechs were represented by Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk and Edvard Beneš, and the Slovaks by Milan Rastislav Stefanik. While studying in Prague, Stefanik had received a stipend from the Československá jednota, and belonged to the Masaryk-led group of politically minded Slovak students. The adjective Czech in the name of the Czech National Council was replaced, variously, by Czechoslovak and Czechoslovak in the Kiev Agreement, signed on August 29, 1916, by the representatives of Czechs and Slovaks living in Russia. Under Stefanik's enormous pressure, Jan Kvákala's group 720, which propagated the idea of autonomous Slovakia unified with Russia, lost the contest, and the establishment of a common Czechoslovak state with autonomous Slovakia became the official goal of Russia's Czechs and Slovaks. As a result, in 1917, it became possible to form the Czechoslovak League, which was mainly drawn from Czech and Slovak POWs in Russian captivity. Czech leaders preferred to term their proposed common state with the Slovaks as Czechoslovakia, whereas Slovak politicians usually talked of Czechoslovakia to emphasize the autonomous status they expected for their country within a federal state of the Czechs and the Slovaks. This vacillation in usage showed on January 12, 1917, when the Allies stated their goal in the war was liberation of the Italians, Slavs, Romanians, Czechoslovaks from foreign government control. In the preliminary drafts of this declaration there were three suggestions: the Czechs, the Czech nation, and the Czechoslovaks. Beneš pressed for the latter, and Stefanik agreed, as otherwise the Slovaks might have not been mentioned at all. Meanwhile, in Austria-Hungary, Czech and Slovak members of the Reichstag justified their idea of the union of the Czech lands and Slovakia, claiming that, in this manner, the first common state of the Czechs and Slovaks, or Greater Moravia, would be recreated. On January 6, 1918, in Prague, Czech members of the Reichstag together with Czech deputies from the Diets of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia, among others, demanded the establishment of the Czech nation-state, which would include this part of Hungary mainly inhabited by the Slovak branch. On May 24, the secret meeting of Slovenská národná strana, including Slovak leaders from other parties, was held in Turok St. Martin. They agreed to throw their support behind the idea of Czechoslovakia. Among those present was a Catholic priest, Ondřej Hlinka, who had been, since 1906, the leader of the SNS's rightist and strongly Catholic platform that stood for the independence of Slovakia. Stefanik's power was grounded in the support he received from Czech politicians, and in his personal charisma and renown, which he gained as a successful general in the French army. All these offset one serious predicament. Like Koller and Stur, Stefanik was a Protestant, which limited his immediate popular appeal, as Catholics accounted for 6/7 of the Slovaks. Gradually, Hlinka's political influence grew, especially after Stefanik's tragic death in a plane crash on May 4, 1919. A rumor was spread that actually it was a secret assassination conducted by Czechoslovakia for future Czech-led centralization of Czechoslovakia at the expense of Slovak autonomy. However, it was Stefanik, who refused the demands of Slovak commanders in the Czechoslovak League to use Slovak as a language of command. The Czech nation 721. Alongside Czech. Sensibly, he required that Czech be used as the sole language of command for the sake of the force's military efficiency. Hlinka succinctly summed up the decision made during the secret meeting by declaring, "Let us not be afraid to announce that we are for the Czechoslovak solution." The 1,000-year-long marriage with the Magyars did not work. Now it is time for divorce. On May 30, 1918, the Pittsburgh Agreement was signed between the representatives of Czech and Slovak organizations in the United States, in the presence of Professor Masaryk, chairman of the Czechoslovak National Council. It provided for the creation of an independent and common state of the Czech and Slovaks, comprised of the Czech lands and Slovakia. In Czechoslovakia, Slovakia would enjoy political, administrative, juridical, and cultural autonomy. It was also emphasized that Slovak would be the official language of Slovakia, including politics, administration, education, and all other aspects of public life. Between June 29 and September 3, Paris, London, and Washington recognized the Czechoslovak Council as their ally. On September 12, the SNS established the Slovak National Council in Budapest. A dramatic struggle unfolded between Vienna, which wished to preserve the unity of Austria-Hungary, Budapest, which strove for keeping the territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Hungary, and national movements pushing toward establishing their own separate nation-states. On October 16, Emperor Charles I issued the Manifest on Federalization of the Monarchy's Austrian section and appealed to national leaders for cooperation in preserving the empire. Although the Allies' favor was with the Czechs, Masaryk replied 2 days later with the declaration of the independence of the Czechoslovak nation. Vienna had no choice but to agree to the partition of the empire along ethno-linguistic lines. On October 21, 1918, the German-Austrian National Council convened in Vienna, attended by German deputies from the Alpine lands and the Czech lands. Masaryk wanted to unite all the historical lands of the Czech crown, even if that meant inclusion of a sizable German minority. With this desire, he did not differ from Budapest, which wished to preserve all of historic Hungary for the Magyar nation-state, and from Warsaw hoping that most of former Poland-Lithuania's territory could be gained for the Polish nation-state. The novel principle of national self-determination was a useful argument for the creation of nation-states in Central Europe. Their leaders were nevertheless ready to counter this principle, when it meant further territorial aggrandizement of their postulated nation-states, even at the expense of another nation's right to self-determination. In order to preempt the inclusion of the predominantly German-speaking areas of the Czech lands in Germany-Austria, the independence of Czechoslovakia was proclaimed in Prague on October 28. Apparently, without any knowledge of this declaration of independence, 2 days later, the members of the Slovak National Council gathered in Teršinský Svatý Martin, and issued their 722 Declaration to the Slovak Nation. First, the National Council of the Slovak branch of the Czechoslovak nation declared its attachment to the principle of national self-determination accepted by the whole world, and insisted that this council alone represented the Czechoslovak nation living within the frontiers of Hungary. Further, the phrase was used interchangeably with the term the Slovak nation living in Slovakia. It was emphasized that the Slovak nation is a part of the Czechoslovak nation united in its language and the history of its culture. Last but not the least, for this Czechoslovak nation full independence was demanded on the basis of the principle of national self-determination as formulated by President Wilson on October 18, 1918, and accepted by the Austro-Hungarian Minister of Foreign Affairs on 27 October. This declaration indicates how uncertain Slovak politicians were concerning the wording of their demands, and how to present the Slovaks to the world, as a separate nation, a branch of the Czechoslovak nation, or a fraternal nation united with the Czech nation in its desire to build a common Czechoslovak state. Slovak leaders hoped the Slovak nation would gain independence, but they were not sure if the Allies would support their endeavors, because that would mean a direct clash with Magyar interests. Despite the espousal of high ideals of equality in the application of the principle of national self-determination, it was clear that not each applicant for the status of nation, complete with its own nation-state, would be heard. For example, the Allies refused to hear the national demands of the Zlonziks and the Slunziks, because they clashed with Czech and Polish interests, which were considered to be of more significance for the post-war order in Central Europe. For this reason, Slovak leaders settled for the formula of Czechoslovakism, as proposed by Czech politicians, because the idea of independence for the Czechs had already gained steady support among the decision-makers of international politics. In turn, Masaryk preferred Czechoslovakia to a purely Czech nation-state, for this solution provided a clear-cut Czechoslovak national majority better suited to oppose the German minority living in the Czech lands. Other considerations included the Slovak market for Czech goods and services, and idealism of Slavic reciprocation. In 1917, Russia became an ideologically non-national and anti-Western Soviet Union, thus making the project of building a democratic all-Slav nation-state an impossibility. But Czechoslovakia could become an embodiment of such liberal panslavism on a lower scale. The difference in Czech and Slovak aspirations was not clear to outside observers. But the Slovak insistence on writing the name of their common state with the hyphen in the middle, Czechoslovakia, spoke volumes to average Slovaks. Czech leaders insisted on non-hyphenated Czechoslovakia, and won out. The Czech nation 723. Due to the overwhelming political and economic influence of the Czech lands in the new state. Obviously, the heart of the matter was not the hyphen, but two differing visions of the common state. Slovak leaders wanted a federal Czechoslovakia with broad autonomy for Slovakia, however, Czech politicians insisted on emulating the French model which, eventually, produced centralized and unitary Czechoslovakia in the interwar period. This bred suspicion among numerous Slovaks that Magyar dominance over them would bear placed with its Czech counterpart, no question that it be more benign, but dominance the same. On the other hand, the Czech elite thought that the Slovaks should be thankful for their helping hand in the areas of politics, education, and economic development. The Czechs saw Slovakia as the terrain of their civilizing mission, a self-imposed task that proved the high civilizational level of the Czech nation and, ideologically, was compatible with Slavic reciprocity. The ideal of this mission was encapsulated in the Czech term kulturnost, a fetish notion of how an individual, or nation should be civilized. The focus was on literacy, emulation of Czech institutions, and a proper conduct or decorum of an individual in public. This Czech fetishization of culture stemmed from the German approach to Kultur, as something, which had to be carried by Kulturträgers to nations standing at a lower level of civilizational development. But the word Kulturnost is a direct loan from Russian Kulturnost. Imperial Russia's civilizing mission in Asia was expressed in this term since the 1880s, and Stalin made the concept into the justification basis of the Soviet policy of nation and language making in the 1920s and 1930s. In Polish, this politics of culture was usually individually oriented. The ideal of being cultural means to be civilized as an individual. Prior to 1918, Magyarization, as applied to the Slovaks, were equated with making them cultured, or civilized. This discourse of culturing nations became so much ingrained in Slovakia itself that the Slovak coinage Kulturnost to this day describes the ideal of individual cultivation to which each educated Slovak tends to aspire. In practice, the Czech policy of civilizing Slovakia meant the unprecedented influx of Czech civil servants, professionals, and teachers. In 1910, there were 7,500 Czechs in Slovakia. By 1921, their number had increased to 71,700, compared with only 15,600 Slovaks in the Czech lands. In 1930, there were 121,000 Czechs in Slovakia and 44,500 Slovaks in the Czech lands. In Slovakia's civil service, 3,457 Czechs and 4,135 Slovaks were employed in 1921. By 1930, the numbers increased to 4,334 and 6,382, respectively. In the postal services, the ratio of Czech and Slovak white-collar employees was 1,375 to 1,423. 724. In 1921, in 1930 the respective figures were 1,456 to 2,233. In 1921, 3,402 Czech and 1903 Slovak railwaymen served in Slovakia. 9 years later, the numbers were 2,916 and 2,436, respectively. On the other hand, of the 1,300 employees of the Czechoslovak Ministry of Defense in the 1920s, only 6 were Slovaks, and of the 131 generals in the Czechoslovak army only 1 was a Slovak. In January 1938, there were only 422 Slovaks among 11,820 career military officers. Similarly, there were only 4 Slovaks among the 417 employees of the Ministry of Education in Prague. And 94 Czechs and 68 Slovaks staffed the ministry's Slovak branch in Bratislava. Only 2 of the 17 ministers in the Czechoslovak cabinet formed in 1919, were Slovaks. During the 20-year history of interwar Czechoslovakia, 93 men held 322 ministerial portfolios, often rotating them among themselves. Of these 93, only 4 were Slovaks, who among themselves held 17 of the portfolios. In 1938, as few as 1.6% of the employees of the central ministries were Slovaks. In the Ministry of Unification, overseeing Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia, Slovaks made up 11.8% of the staff. The visible inequality of the Czech-Slovak Union bred resentment among the Slovaks, though some of this inequality was due to the sheer lack of qualified Slovak personnel. Budapest's insistence on making most of the elementary education available in Magyar, and all secondary and university education exclusively in this language, actually barred most Slovak children from any but rudimentary education. In Czechoslovakia, the first ever Slovak university opened in Bratislava in 1919, and the full Slovak language education system was founded. Accordingly, the number of Slovak university graduates grew threefold between 1920 and 1937. In the 1920s, 63 Slovak language secondary schools were established, and the level of illiteracy in Slovakia dropped from 14.7% in 1921 to 8.2% in 1931. Generous support was given to Slovak language book industry, hence numerous Slovak writers emerged and most of world classics appeared in Slovak translations. Between 1901 and 1918, only 2,700 book titles appeared in Slovak, many rather in Prague and Budapest than in Slovakia. In Czechoslovakia, the production jump-started to several hundred per year and stabilized at 650 per annum in the mid-1930s. Ironically, though, in many cases, the Czech language replaced Magyar as the dominant language in Slovakia. For instance, the Slovak National Theatre, established in Bratislava in 1919, staged plays exclusively in Czech until 1932. In Czech eyes, the tradition of lasting common statehood produced the image of the Slovaks as brothers of the Czechs combined with the stereotype of an exotic other living in the unspoiled wild country epitomized by the High Tatras, Slivovitz, and sheep cheese. This Czech orientalization of the Slovaks was not the Czech nation 725. Accepted by the latter, who aspired to modernity and kulturnost, and thought they had already achieved it. Hence Czech civilizing overtures were not only unjustified but also unwelcome. These had to be suffered in the danger of Magyar irredentisms, and Budapest's propaganda denials that there was not such a thing as Slovak culture in Upper Hungary, ergo, Upper Hungary had been severed from indivisible Hungary in an unjustified manner. The Slovaks saw themselves as cast by the Czechs in the permanent position of younger brothers. When one remembers about this long-lasting Czech-Slovak tension, it was then obvious that the Pomelova Valka that raged in early 1990, was not an insignificant aberration, a clash over nothing. In April 1990, the name of Czechoslovakia was changed to that of Czechoslovakia. As the Slovaks saw this, it was a momentous change, from the model of centralized state dominated by the Czechs to a truly federal state of the fully equal Czech and Slovak nations. What Slovak leaders had envisaged 7 decades earlier, was finally achieved, too late though to preserve Czechoslovakia, or no hyphen. On February 29, 1920, the Constitution was promulgated. Czechoslovakia was proclaimed as the democratic, unified, and indivisible nation-state of the Czechoslovak nation. This proclamation in favor of Národní stát rather than Národnostní stát jarred with the multinational, multi-ethnic, multilinguistic, and multi-religious reality of Czechoslovakia. The preamble also pointed to the modern principle of self-determination as the ultimate justification of Czechoslovak statehood. Obviously, the German and Magyar minorities, which used to be the dominant nations in defunct Austria-Hungary, disagreed, and demanded that they also enjoy self-determination. These reverberations prolonged the process of stabilizing the Czechoslovak borders until 1924. The first to defy the Czechoslovak Declaration of Independence were 3 million Germans living in the Czech lands, who turned out to be the largest German minority that found itself outside the Germanophone states of Austria and Germany. On the abdication of Charles I on November 11, 1918, Rump Austria assumed the name of German Austria. Vienna's obvious goal was to get united with Germany in a common German nation-state, in agreement with the principle of national self-determination. The Allies prohibited the name German Austria, and Vienna had no choice but to accept this. 726. Dictum, among many others, by the signing of the Treaty of Saint-Germain on September 10, 1919. Meanwhile, between October 29 and November 3, 1918, the provinces of German Bohemia, the Sudetenland, and German South Moravia were proclaimed, along with the direct incorporation of the German-speaking areas of southern Bohemia and southern Moravia to the provinces of Upper and Lower Austria, respectively. In this manner, the outlying areas of Bohemia and Moravia together with the western half of Austrian Silesia became part of German Austria. By Christmas 1918, the Czechoslovak troops had seized all these areas. When on March 4, 1919, the German-Austrian National Assembly had its inaugural meeting in Vienna, German deputies from the Czech lands did not dare to attend it, which triggered demonstrations in the German-speaking areas. 54 Germans died. Vienna did not react. The economy and army were in disarray, hunger and unemployment were rampant, the popularity of Bolshevik-style parties increased throughout Central Europe. At the end of the Great War, Italy annexed South Tyrol. In March 1919, Soviet Hungary was proclaimed, and a month later, Soviet Bavaria. The German-Austrian government had a hard time maintaining the territorial integrity of the Alpine Austrian lands. This prevented it from flexing its muscle in the Czech lands. At Saint-Germain, the cession of South Tyrol to Italy was confirmed, and the Allies coaxed Vienna to cede Lower Styria to the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. In 1920, the Allies forced Budapest to cede Burgenland to Austria, but it was a meager consolation for the loss of the empire. What is more, between 1919 and 1921, the inhabitants of Vorarlberg voted, in the locally organized plebiscites, in favor of transferring their region from Austria to Switzerland, and the inhabitants of Rump Tyrol and Salzburg for the cession of their regions to Germany. Vienna barely prevented this looming partition of Austria, because the Swiss disregarded the Vorarlberg plebiscite, and the Allies threatened to intervene if Tyrol or Salzburg unilaterally joined Germany, which would constitute a violation of the Treaty of Versailles, because it banned the union of Germany with Austria. In addition, the Treaty of Saint-Germain provided that, in 1920, Vienna would cede 3 small territories, which were incorporated into southern Bohemia, southern Moravia, and Slovakia, respectively. In 1918, Prague and Warsaw provisionally divided the eastern half of Austrian Silesia, which housed Austria-Hungary's biggest industrial basin. In late 1918, the Poles attempted to conduct elections to the Polish Sejm in this disputed territory. With the support of French troops, the Czechoslovak army intervened in January 1919, and pushed the Polish forces from the basin. The short conflict left 150 dead. The Allies promised a plebiscite, but in the context of growing inter-ethnic violence, they split the region between Poland and Czechoslovakia. The latter was granted the entire industrial basin, which also secured Prague's. The Czech nation 727. Control over the only railway link between the Czechlands and Slovakia. On the other hand, the Allies did not wish to fortify Poland's industrial potential too much, as Warsaw stood a reasonable chance of winning a good part of Germany's Upper Silesian industrial basin in the 1921 plebiscite. Although Germany won the plebiscite, in 1922, the Allies granted the easternmost sliver of Upper Silesia together with most of this industrial basin to Poland. Around 10,000 Poles left the Czechoslovak section for Poland. The process of national differentiation started in eastern Teshchen Silesia in the mid-19th century. Most of the 390,000 inhabitants preferred to identify themselves on the basis of their localities and region in the face of the increasing nationalist conflict, which unfolded between the Czech national movement supported from Prague and Tropa and its Polish counterpart, bolstered by activists from nearby Krakow. In interwar Poland, more Ślązoks identified themselves as Poles than Ślązoks from Poland's section of Upper Silesia. The important example to be followed was the stance of the Habsburg family. One of its branches adopted Polish citizenship and settled in Zajek, near Teshchen Silesia. During World War II, they fought against the Third Reich in the Polish forces in the west. On the other hand, in the context of limited democracy, forced assimilation did not allow for the continuation of the ethno-regional Ślązokian movement in Poland's section of Teshchen Silesia. Warsaw claimed them to be Germanized and Czechized Poles. However, such ethno-regional identification continued to develop on the Czechoslovak side of the border, and received support from the local Germans like during the period before World War I. Joseph Kozedin, this movement's leader since the early 20th century, acted as the mayor of Český Těšín in the interwar period. Prague did not suppress this movement because it took the thrust from the local German and Polish national movements. In this strategically crucial industrial region, where Czechs did not constitute even a plurality of the population according to the 1921 Czechoslovak census, 70,000 Poles lived in this area, but Warsaw disagreed, claiming that there were 120,000 to 150,000 Poles. The discrepancy was caused by the fact that census takers allowed the inhabitants to declare themselves as Silesians, but they demanded their respondents to declare their mother tongue by choosing between Czechoslovak, German, and Polish. It was not permitted to declare Silesian as one's mother tongue. Later, the Ślązoks were apportioned between the national categories of the Czechoslovaks, Germans, and Poles on the basis of the linguistic declaration. The 50,000 to 80,000 Poles, which Warsaw 728 claimed that were not accounted for in the census, were the Ślązoks of the Czechoslovak and German mother tongue. This method of linguistic partition of the Ślązoks allowed Prague to achieve a Czechoslovak plurality of 296,000 in Czech Silesia, Germans numbered 252,000, and Poles, 70,000. Although in the 1930 census, Prague allowed the Ślązoks to declare Silesian as their native language, a decade of Czechization and suppression of their national movement drove the number of declarations of Silesian nationality down to 25,000, including a mere 4,000 Silesians who actually dared to declare Silesian as their mother tongue. This national and ideological squabbling over the ethno-linguistic identity of the Slavophone inhabitants of the Czechoslovak section of Teshchen Silesia elicited a unique local-based reaction. In 1934, the young communist poet, Ervin Gage, published his first collection of poetry lavishly praised by the most renowned interwar Czech critic, František Zavrsalda. Atypically, the collection was written in a new language, which the author called Latin. Accordingly he adopted a nom de plume, Ondřej Lisahorsky. He derived both names from the mountain Lisa Ora, located in northern Moravia. In his Latin, Lysihorsky merged specifically Czech letters and Polish ones in order to reflect the peculiarities of the Slavic dialect spoken in the eastern half of former Austrian Silesia, northern Moravia, the eastern section of the western half of Austrian Silesia, and southernmost Upper Silesia. He called the region Lachia, and its population of 1.5 million, the Latin nation. The popularity of his Latin poetry, which empathized with the plight of unemployed workers and impoverished peasants of Lachia, never translated into a national movement for creating a Latin nation-state. But, during World War II, Lysihorsky, as a refugee in the Soviet Union, published his poetry in Russian translations, and Stalin lent his ear to Lysihorsky's appeals for independent Lachia. As a result, much to émigré Czechoslovak politicians' chagrin, he was nominated to the post of the representative of Teschen Silesia in the All-Slavic Committee in 1941, where he spoke exclusively in Latin. The émigré Czechoslovak politicians continually demanded that Lysihorsky speak exclusively in Czech and consider it a danger to the territorial and national unity of post-war Czechoslovakia on par with Slovak autonomists and independentists. After his return to Czechoslovakia, he managed to publish just one book in Latin thanks to the support he still received from Moscow. Later, Prague silenced him, and Lysihorsky shifted to writing in German and publishing his poetry in East Germany. German was his other mother tongue, because he came from a family where it was spoken along with the local Slavic dialect. In the Czechoslovak section of Teschen Silesia, Prague faced an ethno-regional problem similar to that of the Hlučínsko, or a small fragment of Germany's Upper Silesia, which, on the basis of the Treaty of Versailles, the Czech nation 729. Berlin transferred to Czechoslovakia in 1920. It was inhabited by the Moravians. Germany did not oppose the cession, as most of the inhabitants were Slavophone, and their region was rural and backward, unlike the industrial basin of Upper Silesia over which Berlin and Warsaw clenched in a prolonged struggle. The Slunskic region, Teschen Silesia, and almost all of Germany's Upper Silesia were included in the Breslau. However, the Moravians' homeland in southern Upper Silesia constituted part of the Moravian Archdiocese. This ecclesiastical border produced and conserved the ethnic difference of the Moravians vis-a-vis Germans, Slunskics and Zlonskics, who lived in the Breslau diocese. In Prussian and German censuses, Moravians were registered as Marers and their language as Marisk. But residing in Upper Silesia and divided from Moravia by the state border and the belt of German-speaking population in Austrian Silesia, the Moravians did not identify with the Slavophone Moravians of Moravia. The written and printed language of the Moravians retained the use of the Gothic script, which graphically made it similar to German, and distinguished it from Moravia's Moravian language, which usually employed the Antiqua since the mid-19th century. The Allies agreed with Prague that the Slavophone character of the Moravians and the inclusion of their territory in the Moravian Archdiocese was proof enough that they were Czechs. But they resented the transfer of their region to Czechoslovakia, which earned them the Czech nickname Pražáci. In the 1921 census, out of the Hlučínsko's 50,000 inhabitants, 16.3% declared German nationality, 80.15% Moravian, and 3.55% Czech. In self-declared democratic Czechoslovakia, it was curious that census takers were filling in and signing census returns themselves in the Hlučínsko. Such an unusual practice was employed to ensure that they do not declare themselves Germans en masse. As in the case of the Slunskics, the declaration of Moravian nationality was redefined as Czechoslovak in the census's official results. The Moravians resented the imposition of Czech language schools, and when Prague denied them German minority schools for which they appealed, they sent their children to private German language schools organized by the Sudetenland German minority. Prague's forced assimilation of the Moravians turned them into clearly pro-German and increasingly German-speaking Hlučíners, and 4,600 of them refused to accept Czechoslovak citizenship, and left for Germany. During the interwar period, 10,000 Moravians remaining in Germany fully identified as Germans. Apart from the Hlučínsko, the Czech elite appealed for the cession of Lusatia from Germany to Czechoslovakia. They argued that the Slavophone character of the Sorbs would justify such a step, and the fact that the region used to be part of the lands of the Czech crown in the 15th century. The Sorbian national movement agreed due to the long-established tradition of cooperation. 730. With the Czechs. In the 17th and 18th centuries, Czech-language Protestant books were smuggled from Lusatia to Bohemia, Sorbian Catholic priests were educated in Prague, and when the Sorbian national movement emerged in 1848, it emulated its Czech counterpart. Although the Czechoslovak delegation at the peace conference in Paris raised this subject, the delegates were not prepared to pursue it at the expense of concessions in the fields where the Czechoslovak diplomacy had already been successful. Sorbian leaders understood it and hoped that Czechoslovak pressure on Berlin would at least result in autonomy for the Sorbs. No autonomy was granted, but the subsequent internationalization of the Sorbian question brought about the tentative recognition of the 100,000-strong Sorbs as a nation. This allowed for the development of the Sorbian national movement in interwar Germany almost until 1939, when the use of Sorbian was prohibited in the Third Reich along with all other languages but German. After a period of flux, in the first years after the Great War, the territory of the Czech lands included in Czechoslovakia stabilized at 82,870 square kilometers. Out of this number, Bohemia accounted for 56,062 square kilometers, Moravia for 22,356 square kilometers, and Czech Silesia for 4,452 square kilometers. The Hlučínsko of 320 square kilometers was administratively incorporated into Czech Silesia. Out of divided Teschen Silesia, Prague received 1,150 square kilometers, which was also included in Czech Silesia. To a degree, Czech Silesia is a misnomer employed to distinguish this territory from Polish Silesia, that is, Poland's sections of Upper Silesia and Eastern Austrian Silesia, and from German, or Prussian Silesia, that is Lower Silesia and the section of Upper Silesia, which remained with Germany. In Czechoslovakia, Czech Silesia was officially referred to as Silesia, which emphasized Prague's will to continue considering entire historical Silesia as one of the lands of the Czech crown. The tacit understanding was that on historical basis, Czechoslovakia could still claim all of Silesia, but this legalistic theory was not acted upon. In this approach, Prague was similar to Imperial Vienna. The label of Austrian Silesia is a modern misnomer too. The official Austrian name of this crown land was the Principality of Lower and Upper Silesia, which emphasized the Habsburgs' standing claim to German/Prussian Silesia, which Friedrich the Great had seized from Maria Theresa in 1740 to 1742. To establish Czechoslovak rule in Slovakia was not an easy task either. Masaryk delegated it to his former student, a Slovak and convinced proponent of Czechoslovakism, Vavro Srober, nominated the plenipotentiary. The Czech nation 731. Minister for Slovakia. On November 2, 1918, he commenced the activities of the Governmental Commission for Slovakia in Sakalka. A detachment of Czech troops with a few Slovak volunteers seized northwestern Slovakia. To Prague's surprise, the Belgrade Military Convention, which required Budapest to evacuate Transylvania, Croatia, Slavonia, and Banat, made no mention of Slovakia. The new Hungarian Prime Minister, Mihaly Karolyi, gave orders to push nascent Czechoslovak administration out of Upper Hungary. The standard Slovak language and Slovak national literature are steeped in the dialectal tradition of Central and Western Slovakia. This emphasized the ethno-linguistic difference between these two regions and Eastern Slovakia, contributing to the emergence of the nascent ethno-linguistic group of the Slovjaks, or Eastern Slovaks. Their displeasure at the possibility of Czech rule and traditional attachment to Hungary allowed Budapest to proclaim the independence of the pro-Hungarian Slovak People's Republic with its capital in Kassa. Meanwhile, on Beneš's request, the French government protested the oversight of Slovakia in the Belgrade Military Convention, and demanded, on behalf of the Allies, Evacuation of Slovakia by Budapest. Czechoslovak troops advanced accordingly, and the successive Entente demarcation lines of 6 and December 23 reaffirmed their gains. On December 30, they seized Kassa, and on January 1, 1919, Poznań. On February 4, Srabor, at the head of Provisional Czechoslovak Administration for Slovakia, moved from Zolna in northwestern Slovakia, to Poznań. The city was made the capital of Slovakia, and its name changed to Bratislava. In January, the city had been briefly renamed Wilsonov Mesto in honor of United States President Woodrow Wilson. It was his principle of national self-determination, which enabled Slovakia to detach from Hungary and become part of Czechoslovakia. Following the proclamation of the Soviet Republic of Hungary on March 21, 1919, Hungary's military forces were reconsolidated. Red Budapest rejected the Allies' March 20 demand of further territorial cessions. On March 25, Srabor introduced a state of emergency in Slovakia. At the Allies' encouragement, by 4 April the Czechoslovak army had occupied Hungarian territory to the depth of 50 to 80 kilometers south of Slovakia. It was a preventive measure to stop the spread of Bolshevism in Central Europe. Prague was not prepared for the Hungarian counteroffensive. The Magyar troops took back 2/3 of Slovakia, and brought about the proclamation of independence of the pro-Hungarian Soviet Republic of Slovakia with its capital in Prešov on June 18. 5 days earlier, the Czechoslovak-Hungarian border had been established at the peace conference in Paris, but revolutionary Budapest had no intention to observe it, especially after having gained common border with Poland. Warsaw clenched with Prague in the conflict over the industrial 732 basin in Teschen Silesia, was supportive of Budapest's endeavors to maintain the territorial integrity of historical Hungary. On the other hand, the Polish government was weary of the possibility of Budapest's military cooperation with Soviet Russia in the spread of the communist revolution westward. This would endanger Józef Pilsudski's project of recreating Poland-Lithuania as a Polish nation-state. In mid-April 1919, Romanian troops successfully attacked Red Hungary's armies, and the Czechoslovak army joined the attack at the beginning of May. Magyar soldiers withdrew from Slovakia to protect Budapest, which fell into Romanian hands anyway on August 4. The regime of Soviet Slovakia had been extinguished already on 5 July. The Czechoslovak government established control over entire Slovakia. Meanwhile, in August, the anti-Bolshevik Hungarian security forces helped Hlinka illegally cross the border to Poland. He was accompanied by Father František Jellica, perhaps a Hungarian agent, who had previously opposed the separation of Slovakia from Hungary, but in this new situation preferred that Slovakia would become an independent state rather than be included as part of Czechoslovakia. This was in agreement with Hlinka's view that Slovakia should either enjoy wide autonomy within Czechoslovakia, or become independent. In Warsaw, on August 27, the Polish Security Service supplied Hlinka and Jellica with Polish passports done in false names in order to enable them to present the views of Slovak autonomists and independentists at the peace conference in Paris. Unfortunately, just like representatives of the Zlonziks or the Slunziks, they were not allowed to present their views and demands before the conference. Jellica returned to Budapest and published a journal appealing for an autonomous Slovakia in Hungary. When the Treaty of Trianon precluded this solution, he went to Poland. Warsaw gladly supported his appeals for independent Slovakia under Poland's protection. Obviously, the project was impossible with Poland engaged in the deadly war with Bolshevik Russia and also busy with the establishment of its administration in the ethnically non-Polish eastern territories gained from Soviet Russia. Warsaw paid lip service to Slovak independence, first, to lessen Prague's political pressure on Hungary, a prospective ally of Poland's, and second, to boost its position in its contest with Prague over the regions of Arva and Zapiz. This old disputed borderland between Poland, Lithuania and historical Hungary was claimed by Warsaw as rightfully Polish, and Budapest did not contest this claim, because this, in turn, weakened Prague's hold over these two areas of Slovakia. The populations living in Arva and Zapice practiced a traditional transhumant economy like the Goralians in the Polish section of the Tatra Mountains, or the Lemkos and the Ruthenians of Subcarpathian Ruthenia further to the east along the Arch of the Czech nation 733. Carpathians. The Goralians and the Slavophone inhabitants of Arva and Zapice spoke in their distinctive dialects, which were much alike but markedly different from Standard Polish or Standard Slovak. Nationalism was a novel idea to them, and most of all they wished to retain the unity of their regions, not unlike the Zlonziks or the Slunziks. As in the case of Upper Silesia and Eastern Austrian Silesia, the Allies promised plebiscites in Arva and Zapice. Due to the growing level of inter-ethnic violence, in 1920, the Allies divided both regions between Czechoslovakia and Poland without any plebiscite. In its propaganda directed at Orava and Spiš, Warsaw used the argument that Poland would be a Catholic haven for the two regions' inhabitants, and a deliverance from the possibility of having to live in Czechoslovakia, a state ruled by godless Czech heretics. This argument also resonated strongly with Hlinka and other Slovak leaders of Catholic provenance. From the religious ideological Poland appeared to be a better choice than a common state with the Czechs, provided there was no chance of founding Slovakia as an independent nation-state. The division of Orava and Spiš additionally fueled anti-Czech feeling among the Slovaks, as Prague was commonly accused that this was the price it paid to secure the inclusion of the entire Teschan-Silesian industrial basin in the Czech lands. The unexpected decline and closure of whatever few industrial factories existed in overwhelmingly agricultural Slovakia amounted, in the Slovak eyes, to another anti-Slovak policy perpetrated by Prague to make Slovakia into a colonial appendage of the Czech economy. Such was the effect of political and economic unification of Slovakia and the Czech lands without any provisions made for protecting the much weaker Slovak economy. In the heat of political and military struggles for Czechoslovakia, neither Slovak nor Czech leaders reflected on what effect the founding of such a state may have had on the Czech or Slovak economy. At that time, national and ideological goals had priority. Politicians and their followers naively believed that independence, presented as deliverance from Austrian and Magyar tyranny, would be enough to provide prosperity for all Czechs and Slovaks. Instead, in interwar Slovak publications, Prague was frequently accused of odborování priemyslu in Slovakia. Border corrections continued. In 1923, Poland ceded one village to the Slovak part of Czechoslovakia, and, the following year, 2 Slovak villages were transferred to Poland. In 1922, Hungary gained a village from Slovakia, and 2 further ones in 1924. The eventual territory of Slovakia amounted to 49,021 square kilometers. Out of Orava and Spiš, Slovakia received 1,661 square kilometers and 3,473 square kilometers, and Poland, 357 sq km and 195 square kilometers, respectively. The post-war wave of Magyar refugees fleeing Slovakia was the harbinger of what the future of ethno-linguistic homogeneity held in store. Between 1918 and 1924, 147,000 Magyars fled or were forced to leave Slovakia. At least 45,000 of those remaining in Slovakia were denied Czechoslovak citizenship and many 734,000 were coaxed with administrative measures to move to the Czech lands or central and northern Slovakia where Slovaks constituted the majority of the population. As a result, by the early 1930s, long-established Magyar majorities disappeared in 200 localities in Slovakia. In Czechoslovakia, similar occurrences took place in the Hlučínsko and the Czech section of Teschan Silesia, from where 4,600 Germans and 10,000 Poles fled after the establishment of Czechoslovak rule, or left Czechoslovakia during the interwar period. But no comparable refugee waves originated from among the 3 million Germans living in the Czech lands. Perhaps, the relatively low level of military conflict generated by Prague's dismantling of the German-Austrian provinces in Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia was crucial in convincing local Germans that they might remain safely in the new state of Czechoslovakia. This state's democratic character confirmed their hopes, while the high level of development of the Czech economy, and economic aid and political support flowing from neighboring Germany and Austria helped them recreate a high level of living standard, which they had enjoyed before 1914. On the contrary, the Czechoslovak-Hungarian War over the control of Slovakia lasted almost for a year between November 1918 and July 1919. The Slovak economy declined and the level of Slovak-Magyar ethnic tension was much higher than that between the Czech and Germans in the Czech lands. In Bohemia and Moravia, fully official Czech-German bilingualism had developed since the 1880s, and language use in education and local administration had also been liberalized in Austrian Silesia, first, in the 1870s, and again at the beginning of the 20th century. On the contrary, full and often forced Magyarization was Budapest's policy in Upper Hungary prior to 1918. In light of the difficulties which Prague faced when striving to establish Czechoslovak rule in the borderland regions of the Czech lands, and in entire Slovakia, the unexpected and not sought-for incorporation of Subcarpathian Ruthenia was easy, a virtual windfall of pure good luck. The predominantly Greek Catholic Ruthenians lived in a region of Upper Hungary that was an even more undeveloped backwater than Slovakia. 2/3 of the population, that is, almost all the Ruthenians, were poor peasants and transhumant shepherds. The Magyar nobles and large landowners did not see Ruthenia as anything more than a primeval deer forest. The impoverished and overwhelmingly agricultural population failed to produce a single national movement unlike the Slovaks. The majority of the inhabitants identified with their localities, religion, and the King of Hungary. Hence, the collapse of Austria-Hungary in October 1918, followed by the succession of independence declarations of the successor nation-states, elicited an array of confused political answers among the Ruthenians. Numerous Ruthenian national councils, which sprang up in November. The Czech Nation 735 proposed various, frequently mutually exclusive, solutions to the Ruthenian question. The Bolshevik Revolution precluded the old established option of uniting Ruthenia with Russia. Some leaders appealed for autonomous Ruthenia in Hungary, others for unification with independent Ukraine, or the incorporation of Hungarian and Galician sections of Ruthenia in Czechoslovakia. The volatile existence and speedy disappearance of the Ukrainian nation-state, partitioned between Poland and Soviet Russia, excluded the Ukrainian option and the possibility of uniting the Ruthenians of Galicia with those of Upper Hungary in an autonomous Ruthenia. Poland, being an upstart nation-state with a lot of bad publicity on its backwardness and intolerant Catholic character, did not appear to be an attractive option for the Ruthenians. Romania was not either. Although the state had been established almost 6 decades earlier, it was seen as an epitome of backwardness. What is more, its Orthodox religion could mean suppression of the Ruthenians' Greek Catholicism. Bucharest, having gained so many new territories after the war, which had to be integrated, was not interested in Ruthenia either. In late 1918, the most viable and gladly accepted idea was Budapest's proposal of founding autonomous Ruthenia within Hungary. In December 1918, the administration of Hungary's autonomous Ruthenia was established and an appropriate law to this end was issued on December 21. Meanwhile, the organizations of the Ruthenian emigrants in the United States obtained the most decisive voice on the future of Ruthenia, as did their Czech and Slovak counterparts. They had much easier access to President Wilson, the main shaper of the post-war order in Central Europe, than their co-ethnics in distant Ruthenia. Wilson, however, discouraged the Ruthenian independentist dream of a united Ruthenian nation-state composed of eastern Upper Hungary, southeastern Galicia, and Bukovina, which they proposed to him in a letter of October 21. This would have unsettled too many already reached compromises between Poland, Romania, Hungary, and the Allies. Gregory Zsatkowicz, the leader of U.S. Hungarian Ruthenians, met Masaryk in Philadelphia, at the end of October 1918. Masaryk proposed that if the Ruthenians decide that their region should be incorporated into Czechoslovakia, they would receive a wide-ranging autonomy. Benes supported this option because it would give Czechoslovakia a common border with Romania, which was a natural Czechoslovak ally, because both states had to face enmity of Rump Hungary, at the cost of which their territories increased substantially. The U.S. Ruthenian Organization held a meeting in Scranton, Pennsylvania on November 12. In December, the plebiscite held by them among U.S. Ruthenians, yielded the result of 67% votes for the inclusion of autonomous Ruthenia in Czechoslovakia. Masaryk entrusted the control of Ruthenia to Srober, who had already had on its plate the difficult task of establishing Czechoslovak rule in Slovakia. In early January 736, 1919, Czechoslovak troops seized the westernmost sliver of Ruthenia together with Unvar on January 13. At that time, political life of pro-Czechoslovak Ruthenians concentrated in Apurges and Unvar, soon renamed Uzhhorod. The Hungarian administration with its center in Munkacs controlled most of Ruthenia, which received its autonomous structures complete with the National Assembly in February and March 1919. After the communist takeover in Budapest, the Soviet-Hungarian regime dismantled the Ruthenian autonomy on April 18, because they sought to build an ethnically homogeneous Magyar nation-state. The anti-Ruthenian character of Bela Kun's regime was already apparent in late March. This contributed to the convening of the meeting of the Ruthenian National Councils of Prešov, Uzhhorod, and Chust with the delegation of United States Ruthenian leaders, which took place in Uzhhorod on April 8. They formed the Central National Ruthenian Council, which, on April 16, made Zhutkovich the minister of the Russian state in Czechoslovakia. He negotiated with Masaryk the principles on the basis of which Ruthenia will enter Czechoslovakia, and represented the Ruthenian interests in the Czechoslovak delegation at the peace conference in Paris. In the second half of April, the Romanian offensive moved westward against Soviet Hungary, and the Hungarian administration was replaced with the Romanian military in Ruthenia, which, in turn, gave up its prerogatives to its Czechoslovak counterpart headed by the Czech civil servant, Jan Breha, on August 1. On September 10, 1919, the Treaty of Saint-Germain provided that the region's name would be Subcarpathian Ruthenia, it would enjoy a wide autonomy in Czechoslovakia, and the region's borders would not cross north of the Carpathians. The last precaution was taken not to alienate Poland, because on December 5, 1918, the Galician Ruthenian/Lemko leaders proclaimed the National Lemko Republic, which they intended to be united with Subcarpathian Ruthenia within the Czechoslovak borders. The Polish army dispersed the republic's structures in February 1919, but they persisted to function through the spring of 1920. The Ruthenians held grudges against the Czechs just as they had against the Slovaks. First, Prague did not honor its agreements with the Ruthenians, and did not provide them with their national assembly and true political autonomy until 1938. The influx of Czech civil servants, teachers, and doctors was not as resented as it was in Slovakia, because there were hardly any Ruthenian counterparts who were qualified for these positions. In 1921, the illiteracy rate in Subcarpathian Ruthenia was 50%, and even higher among the Ruthenians themselves, because Magyars and Jews inhabiting this region usually could read and write. On the other hand, Czech civil servants and professionals sent to Subcarpathian Ruthenia did not consider it as an appealing employment. The Czech nation 737 opportunity and mostly preferred to stay away. The region's economy was even more fragile than that of Slovakia, and cheap and good quality products from the Czech lands stifled any industry, thus perpetuating the agricultural-pastoral character of the Subcarpathian economy. Finally, Ruthenian leaders were displeased by their region's western border, which they saw as too much skewed in favor of Slovakia. It left in Slovakia Prešov, which had been the seat of the Greek Catholic Eparchy since 1816. Even though ethnically Slovak, the town was a significant center of Ruthenian culture and politics. In the interwar period, the region extending between the city and Subcarpathian Ruthenia became known as Prešov Ruthenia. Half of its inhabitants, that is, about 100,000 were Ruthenians. Last but not the least, Prague, intent on lessening pro-Hungarian sympathies among the Ruthenians, did not oppose the growth of the Orthodox Church supported from Serbia. The Greek Catholic clergy was usually pro-Hungarian, because they did not want any dramatic social change bound to be generated by the sudden transfer of their homeland from Hungary to Czechoslovakia. At least one-third of the Ruthenians converted to Orthodox Christianity. In the 1930s, the pro-Hungarian trend in the Greek Catholic Church largely disappeared. The clergy acknowledged and favored the separateness of the Ruthenian nation, which brought about their support for suppressing pro-Ukrainian or pan-Slav tendencies, much in line with Czechoslovakia's international interests. Subcarpathian Ruthenia's military administration headed by Srober was terminated in early 1922, but continued de facto until 1923. The first governor of Subcarpathian Ruthenia, Rzadkowicz, resigned on April 16, 1921 in protest against Prague's centralizing policies, which did not deliver the promised autonomy. It was the first sign of the Ruthenians' displeasure with their marriage with Czechoslovakia. On the other hand, for the first time ever, the Ruthenian language educational system was organized in Czechoslovakia. By 1930, illiteracy had sunk to 30%. Prague did not attempt to replace Ruthenian Stylo-Cyrillic with the Latin alphabet, and Czechoslovakia was the only Central European nation-state, in which one of the official languages was not written in Latin characters. It proved a useful instrument of policy in Prague's relations with its minorities, though it was usually not used wisely. For instance, on Czechoslovak banknotes the legend was given in Czech Slovak, Ruthenian, German, and Magyar. Czechoslovakia's Germans took offense that their language should be ranked lower than that of uncivilized Highlanders. The international borders, which encircled Subcarpathian Ruthenia, were decided in the Treaty of Saint-Germain and the Treaty of Trianon. Prague established the internal Carpathian Slovak border in the General Statute for Organization and Administration of Subcarpathian Ruthenia. In 1921, 2 villages were transferred from Subcarpathian Ruthenia to Romania, and 2 received in return. Finally the 738 region's territory stabilized at 12,617 square kilometers. As in the case of Poland, the Czechoslovak borders were a result of complicated international and ethno-national negotiations and compromises. Their precarious status was emphasized by Prague's post-war military conflicts with Hungary, Poland, and German Austria. The only neighboring state with which Prague enjoyed cordial relations was Romania. The same was true of Poland, which fought wars with all its neighbors and forwarded territorial claims against them all except Romania. In order to fortify the legitimacy of the Czechoslovak statehood on the ethno-national basis, the Czechoslovak Constitution of 1920 legalized the category of the Czechoslovak nation, as for the first time officially mentioned in the Declaration of Independence. The language law issued on the same day as the Constitution, in pursuance of Article 129 of the Constitution, made the Czechoslovak language the state and official language of Czechoslovakia, in agreement with Article 7 of the Treaty of Saint-Germain. In this manner, at the symbolic level, Czechoslovakia gained its Czechoslovak nation, and its national Czechoslovak language. To a large degree, the Czechoslovak example was followed in the 1921 Constitution of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, which made Serbo-Croato-Slovenian the official language of the state. The concepts of the Czechoslovak nation and language allowed for lumping Czechs and Slovaks into Czechoslovaks in official statistics, which provided Czechoslovakia with a clear national majority. The notion of the Serbo-Croato-Slovenian language played a similar role, as it bound the kingdom-state nations of the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes in a linguistically united national unity, which after 1929, was defined as the Yugoslav nation. Statistically, actually only Serbs and Croats were lumped into the composite national category of Serbo-Croats justified by the agreed-upon existence of their common Serbo-Croatian language. In practice, the Slovenes stayed out of the constitutionally proposed linguistic union, but did not bristle treatment as one of the state nations of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. Likewise, the Slovaks disagreed with the concept of the Czechoslovak language, but usually consented to Prague's statistical lumping them together with the Czechs, as Czechoslovaks. The Slovenians and the Slovaks were quite small nations, so these legal constructs gave them respectively more say in the kingdom and Czechoslovakia than their numbers would justify. In practice, the Slovenian status was anomalous, placing them between the definitive state nation of the Serbo-Croats and the national minorities. A similar uneasy status was reserved for the Ruthenians, who were not counted as a straightforward minority, but on the other hand, were not included in the category of the Czechoslovak nation. The Czech nation 739. As a result, these legal constructs meant that Czechoslovaks numbering 8.76 million in 1921 accounted for 65.5% of Czechoslovakia's population. Their number grew to 67% in 1930. In statistics, Ruthenians were also referred to as Little Russians. In 1921, there were 0.46 million Ruthenians in Czechoslovakia, and their number grew to 0.55 million in 1930. Czechoslovaks together with Ruthenians constituted a clear-cut national majority of 68.9% in 1920, and 70.8% in 1930. The data did not look so optimistic if Czechs, Slovaks, and Ruthenians were counted separately. In 1921, Czechoslovakia housed 6.84 million Czechs, 3.12 million Germans, 1.98 million Slovaks, 0.74 million Magyars, 0.46 million Ruthenians, 181,000 Jews, and 76,000 Poles. Jews were distinguished exclusively on linguistic basis, that is, if they had indicated Hebrew or Yiddish as their mother tongues. But taking into consideration Judaism as the main indicator of Jewishness, the number of Jews grew to 0.35 million. Half of this increase was made up by Czech-speaking Jews and the other by German-speaking ones. The story repeated itself in the case of the Slunziks numbering around 80,000 who, on a linguistic basis, were partitioned between Czechs, Germans, and Poles in statistics. Last but not the least, the 45,000-strong Moroccs should have been singled out as a separate national or ethnic group on the linguistic basis, and if their will were to be taken into consideration, they ought to have been merged with Germans as a statistical category, not with the Czechoslovaks. The estimated 100,000 to 200,000 Roma, mainly living in Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia, clearly did not show up in pre-war statistics. On the linguistic basis, they were mainly apportioned to Magyars and Slovaks. Considering these factors, the Czechs did not constitute a weak majority in Czechoslovakia, but rather the strongest plurality at some 48 to 49% of the population. The differences in the share of population varied even more widely in the confines of historical regions out of which Czechoslovakia was made. Because Germans, not Czechs, constituted the strongest plurality in Czech Silesia, the region was merged in 1928 with Moravia into the Moravian Silesian land. In 1930, in the Czech lands, 7.23 million Czechs accounted for 67.7% of the 15 million strong population. They were followed by 3.07 million Germans, 150,000 Jews, 93,000 Poles, 44,500 Slovaks, 23,000 Ukrainians, and 11,400 Magyars. Czech scholars termed the former regions of German Austria in the Czech lands as the Czech borderlands. It amounted to 38% territory of the Czech lands and was home to 3.7 million inhabitants in 1930, including 2.7 million Germans and 1 million Czechs. Outside Czech borderlands, 6.3 million Czechs lived versus only 0.5 million Germans. 740. In Slovakia, 2.25 million Slovaks amounted to 67.7% of the 3.32 million strong population in 1930. Perhaps, if Roma were properly accounted for, the percentage of Slovaks would be lowered by 3 points. And 0.57 million Magyars constituted 17.2% of the population, while Hungarian sources raise this number by even 100,000, which would make Magyars into 1/5 of interwar Slovakia's population. However, the singling out of Roma as a separate category would perhaps nullify this gain. Moreover, 137,000 Jews and 110,000 Ruthenians constituted 4.1% and 3.3% of the population, respectively. Like Germans in the Czech borderlands, Magyars constituted the majority of population in southern Slovakia, and Ruthenians in the east of this region. In 1930, while the population of Subcarpathian Ruthenia was 0.73 million, Ruthenians, numbering 0.45 million, constituted 61.6% of this population. Hence, they constituted a weaker majority than Czechs in the Czech lands or Slovaks in Slovakia. The inclusion of the predominantly Ruthenian-speaking localities from Prešov Ruthenia would have increased the share of Ruthenians at least to 68%. Unlike in the Czech lands or Slovakia, there was no single large minority in Subcarpathian Ruthenia. 109,000 Magyars and 90,500 Jews balanced out each other. Czechs and Slovaks accounted for 35,000, Germans for 13,000, and Romanians for 13,000. Between 1921 and 1930, the official statistics indicated that the state nations of the Czechoslovaks and Ruthenians grew in absolute numbers, as did their share in Czechoslovakia's total population. In the case of the minorities, the absolute numbers of Germans, Jews, and Poles grew, but their share in the population decreased. Tellingly, only the absolute number of Magyars sank by 53,500, which translated into the slump from 5.6% of the population to 4.9%. This clearly indicates that the strongest assimilatory measures were aimed at the Magyar minority in interwar Czechoslovakia, perhaps in response to Budapest's unambiguous irredentist intentions vis-à-vis Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia. At the official level, Austria did not show such intentions. Adel and Berlin began to play the German minority card in Czechoslovakia only in the mid-1930s. Similar measures were then applied to the German minority. For instance, in 1936, there were 0.87 million unemployed in the Czech lands, including 0.53 million in the Czech borderlands. This situation forced tens of thousands of Germans to take up seasonal jobs in Germany, and made them even more dependent on aid flowing from this country. As in Poland, Czechoslovak legislation organized the use of official and minority languages in this country on a historical basis. Different laws and regulations applied to the Czech lands that had belonged to the Austrian section of the dual monarchy prior to 1918, and to Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia, which the Czech nation 741 had been part of historical Hungary. The internationally recognized autonomous status of Subcarpathian Ruthenia drew a line of difference between it and Slovakia, though both regions had been administratively homogeneous parts of Hungary before 1918. Last but not the least, minority language use regulations mainly applied to the territories where these minorities concentrated, that is, in the Czech borderlands and in southern Slovakia. There were two basic sources of language legislation, namely the Austro-Hungarian regulations and the Treaty of Saint-Germain, which formed the foundation on which the basis of the Czechoslovak language regulations was grounded. To reiterate, beginning in the 1880s, full Czech-German bilingualism in administration, education, and politics developed in Bohemia. These developments were mirrored in Moravia, but to a lesser degree. For instance, prior to 1918, the only Czech language university was the Czech section of the University of Prague. In addition, the Moravian elite tended to call their Slavic language Moravian, Slavic, or Moravian Slavic, despite the fact that, with time, it became almost indistinguishable from Standard Czech of Bohemia. The long-established tradition of the separate Moravian statehood was reconfirmed in the 1905 Ausgleich, which produced full German-Moravian linguistic equality in a negotiated manner, unlike in Bohemia, where Czech-German linguistic equality was born out of the ongoing inter-ethnic strife. In Austrian Silesia, German remained the sole official language of this crown land until 1918, though elementary and secondary education in Czech and Polish became available between the 1860s and 1880, especially in the region's eastern half, that is, Teschen Silesia. At the beginning of the 20th century, Czech and Polish were also allowed into local self-governments at the discretion of the localities concerned. The Hlučínsko was an exception to the Austro-Hungarian tradition of land gauge regulation, because it was a territory transferred from the German land of Prussia. In line with the Prussian regulations and the local tradition, the Moravian language and the Gothic script was used in publications and religious instruction provided in churches. The local Catholic clergy gained secondary and divinity seminary education in Moravian by attending schools in Olomouc, the capital of the Moravian Archdiocese, in which the Hlučínsko was included. The Moravian language had been a medium of instruction along with German in the Hlučínsko elementary schools between 1849 and 1873. Afterward, in the freshly united German Empire, German, as the official and national language of this polity, had replaced all minority languages in the educational system, the control of which Berlin had seized from the Catholic and Protestant churches. Berlin allowed for the return of minority languages to elementary education in last years of the Great War, intent on ensuring the loyalty of the minorities to the faltering empire. 742. In the Hungarian section of the dual monarchy, legislation was unitary and provided for the entire Kingdom of Hungary with the exception of autonomous Croatia-Slavonia. In 1867, Magyar was made the sole official and national language of this polity. The 1868 Nagodba elevated Serbo-Croatian to this level in Croatia-Slavonia, though the presence of Magyar gradually increased in this territory before 1918. The famous 1868 nationality law introduced for the first time in world history the concept of language rights for ethno-linguistically defined minorities. In this package, the threshold of 20% was introduced, and remains popular in Central European minority language regulations to this day. It basically meant that in comitats and communes where the members of a single minority group made up at least 1/5 of the population, elementary and secondary education was provided in the minority language, and this language was given the status of an auxiliary language in state and self-governmental offices. Soon, Budapest ceased to observe the nationality law. In the 1870s, the number of minority language secondary schools was scaled down, and Magyar minority language bilingualism forced on elementary education in state schools. Most of the denominational schools, controlled and organized by the Catholic, Greek Catholic and Protestant churches, emulated this example. After 1905, bilingual minority elementary education was replaced with straightforward Magyar medium elementary schools. This measure failed to Magyarize the minority educational systems catering for German speakers, the Romanians of Transylvania, and the Serbs of Vojvodina. In the former case, despite the 1867 Ausgleich, German remained the dominant language throughout Austria-Hungary, and German speakers made their political statement of loyalty to the Kingdom of Hungary by acquiring Magyar. In return, they and their churches demanded education in German too, which Budapest acquiesced to. In Transylvania, the Orthodox and Greek Catholic churches sided with the Romanian national cause, and continued to provide education in the Romanian language in defiance of Budapest's extra-legal policy of forced Magyarization. The same pattern was followed in Vojvodina, where the Orthodox Church provided Serbo-Croatian language education for the local Serbs. There were no such churches that would identify with the Slovak or Ruthenian national cause. Neither Slovaks nor Ruthenians were numerous in comparison with Transylvania's Romanians, nor could they count on help from their own nation-state as Vojvodina Serbs did. Upper Hungary was a backward region even by Hungarian standards, so no local entrepreneurs could afford to finance independent private educational systems in Slovak and Ruthenian either. In practice, prior to 1918, almost no elementary schools catering to these two languages remained in Upper Hungary, and there was no question that Slovak or Ruthenian could be used as auxiliary languages in state. The Czech nation 743. And self-governmental offices. The logic of the transformation of Hungary into the ethno-linguistically homogeneous Magyar nation-state did not allow for that. After the declaration of independence, the tradition of bilingual administration in Bohemia and Moravia allowed for the speedy introduction of Czech as the official language. The German language persisted in the German-Austrian provinces of the Czech lands until the end of 1918. In preparation for establishing Czechoslovak rule in Slovakia, the law of December 10, 1918 announced Slovak as the official language of this region. Its introduction was delayed in these areas, which remained under Hungarian control until July 1919. In August, the Romanian army handed over the administration of Subcarpathian Ruthenia to Prague. Article 11 of the Treaty of Saint-Germain provided that the Ruthenian National Assembly would decide on the issue of the official language of this region. Significantly, this treaty's Article 7 tacitly transferred to Prague the decision on which would be the official language for all of Czechoslovakia. The 1920 language law annulled any language regulations issued earlier, most significantly the status of an official language for the Slovak language in Slovakia. Article 1 made Czechoslovak the state and official language of Czechoslovakia. This was a purely ideological statement to emphasize the national, that is, Czechoslovak, character of the state. In practice, it did not change anything in official language use, which developed in late 1918. Czech was used in this capacity in the Czech lands, and Slovak in Slovakia, and the Language Laws Article 4 openly made this practice into a law. The only concession for the sake of Czechoslovak was that matters presented in Czech and dealt with in Slovak, and those presented in Slovak and dealt with in Czech were deemed to have been dealt with in the language in which they were presented. This was possible due to the tacit construct of the Czechoslovak language as consisting of its two varieties of Czech and Slovak. Article 6 provided that the National Assembly of Subcarpathian Ruthenia would decide on the region's official language in a manner consonant with the unity of the Czechoslovak state. This assembly never gathered before 1938, hence the use of official language was decided by everyday practice of the state organs and administration. In 1920 and 1925, laws of less importance referred to this language as Ruthenian. Czech Ruský is ambiguous, because it also means Russian. In this meaning, the adjective is derived from Czech Rusko while Ruský až referring to Ruthenian is related to Czech Rus, as in Podkarpatska Rus. The alternative name Maloruský was equally confusing, because it was the usual pre-1918 designation for Ukrainian, though in interwar Czechoslovakia one spoke of the language of the Ukrainians as Ukrajinsky, not Little Russian. Earlier, in 1919, General Statute for Organization and Administration of Subcarpathian Ruthenia had introduced the unambiguous term Rusinski Jazyk. 744. In official statistics and publications, usually the term Rusinski was employed. Before 1918, the Hungarian administration had used the term Hungarian Ruthenian, that is, Ruthenian. The language question in Subcarpathian Ruthenia was fraught with difficulties and complications conditioned by political, religious, and national considerations. Prior to the 17th century, on the territory of or Subcarpathian Ruthenia, Church Slavonic was used as the language of books, education, and liturgy among the Uniats, like among their co-religionists elsewhere in the Habsburg lands, and Poland-Lithuania. The situation was similar among all the Orthodox Slavs and Wallachians. Ruthenian, that is, the vernacular Slavic of Wilno and Kijo, written in Cyrillic characters, was an official language of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the southeastern corner of the Kingdom of Poland until the end of the 17th century. This long-established tradition of Cyrillic-based literacy in vernacular Slavic prompted the codification of the Russian language in the 18th century. Similarly, the primers of 1699 and 1770, targeted at the Greek Catholic population of future Subcarpathian Ruthenia, introduced elements of the local vernacular into Church Slavonic. Opposed to this trend, the Greek Catholic Church authorities confiscated and destroyed the copies of the 1770 primer. Another primer of this kind appeared in 1797 and was not suppressed. Its further editions were brought out in 1799, 1815, and 1846. In the 18th century, Latin predominated as the medium of instruction in Greek Catholic schools, but the trend changed at the end of the 18th century, thanks to the 1797 primer. The language, variously referred to as Slavonic or Slavano-Ruthenian, was basically Church Slavonic with an increasing number of vernacular elements. In 1830 and 1833, two grammars of Slavano-Ruthenian appeared. The 1830s saw some attempts to write poems in the local vernacular, but the use of Slavano-Ruthenian and Latin for written purposes persisted. After 1848, the nascent Ruthenian national movement emerged, but its leader Alexander Duknovic proposed to replace Slavano-Ruthenian with Russian. It was a completely different solution compared to Stur's. He stood for the codification of distinctive vernacular Slovak language, and strongly opposed the use of Biblitina or Brno-Latina as written languages of the Slovaks. Although Duknovic's stance contributed to the rise of the Russophile orientation among the Ruthenians, he also wrote in the vernacular, which gave some credibility to the use of vernacular Ruthenian for written purposes. But the first Ruthenian cultural associations founded in 1850 and 1866, employed Russian in their publications. It resulted in a language that was the Ruthenian vernacular oriented toward Standard Russian. In practice, the Church Slavonic. The Czech nation 745. Basis of Slavano-Ruthenian was replaced with the local vernacular and specialized Church Slavonic vocabulary with its Russian counterpart. This development replicated the change of Slavano-Serbian into Russified Serbian at the beginning of the 19th century. The pro-Russian and pro-vernacular traditions were served by the locally produced Russian Magyar Dictionary and the Ruthenian Magyar Dictionary, respectively. The proponents of the Russian orientation wished to discredit the project of the Ruthenian vernacular language and dubbed it Iyaziki. The proper Slavic designation for a language is Iyazyk. Thiendingchi made this neutral word into a derogative term. Another difference and point of contention was the Cyrillic. The pro-Russian authors used the Russian Grazdanka, or the Cyrillic as modernized by Peter the Great at the beginning of the 18th century. The proponents of vernacular Ruthenian stuck to the Church Slavonic Cyrillic as still employed in religious books produced in the Russian Empire. At the end of the 19th century, Budapest's Magyarization policy encroached on the Ruthenians' Rusianund vernacular literacy. In 1894, it was proposed to replace the Ruthenian Cyrillic with the Magyar version of the Latin script. Budapest favored the vernacular, as it perceived Russian an ideological instrument of spreading anti-Austro-Hungarian panslavism. The language became officially known as Hungarian Ruthenian. In 1901, the future president of short-lived independent Subcarpathian Ruthenia of 1939, of Husin Voloshin, published a Russian-language grammar of Hungarian Ruthenian, which as he presented it in the book, was slightly Ruthenized Russian. 6 years later, he published another grammar, this time in Magyar. Voloshin termed the language, which he described in this work as Kisarosh/Rutan. It was almost exclusively based on the dialect from eastern Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Prior to the Great War, Russophile activists arrived in future Subcarpathian Ruthenia from Galicia and Bukovina. A Ukrainophile orientation was represented mainly by immigrants from Galicia, who called their language variously, as Ruthenian and Ukrainian, and proposed that it be used in Subcarpathian Ruthenia instead of Russian or vernacular Ruthenian. The most popular newspaper of the Subcarpathian Ruthenians was Nedelya. Beginning in 1898, its editorial office was moved to Budapest and the Hungarian government supported the publication of this newspaper because it spread the pro-Hungarian feeling among the Ruthenians, and favored vernacular Ruthenian. In 1916, Cyrillic was increasingly removed from public use, and the newspaper began to be published in the Magyar-style Latin alphabet, as Negyelia. In 1919, Czech academics declared that the Ruthenians' vernacular was indisputably a Little Russian dialect. Hence, the Regent's administration rejected any proposals to create a separate Ruthenian language. The authorities 746 deemed Ruthenians to be a regional group of the Ukrainian nation. By extension, they also fell back on the Tsarist theory that Little Russians and White Russians were part of the Great Russian people. As a result, Russian was recommended as the medium of education in Ruthenian secondary schools. In practice, however, the Galician version of Ukrainian became the language of education in Ruthenian schools. The Soviet version of Ukrainian was suspect because of Bolshevism, and in the 1930s, underwent deep Russification, which made it too similar to Russian, and as such unusable in Subcarpathian Ruthenia. In 1926, Voloshin published a new grammar of Ruthenian, this time almost exclusively based on Soviet Ukrainian. It did not catch on, and the Galician immigrant, Ivan Pankovich's grammar based on Galician Ukrainian was favored. The Russophile group appealed for the use of Russian at least in secondary schools. They had their way in 1936 when Prague replaced Galician Ukrainian with Russian as the medium of education in Ruthenian schools. In practice, teachers often used vernacular Ruthenian in classroom. To complicate the situation further, Czech along with Ruthenian were made official languages of state and local administration in Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Because there was no standard Ruthenian, Russified Ruthenian was employed and its appropriate usages for employment in signs on government buildings, documents, and for other official functions were created in the 1920s. The diglossia of using Galician Ukrainian/Russian in school, Russified Ruthenian in office, and vernacular Ruthenian at home did not exist in Slovakia's pre-Sov Ruthenia. Russified and vernacular Ruthenian was the medium of education in Ruthenian schools located in this region. Scholars did not have any neutral and popularly accepted name for the language of the Ruthenians, which in practice, was many languages, with the ongoing disagreement on how to use them thrown in for good measure. The compromise was to term it the Sukasny Spisovny Jazyk na Podkarpatsk Rusi. In a nutshell, from the legal perspective, Czechoslovak was the official language in entire Czechoslovakia, though at the regional level it was the official language of the Czech lands and Slovakia, whereas Cyrillic-based Ruthenian in Subcarpathian Ruthenian. In reality, Czech was used in the Czech lands, Slovak in Slovakia, and Russified Ruthenian in Subcarpathian Ruthenia. However, Czech initially dominated in the administration, and university level and secondary education. Later, the domination subsided but Czech remained in use in Slovakia. In Subcarpathian Ruthenia, Czech retained its de facto dominant position of a co-official language along with Russified Ruthenian in the interwar period. It was also present in the Ruthenian educational system, in which the Galician version of Ukrainian was followed. The Czech nation 747. By slightly Ruthenized Russian as the language of instruction, though teachers also customarily used vernacular Ruthenian, especially in the lower standards of elementary school. Curiously, unlike Slovaks, the Ruthenians did not receive their own national university, though the German minority was allowed to retain their German language University of Prague. Actually, no university-level educational institution was founded in Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Ruthenian secondary school leavers could continue education in the Free Ukrainian University in Prague, but this institution catered mostly to anti-Bolshevik Ukrainian émigrés from Soviet Ukraine. The Ruthenian departments of law and pedagogy, established at the Slovak University in Bratislava, trained civil servants and teachers for Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Ruthenian students in Bratislava, training to become civil servants, acquired official Russified Ruthenian in addition to Galician Ukrainian, while those training to become teachers mainly Galician Ukrainian. After 1936, both groups of students were required to acquire Russian only. In the Ruthenian theatre established in Azerad, plays were produced in Ukrainian. Masaryk, however, funded the construction of the National House of Prosvita as the center of Ruthenian culture, which included a library, museum, and cinema. In reality, it functioned as a center of Ukrainian national culture. Besides the state nations of Czechoslovakia, the language law protected the rights of recognized ethno-linguistic national minorities in line with Prague's international obligations. As in Hungary's 1868 nationality law, language protection was reserved for minorities in these communes and localities, in which they constituted at least one-fifth of the inhabitants. The rights included the use of a minority language as an auxiliary language in state and self-governmental offices, and on plaques with street, locality, and office names. Uniquely, when there was no traditional Czechoslovak name of a locality, the minority one could be used. There were no attempts at Czechoslovakization of each place name, unlike in Poland's section of Upper Silesia, where all German place names with no Polish/Slavic counterpart were Polonized immediately after Warsaw took control in 1922. In addition, in localities with 50% of the inhabitants belonging to a minority, full bilingualism was introduced. Minutes of self-government meetings were produced in the language in which they were delivered, but the fragments in a minority language had to be translated into the state language and vice versa. In communes with at least 80% of the inhabitants belonging to a minority, the minutes and self-governmental administering could be conducted exclusively in a minority language without the necessity to translate anything into the state language. Later, this practice was allowed in localities with 75% of the population belonging to a minority. In the sphere of education, minority schools were to be established. 748. In each commune, where in the course of 3 consecutive years, there were at least 40 children of the same age, who belonged to a single minority. Last but not the least, civil servants of a minority background who were not fluent in Czechoslovak, were allowed 8 years of grace to master this language. Despite the shortcomings in actual practice, the liberalism of Czechoslovak minority language protection legislation mostly allowed for the maintenance of the minority language, culture, and education in the traditional areas of settlement of these minorities. Although the Allies imposed similar levels of legal protection of minority rights in Hungary and Poland, forced assimilation of the minorities in both countries often progressed relentlessly. The increasingly authoritarian character of government in Poland after 1926, and in Hungary after 1920 facilitated this process. Following the 1933 National Socialist takeover in Germany, authoritarianism became the standard mode of rule in Central Europe, and acceptance grew for the use of extra-legal measures to achieve a higher degree of ethno-linguistic homogeneity in the region's nation-states. It is not to say that Prague did not have these same desires, but the letter of the law and the democratic principles were observed in Czechoslovakia until the dismantling of the state in 1938. For instance, political refugees from Poland found safe haven in Czechoslovakia. However, where law permitted the legal course of Czechoslovakization, it was invariably followed. For instance, according to the largely massaged census, the Moravics were classified as Czechoslovaks, so Czech language education was imposed on their children, despite their repeated requests to provide them with German language schools. The hardest test, which Czechoslovak democracy faced time and again from its inception, was setting up cabinets, which would enjoy a majority in the parliament. The actual multinational character of Czechoslovakia led to the political polarization along national lines. Within the national confines, parties were divided politically between social groups and ideologies. A few parties, identified with the Czechoslovak project, secured 74 mandates out of 281 in the 1920 elections, 74 mandates out of 300 in 1925, 85 out of 300 in 1929, and 83 out of 300 in 1935. They could not hope to gather a majority, hence each time the forming of a cabinet entailed informal cooperation with other parties, which were usually Czech. The shadowy and extra-legal institution of the Czechoslovak democracy was the Five, or the leaders of the 5 most important Czechoslovak and Czech parties, which met with President Masaryk each week and decided on the cabinet's policies. The parties voted unanimously in the parliament. In 1926. The Czech nation 749. The further fragmentation of the political scene required the replacement of the five with the eight. The five facilitated the maintenance of political stability, but on the other hand, limited democracy and excluded Slovak, Ruthenian, and minority parties from actual decision-making. This deepened the autonomist and independentist orientation among the Slovaks and general displeasure with Czechoslovakia among the Ruthenians and the minorities as well. The huge unemployment of 0.74 million in 1933 remained at the level of 0.7 million to 0.6 million until 1937, when it decisively sank to 0.4 million. It hit most Lithe German minority in the Czech borderlands, and the underdeveloped provinces of Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia. This generated a considerable wave of emigration, especially among the Slovaks. In 1937, income per capita in Slovakia was half of that in the Czech lands, and even lower in Subcarpathian Ruthenia. In 1935, in the parliament, there were 206 Czechoslovak deputies, 72 German deputies, 10 Magyar deputies, 8 Ruthenian deputies, 2 Polish deputies, and 2 Jewish deputies. In comparison with the official shares of the national groups and minorities in the population, the Czechoslovaks, Germans, and Poles were slightly overrepresented while Magyars, the Ruthenians, and Jews underrepresented. In 1937, Czechoslovak elementary students, who accounted for 66.7% of this group, had at their disposal 10,409 elementary schools. German students of the same age enjoyed 3,281 German-language elementary schools. Their Magyar, Ruthenian, Polish, and Jewish counterparts accounting for 5.4, 5.2, 0.7, and 1.5%, respectively, were shortchanged with 806, 545,90 and 7 elementary schools with their national languages as medium of instruction. This disproportion was not so striking in the case of Jewish students, most of whom, out of their own volition, attended Czech language and German language schools. In the 7 Jewish schools, as indicated in statistics, education was conducted in Hebrew, but Zionism was not a popular trend in Czechoslovakia at that time. In the field of education, the Ruthenians, who constituted a state-nation of Czechoslovakia, fared worse than the minorities, with the exception of Jews, who were a special case. The main grudge that Slovakia and Ruthenian leaders held against the Czechs was that Prague did not keep its promises of instituting wide-ranging autonomy for both nations as promised in 1918. Numerically much smaller than the Czech nation, the Slovaks and the Ruthenians had a hard time to make their voices heard in Czechoslovakia, unlike Germans whose number was half of that of the Czechs. At the symbolical level, the Czechoslovak anthem was composed from 750. The Czech anthem and the Slovak anthem played immediately after the Czech one. There was no place for a Ruthenian anthem in this arrangement. The Grand Coat of Arms of Czechoslovakia was composed of all the 8 coats of arms of the regions, but the ones of the Czech lands dominated. The regular coat of arms was the depiction of the Bohemian lion with the small Slovak coat of arms on its breast. In 1919, almost 1,000 Czech Catholic priests demanded a revision of the trial of Jan Hus. They also demanded reforms, including the abolishment of celibacy and the replacement of Latin with Czech in liturgy. The Vatican did not budge, and the following year, the National Czechoslovak Church came into being. Masaryk threw his wholehearted support behind it, and 500,000 Czechs joined it. In 1925, Prague organized the national celebrations of the anniversary of Hus's death. Hus was burned at the stake in Constance in 1415. In protest of Prague's support for the looming ideological split among mainly Bohemia's Catholic clergy, the Catholic Church suspended official contacts with Czechoslovakia. The Vatican resumed relations with Prague only 2 years later. These celebrations and their repercussions reaffirmed the popular belief among the Slovaks, Moravian Czechs, Germans, and Magyars that Czechs were godless atheists hardened in their heretic ways. The Slovenska ľudová strana, founded in 1905 as a Catholic counterbalance to the Protestant-oriented Slovak National Party, functioned as an internal platform within the SNS until 1913. Hlinka, the SL's charismatic leader, became the most revered national politician among the Slovaks after Stefanik's death in 1919. The first ever Slovak Prime Minister of Czechoslovakia, Milan Haja, held this position quite late, and premiership being a largely technocratic institution, it did not help him gain popularity among Slovaks. No Slovak was ever made president of Czechoslovakia. In 1935, the Czech, Beneš, succeeded octogenarian Masaryk. In 1925, in recognition of Hlinka's unique position and his endeavors to ensure autonomy for Slovakia, the SL's was renamed after him, as the Hlinkova Slovenská ľudová strana. In the same year, the party garnered the most Slovak votes, clearly marking the shift of political power in Slovakia from the hands of pro-Czechoslovak Protestant SNS to the Catholic HSLs. Because the majority of the Slovaks were Catholics, it was a natural tendency after the introduction of popular male and female suffrage in 1918. SNS had no choice but to recognize this political reality, and in 1932, joined the HSL Synth Autonomist bloc. Meanwhile, in 1928, an HSL's activist and lawyer, Vojtěch Tuka, published a notorious article in the HSL's official press organ Slovak, which he claimed that the Slovak National Council's declaration of 30 October 1918 contained a secret clause, which provided that the common state of Czechoslovakia would, the Czech nation 751, be founded for 10 years only. Hence he declared the period of vacuum juris, which could only be ameliorated by a renewed round of Czech-Slovak negotiations in the form of their common state. In 1929, Tuka was found guilty of high treason and imprisoned for 15 years despite Hlinka's protests, who believed in Tuka's innocence. On one hand, the article played into the hands of Hungarian revisionists, but, on the other, emphasized the unsatisfied aspirations of the Slovak autonomists. Paradoxically, Prague made Tuka into a martyr of the Slovak national cause. Another crisis in the Czech-Slovak relations unfolded in 1933. Its background was formed by the two different visions of Czechoslovak history. Masaryk supported Hussitism as the unifying symbolical-cum-historical ideology of Czechoslovakia. But this Protestant hero fostered no support among the Orthodox Ruthenians, and the Catholic Slovaks and Greek Catholic Ruthenians saw him as an odious heretic. As a result, state-sponsored Hussitism deepened ethno-linguistic and national cleavages that had already crisscrossed Czechoslovakia. Palaki wrote about Greater Moravia, and Jan Halley created the mythologized national link between the Slovaks and this early medieval polity with its brief tradition of Cyrillo-Methodian Christianity. Proponents of Czechoslovakism considered Greater Moravia the first common state of the Czechs and the Slovaks. Because the prospect of transforming Moravian regionalism into nationalism was not realized, there were no Moravian nationalists to counter this claim. Within this imagined national tradition, the laconic medieval record about Quidem Prywina gave rise to the myth of the first Slovak state. With the support of the Frankish Empire, Prybina established a statelet in the area of present-day southwestern Slovakia. In 828, the Bishop of Slasburg consecrated the first Christian church in this polity. 5 years later, the great Moravian ruler Mojmír annexed Prybina's polity. Interwar Slovak national historians, who christened Prybina's statelet as the Nitra Principality, presented this event as the destruction of the first Slovak state. This invested the Czechoslovak idea of Greater Moravia as the first Czechoslovak state with ambiguity, and allowed Slovak autonomists reinterpret it as the first instance of Czech dominance over the Slovaks. Hence, Slovak nationalists identified with the Nitra Principality and the Cyrillo-Methodian tradition, because this facilitated their differentiation vis-a-vis the common Czechoslovak tradition of Greater Moravia. The West-oriented Czechs of Bohemia associated the Cyrillo-Methodian tradition with Orthodox Christianity, rejected Catholicism in favor of the Hussite tradition, and sometimes perceived Greater Moravia as an empire that suppressed the nascent Czech Principality of Bohemia. This opened a cleavage between them and the Slovaks, as well as the Moravians, and the Germans of the Czech lands. On the other hand, the Czechs of Moravia had no qualms about accepting Greater Moravia. 752. The Cyrillo-Methodian tradition and Catholicism as the pillars of their own Moravian Czech Slavic identity. In this respect, on the mythological plane, they were closer to the Slovaks, while their rejection of anti-Catholic Hasidism allowed for their affinity with Moravia's Germans. When the first Slovak university was inaugurated in Bratislava, Slovak politicians agreed that it should be named after the 17th-century famous theologian and writer, Jan Amos Komenský. As a Protestant, he had to emigrate from the Czech lands in 1624. He was a member of the Czech Brethren Church, which arose from Hussite Christianity, but especially Protestant Slovaks saw him as a common Czech and Slovak writer. In the Czech eyes, he wrote in Czech and in the Slovak ones, in Old Slovak, that is, Biblitina. In the case of the Magyar minority, Catholicism and the millennium-long tradition of shared statehood in historical Hungary underwrote their commonality with the Slovaks. On the other hand, it was the Magyar incursion that destroyed Greater Moravia in the early 10th century, which allowed Czechoslovak politicians to drive a wedge between this minority and the Slovaks, by accusing the former of the destruction of the first Czechoslovak state. This nicely merged with interwar Hungary's attempts at regaining Upper Hungary, which Prague likened to the Magyar destruction of Greater Moravia. Ruthenian leaders and thinkers also sought to place their nation in this mythologized pattern of the early medieval Slavic past. In the 12th century Gesta Hungarorum Chronicle, a story of Prince Leberek was recorded. Perhaps a vassal of Greater Moravia, his castle might be located in the region of Uzhhorod. In 896, he unsuccessfully defended eastern Greater Moravia against the Magyar invasion. Incidentally, as he fled, Magyar troops managed to assassinate him in what today is eastern Slovakia. The 19th century Romantic writers, the Slovak, Bohus Nosaknezabudov, and the Ruthenian, Anatoly Kralitsky, popularized this figure. In the interwar period, Ruthenian writers and poets made him into the national hero of the Ruthenian nation, parallel to the Slovak prince Pribina. Voloshin called him the last ruler of the independent land of the Ruthenians. Similarly, to the first Slovak state of the Nitra Principality, Leberek's march was made into the first Ruthenian state. As seen against this background, the 1933 clash of the proponents of Czechoslovakism and Slovak nationalists was not surprising. Hlinkon's Slovak Catholics organized in Nitra the purely ecclesiastical celebrations of the 1100th anniversary of the consecration of the first Christian church on the territory of Czechoslovakia. In an endeavor to repossess the great Moravian, Pribina, and Cyrillo-Methodian complex of traditions for the mythological legitimization. The Czech nation 753. Of Czechoslovak statehood and nationhood, Prague transformed these celebrations into a state event. In the presence of Czechoslovak politicians, ecclesiastical hierarchs, and foreign diplomats, supporters of Hlinka and Slovak nationalists literally carried him to the official podium, where the HSL's leader read the declaration demanding separate Slovak national statehood within truly federal Czechoslovakia. Hence, it turned out that the tradition of the first common state of the Czechs and Slovaks could not be reclaimed for Czechoslovakia, and at the same time, neither the Slovaks nor the Ruthenians, Moravia's Czechs, and Czechoslovakia's minorities identified with the official Hussite ideology of Czechoslovak statehood. The endgame of interwar Czechoslovakia commenced in the mid-1930s. The erstwhile Allies were not interested in reversing the authoritarian trend in Central Europe, and acquiesced to the existence of the Soviet Union, which was admitted to the League of Nations in 1934. Nor did the Allies enforce the treaties contracted with Germany and other Central European states. In 1933, Germany withdrew from the League of Nations. 2 years later, the Saarland was reincorporated into Germany after a plebiscite. Later, in the blatant breach of the treaties, Berlin remilitarized the Rhineland and carried out the Anschluss of Austria, renamed Ostmark. The Czech lands became fully encircled by the territory of the Third Reich. This situation and the strengthening of cooperation between Berlin and Budapest encouraged Hungary to press for the realization of its plans of regaining some of former Upper Hungary, that is, Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia. The justification of Berlin's and Budapest's schemes on the Czechoslovak territory was the principle of national self-determination. At least in the Czech borderlands and in southern Slovakia, Germans and Magyars constituted the majority of the population. Konrad Henlein's National Socialist Party garnered most of the German votes, and entered the parliament as the second largest party in 1935. With Berlin's full support, Henlein complained about the mistreatment of the minorities in Czechoslovakia. In 1934, he appealed for decentralization of Czechoslovakia, and 2 years later, demanded that the state should be federalized along the ethno-linguistic lines. In April 1938, he sought full political autonomy for the Czech borderlands, renamed in his and German Propagandist Sudetenland. Similarly in 1936, yielding to Budapest's pressure, Magyar minority parties in Slovakia united under the roof of a single party led by János Esterházy. Now their demands for more rights and autonomy for the minority were better heard on the international plane. Masaryk's resignation from the presidency required reshuffling of the established power patterns in Czechoslovakia, which weakened. 754. The state, because his successor, Beneš, did not muster a similar charisma. In March 1938, Warsaw informed Hlinka that Poland would support the independence of Slovakia. On September 29, 1938, Berlin, London, Rome, and Paris signed the Munich Agreement that demanded the cession of the Sudetenland to Germany. On the following day, Prague accepted the terms, and Warsaw issued the ultimatum demanding the eastern section of Czech Silesia complete with most of the industrial basin and the strip of adjacent Slovak territory. On October 1, Prague acquiesced. On November 1 Poland demanded 7 tiny areas from Slovakia, and on the following day, in the course of the so-called First Vienna Arbitration, Hitler and Benito Mussolini handed over southern Slovakia and southern Subcarpathian Ruthenia to Hungary. The days of the First Republic of Czechoslovakia were over, and the transitional period of the Second Republic of Czechoslovakia led directly toward World War II. Generally, interwar Czechoslovakia was the most modern and best developed state in Central Europe. This respectable record was marred by regional differences. Slovakia in its predominantly agricultural character was reminiscent of Poland and Eastern Hungary, and backward Subcarpathian Ruthenia could be compared to Poland's eastern regions on the border with Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine. This emphasized even more the high level of development attained in the Czech lands, where 60 to 70% of former Austria-Hungary's industrial potential was concentrated. Between 1913 and 1929, the GNP, generated in the lands of which Czechoslovakia was constituted, grew by 52%. The same indicator for Austria was only 5%. Obviously, the Czech lands were responsible for this stupendous economic growth. In 1930, 34.6% of the Czechoslovak workforce was employed in agriculture, but it meant 25.5% for the Czech lands and 56.7% for Slovakia. Still, all these indicators compared very favorably with Hungary and Poland, where 49% and 61% were employed in agriculture in the 1930s. If one treated data on agricultural workforce as the index of national development, the ranking of those employed in the sector would be as follows: Jews, Poles, Germans, Czech Slovaks, Magyars and Ruthenians. Naturally, the more members of a national group that were employed in agriculture, the narrower was its elite of the educated and industrial owners. This translated directly into the political and economic influence of a given state-nation, or minority in Czechoslovakia. Jews and Poles apart, as tiny minorities, the main power holders were Czechs and Germans. Unlike workers in Poland and Hungary, industrial workers constituted the majority of the Czechoslovak workforce, which explained the genuine popularity of the Communist Party in the Czech lands after 1945. The Czech nation 755. This popularity was instrumental in establishing the Soviet regime in 1948, when such regimes had to be forced on the unwilling populations in Hungary and Poland. The elite, composed of professionals, white-collar workers and managers, entrepreneurs and senior civil servants, accounted for 12.3% of the workforce and was concentrated in the Czech lands. Indicative of this phenomenon was the number of professionals and civil servants, who amounted to 5.7% of the Czech workforce, 3.5% of the Slovak workforce, and only 2.1% of the Ruthenian workforce. In the case of the minorities, this indicator was 6% among Jews, 4.3% among Germans, 3.8% among Magyars, and 2.3% among Poles. Not surprisingly, better educated Magyars bettered Slovaks in this competition, and Jews surpassed everyone. However, unlike in Poland and Hungary, restricting access to higher education on the basis of ethno-linguistic, national, or religious basis was a practice unheard of in Czechoslovakia. It was the sole Central European state, where Jews could freely pursue university education. Illiteracy had been negligible in the Czech lands since the 1860s. Between 1921 and 1930, it further decreased from 2.5% to 1.3%. During the same period, it decreased in Slovakia from 14.7% to 8.2%, and from 50% to 30.9% in Subcarpathian Ruthenia. For all of Czechoslovakia, the overall decrease was from 7% to 4.1%. In the Czech lands, the general level of education was much better too. The percentages of males and females who finished only elementary school were 63 and 74 in 1920, and 36 and 48 2 decades later. The same percentage ratios for Slovakia were 85 to 88, and 78 to 83, respectively. Moreover, in 1940, at least 1% of Slovakia's population still did not have any education, though such a phenomenon had not been observed in the Czech lands since the end of the 19th century. In 1940, in the Czech lands, 2% males and 1% females achieved university education, as well as 61% males and 40% females finished various types of schools of secondary education. In Slovakia, almost no women attended university. 1% males finished university education, and secondary education was achieved by 24% males and 15% females. Production of Czech books soared from 2,300 titles in 1913, to 4,600 titles in 1919. Afterward, it grew steadily to almost 6,000 titles in 1937. Between 1901 and 1918, the average number of 150 Slovak titles was published annually. The production grew more than fourfold to 650 titles in 1937. In the late 1930s, annual book production in Hungary and Poland amounted to 3,500 and 8,700 titles, respectively. In per capita terms, this meant 25 titles per 100,000 inhabitants in Poland, 35 in Hungary, and 44 in Czechoslovakia. Following only the United Kingdom, Czechoslovakia was the second European country with regular radio. 756 broadcasts, which began there in 1923. In the highly urbanized and industrialized Czech lands, radio sets became common household objects during the 1930s, while in Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia, ownership of radio sets was largely limited to the elite and well-to-do city dwellers, as could be seen in Hungary and Poland. As in Poland and Hungary, language became a significant instrument of politics in interwar Czechoslovakia. This was already visible from the preceding overview of language legislation, which emphasized the sought-after ethno-linguistic unity of the nation-state of the Czechoslovaks, in the context of the continued opposition of the comparatively large minorities of Germans and Magyars. the imposition of the legally and socially prescribed dominance of Czechoslovak in the Czech lands was not such a big change for the German minority as the parallel imposition of Czechoslovak in Slovakia in the case of the local Magyars. The pre-1918 domination of German in the Czech lands was soft with a varying degree of official bilingualism, and even multilingualism. On the contrary, the domination of Magyar was near to absolute in Upper Hungary. However, the overwhelmingly rural character of Upper Hungary translated into continuing traditionalism and weakness of the nascent national movements. This did not permit an easy instrumentalization of language into a weapon of politics, unlike in the Czech lands with the full-fledged popular educational system and a high degree of urbanization and industrialization. Schooling and constant interaction with those speaking other languages taught one to realize that one does not simply speak, but that one speaks something, which is a language. With not even an autonomous nation-state of theirs in Austria-Hungary, Czech nationalists took delight in the percentile decline of Germandom in their capital of Prague. In 1880, Prague was a city of 266,000 inhabitants. Germans numbering 42,500 accounted for 13.7% of the population. By 1921, Prague had grown to house 625,000 inhabitants, while the number of Germans decreased to 30,500, or 4.6% of the population. The invisible Sprachgrenze that exists exclusively in people's heads, not unlike the ethnic boundary, was reified time and again on administrative maps of Bohemia and Moravia. Any changes in the run of these imaginary lines, Czech and German nationalists interpreted as advances or losses of their nation, and appealed for active national struggle on the language front to prevent the latter. The ritualized standoffs between Czech and German promenaders confronting each other every Sunday morning in Prague's center became the symbol of this struggle and sometimes ended as language riots. The Czech concept of the Czech borderlands yielded the nationalist Usagi Obrany AICR. The Czech nation 757. For Czechs living in these predominantly German areas. Similarly, Germans spoke of Sprachgrenzlers, and conceptualized the Czech-German border as a Volksgrenze, or the border of the ethno-linguistically defined nation. The de facto dominance of Czech within the constitutional scheme of the common Czechoslovak state language for the Czech lands and Slovakia, led to conflicts in the field of language between the Czech and Slovak elites. The worst standoff took place in 1931 when the handbook, Pravidla Slovenského pravopisu, by the Czech scholar, Václav Vazna, was published. It was the first officially endorsed codification of Slovak for use in office and school. The publication was written in the spirit of Czechoslovakism. It encouraged the use of words and constructions similar or identical to Czech. On the other hand, it discouraged the use of words which Slovaks considered as their own, because many of them appeared to be unacceptable Germanisms or Magyarisms to the Czech observers. In reaction to this imposition, the periodical Slovenský was founded in 1932. It copied the model of Czech Nasi, Magyar Nyelvar and Polish Jezik Polski, all standing on the guard of the national languages. These periodicals, including the Slovak one, are published to this day. Slovenský permitted to reaffirm linguistic sovereignty of the Slovak language vis-a-vis Czech. The new consensus was based on the 1919 edition of Samo Zambil's Rukovat Spisovnij I Slovenskej prepared by Josef Skultity. The main principle of this consensus was to purify Slovak of foreign linguistic loans, especially of Bohemianism and Germanisms. Since then, the idea of ever closer union of Czech and Slovak toward some future Czechoslovak linguistic unity was dead. The main reason for the initiative's failure was that it was Slovak that was to become more similar to Czech, and no similar concession of making Czech similar to Slovak was required. This linguistic quarrel pushed most Slovak linguists and philologists from the Protestant Slovak camp of Czechoslovakism to Hlinka's Catholic circle of Slovak autonomists and independentists. Prague's similar heavy-handed linguistic policy towards Subcarpathian Ruthenia meant that Russian supplanted Galician Ukrainian in Ruthenian schools in 1936 despite parents' protests. Ruthenian leaders were too divided and politically insignificant in Czechoslovakia to be able to counter Prague's dictum, unlike their Slovak counterparts. The tacit but apparent domination of Czech in Czechoslovakia was ideologically intertwined with Hasidism and the unusual veneration of Masaryk that verged on the cult of personality. For instance, the second Czech university founded in Brno was named after him, and the significant Czech language. 758. Encyclopedia, Masarykův slovník now CNY as well. The political system in interwar Czechoslovakia depended so much on the person of Masaryk that his resignation from the post of president, and subsequent death 2 years later must have also destabilized it. In this, democratic Czechoslovakia was not much different from authoritarian Poland, where the death of Josef Pilsudski, acting as state leader, also sent a wave of instability. In Slovakia, a comparable elevated status was enjoyed by Hlinka, and in Hungary by Horthy. The former died as late as 1938, which allowed for smoother transition of power from pre-war to wartime independent Slovakia. Horthy's regime carried through from 1920 through World War II, which, perhaps, ensured more stability in truncated post-Trianon Hungary than one would expect. The spread respect, which Masaryk enjoyed in Czechoslovakia, did not usually carry across into naming institutions after him in Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia. This cult of Masaryk, coupled with the dominating position of Prague as the center of Czech politics, culture, and economy, fortified the sought-for ethno-linguistic homogeneity of the Czech lands. On the contrary, in Poland, the leading role of Warsaw was contested by scholars, politicians, and entrepreneurs from Krakow and large cities. In Hungary a similar contest was played out even across the new Hungarian-Romanian border between Budapest and Cluj, and in Slovakia between cosmopolitan Bratislava and truly Slovak Tuchanski Svatý Martin. But the ubiquitous presence of Germans through the Czech lands and in Czechoslovak politics belied the treasured myth of ethno-linguistic homogeneity. The last flowering of Germanophone literature written in the Czech lands, including Franz Kafka, took place between the two world wars. Although a non-Czech speaker would not notice, but even where the Czech ethno-linguistic homogeneity had already been achieved, it was largely a myth. In Bohemia, the tension was between Spisovna Sestina and Obikna Sestina, and between both these forms and local dialects in Moravia and Czech Silesia. In addition, due to the centuries-long tradition of Czech/Slavic German bilingualism, the knowledge of German remained widespread among Czechs. As a result, Czechs were trilingual in Bohemia, and quadrilingual in Moravia and Czech Silesia. The myth of unity of the Czech language remains mainly due to the fact that non-Czech speakers usually cannot peer into the complicated diglossia of Spisovna Sestina, Obikna Sestina, and the Moravian and Silesian dialects, and Czech speakers themselves have at their disposal only dictionaries of Spisovna Estina C, which function as dictionaries of the Czech language. In Bohemia, Obikna Sestina is acquired at home, but local dialects in Moravia and Czech Silesia. Thus, in Moravia and Czech Silesia, a local Czech needs to master Obikna. The Czech nation 759. Sestina, and the complicated patterns of code switching between Spisovna Estina and Obikna Sestina by perusal of literature, mass media, and participation in social life. There are no dictionaries or textbooks of Obikna Sestina, which makes the task of learning Czech quite onerous for foreigners. Proportions in the mix of Spisovna Estina and Obikna Sestina amount to crucial speech acts that indicate formality and intimacy between speakers. To put it simply, one would have problems wooing a Czech monoglot by speaking to her or him exclusively in Spisovna Estina. It would be the same predicament in English, if one pursued a romance speaking exclusively in Academese. Understandably, like prior to 1918 and also in interwar Czechoslovakia, the main efforts at codifying Standard Czech meant the codification of Spisovna Sestina, and the situation lasts largely unchanged to this day. Between the two world wars, some appealed for doing away with Spisovna Estina in favor of Obikna Sestina as Standard Czech. This solution would entail three serious drawbacks. First, it would be emulating the model of the Slovak codification, though the average Czech saw the Slovaks and their language as somewhat belated and undeveloped, if not simply backward. Second, Numerous publications produced in Spisovna Estina since the end of the 18th century would be lost for the Czech reader, and, even worse, for the Czech national cause. Third, New Standard Czech grounded in Obecná Sestina would still remain a foreign language to the Slavophone inhabitants of Moravia and Czech Silesia. Hence, the slow spread of Spisovna Estina-based Czech into the regions would be nullified, and a similar process had to be repeated again in the case of Spisovna Sestina elevated to the rank of Standard Czech. It could be dangerous for Czech nation building because it would emphasize ethno-linguistic differences existing between the Czech lands. In the 19th century, these differences limited the thrust of Czech nationalism to Bohemia, and the spread of this nationalism to Moravia and Czech Silesia was completed only in interwar Czechoslovakia. The codification of Standard Czech as to be used at school and in office was achieved in the last 3 decades of the 19th century. The Matice Česka's influential Brusjazyka Česko set the course, equalizing correctness with Czechness, meaning purifying this language of Germanisms and other foreign linguistic loans. Further editions of this work followed in 1881 and 1894. This work replaced the more conservative Pravidla Českého pravopisu, earmarked for use in secondary schools and teachers' colleges. Following the puristic principles of Brusjazyka Českého, the Moravian, František Bartas, published his Rukovet Spravn Sestiny for schools. 2 further editions followed in 1893 and 1901. Jan Gebauer's Archaizing and Purist Mluvnai Seska. 760. Pro skoli estiredni a ustavi usidalsk and officially adopted Pravidla hladisi k iskemu pravopisu a t Verislovi made the Dobrovsky Gebauer codification of the Czech language into the standard. Subsequent editions of Gebauer's grammar, revised first by Václav Ertel, then after his death, by František Travníček, were used in Czech schools until World War II. In emulation of Gebauer's Pravidla hladisi k seskmu pravopisu a t Verislovi, the official textbook, I Pravidla Českého pravopisu sab sednum seznamem slova t Varu was published in 1913. Re-editions followed in 1917 and 1919. The publication gave prescriptive guidance to be followed in Czech schools. In 1921, the Ministry of Schools and National Education officially espoused this textbook and sponsored the new edition, which underlaid the transformation of Czech into an official form of Czechoslovak language to be employed in the Czech lands. Decisions regarding Standard Czech were reached in Prague. There was neither Czech power or intellectual center to challenge them. Unexpectedly, Russian linguists who fled Bolshevik Russia, such as Roman Jakobson or Nikolai Trubetskoy, and their Czech colleagues with broad Austro-Hungarian education, such as René Wellek or Bohuslav Havranek, formed the Prague Linguistic Circle in 1926. It remained active until the outbreak of World War II, and some of its members, having migrated to the United States, decisively influenced the development of linguistics, literary theory, and Slavic studies in the second half of the 20th century. Their international renown allowed the circle to lambaste prescriptivism and purism of Pravidla Českého pravopisu, and Gebauer's grammar propagated by the journal, Nace Risi in Spisovna Sestina Jazyková Kultura, edited by Havranek and Milos Weingart. Significantly, they appealed to the Czech Academy of Sciences and Art that it should work out the new principles of Czech orthography and writing that would take into account the latest developments in linguistics. These appeals and new approaches to language standardization, though strongly reverberating across Czechoslovakia and Central Europe, did not elicit any official reaction. The Czech Academy of Sciences and Art took up the matter only after the war in Novidní Pravidlo Českého pravopisu. Sprava pro diskuzi, which became the standard prescriptive guidance already the following year when the academic edition of Bohuslav Havranek and František Travníček's Pravidla Českého pravopisu appeared. In 1958, the Schul edition, Zavody n Novik Pravidel Českého pravopisu na Školách, was published and reprinted frequently as Pravidla Českého pravopisu until 1993, when the Czech nation 761. The completely new edition was published and approved by the Ministry of Education, Youth, and Physical Education. In 1918, the name of the Francis Joseph Czech Academy of Sciences, Literature, and Art was changed to that of the Czech Academy of Sciences and Art. No similar national academias were established for the Slovaks or Ruthenians. The Czech Academy was intended to function as the national academy of entire Czechoslovakia, though the role was not adequately reflected in its new name. This constituted another argument for Slovak and Ruthenian leaders that Czechoslovakia was a mere disguise for building a greater Czech nation-state, a project not much different from Berlin and Vienna's aspiration to forge a greater German nation-state by a union of Germany and Austria. The difference was that the German and Austro-German national programs converged, while Slovak and Ruthenian national aspirations diverged vis-a-vis those of the Czechs. As in the case of Magyar and Polish, history of the Czech language in the interwar period was marked by the increasing preoccupation with the prescriptive ideal of correctness. All the three languages were made into official languages in three brand new nation-states. The typically Central European ideological coupling of national statehood with the ideal of linguistic sovereignty entailed a wave of purism against foreign elements, which threatened the ethno-linguistic unity. The 1931 Slovak rejoinder to the Pravidla Slovenského pravopisu, which was considered too Czech, was part of the same phenomenon. The Czech prescriptivism and purism as established and popularized by the Czech Academy of Sciences and Art and NACI, caused the establishment of the new journal, Nace Úřední Cestina, to weed out Germanisms from Czech officialese. Czech technical and natural science vocabulary was codified by the 7-volume Masaryków Slovník Únochny, the 10-volume Komenského Slovník now CNY, and Vladimír Tiesler and Václav Kotyska's 17-volume Technický Slovník now CNY. Ilustrovaná Encyklopédia věd technikých. In addition, between 1930 and 1943, the 6 volumes of the Dodatky to 20-volume pre-1918 Otov Slovník now CNYU were published in 12 parts. Despite these achievements, no monolingual multi-volume and authoritative dictionary of the Czech language was published. It was a painful realization for the Czech elite because of such a close link between language and nationalism in Central Europe. This deficiency made Czech into a backward language vis-a-vis German, and, even worse, Magyar and Polish. Stepan František's 7-volume Česko Německý slovník zvlášť grammatiko-phraseologicky was not monolingual, and the 3 volumes of 762 Příspěvky to this lexicographic work did not ameliorate this deficiency. In an endeavor to improve the situation, František Pasternak initiated in 1905 the action of gathering material for the intended Thesaurus Českého jazyka. 6 years later, this initiative inspired the creation of the Chancery for the Dictionary of the Czech language in the Francis Joseph Czech Academy of Sciences, Literature, and Art. During the Great Depression, the work on the dictionary faltered but was resumed already in 1931. In 1935, on the centenary of the publication of the first volume of Joseph Jungmann's 5-volume Slovenské Česko Německé, the first fascicle of the 9-volume Tu Pryrocení Slovník jazyka Českého appeared. The publication of this first ever monolingual authoritative dictionary of the Czech language spanned the times of late interwar Czechoslovakia, World War II, and early communist Czechoslovakia. This dictionary's fate followed that of the Czech nation, and most surprisingly, was not discontinued. But its history was checkered. Between 1935 and 1948, the Czech Academy of Sciences and Art was the main overseer of this dictionary. When the communist regime was established in Czechoslovakia in 1948, the Academy's freshly founded Ústav pro jazyk český took over the control of this publication for the next 5 years. In 1952, the centralized Czechoslovak Academy of Sciences was established, and controlled the dictionary beginning in 1953. The governmental publishing house printed the lexicographic work in 1935 to 1938 and 1945 to 1948. When the Rump Czech lands were organized as the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia within the Third Reich, this ambitious project was downgraded to an extensive school dictionary, and it was printed by the school publishing house. Following the 1948 communist takeover, the renewed governmental publishing house was downgraded to the rank of the State Publishing House of Textbooks in 1948, before it was finally renamed as the State Pedagogical Publishing House in 1951. To make this dictionary acceptable to the changing regimes, the fascicles published during the period of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia were purged of the terms Czechoslovak, Czechoslovak, and any other words, abbreviations, and acronyms derived from them. These restrictions were dropped in 1945, but the installation of the Stalinist regime demanded following the genius of Stalin's contributions on Marxism in linguistics, as the Czech Nation 763. Accordingly noted in THIRD Introduction to Volume 6. Similar linguistic and ideological changes did not save the Dodatky Oftotov Slovnik now CNYU, whose publication was discontinued in 1943, and the last two planned volumes never appeared. The Pryroceni Slovnik Jazyka Iskiho collected the entire vocabulary of Spisovna Estina, which appeared in Czech language publications between 1870 and the mid-20th century. It was reasoned that the gap between the 1830s and 1870 was covered because Sesko Nemecki Slovnik Zvlast Grammatiko-Phraseologici. Despite all odds, the completion of the Pryroceni Slovnik Jazyka Iskiho made the Czech language, at last, equal to German, Magyar, or Polish, as nationally minded linguists and linguistically minded politicians saw it. The brevity of the interwar period and the need of expanding resources in other fields of linguistics and lexicography did not permit the continuation of Gebauer's incomplete Slovnik Staroseski, which intended to gather Czech vocabulary from the Middle Ages to the mid-18th century. The publication of a similar Polish dictionary, Słownik Staropolski, commenced only in 1953, but Magyar received its Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Zotar between 1890 and 1893. In the case of Slovak, the publication of Historicky Slovnik Slovenského jazyka commenced in 1991, 2 years after the fall of communism. The rather unreliable Strukny Slovnik Etymologiky jazyka Slovenského by Josef Holub was published 6 years after the equally unreliable Slovnik Etymologizny jazyka Polskiego by Alexander Bruckner. Despite the 1931 quarrel over too much Czechized for the Slovaks liking Pravidla Slovenského pravopisu, Holub's work continued the increasingly discredited official line, which emphasized unity of the Czechoslovak language. But the argument was that Standard Slovak stemmed from Biblitina and Brno-Latina. The former was not much different from late 16th century Czech, and the latter, from the dialectal point of view, was closer to Czech than Standard Slovak. Even for Slovak scholars, it was difficult to dispute the official pet theory that the Czechoslovak cultural linguistic commonality existed at least between the Middle Ages and the mid-19th century. This joint approach to Czech and Slovak linguistics was resurrected for a short period of time after 1945, and culminated in the publication of Václav Máček's Etymologiky Slovnik jazyka Iskiho a Slovenského. The 1968 and 1997 editions of Máček's dictionary dropped the Slovak language from the title, which resulted in the first straightforward etymological dictionary of the Czech language, Etymologiky Slovnik jazyka Iskiho. So far, not a single standalone 764 etymological dictionary of Slovak has been published, whereas the never-completed publication of the over-ambitious Magyar Etymology Zotar lasted between 1914 and 1944. A simple one-volume Magyar Zofajta Zotar appeared in 1941. The pioneer period of the codification of Magyar between the 1820s and 1870s was recorded in a Magyar Nyelvojitas Zotara. In the case of Czech, a similar special role was played by Karel Novak Slovnik k Českým spisem Husovým, because Hus's language was regarded as the acme of 16th century Czech from which Spisovna Sestina was derived and to which a Czech speaker should ideally look for guidance. Hus's works have been frequently reprinted for public consumption in the Czechland and Slovakia since the interwar period. Last but not the least, in 1937, Pavel Vasa and František Travníček Slovnik jazyka Českého came off the press. It was republished in 1941, 1946, and 1952. The last date was highly symbolic. In 1952, the Czechoslovak Lexicological and Lexicographical Conference convened in Bratislava. Its task was to incorporate the tenets of Marxism into Czechoslovak linguistics, and to work out methods that would ensure ideological compliance of Czech and Slovak dictionaries, grammars, and language textbooks with the requirements of the communist system. The same process, which required full compliance of humanities, social sciences, and even natural sciences with the Marxist dogma, unfolded across the Soviet bloc, including Hungary and Poland. In practice, cultural elements, ideas, interpretations, terms, and words, perceived as incongruent with a contemporary version of Soviet Marxism, were either purged, suppressed, or criticized and branded as backward or bourgeois. Again, the twilight of German-Czech bilingualism. The descent of Czechoslovakia into World War II commenced with the Munich Agreement, when the West betrayed the last Central European democracy. The Sudetenland and other territories ceded from the Czechlands to the Third Reich amounted to 28,600 sq and were populated by 3.18 million Germans and 0.32 million Czechs. Czech sources speak of at least 0.6 million Czechs living in these territories during the war. The Germans who remained in the Rump Czech lands amounted to 0.37 million. Neighbors did not miss the opportunity to betray Czechoslovakia either. On October 1, in reply to the Polish ultimatum, Prague gave up most of its section of Teschen Silesia along with 65% of its black coal mining potential. A month later, on the Czech nation 765. November 1, Poland demanded 7 tiny pieces of the Slovak territory, and accordingly obtained them. On the following day, Hitler and Mussolini granted Hungary southern Slovakia and southern Subcarpathian Ruthenia. The former territory amounted to 8,900 sq and the latter to 1,500 square kilometers. Their populations included 0.5 million Magyars and 0.27 million Slovaks and Ruthenians. Slovakia lost its second biggest city, Košice, and Subcarpathian Ruthenia its biggest, Uzhhorod, so that the region's capital had to be moved to Chust. As a consequence, Czechoslovakia lost 3/10 of its territory, 1/3 of its population, and 4/10 of its income. The truncation of Czechoslovakia did not produce the sought-for ideal of ethno-linguistic homogeneity either. Over 1.25 million Czechs, Slovaks, and Ruthenians found themselves on the territories ceded to Germany, Hungary, and Poland, while 0.5 million Germans and Magyars remained in Rump Czechoslovakia. On October 5, 1938, Benes resigned from the presidency and left the country. He was replaced by Emil Hácha, President of the Supreme Administrative Court, who was elected as President of Czechoslovakia on November 30. Earlier, on 7 and October 11, autonomy was granted to Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia, respectively. This action came a little late, but at this point, Prague finally complied with the Czech-Slovak-Pittsburgh Agreement, and the promise of autonomy for the Ruthenians, as stipulated in the Treaty of Saint-Germain. But this could not save Czechoslovakia, just as Emperor Charles I's declaration on federalization of the dual monarchy did not save Austria-Hungary. After 1918, the Allies and most of the monarchy's variegated national movements turned against the polity, spelling its doom. In 1938 and 1939, not only the Western European powers, but also Italy, Germany, and the neighboring states were bent on dismantling Czechoslovakia. On November 19, 1938, the Acts on the Autonomy of Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia were adopted, and the name of Czechoslovakia was changed to the more appropriate one of Czechoslovakia. In early 1939, Berlin and Warsaw encouraged the Slovak leaders to declare independence of their autonomous region. In this manner, Germany's attention could focus exclusively on the Rump Czech lands, and the Polish-Hungarian alliance would face a weaker polity of standalone Slovakia rather than Czechoslovakia. Father Josef Tiso, Hlinka's successor as the HSL's chairman, became president of autonomous Slovakia. On March 13, 1939, Hitler demanded of him that Slovakia declare its independence, and the following day, this event took place. Slovakia left Czechoslovakia, which separated Subcarpathian Ruthenia also from this state. Without any international or Czechoslovak opposition, the Third Reich occupied the Rump Czech lands on 15 March, and on the next day, they were incorporated into Greater Germany as the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. On the same day, when German troops entered the Czech lands, the president of autonomous Subcarpathian Ruthenia, Voloshin, had no choice but to declare independence of its region following his telephone conversation with Hasha. The polity's name was changed to that of Carpathian Ukraine, and Voloshin requested Berlin to grant protection to the Ruthenian nation-state. Budapest would have none of that, and Berlin was too much interested in Hungarian support for its offensive politics in Central Europe to protect the independence of Carpathian Ukraine. Between 14 and March 18, 1939, Hungary annexed Carpathian Ukraine. On March 23, Germany extended its protection to independent Slovakia, but Berlin chose not to react when Hungarian troops entered eastern Slovakia on the same day and seized a territory of 1,900 square kilometers with an almost exclusively Slovak and Ruthenian population of 40,000. Bratislava had no choice but to accept the new Slovak-Hungarian border on April 4. Further border changes took place after Germany and the Soviet Union partitioned Poland in September 1939. Slovakia was only the third country that participated in this partition on the German side. In reward, Bratislava regained the Slovak territories ceded to Poland in 1939. The Czechoslovak section of Teschin Silesia, which had been incorporated into Poland at the same time, was annexed directly to Germany. Interestingly, between 1938 and 1939, Slovak diplomacy pressed Berlin hard to assist Slovakia in regaining Slovako, that is, the ethnographically differentiated region of southeastern Moravia, where the local dialect is closer to Standard Slovak than Standard Czech. Eventually, Bratislava's demands extended to entire eastern Moravia and a section of eastern Czech Silesia. Berlin did not budge, because this would unnecessarily antagonize Czechs in the Protectorate, and diminish the Protectorate's territory and economic viability. Immediately after the Hungarian and Polish annexations, the arrival of Magyar and Polish troops and civil servants commenced. They were accompanied by the return of some Magyar and Polish inhabitants, who had left these areas between 1918 and the early 1920s, when they became part of Czechoslovakia. The phenomenon of returns were not so pronounced in the Sudetenland, as relatively few Germans had left their home regions for Germany or Austria after World War I. However, the influx of German soldiers, civil servants, and entrepreneurs from Germany to the Sudetenland, and later, to the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, was pronounced. During World War II, the Protectorate and the Sudetenland found themselves in the center of wartime Germany. The Czech nation 767, which insulated them from the danger of Allied and Soviet air raids almost until the end of the war. This entailed the influx of German children and civilians from other areas of the Third Reich exposed to such attacks. As a result of the 1938 to 1939 border changes, 169,000 refugees left the territories incorporated to Germany, 22,000 left the territories annexed by Poland, 11,600 left the territories seized by Hungary, and 8,200 left independent Slovakia. Slovak sources claim that the number of Czech refugees and expellees was as high as 20,000. At first, the refugees usually fled to the Rump Czech lands. Later on, they came to the Protectorate, but many preferred to emigrate to Western Europe and Northern America. The majority of the participants of this exodus were Czechs and Czech Jews, which indirectly supported the usual Slovak, Ruthenian, German, and Magyar complaint that Czech officials dominated the structures and offices of entire Czechoslovakia. Because the Protectorate formed part of the all-German economy by 1945, 84,000 Czechs from this territory were employed in the Sudetenland and as many as 600,000 throughout the Third Reich. It should also be noted that following the Hungarian occupation of Carpathian Ukraine, 40,000 Ruthenians crossed the border to Poland's Galicia, where they joined the Ukrainian national movement, which was especially active later, when this region was incorporated into Soviet Ukraine, and then, into Germany's general government. In this latter polity, that is Rump Poland, Ukrainians enjoyed a better educational system, complete with secondary schools, than Poles whose education was limited to elementary schooling. The border changes also had direct bearing on the situation of official languages. In 1938, Czech-Slovak and Ruthenian were replaced by German, Polish, and Magyar in the Czechoslovak territories annexed respectively by Germany, Poland and Hungary. Simultaneously, Slovak and Ruthenian achieved elevated national status in autonomous Slovakia and autonomous Subcarpathian Ruthenia, which previously was denied to them by the actual domination of Czech throughout Czechoslovakia. In 1939, the situation changed again with the demise of Czechoslovakia and the German Soviet partition of Poland. In the territories, which Poland gained in 1938, Polish was replaced by German and Slovak as official languages. In briefly independent Carpathian Ukraine, Ukrainian replaced Ruthenian. Carpathian Ukraine was organized as the autonomous Carpatalgia in wartime Hungary with two official languages, Magyar and Hungarian Ruthenian. Despite official discouragement, the Russophile faction of the Ruthenian elite continued to publish books in Russian. 768. Hungary was suddenly transformed from almost an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state into a multi-ethnic one. This necessitated the introduction of a modicum of minority education in Slovak and was allowed in Felvidik, which became the accepted Hungarian name for the annexed southern and eastern Slovak territories. Slovakia reciprocated by keeping some Magyar schools for the remaining Magyar minority, but the relations were permanently soured by Bratislava's references to the bleeding border between Slovakia and Hungary, and officially supported Slovak irredentism, a direct reflection of interwar Hungary's irredentism. On the other hand, there was much rejoicing since, for the first time in history, the Slovaks achieved their own nation-state complete with Slovak as its official language. The interwar Slovak-Czech bilingualism, spread in Slovakia under the guise of the official Czechoslovak language, was firmly replaced by Slovak monolingualism. A good indicator of this process was the fact that in 1939, in independent Slovakia, the production of Slovak books immediately rose to 700 titles, that is by 8% in comparison to the 1938 output. Another sign of the swing of the pendulum was the official announcement that Bohemianisms constituted 46.5% of all barbarisms of which Slovak was to be purged. In this scheme, the number of unwanted Germanisms and Magyarisms amounted to 8.2% and 3%, respectively. However, Bratislava allowed for considerable development of German language educational and cultural life for the 135,000 to 150,000 strong minority of the so-called Carpathian Germans under the leadership of Franz Karmazin. The budget of German minority education in Slovakia tripled between 1940 and 1943, and the schools followed the curriculum employed in Germany. As a German satellite, Slovakia had no choice, and the intensifying Slovak-German relations in the fields of economy and military affairs, also helped spread the knowledge of German among Slovaks. The language situation in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia stood in stark opposition to the unprecedented elevation of Slovak to the position of the sole official language in Slovakia. The official Czech monolingualism was immediately replaced with Czech-German bilingualism. The vast majority of the Protectorate's population were Czechs, but due to the German political, economic, and cultural dominance, German was the dominant language and Czech found itself a weaker partner of this bilingual pair, like Slovak used to vis-a-vis Czech in interwar Czechoslovakia. The Czechoslovak government with Hacha at its helm remained in power as the Protectorate's government. The Czech nation 769. Despite incorporation into the Third Reich, the situation of the Protectorate was more similar to Vichy France than the general government. The bilingual German-Czech administration stopped at the levels of the center and regions. In counties and communes, pre-war Czech language administration remained. In the general government, a modicum of Polish and Ukrainian language administration was allowed exclusively at lowest local level. But Vichy France was largely left to govern itself as long as this did not clash with Berlin's interests. The German protector intervened directly in the protectorate. Immediately, the left-handed organization of traffic was changed to right-handed. Czechoslovak politicians had not been able to agree on this change for 2 decades. Next, on November 17, 1939, all Czech university-level educational institutions were closed. The Czech University of Prague was merged with its German-language counterpart, and German completely replaced Czech as the medium of instruction. Thereafter, a university education was available only through the medium of German, which was a drastic change. Until that time, the Czech Language University of Prague had been continuously catering to the educational needs of the Czechs already since 1882. The Czech Academy of Sciences and Art continued to function, but the protectorate's authorities favored its German counterpart, the Deutsche Akademie der Wissenschaften, which was founded in Prague in 1941. Berlin did not attempt to liquidate Czech language secondary education as it did in Poland, but each educated Czech was expected to speak fluent German. Accordingly, the educational system began to teach this language intensively, and the network of German national schools for the protectorate's German minority and children of civil servants, who had arrived from Germany, too developed. On March 21, 1939, the commander of the German troops in the protectorate announced German and Czech as official languages of the polity, but in reality, the protectorate's German administration never employed Czech. On the contrary, the Czech administration was obliged to use both languages, with the exception of communes where civil servants could choose either Czech or German as the language of administration. On April 23, 1940, Czech civil servants were given 2 years of grace for mastering German. After January 22, 1941, German civil servants were no longer allowed to use Czech in administration. Full German-Czech bilingualism was demanded on plaques and signposts with names of localities and streets, as well as those of offices, companies, schools, and other public institutions. Any information on posters, banknotes, tickets, office forms, bills and so on, was given in German and Czech. This bilingualism was also used in cinemas, radio broadcasting, telephone services, and commerce and business correspondence and bookkeeping. German commissars delegated to 150 Czech communes ensured the observance of bilingualism. Wherever German students attended Czech schools, teaching had to be conducted in both languages, but certificates were issued to such 770 students exclusively in German. On June 1, 1940, it was prohibited to display and use any Czechoslovak national symbols or memorabilia, including the words Czechoslovakia, Czechoslovakia, and adjectives, abbreviations, and acronyms derived from them. This entailed a widespread action of removing labels and inscriptions with such offensive words from machines, books, clothes, etc. The penetration of German was such that it intruded even on Czech syntax and usage. The official terms, Führer, Reichsregierung, or GG Reichsprotektor in Böhmen und Mähren were featured in Czech texts in German, and often in Gothic characters, though Czech texts were published exclusively in the Antiqua script. A similar practice extended to using exclusively German-language versions of foreign place names in Czech publications, for instance, German Wien instead of Czech Vídeň. As in the rest of Europe under Berlin's control, most persecutions were directed against Jews and Roma under the framework of Endlösung. In Poland and Lithuania, German forces killed 92% and 90% of the local Jews, respectively. The third highest percentage of Jews killed was in Czechoslovakia, where 85% Jews perished, or 270,000, specifically, 80,000 to 90,000 from the Czech lands, and similar numbers from Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia. The number of Roma killed was not exactly established, but it was at least in the tens of thousands on the territory of interwar Czechoslovakia, including 5,000 from the Czech lands. Due to repression, 50,000 Czechs also lost their lives. The entire number of pre-war Czechoslovak citizens killed during World War II is estimated at 370,000, or 2.5% of the population. There were many fewer than 5 million victims of National Socialist terror in Poland. The Czech inhabitants of the Protectorate enjoyed a privileged status. For all practical reasons, they were treated as Reich citizens but did not have to serve in the German army. On one hand they were not trusted, whereas on the other, it was more important for the war effort that they ensured smooth running of the Protectorate's industry. At the end of the war, most of the Reich's industrial output flowed from this area and from the formerly Czechoslovak section of Teschen Silesia. Although the post-war Czechoslovak historiography unanimously vilified the Protectorate's Czech administration as traitors, it seems that they always acted on the borderline of open disloyalty to Germany, striving to ensure as much cultural and political autonomy for the Czechs as possible. In this, they did not differ from the Vichy regime. However, unlike in Vichy France, such efforts in the Protectorate cost some high Czech officials their lives, including the Protectorate's Prime Minister, General Alois Elias. But Czech culture. The Czech nation 771 survived and was largely intact thanks perhaps to their endeavors. Additionally, the slump in the production of Czech books during the war was slight. In 1948, the annual output of 5,500 titles had already caught up with that of 1937. In Poland, the pre-war level of book production was finally achieved in 1965. In the Protectorate, the publication of Pryrosy Słownik Jazyka Iskiego continued, and the school publishing house for Bohemia and Moravia published the new edition of Pravidla Českého pravopisu s abecednym seznamem slova tvaru in 1941. Czechoslovakia, a home to two nations. When Germany occupied the Czech lands of Czechoslovakia on March 15, 1939, Beneš was in the United States. He and his supporters argued that this act made the Munich Agreement null and void. This interpretation paved the way for the founding of the Czechoslovak National Committee in the United Kingdom on April 16. A degree of legitimacy was given to the body by Masaryk's son, Jan Wuchard. This committee. In November, the former Czechoslovak Prime Minister and a Slovak, Milan Haja, established Slovak National Council in Paris. His and other Slovak leaders' insistence that post-war Czechoslovakia should be a genuine federation led to their withdrawal from the Czechoslovak government in exile in late 1942. After this, the government was an exclusively Czech affair. The Czechoslovak National Committee had spawned a government. Between 1939 and 1941, Paris, London, and Washington recognized it. The Western Allies also agreed with Beneš's interpretation of the Munich Agreement, and announced it void and null in 1942. Meanwhile, Beneš and the Polish government in exile declared their eagerness to form a common Czechoslovak-Polish federation. Simultaneously, Slovak communists proposed transforming Slovakia into a Soviet-style republic, or to incorporate it into the Soviet Union. But in 1943, it was clear that the Allies leaned to the idea of recreating Czechoslovakia in its pre-war shape. In December, in opposition to the ruling HSL's regime, Slovak Democrats and Communists founded the Slovak National Council. They pledged to fight the Germans and Tisso's regime and then agreed to the re-establishment of Czechoslovakia as a federation of the equal nations of the Czechs and Slovaks. On December 12, 1943, the Czechoslovak-Soviet Agreement on Friendship and Cooperation was signed in Moscow. This made it possible to form a Czechoslovak army in the Soviet Union. In the initial period, 90% of the soldiers were Ruthenians. Ironically, no Ruthenian was a member of the Czechoslovak government. To add insult to injury, Beneš stated in June 1941 that Subcarpathian Ruthenia might belong either to post-war Czechoslovakia or Soviet Russia. Obviously, nobody asked the Ruthenians. Further, when in Moscow during 772 December 1943, he said that he expected the region to return to Czechoslovakia but that it should be united with Soviet Ukraine on the cultural and linguistic plane. Not surprisingly, Moscow proposed in March 1944 that in exchange for the cession of Subcarpathian Ruthenia to the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia would receive a section of pre-war German Upper Silesia. It was obvious that the Kremlin wanted to incorporate this last Russian land, which so far had not been gathered into Soviet Russia. In this, the communist government took over the Tsarist political ideal of gathering all the Russias. Beneš's behavior projected an apparent happiness to be rid of it. Curiously, he pronounced in March 1945 that the Allies had forced Prague to incorporate Subcarpathian Ruthenia in 1919. Third Army reached Subcarpathian Ruthenia in April 1944. The Soviet propaganda immediately declared the Ruthenians to be part of the Ukrainian nation. The Czechoslovak administration was allowed to administer only one third of the region. In November, the Soviet-controlled Ruthenian organizations demanded the reunification of their land, then renamed as Transcarpathian Ruthenia, with Soviet Ukraine. The Czechoslovak administration left the region in December. In the Czechoslovak-Soviet agreement of June 29, 1945, Benes ceded Transcarpathian Ruthenia to the Soviet Union, and 2 months later, issued Decree No. 60, which stripped the Ruthenians of Czechoslovak citizenship. Nobody consulted the Ruthenians. Zhotkovich, the first governor of Czechoslovakia's Subcarpathian Ruthenia, who lived in the United States, protested and announced that the region was and continued to be part of Czechoslovakia. Ruthenians refer to the Soviet annexation as the Ruthenian-Munich Agreement. Meanwhile, Bratislava, located in the west of Slovakia, began to lose control of the state's mountainous center. On August 12, 1944, a state of emergency was declared. On August 29, the German troops entered Slovakia to help the HSL's regime. The following day, the Slovak National Council announced via the radio station in Banská Bystrica the outbreak of the Slovak National Uprising. And 60,000 Slovak soldiers and 18,000 guerrillas controlled much of central Slovakia until October 27, when Germans seized Banská Bystrica. The uprising continued as a guerrilla war, but troops withdrew to eastern Slovakia, where they could expect aid from the advancing Red Army, which had entered Slovakia on October 6. The uprising was the sign of popular support for renewing Czechoslovakia as an equal federation of both nations, and for cooperation with the Soviet Union. On April 4, Soviet troops entered Bratislava, the HSL's regime fled the country, and the German troops withdrew to the Protectorate. The following day, Benes and his government arrived in Košice, and announced the so-called Košice government program, whose basis was that post-war Czechoslovakia would be a common polity of the Czechs and Slovaks. The Czech nation 773 was an unusual concession on the part of Benes, who was the staunch proponent of Masaryk's idea of Czechoslovakia, as a nation-state of the single Czechoslovak nation. On April 21, 1945, U.S. troops entered western Bohemia. Between 5 and 9 May, brief anti-German uprising broke out in Prague. Soviet troops entered the city at the end of the war, and fronts stopped at the outskirts of Bohemia and Moravia, which spared the Czechlands the unprecedented damage wreaked by total war that occurred in Slovakia and elsewhere in Central Europe. Post-war Czechoslovakia was built as a democratic, though pro-Soviet state, mostly thanks to Benes's cordial relations with Moscow, and the genuine character of the communist movement in the Czech lands. The Czech lands had been heavily industrialized since the 1870s, and the Communist Party had strong organic support among the Czech industrial workers since the interwar period. In rural Poland and Hungary, where anti-Bolshevik sentiment had been equally strong, Moscow had to force local communist parties on the unwilling populaces to justify to the Western Allies the communist takeovers, which took place in both states in 1947. In the following year, the Czech communists seized power in Czechoslovakia. Conveniently, Benes died the same year, and the communist security forces assassinated Jan Masaryk. No pre-war Czech politicians of international renown remained in post-war Czechoslovakia. Meanwhile, the degree of political and administrative autonomy enjoyed by Slovakia was dismantled. The Soviet-controlled Stalinist regimes in Central Europe sought to create centralized and ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-states. In 1949, the traditional administrative divisions of Bohemia, Moravia Silesia, and Slovakia were replaced with 19 small regions bearing no relation to historical administrative boundaries, with the exception of the division between the Czech lands and Slovakia. Having rather willingly resigned itself to the loss of Subcarpathian Ruthenia, Prague aggressively went about securing some territorial gains from the historical lands of the Czech crown contained within the German boundaries. Czechoslovak politicians argued that if Moscow indemnified Poland with the greater part of the German lands east of the Oder-Neisse line for the loss of its eastern Polish territories to the Soviet Union, a similar measure might be extended to Czechoslovakia. Prague demanded the southernmost strip of Germany's eastern Lower Silesia, and Upper Silesia, because German censuses recorded some Bohemian and Moravian speakers in these areas as recently as the 1920s. From a historical perspective, all of Silesia was part of the Czech lands, but there were not enough Czechs and Slovaks, who could viably populate it following the expulsion of the German-speaking inhabitants. In 1945, Czech troops moved to these areas, but they withdrew following Warsaw's threat that in retaliation Polish soldiers would invade the Czechoslovak section of Teschen Silesia. To Prague's attempt at securing Germany's Lusatia with its Slavophone Sorbs for Czechoslovakia, Poland replied with a similar claim. Moscow cut the squabble short, leaving the Sorbs and their homeland in the Soviet zone of occupation. 774. Though the Kremlin pressed East Germany to grant them a modicum of cultural and linguistic autonomy, the territory of Czechoslovakia was generally recreated in its pre-war shapeless Subcarpathian Ruthenia. In July 1945, Slovakia returned the pre-war Polish sections of Orava and Spiš to Poland. In 1946, it gave a small area to the Soviet Union, and received a similar one from the Soviet Union the following year, which straightened the border. Also in 1947, Budapest was made to give up a small bridgehead of territory across the Danube, so that Bratislava was better shielded from nearby Austria and Hungary. The wartime Czech, Slovak, Ruthenian, and German and Magyar minority leaders, who were active in the Protectorate, the Sudetenland Slovakia, and Hungary's autonomous Carpathia, were eliminated from public and political life. Conveniently, before he could be tried, Hácha died of ill health in May 1945. In the same month, Henlein committed suicide in Plzen, where he found himself in U.S. captivity. The two most important politicians of independent Slovakia, Tiso and Tuka, fled to the American zone of occupation in Germany, and were promptly extradited to Czechoslovakia. They were tried, found guilty of high treason, and despite protests of the international community and Slovak leaders in the United States, executed in Prague, in 1947 and 1946, respectively. After the Red Army fully overran Carpathia in March 1945, Voloshin fled to Prague. The Czechoslovak authorities gave him up to the Soviets in May. 2 months later, he died in a Moscow prison. During the war, Esterházy outraged all the major political forces. He supported autonomy for Slovakia, and did not accept Budapest's invitation to return to Hungary following Budapest's annexation of southern Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia. He preferred to lead the Magyar minority in independent Slovakia and help Polish refugees escaping to the west. He was the only MP in the Slovak parliament who protested against deportation of Slovak Jews to German extermination camps. In 1944, the Hungarian fascist regime imprisoned him, then the Soviets captured him and handed over to Prague. In 1947, the Slovak National Court condemned him to death, but due to international protests the court commuted his sentence from capital punishment to life imprisonment. He died in prison in 1957. Like Germans in post-war Poland, the huge German and Magyar minorities were the biggest obstacle standing in the way of making post-war Czechoslovakia an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state. The Western Allies and the Soviet Union agreed to use collective responsibility in order to expel Germans. Between 1945 and 1947, 3 million fled, were evacuated or expelled from the Czech lands and Slovakia, mainly to southern Germany and Austria. After the Czech borderlands were emptied of their traditional German population, they were partly populated by settlers, 1.65 million Czechs and 0.25 million Slovaks. Unlike the Polish case, the expelled Germans were pre-war Czechoslovak citizens, so Beneš had to issue decrees that stripped them of their citizenship. In the Czech lands, a similar measure was to be applied to Poles. The Czech nation 775. In the Czechoslovak section of Teschin Silesia, which had been incorporated into Poland in 1938. At Poland's behest, Moscow's intervention limited this measure to Poles who came to this area after the annexation. The local Polish population was re-granted with Czechoslovak citizenship in a process similar to national rehabilitation, which was applied to the Zlonziks living on the territory of pre-war Poland's section of Upper Silesia. The Hultziners posed Prague with a problem similar to that, which Warsaw faced in the case of the Zlonziks, Kashubs, and Mazurs residing on pre-war Germany's territory. In Poland the latter were recognized as autochthons in the process of national verification. Prague applied a similar procedure to the Hultziners, and they were not allowed to leave for Germany, even if they so desired. In addition to Germans, Magyars were also to be expelled from Slovakia. Beneš deprived them of Czechoslovak citizenship, as well. In the framework of the Czechoslovak-Hungarian population exchange, between 1945 and 1948, 95,000 Magyars left Slovakia for Hungary, and 72,000 Slovaks left Hungary for Slovakia. In the action of re-Slovakization, 382,000 stateless and terrorized Magyars applied to be recognized as Slovaks. 282,000 were granted the status, which caused the number of Slovakia's Magyars to sink to 451,000. But because Czechoslovak citizenship was not re-granted to them until 1948, the situation permitted the closure of Magyar language schools and cultural institutions. 45,000 Magyars were condemned to hard labor and dispersed across Czechoslovakia. The post-war population movements were rounded up by the arrival of 33,000 Czechs from pre-war Poland's Volhynia, and 20,000 from Transcarpathian Ruthenia, because they wanted to avoid living in the Soviet Union. By the late 1940s, Czechoslovakia was re-established as a heavily centralized ethnically homogeneous nation-state with a Stalinist regime at its helm. The situation was similar in Hungary and Poland. As Soviet satellites, all three states had to closely follow the tenets of the system as worked out in the Soviet Union. Between 1948 and 1949, many members of the pre-war Czechoslovak elite, 145,000 Czechs and 82,000 Slovaks, who could not accept the communist regime, emigrated to Western Europe and Northern America. Bearing in mind the fact that there were almost 3 times as many Czechs as Slovaks in Czechoslovakia, the proportion of Slovak émigrés was nearly 2 times bigger than that of Czech émigrés. Anti-communist feeling was much more widespread in predominantly rural, traditional, and strongly Catholic Slovakia. 776. Than in the heavily industrialized and urbanized Czech lands. In this respect, the Slovaks shared more with the Polish than the Czech experience. Their opposition to the communist regime was deepened by the forced collectivization of the countryside and the liquidation of the Greek Catholic Church in 1950. The struggle against bourgeois nationalist deviation, which marked the epoch of late Stalinism in Central Europe, amounted in Czechoslovakia to political purges mainly aimed at Slovak leaders and the few remaining Jews. This prompted the latter to leave, and put control of Czechoslovakia firmly in the Czech hands. The 1948 Communist Constitution defined Czechoslovakia as a unitary state of the Czechoslovak people, in which equal rights were enjoyed by the two brotherly Slavic nations of the Czechs and Slovaks. Despite official Stalinization, in the mid-1950s, it was obvious that the Czechoslovak option led and implemented by Czech communists was in ascendance. The new constitution of 1960 renamed the Republic of Czechoslovakia as the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic. The facade Slovak autonomous institutions were liquidated, and in the new state coat of arms the Slovak one was removed from the Bohemian lion's breast, and his crown replaced with the communist red star. In Hungary the 1956 uprising and in Poland the 1956 events, marked the shift of power from Stalinists to national communists. A similar process unfolded in Czechoslovakia rather late, in 1968. It had been preceded by permitting Czechoslovak tourists travel to Western Europe, 168,000 in 1965 and 300,000 2 years later, while the Polish and Hungarian borders were tightly sealed. These travels and the example of the national path to communism as established in Hungary and Poland, entailed an increase in social displeasure with the system. But the predominantly Czech governing elite was aware that national communism might emphasize the Czech-Slovak national cleavage, which would endanger the unitary character of Czechoslovakia. But the worsening economic situation elicited public criticism in late 1967, which led to sweeping changes in the Communist Party the following year, under the slogan of building socialism with a human face. The Prague Spring commenced. In Slovakia, industrialization and reconstruction of the country after the war was welcomed by the population at large, but the falling standard of living and the feeling of discrimination made the Slovaks sympathize with the Czechs in their desire for a change. What differed the two nations was that, additionally, the Slovaks wanted to federalize the state. The discussions on federalization conducted in the Central Committee of the Communist Party in June 1968, brought to the fore the question of autonomy for Moravia and Silesia. But the idea of tripartite federation consisting of Bohemia, Moravia, Silesia, and Slovakia, was perceived by Slovak leaders as the Czech nation 777. Czech ploy to belittle Slovakia. Unlike Czechs, the average Slovak is not aware of the long-established ethno-regional cleavage that separates Moravia and Silesia from Bohemia. The Slovak fear was that Bohemia and Moravia Silesia as two Czech entities of a tripartite federation, the Czechs would still prevail over the Slovaks. Meanwhile at Kremlin decided that institutional and political changes in Czechoslovakia endanger its grip on the Soviet bloc, and ordered the Warsaw Pact to intervene. On August 21, Bulgarian, East German, Hungarian, Polish, and Soviet forces invaded Czechoslovakia, giving the rise to the Brezhnev Doctrine, according to which Moscow could intervene in any Soviet bloc state that appeared bent on leaving the bloc. At the end of August, normalization set in, propped by the decision that Soviet troops would remain in Czechoslovakia indefinitely. Apart from sending a wave of several hundreds of thousands of refugees, who fled to the west, the normalization paved the way for national communists to power. Significantly, the leader of the Prague Spring, Alexander Dubček, and the leader of the normalization, Gustav Husak, were both Slovaks. On October 27, 1968, the parliament passed a constitutional act to federalize the state, which entered in force on January 1, 1969. Czechoslovakia was transformed into a dual federation of the Czech Socialist Republic and the Slovak Socialist Republic. The normalization rendered the political dimension of this federalization impotent already in 1970. Centralism was back, but with more formalistic devolution. Stalinists were finally out of power when Husak became president in 1975. He held this office until the fall of communism in 1989, and though a Slovak, he governed in the spirit of Czechoslovakism, which precluded any real possibility of political autonomy for Slovakia. This situation, and the fact that the interests and autonomous inspirations of Moravia and Silesia were not reflected on the political plane at all, led to the rise of popular resentment at Pragocentrismus, that is, centralization of power and economy in Prague and Bohemia. This feeling was widespread in Slovakia, Moravia, and Silesia. On the other hand, both Czechs and Slovaks perceived the federal institutions of Czechoslovakia as Czech. In communist Czechoslovakia, Czech dominated as the official language of the state until 1968, though Slovak was consistently employed in the official capacity throughout Slovakia. This domination of Czech in the framework of de facto Czechoslovakism showed, first, in the stalling of the further codification of Slovak. Between 1946 and 1949, Anton Janosík and Eugen Jona published the fascicles of the first volume of the intended first multi-volume authoritative dictionary of Slovak, Slovník spisovného jazyka slovenského. After 778. The communist takeover, the publication of this work was discontinued and the task of compiling an authoritative dictionary of Slovak transferred from the Matica Slovenska in Tuarchinský Svätý Martin to Bratislava, where the task was taken up by the Slovak Academy of Sciences, when it was re-established in 1953. The Matica Slovenska was perceived as the hotbed of anti-communism and Slovak bourgeois nationalism. 3 conferences on Marxist linguistics worked out the tenets on the basis of which an authoritative dictionary of Slovak should be compiled. These conferences copied the Soviet model of imbuing a language with the communist ideology, and Russifying it. When Stefan Picier's 6-volume Slovník slovenského jazyka was published, the circle of the Matica Slovenska immediately accused it of making the Slovak language too close to Czech. With the Prague Spring just around the corner, a conference in 1966 condemned the situation and worked out theses to emphasize the separateness of Slovak vis-a-vis Czech. Many Slovak intellectuals readily espoused these theses, which significantly contributed to the unprecedented political emancipation of Slovak after 1968. Subcarpathian Ruthenia was annexed by the Soviet Union and transferred to Soviet Ukraine, and largely disappeared from the Czechs and Slovaks' public memory. Only briefly in 1945, prior to the annexation, Ruthenian leaders had appealed for the making of post-war Czechoslovakia into a triple federation. In Soviet Transcarpathian Ukraine, the Ruthenians, at least officially, were made into Ukrainians, and no concessions for the Ruthenian language were made. Ukrainian and Russian replaced Hungarian, Ruthenian and Magyar, which had functioned as official languages in wartime Hungary's Carpathia. Moscow's de facto policy of Russifying Soviet Ukraine beginning in the 1930s also left its mark on Transcarpathian Ukraine. Prešov Ruthenia, located in eastern Slovakia, never featured in state politics. Unlike in the case of Moravia and Silesia, no politician proposed that the region could be made into a separate entity within federalized Czechoslovakia. The post-war Ukrainian National Council, active in this region, appealed for Ruthenian territorial autonomy, but Slovak leaders disagreed, claiming that Prešov Ruthenia is part of the indivisible Slovak national territory. Bratislava denied the same concessions to the Prešov Ruthenians that it was seeking to obtain for Slovakia from Prague. After the war, Russian was used in Ruthenian publications and schools. In 1952, Prague declared them to be Ukrainians, hence the Ukrainian language replaced Russian. In the wake of the Prague Spring, some Ruthenian intellectuals appealed for at least limited use of the Ruthenian vernacular. Due to frequent language changes, the persistence of the vernacular in everyday life, and the domination of Slovak, in the 1950s and 1960s numerous Ruthenians adopted Slovak and the Czech nation 779 began to send their children to Slovak schools. Soon they became Slovakized, and the process was facilitated by the abolition of the Greek Catholic Church, which had been the main axis of the Ruthenian national identity. In this, Prague followed Moscow, which had abolished this church in western Ukraine in 1946, and in Transcarpathian Ukraine 3 years later. The situation of Slovak improved spectacularly after the introduction of the federalization package. Article 6 of the Constitutional Act No. 143 of October 27, 1968 provided that the Czech and Slovak languages should be used equally in the promulgation of laws, in the dealings of all state organs of Czechoslovakia and both republics, in proceedings held before them and in all their contacts with individual citizens. In practice it meant that federal laws were mainly written in Czech and then translated into Slovak, but the equalization of the status of Slovak with Czech spilled over to the mass media and cultural life. The normalization, which de facto did away with the political autonomy for Slovakia, did not limit the newly found equilibrium between Czech and Slovak. In statewide radio and TV news, sports commentaries, and programs, Czechophone and Slovakophone speakers and interviewees spoke one after another and with each other. The same mixing of Czech and Slovak appeared in periodicals, though it did not spread to such an extent as in the electronic mass media. Czechophone cinema and TV films recorded in Czech were shown in the original in Slovakia, and vice versa, Slovak ones were broadcast in the original in the Czech lands. In theaters, irrespective of where they were located, Czech and Slovak performances were interspersed. Emigration of Slovaks to the Ostrava region, and later, to Prague, and of Czechs to eastern Slovakia, led to the intensification of Czech-Slovak contacts in private life, including numerous marriages. In such mixed families, parents usually spoke exclusively in their native languages, and their children the language of the region where their home was located, meaning Slovak in Slovakia, and Czech in the Czech lands. Hence, no minority schools were provided for Slovaks living in the Czech lands, and for Czechs in Slovakia. This was possible due to the genetic and typological closeness of both Czech and Slovak, and entailed the emergence of the unusual phenomenon, called superstandard bilingualism, meaning that Czechs and Slovaks would speak with one another using their native languages, and without switching to the language of their interlocutors, unless for an expression, unusual word, local color, or a humoristic effect. On the other hand, since Czechoslovakia was a single country, no university departments of Slovak opened in the Czech lands, and of Czech in Slovakia. Slovak students wishing to study Czech philology simply enrolled in Czech universities, and vice versa. On the other hand, the authorities discouraged research into differences between Czech and Slovak, and it was plainly prohibited for the mass media to comment on linguistic matters in such 780. A manner that a single word or expression would be unambiguously identified as Czech or Slovak. The legislated equality between both languages in practice was not full, as there were twice as many Czechs as Slovaks in Czechoslovakia, and among the Czechs the old perception continued that Czech was more prestigious than Slovak. Moreover, the average Czech often condemned the use of Slovak dialects, especially those from eastern Slovakia. The Czechoslovak Academy of Sciences, de facto was a Czech institution. It oversaw the compilation of an extensive one-volume Slovak-Czech dictionary, Slovensko-Český slovník by Zelmira Gasparíková and Adolf Kamus. Its 3 editions were published in Prague in 1967, 1984, and 1987. The Slovak Academy of Sciences reciprocated with an equally extensive Czech-Slovak dictionary, Československý slovník by Josef Michalici and Andrej Sumek, published in Bratislava. But these 2 dictionaries never became popular references, which would have remained permanently in print. In schools, one used the Czech linguist, Jaroslav Neka's, Slovensko-Český a Československý slovník rozdílných výrazů, published in 4 different editions in 1963, 1964, and 1989. It was a return to the tradition of such practical dictionaries, which had been popular immediately after World War I before the official concept of the Czechoslovak language had prevented further compilation of bilingual Czech-Slovak and Slovak-Czech dictionaries for half a century. Post-war Czechoslovakia was built as a Slavic nation-state of the Czechoslovak people. Hence, only the Polish and Ruthenian minority education systems survived the war, in eastern Czech Silesia and eastern Slovakia, respectively. In this ideological framework there was no place for non-Slavic minority educational systems. The first exception was made for Magyars in Slovakia, who did not declare themselves as Slovaks, when they regained Czechoslovak citizenship in 1948. The interwar tradition of bilingual signposts with locality and street names survived but exclusively in the regions populated by the Magyar and Polish minorities. In the early 1950s, Czechoslovak citizenship was re-granted to few Germans, who were allowed to stay, but no minority schools were provided for their children until the fall of communism. The only concession was German socio-cultural associations established in the 1950s and 1960s. As a result, the knowledge. The Czech nation 781. Of German among those born after 1945 is almost nil, like in the case of Poland's Germans. At the end of the 1940s, like Poland, Czechoslovakia accepted Greek and Macedonian communist refugees, who fought in the Greek Civil War. About 10,000 of them were settled in western Czech Silesia, recently emptied of its German population. A modicum of Greek and Macedonian education was organized for them. In the 1950s, most Macedonians left for Yugoslavia's Macedonia, and many Greeks decided to return to their country after the end of the authoritarian regime in 1974, and Greece's accession to the European communities in 1981. As before the war, Jews were not considered a national minority, and during censuses had to declare themselves as belonging to one of the state nations or minorities. The Roma were recorded in Czech censuses as a national minority beginning in 1921. After 1945, like in Poland or Hungary, they were treated more as a depressed and parasitic social class than a national or ethnic minority. To productivize them, their traditional patterns of life and economy were abolished. They were dispersed and forced to take up occupations allocated by the authorities. As during the interwar period, no minority schooling in their Indic language of Romani was provided in communist Czechoslovakia. This reflected the Central European practice, which to this day remains largely unchanged. Lacking a sound command either of Czech or Slovak, Roma children received no schooling or were sent to schools for the mentally retarded. As a result, from the linguistic, social, and economic vantage, they were made into the most isolated ethno-linguistic group in Central Europe. Despite the similarities shared by Czechoslovakia with Hungary and Poland in their approach to national minorities, Prague continued to publish statistical data on Czechoslovakia's minorities throughout the communist years, unlike the two other states, or Romania and East Germany, for that matter. In 1974, Czechoslovakia housed 0.58 million Magyars, 77,000 Germans, 71,000 Poles, and 51,000 Ukrainians. Hungarian sources tended to beef up the number of Czechoslovakia's Magyars to 0.75 million, by adding to the official number those who underwent re-Slovakization between 1945 and 1948. The authorities treated Roma as fully integrated and ceased to indicate them in statistics. According to estimates, in 1975, 183,000 of them lived in Slovakia, and 83,000 in the Czech lands. In 1950, in Czechoslovakia, there were 8.38 million Czechs and 3.24 million Slovaks. By 1991, the numbers grew to 9.83 million and 4.83 million, respectively. Thanks to their higher birth rate, the Slovaks' share in the population grew steadily. After the expulsion of Germans, by 1950, the Czech lands had become almost 782 homogeneously Czech, with Czechs amounting to 8.34 million. They were followed by 0.35 million Slovaks, 160,000 Germans, 71,000 Poles, 19,500 Ukrainians, and 13,000 Magyars. In the following decades, the relations remained unchanged except for those of Germans and Poles, whose number plummeted to 81,000 and 66,000 in 1980. In 1980, there were 9.73 million Czechs in the Czech lands, and 0.36 million Slovaks. Slovakia remained more ethno-linguistically heterogeneous, because most local Magyars were allowed to stay, which was not the case with the Germans who were almost fully expelled from the Czech lands. Between 1950 and 1980, the number of Slovaks increased from 2.98 million to 4.32 million. Magyars numbered 0.35 million in 1950, but in the following decade many of those, who were re-Slovakized returned to Magyarness, so there were 0.52 million Magyars in 1961. By 1980, their number had grown to 0.56 million. Between 1950 and 1980, the number of Czech grew slightly from 40,500 to 57,000, and that of Ukrainians decreased slightly from 48,000 to 39,000. The interwar laws mainly governed the language and other rights of recognized minorities until 1968. On October 27, 1968, the Constitutional Act No. 144 recognized Magyars, Germans, Poles, and Ukrainians as minorities and granted them a modicum of minority rights, including education in their native languages. This law was never carried out to its fullest with regard to the German minority. No German-language minority schools were founded. In 1990, there were 2 Slovak and 28 Polish-language minority elementary schools in the Czech lands, and 257 Magyar-language ones and 10 Ukrainian-language ones in Slovakia. During the communist period, the number of Magyar-language elementary schools decreased dramatically from 565 in 1955. Still, this Magyar-language minority educational system ensured preservation of the language and the Magyar identity based on it. In the case of other minorities, the speech communities may be too small to preserve their languages. For instance, in 1991, in the Czech lands, out of 59,000 Poles 52,000 claimed to speak Polish, and out of 48,000 Germans 41,000 claimed to speak German. Due to the specific dynamics of the Czech-Slovak bilingualism, it is obvious that most Slovaks living in the Czech lands, or their children, would soon and willingly become Czechized. In 1991, only 0.24 million Slovaks out of 0.31 million spoke Slovak. As a result, 9.77 million Czechs accounted for 94.8% of the population of the Czech lands, but the total number of all Czech speakers was 9.87 million. Due to the post-war action of re-Slovakization, a reverse phenomenon was observed in Slovakia. In 1991, the Czech nation 0.57 million people declared themselves as Magyars, but 0.61 million indicated Magyar as their native language. Similarly, 17,000 persons declared themselves as Ruthenians and 13,000 as Ukrainians, but 57,000 indicated Ukrainian as their native language. During the interwar period, Ruthenians exclusively professed Greek Catholicism and Orthodox Christianity. Their Greek Catholic Church was banned briefly after World War II, but it was legalized in Slovakia during the Prague Spring. In 1991, there were 179,000 Greek Catholics and 34,000 Orthodox Christians. As in the case of Slovaks living in the Czech lands, the knowledge of Czech was dwindling among Slovakia's 59,000 Czechs. The post-war social and cultural development in Czechoslovakia followed the communist pattern imposed on Central Europe by the Soviet Union. Growing access to secondary and university education was coupled with indoctrination, which was to ensure imbuing the new generations and elite with communist values and loyalty to the state and the Soviet Union. After 1945, Czech-language universities were re-established and the Slovak one in Bratislava was purged of independentists. In 1946, a new Czech university was founded in Olomouc, and 13 years later, a new Slovak one in Košice. Numerous other institutions of higher learning without university in their names sprang up in Hungary and Poland. The share of persons over 15 years of age with secondary education in the Czech lands grew from 4.8% in 1950 to 22.9% in 1991. The corresponding numbers for Slovakia were 3.1% and 24.3%. In the Czech lands, people with university education amounted to 0.9% in 1950, and to 7.2% in 1991. The corresponding indicators for Slovakia were 0.5% and 7.7%. This slightly privileged status of Slovakia in access to secondary and university education commenced after the normalization, in the 1970s. Repression was not as harsh and widespread there as in the Czech lands. This transfer of intellectual capital from the Czech lands to Slovakia was even more clearly visible in book production. The level of 1937 production of 5,500 Czech titles was reached in 1948. But after the communist takeover, censorship and forced closure of private publishers severely limited the number of published titles, which reached a meager 4,000 in 1985. Because there was not much of a private publishing industry in Slovakia, similar restrictions were not so painful there. The demands of communist propaganda and education were such that the annual number of Slovak titles published consistently grew from its wartime high of 700 to 3,000 in 1985. The overall number of book titles, 784, published in Czechoslovakia grew from 6,150 in 1937 to 7,000 in 1985, but that of Czech books declined by almost one-third, while that of Slovak ones grew more than fourfold. In 1953, television broadcasting commenced in Czechoslovakia. Like in Hungary and Poland, by the 1960s almost all households enjoyed radio sets, and by the next decade, television sets. Industrialization, collectivization of the countryside, urbanization, and growing access to secondary and university-level education contributed to the rapid change in the social structure of the population, especially in Slovakia. Such changes had commenced in the Czech lands in the late 19th century, that is, earlier than anywhere in Central Europe. But the communist system accelerated them. In the Czech lands the share of workforce employed in agriculture decreased from 33.1% in 1948 to 9.4% in 1989. In Slovakia the change was even more dramatic, from 60.6% to 12.2%. At 57.9% in 1970, workers attained the highest share in the population of the Czech lands, while a similar peak of 59.1% was reached in Slovakia a decade later. Between 1950 and 1959, the overall share of white-collar workers grew in Czechoslovakia from 16.4% to 19%. The distinct cleavage between the Czechlands and Slovakia in this regard, leveled out by the 1980s. In the Czech lands, the share of white-collar workers increased from 30.5% in 1961 to 45.5% in 1991. The corresponding indicators for Slovakia were 25.2% and 43.6%. At the end of the communist period, the economic and educational development and structure of Czech and Slovak society became similar. Eventually, Czechoslovakia made good on its interwar promises to the Slovaks. Ironically, this promise of better life and free national development for the Slovaks, pledged by democratic Czechoslovakia, was carried out by communist Czechoslovakia. The codification of the Czech language was largely completed in interwar Czechoslovakia and was wrapped up with the publication of the first monolingual multi-volume authoritative dictionary of Czech, Přirozený slovník jazyka českého. In the period immediately after the war, when a modicum of democracy survived, and communism had not been established enough, highlights of this pre-war codification were republished. For instance, the new one-volume editions of Veza and Travník slovník jazyka českého appeared in 1946 and 1952. Travník mluvný spisov cestiny grew out from this interwar codification, and was reprinted in 1949 and 1951. However, at the beginning of the 1950s, following the Soviet model, the communist authorities took care to imbue the standard language with principles and values, which reflected the ideological interests of the communist system. The same process unfolded almost at the same time in Hungary and Poland. In Czechoslovakia, the theoretical ground. The Czech nation 785. For the changes was prepared in 1952, at the Czechoslovak Lexicological and Lexicographic Conference held in Bratislava. The butt of criticism issued by pro-communist party Marxist linguists was the interwar bourgeois codification and its ultimate emanation, in the form of Přirozený slovník jazyka českého. The newly established Institute of the Czech Language was entrusted with the preparation of a new codification of the Czech language that would comply with the communist ideology and the needs of the Soviet-style system. It was easier in Czechoslovakia than in Poland, because a sweeping language reform had been introduced in the latter country in 1936, so only a minor one could follow in 1956. In interwar Czechoslovakia no similar language reform was conducted, and minor changes were limited to updated editions of pre-1918 textbooks and guides of correct Czech usage. Hence, the situation in post-war Czechoslovakia was better suited for a thorough change. Immediately, after the completion of the publication of Pryrosíný slovník jazyka iského, there began to appear the 4-volume Slovník spisovného jazyka iského edited by Bohuslav Havranek. In his person and work, the descriptivist ideals of the interwar Prague linguistic circle opposed to the purism and prescriptivism of the Czech Academy of Sciences and Art, were partly put to work within the framework of Czech Marxist linguistics. In 1957, Pravidla Českého pravopisu was published, which amounted to the first language reform of Czech conducted in the 20th century. In the following year, an abbreviated school edition of Pravidla appeared. In 1951, Havranek and Alois Jedlia České mluvňářství was published, and superseded Travnic's mluvňářství spisovné cestiny, in preparation for the 1957 reform. The work's second edition, which appeared in 1960, became the standard work on Czech grammar for the entire communist period. In 1966, both authors published an abbreviated version of this grammar for schools and the general user. On the basis of Havranek's Slovník spisovného jazyka iského, Joseph Filipek and František Danes edited the single-volume Slovník spisovné cestiny pro školu a vyučenost. Beyond the communist codification of Czech, lexicographic research into other aspects of this language was limited. In 1952, František Kopečný edited the new version of Holub's 1933 Stručný slovník etymologický jazyka Slovenského, titled as Etymologický slovník jazyka iského. Significantly, Holub's original Czechoslovak language was replaced with the Czech language. Two further editions of this work, titled as Stručný etymologický slovník jazyka iského, were prepared by Stanislav Lehr. The concept of the Czechoslovak language, sanitized by mentioning Czech and Slovak separately on the cover, reappeared in the first original post-war. 786. Etymological Dictionary, Etymologický slovník jazyka českého a slovenského by Václav Maček. In the next two editions of 1968 and 1971, the Slovak language was dropped from the title, Etymologický slovník jazyka českého. The historical dimension of Czech was surveyed by two 1-volume dictionaries, Slovní sextaire cestiny by František Simic and Malý staročeský slovník by Adolf Kamas and Karel Kusera. In 1956, Havranek worked out the principles, on the basis of which full-fledged staročeský slovník was compiled. Its fascicles reached the end of letter P in 2004. But the dictionary commenced with letter N, at which Gebauer's Slovník staročeský was terminated in 1916. All the aforementioned dictionaries have attempted to gather the entire corpus of Czech words, which were attested in writing by the end of the 15th century. So far no dictionary has recorded the Czech vocabulary in use between the 16th and 17th centuries. By comparison, only the 17th century Polish vocabulary has not been recorded in a dictionary yet. Practically, the entire historical Magyar vocabulary was collected in the form of dictionaries, though a similar process in the case of Slovak began only after the fall of communism, in 1991. Bearing in mind that out of Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak, exclusively Magyar enjoys multi-volume etymological and etymological historical dictionaries, at the present moment an all-embracing dictionary, similar to the Oxford English Dictionary on historical principles, could be compiled only for the Magyar language. In interwar Czechoslovakia, like in Hungary and Poland, numerous encyclopedias appeared, which greatly facilitated the spread of the standard languages in the relative absence of widely accepted authoritative dictionaries, and school dictionaries based on them. In the communist period, the premium was on codifying the standard languages in line with the demands of the communist ideology. Encyclopedias were tricky, since when published, it was impossible to trace all the copies down and destroy them in the wake of some dramatic political change like de-Stalinization, which necessitated a groundbreaking overhaul of communist ideology and official interpretation of the past. The communist authorities' preferred approach was not to compile encyclopedias. In almost half a century of communism after World War II, only a single Magyar multi-volume dictionary and a single Polish one were published and none in Slovak. Due to de-Stalinization, the Prague Spring, and the normalization, the compilation of a modest Czech language encyclopedia was delayed until the 1980s. As a stopgap measure, the 4-volume Priro CNI Slovnik now CNY appeared. Between 1984 and 1987, the 6 volumes of Malá Československá Encyclopedia were published. From the official point of the Czech nation 787 view, this obviated the need to compile a Slovak language encyclopedia, because Malá Československá Encyclopedia covered entire Czechoslovakia, and, for all practical reasons, political, cultural, and economic life in post-1968 Czechoslovakia, was fully bilingual. Not surprisingly, Slovak intellectuals interpreted this approach as continuing dominance of Czech over Slovak. Interestingly, Malá Československá Encyclopedia was the first Czech language encyclopedia with the word encyclopedia in the title. All the previous ones were titled as scientific dictionaries. No name the Czech nation-state. In the 1980s, Czechoslovakia was like a beleaguered fortress. A strong presentiment developed toward all the neighbors, except West Germany. But the attraction of capitalism, liberalism, and the economic success made the state into an ideological enemy, as well. In addition, the vocative group of Sudeten German expellees concentrated in southern Germany, next to the Czechoslovak border, fortified Prague's mistrust of West Germany. The most scorn, however, was reserved for Polish traders, a pejorative term, popularly used by Czechs and Slovaks to refer to Polish tourists, who were seen to arrive in Czechoslovakia from their economically depressed country, to buy out the communist bonanza of consumer goods that were more freely available in Czechoslovak shops. This led to the imposition of stricter border entrance requirements for Polish citizens, which were duplicated in Hungary, as well. This official policy, and the dislike felt by the average Czech or Slovak to the Poles, and cultivated by the communist authorities, did not prevent the development of clandestine cooperation networks between Czechoslovak and Polish anti-communist dissidents. The relations developed especially in the 1980s, after the 1980–1981 eruption of freedom in Poland, which became an inspiration for oppositionists elsewhere in the Soviet bloc, and endangered the legitimacy of the communist rule. In Czechoslovakia, Václav Havel symbolized the opposition movement, as much as Lech Wałęsa did in Poland. In Poland, the negotiated transition from communism to democracy took place in 1988 and 1989. Moscow did not intervene, and seemed even to approve and encourage this transition. In the wake of these changes, Czechoslovak-Polish cooperation intensified in late 1988. In January the following year, the arrest of Havel caused a wave of protests. Like its East German counterpart, Husak's normalization regime did not wish to give in to the pressure of liberalization. Finally, on November 17, 1989, the mass student rally in Prague unseated the regime. On December 10, the mixed government was constituted with the representatives of the anti-communist opposition. 9 days later, 788, Havel became president of Czechoslovakia. Dubček, a Slovak and the moral beacon of the Prague Spring, returned to politics, but Havel would not follow the middle path of Dubček's favorite socialism with a human face. Havel stood for a fully democratic Czechoslovakia with a capitalist economy, and prevailed. Dubček died shortly afterward, in a car crash. In Slovakia this meant passing power to Slovak nationalists, organized in the Hnudzie Demokratic Slovensko under the leadership of Vladimir Mečiar. In June 1992, his party won the second Free Slovak elections, and gained almost half of the mandates in the Slovak National Council, or the Republican Parliament of Slovakia. The wave of freedom, inescapably brought back to the fore the issue of political autonomy for Slovakia. Immediately, the atmosphere thickened, because representatives of Moravia and Silesia, in 1991, under the umbrella of the Moravska Národní strana, demanded the transformation of post-communist Czechoslovakia into a triple federation. And, as in 1968, Slovak leaders were afraid that it was a Czech ploy to drown out the Slovaks in a new federation. After much debate and numerous disagreements, on April 19, 1990, the new name of the state was accepted, the Czech and Slovak Federal Republic, or in short, Czechoslovakia. But the adoption of the new constitution of Czechoslovakia was delayed until March 14, 1991. The constitution was declared to be made on behalf of the people of the Czech and Slovak Federal Republic, composed of the Czech nation, the Slovak nation, and other nationalities living on the territory of our state. Furthermore, Article 3.1 defined Czechoslovakia as a common state of two independent nations, the Czech nation and the Slovak nation, and of the nationalities living on its territory. The appeals of Hlinka and his followers were at last realized. The Slovaks received the maximum of political autonomy and sovereignty as possible within a single state. Despite this unprecedented achievement, the poll ratings of Federal President Havel decreased in Slovakia from 60% in early 1990 to 52% in mid-1992. The plunge in Slovak trust for the federal government was even more dramatic, from 46% to 26%. This contrasted with the Czechs' high support for the president and the federal government. Most Slovaks saw the federal structures as Czech. But even less Slovaks approved of their Slovak Republican government, as opposed to 51% Czechs, who approved the Czech Republican government. The economic transition was less dramatic in the Czech lands, with a respectable service sector, and a reasonably sized industry producing consumer goods. This was not the case in Slovakia, which had been developed in the Soviet manner. This promoted heavy industry at the expense of the other branches of economy, since production for a planned war effort to spread the communist. The Czech nation 789. Revolution worldwide, took precedence before the consumer needs of the population. The drop in Slovak GDP was more dramatic and subsequent recovery slower, which produced high unemployment in Slovakia, of 14.4% in 1993, when the rate was of a mere 3.5% in the Czech lands. The Slovak displeasure translated into insulting Czech politicians visiting Slovakia, including President Havel in the spring of 1992. Unlike Havel, Václav Klaus, Czechoslovak Minister of Finance between 1989 and 1992, and Czechoslovak Prime Minister between late 1991 and mid-1992, was not interested in preserving the federation. He deemed that letting Slovakia out of the federation would be a good idea, as this would terminate capital transfers from the richer Czech lands to Slovakia. In June 1992, his party, Občanská demokratická strana, won the Republican elections in the Czech lands. Klaus resigned from Czechoslovak premiership and became the Czech Prime Minister. He was an ideal partner for his Slovak counterpart, Mečiar. These two readily recognized that separation suited them both. Together, they negotiated the peaceful dissolution of Czechoslovakia. On October 11, the sovereignty of Slovakia was declared, and the Slovak constitution adopted. Without the promised referendum, on November 25, the Czechoslovak parliament passed the Act on the Dissolution of Czechoslovakia, to enter in force on January 1, 1993. The Czechs had no choice but to declare the sovereignty of their state, and adopt their own constitution on December 16. Neither Klaus nor Mečiar wished to leave the decision on the dissolution to a referendum, because in a July 1992 poll, the majority of Czechs and a plurality of Slovaks were for preserving Czechoslovakia. but in two separate nation-states, the number of cabinet, parliamentary, and ambassadorial positions doubled. From the point of view of ethnic entrepreneurship, this perspective was equally enticing for ODS and HZDS members. In the second half of the 1990s, independent Slovakia under Mečiar's HZDS leadership was dangerously gravitating toward becoming an authoritarian state with political supremacy guaranteed for ethnic Slovaks, to the detriment of the national minorities. This stalled the progress of Bratislava's accession negotiations with NATO and the European Union. Only the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland participated in the first NATO enlargement following the end of communism. This endangered the privileged status of Czech-Slovak relations on which Slovakia's economy remained highly dependent, and disenchanted the population at large. The parliamentary elections in late 1998 brought the opposition to power, and it could form its government unhindered thanks to the coalition of Magyar minority parties, which garnered 9.12% of the vote. They did so willingly, as Mečiar's ethno-nationalist policies had alienated Slovakia's national minorities. Thanks to this change, in early 2004, Slovakia joined NATO along with Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and 790. Romania. Hence, on May 1, Slovakia was also able to accede to the European Union alongside the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and 6 other new member states. The biggest fear was that if Bratislava had not managed this feat, it would have entailed clamping the requirement of Schengen visas on Slovak citizens, which would have terminated the nadstandardní vztahy between Slovakia and the Czech Republic. Basically, after the dissolution of Czechoslovakia, citizens and enterprises from both states were enjoying a wider range of legal, economic, social, and employment privileges than their counterparts from any third states. In this manner, a trace of former Czechoslovakia survived in the practice of superstandard relations between the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Before 1993, the Czech nation-state had never existed separate of Czechoslovakia. What is more, unlike in the case of Slovakia, no single short name developed for referring to the Czech lands. The compromise enshrined in the 1992 Czech constitution named this state as the Czech Republic. When a Czech wants to refer to her country in brief, she speaks of the Republic, or of Česko, if she is from Bohemia. But the latter form is rarely used by the inhabitants of Moravia or Silesia, who are indignant at the Bohemian practice of referring to the Czech Republic, as if it were just a greater Bohemia. The popularity of the Moravian Silesian parties and pressure groups showed in the 1991 census, in which 1.36 million people declared their nationality as Moravian, and 44,000 as Silesian. Their voice could not be disregarded. The Czech constitution was made on behalf of the citizens of the Czech Republic in Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. Nowhere the concept of the Czech nation was mentioned. Similarly, the 1997 Polish constitution limited the previous political thrust of ethno-linguistic nationalism, when it equated the Polish nation with all the citizens of the Republic of Poland. On the contrary, the Slovak constitution was made on behalf of the Slovak nation, and the Hungarian one on behalf of the Magyar people, with provisions for ethnic Magyars living outside Hungary. This concession toward Czech Moravians and Silesians, and the Moravians and the Silesians, was largely of symbolic value, as reflected in the current Czech coat of arms composed of 2 Bohemian lions, and the Moravian and Silesian eagles. The appeals for transforming the republic into a dual federation fell on Prague's deaf ears. Czech politicians feared that such a dual federations would sooner or later split, like that of Czechoslovakia. Perhaps, they were right, as today there are no examples of extant dual federations in the world. Prague also resisted the attempts to change the name of the state to Bohemia Moravia, or even Bohemia Moravia Silesia. The 2000 decentralization of the republic yielded 14. The Czech nation 791. Regions unrelated to historical administrative borders. On the contrary, the historical borders of Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia are largely reflected in the 1990 territorial organization of the Czech Roman Catholic Church. However, this is of little social importance, as the 1991 census showed that 40% of Czechs did not profess any religion. In the 2001 census, this percentage grew to unprecedented 59%, whereas it was a mere 13% in Slovakia. In addition, Moravian Silesian parties declined, and ceased to be a significant political force in the second half of the 1990s. In 2001, the number of Moravians plunged to 0.38 million and of Silesians to 11,000. The Moravians are concentrated in southern Moravia, and the Silesians in Czech Silesia. Two factors explain this decline. First, the equitable development of the entire Czech Republic prevented overlapping of social and ethnic cleavages, unlike in Poland. Second, unlike Poland's Silesians, many of whom indicated their language as Silesian, the Czech Republic's Silesians declared Czech as their mother tongue, which actually changed the possibility of ethno-linguistic cleavage into a mere regional one. This phenomenon stemmed from interwar Czechoslovakia, where, for instance, Slunziks were not allowed to declare their own Slunzakian language, and had to choose between Czech, German, and Polish. In its preamble, the Czech constitution legitimized the statehood of the Czech Republic, relating it to those of the Crown of the Czech lands and of Czechoslovakia. Surely enough, no mention of Czechoslovakia was made in the Slovak constitution. On the political plane, Czechoslovakism is a dead idea in Slovakia. However, the Czech constitution pays mere lip service to Czechoslovakism. For instance, in the 1991 census, 3,500 persons declared themselves as Czechoslovaks, but the Statistical Office did not accept these declarations, and did not indicate them in the census's results. Last but not the least, the preamble also stated that the founding of the Czech Republic amounted to the renewal of an independent Czech state. This verges on the mythic, because no state going by this name, or any sovereign Czech nation-state, for that matter, had existed prior to the Czech Republic. This ambiguity, which riddles the concept of Czech national statehood and the lack of any popularly accepted brief name for this polity, shows in titles of books devoted to Czech history. Some refer to České dějiny, which makes it unnecessary to mention the name of the country, while others speak of the Zemí korení Česk or Zemí Česk. In Slovakia, this complication does not exist, and one comes across works straightforwardly titled, as History of Slovakia, or Slovak History. To add to this onomastic cum ideological schizophrenia, after the breakup of Czechoslovakia, not a single book titled History of Czechoslovakia, or Czechoslovak History was published either in the Czech Republic or Slovakia, though works going by these titles were numerous in Czechoslovakia between 1918 and 1992. Should a reader like to find a 792 recent book titled in this way, she could easily purchase one either in Poland or Germany. In Czechoslovakia, minority rights were guaranteed in Articles 24 and 25 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms adopted by the Czechoslovak Federal Assembly on January 9, 1991. The Charter in its entirety was incorporated into the Czech Constitution. In the linguistic field, they included the right to education and contacting administration in minority languages. Due to the aforementioned slump in the number of Moravians and Silesians, the number of Czechs in the Czech Republic grew from 8.36 million to 9.25 million between 1991 and 2001. In 2001, Moravians and Silesians together amounted to 0.39 million and continued to declare Czech as their mother tongue. Between 1991 and 2001, the number of Slovaks sank from 0.31 million to 193,000, mainly due to their moving to Slovakia. Moreover, Slovaks born in the Czech lands did not have their own minority language schools, and having become proficient only in Czech, they decided to declare themselves as Czechs. The specific Czech-Slovak bilingualism, which existed in Czechoslovakia, also allowed 15,000 Slovak speakers to declare themselves as Czechs. The number of Poles dropped from 59,000 to 52,000. But the drop is not so significant if one takes into consideration only Polish speakers who numbered 52,000 in 1991 and 51,000 in 2001. Most of those, who did not speak Polish and declared themselves as Poles in 1991, preferred to refer to themselves as Czechs 10 years later. The same phenomenon was observed in the case of the German minority. The number of its members decreased from 48,500 to 39,000, but the gap between the corresponding numbers of German speakers, 41,000 and 41,300, was negligible. The biggest discrepancies occurred in the case of Roma. Their number plunged from 33,000 to 12,000, while the number of Romani speakers remained almost constant at 24,000 and 23,000, respectively. Like in Hungary, Poland, or Slovakia, the Czech Republic's Roma have been plagued by unemployment, social marginalization, rampant discrimination, regular denial of Czech citizenship, and ghettoization. To limit the brunt of social exclusion directed at them, they preferred to declare themselves as Czechs. Hence, whatever the number of Czechs in the Republic, in 1991, the number of Czech speakers amounted to 9.7 million. For all practical reasons, the Czech Republic, like post-communist Hungary and Poland, is an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state. Slovakia is still the only exception to this pattern, mainly thanks to the Magyar minority. In 2001, it amounted to 0.52 million persons, and practically all of them spoke Magyar. The same was true of Slovakia's 90,000 Roma, who continued to speak Romani. Hence, the size of the Slovak speech community added up to 4.6 million. Between the Czech nation 793, 1991 and 2001, the number of Polish-language elementary schools remained constant at 28, but the number of students plummeted from 3,200 to 2,400. In 1991, there were 2 Slovak-language elementary schools. One remained in 1995, and even it was dissolved in 2000. Simply, Slovak parents were not interested in sending their children to a Slovak language school, as indicated by the steep drop in students from 584 in 1990, to 73 5 years later, and to a mere 22 in 1999. On the other hand, no German or Romani language schools were established. Practically, all German speakers are proficient in Czech, but in the case of Roma, the lack of education in their language deepens their social exclusion, because many do not know Czech or have a very limited and substandard command over this language. Unlike in the cases of Magyars and Poles, no significant Czech minorities exist in Central Europe outside the territory of former Czechoslovakia. Between 1991 and 2001, the number of Slovakia's Czechs decreased from 53,000 to 45,000. Federal Czechoslovakia's specific tradition of Czechoslovak bilingualism entailed that not a single Czech language school was established, or was even demanded by the Czech minority in Slovakia. Perhaps they will assimilate to Slovakdom in a short time, while at Czech Republic's Slovaks assimilate to Czechdom. There is not much effort on the part of either of both minorities to prevent this scenario. The underlying thinking behind this phenomenon is that Czechs and Slovaks do not really appear foreign to one another, and assimilation does not bar one from understanding and participating in one's ancestral culture, be it Czech or Slovak. Besides, statistics record 19,000 Czechs in Austria, 13,000 in Croatia, 9,000 in western Ukraine, 6,000 in Romania, and 3,000 in Ukraine. Unlike their Magyar and Polish counterparts in relation to their respective nation-states, these Czech minorities do not appeal to Prague for some special status or the right to return to the Czech Republic. On the other hand, Czech politicians even of nationalist ilk do not attempt to utilize these minorities for political ends. In Slavophone states, in most cases, they have already assimilated. Thanks to the long period of peaceful coexistence of Czechs and German speakers in the Austrian Empire, and then in Austria-Hungary, Czechs living in Austria concentrate in Vienna, speak German, and frequently do not know Czech anymore, like Magyars in Austria's Burgenland. During the post-communist years, social changes in the Czech Republic were similar to those that occurred elsewhere in Central Europe. Significantly, they were not as sweeping, because the Czech lands had been already better developed than Germany and Austria in the interwar period. Additionally, development has been more equitable in the Czech lands from the social end. 794. Geographical perspective than elsewhere in the region. Between 1990 and 2000, the share of the workforce employed in the service sector grew from 42.7% to 55.4%, in industry declined from 45.9% to 39.5%, and in agriculture from 11.4% to 5.1%. Numerous new universities and higher education institutions were established, so the overall number of students almost doubled from 96,000 in 1990 to 157,000 in 1999. On average, access to the Internet is easier and the penetration of mobile phone networks is deeper in the Czech Republic than elsewhere in Central Europe. Book publishing increased at a higher rate than elsewhere in all of Central Europe. In the late 1980s, 4,000 titles of Czech-language books were published per annum. By 2000, the number of Czech titles trebled to 12,000, and reached an all-time high of 15,700 titles 4 years later. This was more than double the number of Czech-language book titles published in Czechoslovakia in 1937. The dynamics of Slovak book production was more sluggish in comparison. The late 1980s annual output of 3,000 book titles was basically maintained. The production grew to 4,000 titles in 1996, but fell to 2,500 the following year. Later, in 1998, a peak of 4,500 titles was reached before production leveled out at 3,500 to 4,000 titles beginning in 1999. In 2002, 140 book titles were published per 100,000 inhabitants in the Czech Republic, while the indicator was 100 for Hungary, 60 for Slovakia, and a mere 50 for Poland. Per capita, in 2002, the Czech Republic produced more book titles than Germany, France or the Netherlands. This places the Republic squarely in the center of the Western European development trends, which is not that much true for Hungary, Poland, or Slovakia. 2002, 29, 34, Lakatos etal 2005, 8, Mandes 2005, 91, Publishing Market Watch 2004, 18. The split of Czechoslovakia into the Czech and Slovak nation-states terminated the unique post-1968 tradition of superstandard bilingualism. Apart from few publications, which attempted to preserve this tradition, the mass media, education, administration, and other fields of public life became exclusively monolingual, that is, Czechophone in the Czech Republic, and Slovakophone in Slovakia. Usually, when some Czechoslovak films or radio programs are rebroadcast, they are not translated either into Czech or Slovak, if the originals were in their language. Such translation would also be impractical because Czech and Slovak were often mixed in these films and programs to reflect a specific social milieu, local color, or were the basis of humor. But new Czech language films and other programs are required by law to be dubbed or subtitled when broadcast in Slovakia. Necessarily, though reluctantly, national and private TV and radio stations in the Czech Republic reciprocated bedubbing and subtitling Slovak films and programs. Article 6.1 of the Slovak Constitution made Slovak the state language of Slovakia. This language attained this. The Czech nation 795. Status for the second time in the 20th century, the first being the period of the short-lived independent Slovakia during World War II. However, in the case of the Czech language, its post-1993 situation is unique. Czech has never been the sole language of any polity before. Despite its de facto dominance, Czech shared the status of official language with Slovak in communist Czechoslovakia, and with Slovak and Ruthenian in interwar Czechoslovakia. In the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, and beginning in the early 1880s in Austria-Hungary, Czech shared this position with German. Earlier, the official use of Czech had been limited to education, culture, and some local official needs. In the Czech Republic, the constitution did not confer any special status on the Czech language. What is more, the Czechoslovak Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, incorporated into this constitution, referred exclusively to the linguistic rights of minorities. The position of Czech as the de facto official language of the Czech Republic was established through a plethora of low-rank acts and laws issued between 1991 and 1993, which regulated the use of the medium of education, language of contracts, language of administration, language of courts and so on. The Czech-Slovak superstandard relations permitted the continuation of the strong presence of the Czech language in Slovakia. In part, this explains the phenomenal growth of book production in the Czech Republic. It is not only targeted at the Czech market, as numerous Czech-language books and periodicals are exported to Slovakia, where they are eagerly purchased. The Slovak population is half the size of the Czech Republic, and more translations of world fiction and scholarly literature are available in Czech than in Slovak. This Slovak perusal of Czech-language publications is not reciprocated in the Czech Republic. Slovak language books and periodicals are hardly available even in Prague, once the capital of Czechoslovakia. Not surprisingly then, the first ever popular extensive one-volume Československaya Slovensko-Český slovník by Tajana Balková and Stefan Gren, to be published after the breakup of Czechoslovakia, came off the press in Slovakia. In 2005, the Slovak Academy of Sciences announced that one of its priorities is to compile a new authoritative Czech-Slovak dictionary. The Academy of Sciences of the Czech Republic did not reciprocate this pledge. Ironically, on the cultural plane, Czechoslovakism is quite popular in Slovakia, but seems to be moribund in the Czech Republic, though it was the Slovaks, who reacted so unfavorably to the official policy Czechoslovakism, when they lived in Czechoslovakia. The Czech Prime Minister's 2005 proposals to renew the pre-1993 custom of broadcasting mostly Slovak language programs on Czech public television on Mondays and of reintroducing the common label Made in Czechoslovakia for Czech and Slovak products failed. But Czech and Slovak radio DJs usually speak of Czechoslovak rock and songs, when referring to pre-1993 hits. 796. At the very end of communism in 1989, the reprint of Havranek Slovnik Spisovního jazyka Českého appeared in 8 small volumes. Even more significantly, in 1989 and 1990, Josef Jungmann's Slovenské Česko Německy was reprinted for the first time since its publication. The situation resembled the early 1950s in Poland when Samuel Bogomil Lindis and Jan Karlowicz's authoritative dictionaries of the Polish language were reprinted prior to the 1956 communist language reform and the compilation of the new authoritative dictionary of this language by Witold Doroszewski. Strangely enough, no reprint of the best authoritative dictionary of Czech, Pryrosiyany Slovnik Jazyka Českého, appeared. But the ground was prepared for the new language reform, which would free Czech from the straitjacket of communist and Soviet linguistics. In 1993, the new edition of Pravidla Českého pravopisu was published and approved by the Ministry of Education, Youth, and Physical Education. Thus, the new norm of Czech was officially introduced to schools and offices. The following year, in line with the new principles, the new edition of Filipek and Dane's Slovnik Spisovn Cestiny pro Skalu v Irinost came off the press. Unlike in the case of Polish, no attempt has so far been made at compiling a new, post-communist multi-volume authoritative dictionary of the Czech language. The sole new dictionary, not directly drawing from some earlier works, was Gri Rejek Český etymologický slovník. Interestingly, no atlas of the Czech dialects was published during the existence of Czechoslovakia. It was perhaps due to a realization that the compilation of such an atlas would have shattered the concept of Czechoslovak language, so dear to the hearts of the Prague governing elite at least until 1968. On the other hand, it had already become apparent in the 1920s that the Slovaks would not have supported the compilation of any dictionary or atlas of the Czechoslovak language, perceiving this possibility as a stealthy attempt at the eventual Czechization of the Slovak language. Similar considerations delayed the publication of Josef Stalk's 4-volume Atlas Slovenského jazyka. It was certainly the 1968 federalization of Czechoslovakia that made the publication of this Slovak atlas possible. Hence, the 5 volumes of Jan Balhar and Pavel Jankak's Český jazykový atlas came off the press in the wake of the dissolution of Czechoslovakia. The lack of any new post-1989 multi-volume authoritative dictionary of the Czech language is also reflected in the similar fact that no publisher has successfully endeavored to produce a new multi-volume universal Czech language encyclopedia. Between 1999 and 2001, the 10-volume Universum Všeobecná encyclopedia was published and its 4-volume reprint followed 2 years later. But it is a mere Czech translation of a German encyclopedia, Das Bertelsmann Lexikon, with some. The Czech Nation 797. Specifically Czech articles added. Beginning in the mid-1990s, the reprint of Otov Slovnik now CNY Unov Doby commenced and was completed in 2004. This is still the best and most comprehensive Czech language and, in general, Central European encyclopedia. Hence, not surprisingly, Otov Slovnik now CNY Unov Doby was also published on several CD-ROMs between 1997 and 2003. In 1998, the publishing house Diderot brought out the 4-volume encyclopedia, which, in 1999, was followed by the 8-volume Všeobecná encyclopedia and the 2-volume Velký Slovník now CNY. In 2000, Diderot began to publish the 20-volume Velká Všeobecná encyclopedia, which was planned to be completed by 2006, but its publication stalled at volume 4 in 2001. Otherwise, the Czechs would have already received their first post-communist authoritative encyclopedia 4 at almost the same time, when the publication of the first ever Slovak authoritative encyclopedia, the 12-volume Encyclopedia Biliana, was initially planned to be completed. The difference is that Diderot's is a private capital undertaking, whereas the state and the Slovak Academy of Sciences support the publication of the Encyclopedia Biliana. In Slovakia, the latter work is treated as a national priority, because in the paradigm of ethno-linguistic nationalism, the Slovak nation seems to miss a significant element of its identity and national culture, namely such an encyclopedia. Thanks to this official national support, the first volume of the new authoritative dictionary of Slovak, Slovník súčasného slovenského jazyka, was published in 2006. The Czech thirst for ideologically laden symbols in the form of authoritative national encyclopedias and dictionaries appears to have been satiated by the numerous encyclopedias and dictionaries, which were published between the 1830s and 1970s. The Slovaks still crave for such works, while, in this respect, the Magyars and the Poles are of two minds about the ethno-linguistic dimension of their respective nationalisms. The strange Czech aloofness toward the traditional ethno-linguistic definition of Czechness may be explained on several counts. First, the ethno-linguistic continuity of the Czech nation has never been severed since the Czech nation emerged in the first half of the 19th century. The Polish-Lithuanian Natio, which spawned the Polish nation in the last decades of the 19th century, retroactively interpreted the late 18th century partition of Poland-Lithuania as the first great breach in the ethno-linguistic continuity of the Polish nation, and proposed the cultivation of the Polish language as an ersatz, first, of statehood, and then, of nationhood. The second severance of the continuity came with the German-Soviet partition of interwar Poland. The Magyars, who emerged as a nation between the 1820s and 1840s, saw the first discontinuity in the ethno-linguistic dimension of their nation following 798. The suppression of their war of independence. The Ausgleich annulled this crisis, but not fully, as Hungary did not gain independence. It came in 1918, but at the cost of truncating historical Hungary to the ethnic Magyar nation-state with 1/3 ethnic Magyars left outside the polity. This discontinuity was partly ameliorated during World War II, but in 1945 it was repeated and the Magyars are still coming to terms with it to this day. Last but not least, the Slovaks were not politically frustrated at some discontinuity, but rather at their inability to establish the internationally recognized separateness of their ethno-linguistic continuity, which slowly coalesced into historical Hungary during the second half of the 19th century. The Slovaks deemed the closing of this continuity in interwar and communist Czechoslovakia as unjust. Short-lived wartime independent Slovakia was very much dependent on German aid, and subjected to German supervision, hence, it did not really fulfill the Slovak national aspirations. Finally, their dream of separate ethno-linguistic continuity came true in 1993 when Czechoslovakia was replaced by two separate nation-states of Czechs and the Slovaks. Other explanations of the Czechs' growing disinterest in reaffirming their national identity on ethno-linguistic grounds may be the ethno-linguistic homogeneity of their nation-state, achieved after the expulsion of the Sudeten Germans in the second half of the 1940s, and reaffirmed by the 1993 breakup of Czechoslovakia, mainly instigated by nationally minded Slovak leaders. On the other hand, there are no sizable Czech national minorities residing outside the Republic, which would appeal to Prague for aid and other privileges on an ethno-linguistic basis, as it happens in the case of the sizable Magyar and Polish minorities. Equitable social and economic development of the state, paralleling that of Western Europe, makes most ethno-linguistic arguments useless in the context of Czech politics. Last but not the least, ethno-linguistic nationalisms in Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia still are joined in a feedback relationship with traditional Catholicism, perceived as an integral element of Magyarness, Polishness, and Slovakness. Most Czechs are as much blasé about religion as the inhabitants of the most urbanized and developed areas in Western Europe. Catholicism actually stood in the way of establishing the Czech nation and its nation-state, hence was disregarded, if not actively opposed, by most Czech politicians. Should self-declared atheism be the index of postmodernism and post-nationalism, perhaps the Czech nation would score the highest note in the entire European Union. It is well attested that when no religious difference overlaps with an ethno-linguistic cleavage, this contributes to lessening the intensity of any ethno-linguistic nationalism. Finally, economic well-being, nearly full employment, participation in the global economy and culture, and disinterest in religion, engender not only disinterest in the ethno-linguistic dimension of nationalism, but also liberalism and tolerance. Hence, it seems that out of the 8 post-communist, the Czech nation 799 member states of the European Union, the Czech Republic along with Slovenia are best prepared to participate in Western Europe's secular and liberal model of multiculturalism and tolerance of social difference, as long as it does not breach the legal order. Like that of Magyar, Polish, and Slovak, the post-communist period in the history of the Czech language is characterized by the shedding of Soviet-Russian linguistic loans in favor of English ones brought about by globalization and worldwide technological development in the fields of mass media, computers, and telecommunications. This led to a significant increase in contacts between Czechs and German speakers, especially in Bohemia and southern Moravia, given that the Czech Republic shares half of its borders with Germany and Austria. Following the opening of borders after the fall of communism, German and Austrian tourists began to visit the Czech Republic en masse and Czechs reciprocated this interest. Soon, Germans and Austrians began to regularly visit Czech shops and markets in the borderland regions, and Czechs sought gainful employment across the border. As a result, the phenomenon of Czech-German bilingualism made a modest comeback. The traditionally good Czech-Russian relations, fostered in the heydays of pre-1918 Panslavism, were soured by the Soviet-inspired communist takeover and appeared moribund following the Soviet and Warsaw Pact intervention in 1968. Nowadays, the Czech Republic is separated by Slovakia and Ukraine from Russia. To the average Russian, the Czech Republic appears to be a genuine part of the West, which they find more welcoming due to the state's Slavophone character. Not surprisingly, Russians in tens of thousands flock to the region of Karlovy Vary, where there is the famous spa of Carlsbad, and to Prague. The colony brought back to the Czech Republic the Russian language, culture, publications, and the phenomenon of mixed Czech-Russian marriages. The situation is similar to that in interwar Czechoslovakia, where numerous Russian and Ukrainian émigrés settled in the Czech lands after having fled the Soviet Union. In addition, Russian-language films, programs, and music virtually disappeared from Hungary, Poland, and to a lesser degree, from Slovakia after 1989, but the Czech mass media still abound in them, including latest satirical programs on Russian politics, for instance, Gorodok. Democratization and liquidation of censorship facilitated decentralization of Czech, and an increasing number of publications and mass media programs are produced now all over the Republic. But the unique position of Prague is still felt in each aspect of Czech life, unlike in Poland, where there are numerous large urban centers which contest Warsaw's elevated position. Even in small Slovakia, the position of Bratislava is successfully challenged by the second largest Slovak 800 city, Košice, and by the revived traditional center of Slovak nationalism and culture, Turčanský Svätý Martin. Significantly, the Slovak National Library is located in the latter city. The unfettered freedom to use Czech in public as speakers see fit, in the context of growing social liberalism unattested elsewhere in more traditional Central Europe, led to the unprecedented tumbling of the barriers of prescriptivism and decorum. Anecdotes, gossipy books and celebrities, and comic cartoon series published in the most important political weeklies regularly feature profane and explicit sexual language. These would immediately entail libel actions on part of politicians and other celebrities elsewhere in Central Europe, and in numerous more traditional Western European states. To achieve the effect of chatty closeness with the readership, authors of such indecorous publication draw on Czech dilosia, that is, they almost exclusively employ obecná sestina, the use of which in print was previously reserved for dialogues in fiction and feature films. Hence, however strongly prescriptivism of the Czech language and social propriety may be challenged, the barrier between obecná sestina and spisovná sestina is maintained by the virtue of communication effects a Czech speaker may achieve by creatively employing Czech diglossia in her speech. Sadly enough, the forceful entry of obecná sestina into printed and electronic mass media, increasingly more on par with spisovná sestina, has not left a mark on dictionaries and Czech language school textbooks, which almost exclusively record the vocabulary and syntax of spisovná sestina. A partial exception to this rule is Patrik Urednik Smerbuk Jazyka Českého. Slovnik nekonvenční sestiny. This acute lack of spisovná sestina dictionaries creates problems for the inhabitants of Moravia and Czech Silesia, who speak local dialects at home, and can actively master obecná sestina only by studying and living in Bohemia. For foreign learners of Czech, it frequently amounts to an insurmountable obstacle, and they rarely acquire obecná sestina, which makes them into ridiculous speakers of spisovná sestina only, a form of Czech largely confined to formal writing and formal speeches. In the 1991 census, 1.35 million declared themselves to be Moravians, and 44,000 Silesians. The former concentrate in southern Moravia and the latter in Czech Silesia. On this ticket, several Moravian Silesian national parties and associations came into being during the first half of the 1990s. In line with the ethno-linguistic model of Central European nationalism, some Moravian and Silesian leaders proposed to codify their respective Moravian and Silesian. The Czech nation 801 languages. The projects could fall back on the long-established, though often discontinuous, tradition of Moravian and Silesian as chancery, literary, and ethnic languages. Standard Moravian and Standard Silesian would also allow dialect-speaking Moravians and Silesians to stand the ground vis-a-vis prestigious obecná sestina of Bohemia's Czechs. If codified Moravian and Silesian could attain a similar degree of prestige, the Moravian and Silesian dialect speakers could pose their languages as legitimate alternatives for the use of obecná sestina in their regions. Numerous local publications in dialects followed, but the demographic base was too small to consider a codification of Silesia. The Moravian movement, however, began the codification of the Moravian language. It flowered in the form of several bilingual Moravian Czech glossaries, also available on the Internet. In 1998, a project of a Moravian grammar was published. However, the Moravian and Silesian movements lost social support in the second half of the 1990s, hence the plan to codify Moravian was abandoned. Interestingly, the use of the Northern Moravian Silesian dialects of Opava, Hlosien, 5 Ostrava, and Český Týzen in the function of Obecná Sestina revived at the beginning of the 21st century. Although the dialectal differentiation is at its strongest in this corner of the Czech Republic, Spisovna Estina and Obecná Sestina made their presence felt via the mass media and education. As a result, differences separating the local dialects are leveled out, and increasingly Czechized Obecná Slezsko-Moravština seems to be on the rise. The 1993 breakup of Czechoslovakia entailed the full equalization of statuses between Czech and Slovak, which now function as separate official, state, and national languages in the Czech and Slovak nation-states, respectively. On the international plane, the situation was reaffirmed in 2004, when the Czech Republic and Slovakia joined the European Union along with 8 other new member states. Among others, Czech and Slovak automatically became official languages of the Union. This development, as in the case of Magyar and Polish, ensures an elevated status for both Czech and Slovak throughout the European Union, and simultaneously increases their importance across the world. Bearing this unique achievement in mind, the high and equitable socio-economic development of the Czech Republic, and also widespread social liberalism, it comes as a surprise that Klaus, the Czech president since 2003, should be the most Eurosceptic among all the heads of state in the enlarged EU. In his pre-accession speeches, he advised Czech citizens that in the accession referendum they ought to vote against their countries joining the Union, and nowadays, he regularly proposes that the EU should be transformed, and accordingly renamed into a loose union of European states. Similar opinions are voiced in the more traditional Central European states of Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia by radical parties of populist and ethno-linguistic nationalist leanings. Klaus, being 802. An economic liberal, and these populists and nationalists make for strange bedfellows. Although this phenomenon may be not so strange at all, when the societies of the Netherlands and Germany, even more liberal than the Czechs, react negatively against immigrants and demand official reaffirming of their national cultures and identities, as construed in ethno-linguistic terms. 11. The Slovak nation, from Czechoslovakia to Slovakia. The National Council declares that it alone is entitled to speak in the name of the Czechoslovak nation living within the frontiers of Hungary. From the vantage of language, culture, and history, the Slovak nation is a part of the homogeneous Czechoslovak nation. The Martin Declaration, October 30, 1918. Here is no Slovak nation, it is an invention of Hungarian propaganda. Czechoslovak President Tomáš Masaryk. He claimed that the Slovak language was never a part of the Czech or the so-called Czechoslovak language was proven correct by scholarly research beyond any doubt. Slovak is the state language on the territory of the Slovak Republic. Article 6.1 of the Constitution of Slovakia, October 1, 1992. This chapter differs in composition from the 2 previous ones devoted to the politics of language in Hungary and Czechoslovakia in the short 20th century. With the exception of the brief wartime interlude of independent Slovakia, the Slovak nation found itself residing in Czechoslovakia between 1918 and 1992. This necessitated the representation of much Slovak history, and the vicissitudes of Czech-Slovak relations in the previous chapter, which nominally was devoted to matters Czech. It would soon be demonstrated that the past of the common state of the Czech and Slovaks could not be seamlessly 803. 804. Divided into separate Czech and Slovak parts. Likewise, Numerous international events of importance for the Slovaks occurred either in Hungary or on the plane of Czechoslovak-Hungarian relations. Understandably, these were dealt with in the two prior chapters. In order to avoid repetition, here the historical background is kept to a minimum, assuming that the reader has already acquainted herself with it. However, while focusing on Czechoslovakia in previous chapters, I could not do justice to independent wartime Slovakia, or to independent post-communist Slovakia. The aim of the chapter is to address this gap, therefore it is more closely focused on matters Slovak. In addition, when writing on Hungary and Czechoslovakia, I came across the unexpected stumbling block in the form of the Ruthenians. In the second half of the 19th century, no one seriously questioned the right of the Hungarian nation to statehood, and at the same time, Czech leaders gradually won support among Vienna's politicians for the project of re-establishing the defunct statehood of the Czech lands in the form of an autonomous, ethno-linguistically defined Czech nation-state within a federalized Austria-Hungary. In contrast, the Slovaks did not have it so easy. Until the Great War, neither Budapest nor Vienna recognized them as entitled to their own autonomous region, let alone separate statehood. The Czechs saw the Slovaks as a branch of the Czech or Czechoslovak nation. In the latter case, the Slovaks at least made it into the composite name and ideology of Czechoslovakia. The Ruthenians were not so lucky. Before deciding to become a nation of its own, the Ruthenian elites had wished to be merged with the Orthodox Great Russian nation within the framework of the Russian Empire. The Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, which appeared godless to the average Ruthenian, dashed this hope. The emergence of independent Ukraine in 1917 appeared to afford another option, but this state proved to be too short-lived. In 1918, the breakup of Austria-Hungary led to the partition of the Ruthenians between Czechoslovakia and Poland. At that time, the vast majority of Ruthenians were peasants and transhumant pastoralists, still more attached to their localities and Orthodox Christianity than to the concept that they constitute a separate nation. This translated into the continuing weakness of the Ruthenian national movement. Although recognized as a state-nation alongside Czechoslovaks in interwar Czechoslovakia, neither Hungary nor the Soviet Union recognized this status when they seized Czechoslovakia's Ruthenian homeland in 1939 and 1945, respectively. Because of its aforementioned weakness, Ruthenian nationalism could not exercise political autonomy or stage any effective opposition to Hungarian authoritarianism, Soviet totalitarianism, or the nationalisms of the Poles, Slovaks, and Ukrainians. In addition, with political borders having proliferated and changed at an ever-increasing pace between 1914 and the late 1940s. 805. The Axis powers and the Allies were not interested in any further complication of the political jigsaw of Central Europe, which would have been brought about by recognizing the Ruthenians as a nation. None of the great powers offered the option of independence to the Ruthenian nation. The Ruthenians, however, persisted as a distinctive ethno-linguistic community, and a tentative flowering of their culture, language, and nationalism came about in Central Europe after the fall of communism and the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Any presentation of language politics and nation-building in Central Europe would not be complete without taking into consideration matters Ruthenian. This is especially so in the case of the Slovaks, who border directly on the Ruthenians and share with them numerous cultural, ethnographic, and linguistic features. Hence, devoting a separate chapter to the Ruthenian questions, though commendable, would upset the structure of this work. Therefore, I settle for presenting elements of Ruthenian history and culture piecemeal, rather than excising them from the picture altogether. In the wake of this logic, I touch upon in this chapter the Ruthenians and their fate after 1945, the earlier periods of their past having been outlined in the previous chapters when they had some bearing on Czechoslovak, Hungarian, and Polish history. National myths and the Slovak vision of the Slovak past. The origins and the travails of Slovak nationalism were similar to those of its Ruthenian counterpart, in that leaders of both ethnic groups could not resort to indisputable Slovak and Ruthenian statehoods in any attempt to invest their projects of Slovak and Ruthenian nations with internationally recognized legitimacy. In the 19th century, the model of modernity and nation-state was given by Western Europe, where states reinvented themselves as nation-states after the French Revolution. However, many scholars of nationalism confer the badge of the first ever nation-state to 16th century England. In Europe, the model of nation-state spread eastward when the Kingdom of Italy and the German Empire were established as nation-states in 1861 and 1871, respectively. German and Italian nationalists drew on Herderian thought that, in later reinterpretations, was used to equate language with nation. This linguistic definition of nation was an instrument and glue that allowed for forging the Italian and German nation-states from the multitude of statelets, which had straddled Europe from the Apennine Peninsula to the Low Countries since the Middle Ages. Here, the continuity and antiquity of statehood conferred legitimizing significance in the Western European model of nation-state. Italian nationalists evoked the glories of the Roman Empire, and their German counterparts, that of the Ottonian Empire. 806. The German-Italian model of ethno-linguistic nation-state, steeped in the tradition of vividly evoked, though defunct statehood, was easily adopted in Central Europe. Recently partitioned Poland-Lithuania gave credence to the Polish national movement, which first transformed Polish-Lithuanian natio into the Polish nation, and then broadened this category to embrace all the population defined as speaking the Polish language. Magyar nationalism followed a similar path. The Kingdom of Hungary survived as a separate political entity within the Habsburg lands and later within the Austrian Empire, complete with its Hungarian natio. Magyar nationalists not only broadened the category of the Magyar nation to take all Magyar speakers, but hoped to Magyarize all the non-Magyar speaking population of historical Hungary so that to make them into part of such a wider or greater Magyar nation. This latter option was closed to Polish nationalists, as there was no Polish state to support such a policy, unlike in the Magyar case, which was boosted by the creation of the dual monarchy of Austria-Hungary in 1867. Czech nationalism was an intermediate case between its Hungarian and Polish counterparts on one hand and Slovak nationalism on the other. The composite character of the Czech crown was indicated by the fact that no unitary, realm-wide Czech natio ever developed. This was somewhat similar to the case of the Polish-Lithuanian natio or nations. But in the latter case, common interests and institutions, the Polish language and latter, Catholicism actually molded both nations of Poland-Lithuania into a single one, in all but name. Tremendous territorial changes in the actual shape of the lands of the Czech crown and religious differences prevented the emergence of a unified Czech natio out of Bohemian, Lusatian, Moravian, and Silesian nations. The core nations of Bohemia, Moravia, and partly, Upper Silesia were unified by their use of the Bohemian Chancery language, though religious issues tended to separate them. Following the 1620 standoff with the Catholic Emperor, which the Protestant nations of Bohemia and Moravia lost, the nobles had to convert to Catholicism or leave the Habsburg lands. As a result, a new pan-Austrian nobility developed, united by Catholicism and German. This process was facilitated by the fact that the Czech lands had been firmly embedded in the broader framework of the Holy Roman Empire since the 10th century. The political union of the Czech lands disappeared for all practical purposes by the mid-18th century, and the separateness of the Czech lands grew, engendering landish patriotism, which, in turn, further accelerated this process. Czech nationalists did not emerge from among the nobility, but stemmed from the bourgeois who spoke the Slavic vernacular, or cherished it as spoken by their parents or grandparents. Initially, these nationalists were mainly concentrated in Bohemia. In line with their traditional landish patriotism, numerous Bohemian nobles, 807, supported Czech nationalists, because this seemed to contribute to the glory of the Kingdom of Bohemia. The first project of the nascent Czech national movement was to resurrect 16th-century Chancery Bohemian as Standard Czech. Only in the mid-19th century was the concept of recreating the unity of the Czech lands formulated as an integral part of the Czech national project. The initially linguistic basis of Czech nationalism was completed with the referral to the composite statehood of the lands of the Czech crown. The further course of Czech nationalism entailed the spread of Standard Czech and the newly revived concept of Czech national statehood among the Slavophone populations of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. From 1848, there was no hope that the German speakers living in these regions would be attracted to Czech nationalism, steeped as it was in the Czech language, which would necessarily isolate them from Vienna and Prussia/Germany. On the other hand, the Czechs had no state like Poles, which would make it possible to Czechize these German speakers. At the turn of the 19th century, the attempts to write and standardize the Slavic vernacular in Upper Hungary were dictated by the desire of the Catholic Church to instill the Slavophone population with improved comprehension of the religion and to shield them from Protestant influences, which had not been uprooted in the course of the Counter-Reformation in Hungary, unlike elsewhere in the Habsburglands. In the Czech lands, until the 1620s, there were locally oriented nations who spoke in Chancery Bohemian and perceived themselves as different from the typically German-speaking nations of other states within the Holy Roman Empire. Conversely, the Kingdom of Hungary enjoyed the unified Hungarian Nacio, with the partial exception of the Croatian Nacio, who maintained their separateness in Thepoli-like Bohemian Nacio in the Holy Roman Empire. But there was never any Slovak Nacio. The nobles of Upper Hungary constituted an inalienable part of the Hungarian Nacio. Practically all of them spoke Magyar, even if of Slavophone background. Unlike in the Czech case, therefore, the burghers could hardly become a springboard for Slovak nationalism, because most of them spoke German and Yiddish. A substantial peasantry made up the bulk of Upper Hungary's Slavophone population. Not being part of the estates, they had no regular political representation until the complete freeing of peasants from serfdom in 1848. Prior to that moment, those who could lend them a helping hand were Catholic and Protestant clergy of peasant origin. Slovak nationalism shares its peasant character with the Slavophone nationalisms in the Balkans, where elites used to be non-Slavic speaking, and future nationalists emerged from among the ranks of the lower, Slavophone clergy. It was the clergy of Upper Hungary who began to write in various regional strands of the region's Slavophone vernacular, before this process gave birth to the Slovak language as we know it nowadays. Obviously, the clergyman's goal was not to produce any Slovak nation, far from it, but rather to improve the spiritual fate of the peasantry. This entailed the desire for spurring up social mobility, which was possible only by acquiring appropriate education and social conventions complete with an appropriate language. When the idea of popular education became established in the second half of the 18th century, German was identified as the language of social advancement in Upper Hungary. In the first half of the 19th century, Magyar steadily supplanted it in this role. Latin, the first official language of the Hungarian Nacio, remained the language of the Catholic Church and its liturgy, and of learning. In the latter case, German gradually replaced Latin as the language of scholarship in Upper Hungary during the first half of the 19th century, but it had to share this distinction with Magyar during the last century quarter. In the first half of the 19th century, Slovak nationalism was not an obvious political choice that would attract a large following. The proposal that language equates with nation popped up from time to time among Upper Hungary's Slavophone intellectuals, but the problem of which language remained unresolved, with Biblitina and Brno-Latina as the two main contenders. To add to the confusion, Upper Hungary's Protestant Slavic speakers and interested Czech intellectuals and politicians saw Biblitina to be nothing else but the Czech language. Pavel Josef Safarik and Jan Koller, two Protestant pastors of Slovak origin, who by ideological choice and the decision to settle in Prague became more Czech than Slovak, hoped to unite the Czech and the Slovaks into a Czechoslovak nation or people complete with its Czechoslovak language. Another idea of theirs was to reserve the distinction of nation for all the Slavs. This made the proposed Czechoslovaks into a branch of the proposed Slavic nation, and Czechoslovak into a literary dialect of the Slavic language. Czech leaders sometimes tuned in, but more often than not maintained that Slovaks were just Czechs living east of Moravia. In this scheme, Slovak was nothing else but a dialect of the Czech language. These ideological constructs and squabbles were too abstract and impractical to appeal to the spatially and socially immobile peasantry, who still did not realize they and their descendants would become a Slovak nation. First of all, they were Catholic and Protestant peasants and shepherds, who lived their lives in their localities and excelled in loyalty to the emperor. After serfdom was done away with and a modicum of elementary education secured for some of them, the idea of being part of the Hungarian natio, construed as a multi-ethnic and 809 multilingual all-embracing civic Hungarian nation, was an obvious source of collective identity. The problem was that the leaders of the Hungarian nation decided to make it into an ethno-linguistically homogeneous Magyar nation. This barred Upper Hungary's Slavic speakers from any easy commonality with the Magyar nation, and simultaneously, caused them to coalesce into a separate Slovak nation. Czech ideological, educational, and organizational aid, though appreciated, did not make much difference beyond the narrow circle of Upper Hungary's Protestant Slavophone elite. In the 1840s, the young generation of Slovak national activists, who took over the leadership of the movement from wavering Safarik and Koller, did not wish to make the Slovaks into an appendage of Czech or Czechoslovak nation. First, they were ethnic entrepreneurs, whose assimilation would have deprived them of the status and privileges belonging to the fathers and leaders of nations. These distinctions would have mostly passed to Czech politicians. Second, even if they had agreed to the submerging of the Slovaks in a greater Czech/Czechoslovak nation, Czech leaders from distant Prague would have been unable to address Slovak problems and desires as proactively as Slovak leaders on the ground in Upper Hungary. Another Protestant leader, Ludovít Štúr, decisively divorced Slovak nationalism from the possibility of it becoming part of Czech/Czechoslovak nationalism, when he codified the Slovak language as separate from Czech in 1843. Despite Koller's angry statements aimed at nullifying this achievement and František Palacký's prediction that this codification would not last and Slovaks would return to Czech, the ethno-linguistic logic of Central European nationalisms ensured that thanks to its standard language, the Slovak nation became a gradually accepted and lasting political entity. The separateness of the Slovak nation and its national movement thus confirmed that what was missing was a tradition of statehood, which would confer Slovak nationalism with a legitimacy equal at least to that enjoyed by Czech nationalism. In the 1850s and 1860s, reaction set in throughout the Austrian Empire as elsewhere across Central Europe, which contributed to the temporary suppression of national movements. In this context, Palacký softened the ideological thrust of Czech nationalism with Austroslavism, or the vision of the Austrian Empire as the promoter and protector of the polity's Slavic peoples. After the 1866 defeat at Prussia's hands, Vienna lifted the clamp on the political aspirations of the Magyars in order to secure more legitimacy and popular support for the weakened empire. The 1867 founding of Austria-Hungary was of serious repercussions for the Czechs and the Slovaks. The concession of separate autonomous national statehood extended to the Magyars was denied to the Czechs. To mollify their anger, Vienna granted broad cultural and linguistic rights to Czechs, complete with the Czech language university in Prague and the status of co-official language given to Czech in Bohemia and Moravia. Czech leaders wanted the establishment of an autonomous Czech. 810. National statehood out of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. Vienna could not agree to this, because it would entail losing the Magyars' support and loyalty for the empire. In 1879, the Czechs were further antagonized by the dual alliance contracted by Austria-Hungary and the German Empire. To them, the founding of the German Empire in 1871 looked ominously like a precursor to the creation of a great German nation-state, composed of the Austrian half of Austria-Hungary and the German Empire. In such a polity the Czechs would have been marginalized, which, in turn, would have facilitated their complete Germanization. The 1867 Ausgleich placed the Slovaks in the Hungarian half of the dual monarchy, and thus in a position worse than that of the Czechs, who lived in the empire's Austrian part. The slow development of the Slovak elementary and secondary educational system in the 1850s and 1860s was cut short when the official policy of increasingly forced Magyarization began to unfold in the 1870s. What is more, the transformation of the Austrian Empire into Austria-Hungary replaced the purely administrative border between the Czechlands and Upper Hungary with an internal but, nevertheless, state border. This added a degree of spatial isolation to the growing disinterest of Czechs in all matters Slovak. Between 1874 and 1875, the Hungarian authorities dissolved the Slovak language secondary schools and the Matica Slovenska. The sole organizational basis of the Slovak national movement liquidated, aspiring Slovak students could receive sought-for secondary and university education in a language close to Slovak, only in Prague. The political hopes of the Czech national movement repeatedly frustrated, the Czech-Slovak political cooperation developed on the plane of Czechoslovakism in the 1880s. And when the Czech language university was founded in Prague in 1882, Czech leaders facilitated the establishment of the Association Dětvan that catered mainly for Slovak Protestant students attending this university. Soon, Tomáš Masaryk, a professor at this university, became a mentor of the students. At the same time, numerous other students of Slovak background, including most Catholics, pursued university education in Budapest or Vienna, which distanced them from the idea of Czech-Slovak cooperation if not from identifying with the goals of Slovak nationalism altogether. When the Slovak students who graduated from the Czech language university in Prague entered adult life and various professions across Upper Hungary and the Czech lands, they became recognized leaders of the Slovak national movement and, together with their Czech colleagues, established the organization Československá jednota in 1895. In non-Czech and non-Slovak publications, the name of this organization is often incorrectly translated as Czechoslovak Unity, because there is just a difference of a single. 811. Letter between Československý and Československý. Initially, in line with the concept of Slavic reciprocity, this organization aimed to facilitate cooperation between the Czechs and all other Slavs. But in reality, this cooperation was limited to that between Czechs and Slovaks. 3 years later, this intensification in Czech-Slovak contacts led to the founding of the influential Slovak monthly Hlas on the initiative of Dětvan members. The periodical was published in Upper Hungary and popularized the ideals of Czech-Slovak cooperation until it went defunct in 1905. The problem was that, paradoxically, the priority for the Československá jednota was to protect the Czech nation and language in Bohemia's predominantly German-speaking borderlands. The organization was not much interested in Moravia and merely paid lip service to Czech-Slovak cooperation on the assumption that the Slovaks were already a part of the larger Czech/Czechoslovak nation. Not surprisingly, this approach did not make Czech-Slovak or Czechoslovakism popular among Upper Hungary's Slavic speakers. Actually, the pro-Czech and Czechoslovak-oriented activities of Dětvan members and Hlas writers alienated the Slovak Catholics and prevented consolidation of the Slovak national movement exactly at the turn of the 20th century when the Magyarization campaign increased considerably. In the 1890s, numerous contributors to Hlas hoped that Slovaks might return to using Czech as their written language, which undermined the only solid ideological basis of Slovak nationalism, that is, the standard Slovak language. As attested by publications printed in Prague, the gross lack of knowledge on matters Slovak among numerous Czech intellectuals did not go down well with Slovak national activists, especially of Catholic provenance. Unfortunately, this almost traditional Czech disregard for Slovakia and its inhabitants has continued to this day. On the other hand, this widespread Czech ignorance of what the Slovaks were and wanted entailed serious misunderstandings regarding the political goals of Slovak nationalism and question on whether Czechoslovakism could facilitate them. Czech leaders saw the platform of Czech-Slovak cooperation as one of many political instruments to apply pressure on Vienna so that the Austrian administration would finally give in and agree to the re-establishment of the political unity of the Czech lands as a Czech nation-state. In this perspective, Upper Hungary was seen as another Czech land, maybe not historically Czech but surely Czech on the ethno-linguistic basis. Most Slovak leaders could not disagree more, but their voice was not heard, as Catholic Slovaks lacked any unified organizational framework to express their views, while their Protestant counterparts, often dependent on Czech aid and support, tended to acquiesce Czech views on Slovaks. Hence, not only the average Czech but many a Czech politician failed to realize that Slovak leaders hoped that the Czechs' help would stem Magyarization and convince Budapest to grant cultural or even regional autonomy to the Slovaks. 812. In the situation, Upper Hungary's Slavic speakers did not face the choice between becoming Slovaks or Czechs/Czechoslovaks, as many Czech intellectuals mistakenly believed, but between becoming Slovaks or Magyars. This dimension of the Slovak dilemma was lost even on Masaryk, who as late as 1896 criticized Stur for his radicalism and the unplanned ferment of Slovak nationalism expressed in Stur's codification of the Slovak language as separate from Czech. All this was despite his earlier view in 1887 that it was impossible for Slovaks to return to the Czech language. Masaryk's political pragmatism remained colored by his ideological attachment to Czechoslovakism. Suitably, he shared a similar ethno-original background with Safarik and Koller, who had created this ideology. Masaryk's father was a Hungarian Slovak, and Masaryk converted from Catholicism to Protestantism, which later earned him the dislike of Andrej Hlinka, the leader of Catholic Slovaks in interwar Czechoslovakia. From the Slovak perspective, Masaryk was a Slovak who became completely Czechized. Although his Moravian Upper Hungarian background gave him a better insight into matters Slovak on the ideological plane, Masaryk persisted in treating the Slovaks as an integral part of the Czech nation. Beginning in 1895, Slovak leaders undertook political cooperation with their Romanian and Serbian counterparts in an effort to jointly limit the excesses of Magyarization. But this cooperation did not amount to much in the face of Budapest's hardline Magyarizing and centralizing policies underpinned by limited suffrage, which concentrated on decision-making in the hands of the Magyarophone aristocracy and bourgeoisie. Thus, Slovak politicians, unable to receive effective support from Vienna, Budapest, or Hungary's non-Magyar-speaking minorities, had no choice but to cooperate closely with their Czech counterparts. Annual Czech-Slovak meetings, inaugurated during 1908 in the South Moravian resort of Luhakovice midway between Prague and Upper Hungary, were conducted until the outbreak of the Great War in 1914. Slovaks were a junior partner in this intensifying Czechoslovak cooperation, which entailed that they had to, at least tacitly, agree with the Czech ideology of Czechoslovakism as a common political program. When Magyarization accelerated after 1905 and the number of Slovak-language elementary schools plummeted dramatically, the Slovaks hoped to preserve their Slovakness in a symbiotic relationship with the Czechs. Not surprisingly, even Hlinka approved, as evidenced by his 1908 statement, that Slovaks and Czechs constitute a single nation. Following Masaryk's political pragmatism, the Československá jednota agreed in 1908 to accept the linguistic reality, which meant abandoning its efforts to entice Slovaks back to the Czech language. Simultaneously the traditional 813 Russophile pan-Slav tendency continued among some Slovak leaders as a weak counterweight to the dominant Czechoslovakism. In this scheme, the Czech lands, Poland, and Slovakia were to be formed into a union state incorporated into Russia under the protection of the Romanovs. When the Great War erupted, Masaryk fled Austria-Hungary, and began to propagate the idea of a Czech-Slovak state. This concept was popularized by his acquaintance, the British scholar Robert William Seton Watson, who developed and described it in detail for Masaryk. The latter used this expertise in his memorandum, Independent Bohemia, forwarded to his British friends and the United Kingdom government. The United Kingdom Foreign Office approved it as part of anti-Central Powers propaganda, but the basic assumptions of this plan appeared to be wholly unrealistic at the beginning of the war. First, the Central Powers had to be utterly defeated. Second, the Allies, free to decide the post-war political order in Central Europe, would agree to break up Austria-Hungary and to establish a Czech-Slovak state. The unthinkable became reality at the end of World War I. In 1916, the Conseil National des Pays Tchèques was founded in Paris by Masaryk, Edvard Benes, and the sole Slovak representative, Milan Rastislav Stefanik. In Czech and Slovak historiography, the body is known as the Czechoslovak National Council, but its original and internationally accepted name relegated Slovakia to the status of one of the Czech lands. The decision was explained by political expediency, since the ethnonym Czech was much better known to the international decision-makers and Western public than that of Slovak, while the compound Czechoslovak could be downright confusing. It was an example of shrewd political marketing, which contributed directly to the creation of Czechoslovakia. Nevertheless, the decision obscured the Slovak national cause and, on the political plane, subjected it to the needs of Czech nation-state building. At the instigation of the Slovak politician, Stefan Ossisky, the council's name was changed to the Conseil National Czechoslovakie in the summer of 1916, but this change was not advertised and as such did not register with international public opinion. Popularly, the Czechs viewed Czechoslovakia as their Czech nation-state. On the other hand, broad cultural, linguistic, and educational autonomy enjoyed by the Slovaks in Czechoslovakia allowed for the dynamic development and consolidation of a self-conscious Slovak nation. The incorporation of Upper Hungary within Czechoslovakia also prevented Slovaks from becoming Magyars, a process that seemed unavoidable had the Kingdom of Hungary managed to preserve its territorial unity after 1918. To this day are assigned reading in Slovak schools. The beginnings of modern Slovak national historiography date back to the 1870s and are associated with Czech historians appreciative of the Slovak national project. At that time, the Slovak elite was so narrow that it could not specialize beyond pastoral services, education, politics, and journalism. In 1875, František Viktor Sasenek proposed in his work Die Slovaken in Ethnographiskis that Greater Moravia was the common state of the Slovaks, Moravians, and Czechs. In his 1881 article, O Method Digipisu Slovenska, published in the monthly Slovensk Polody, Joseph Ladislav Pici identified Greater Moravia as the state of the Czechoslovak nation, but agreed that the separate Slovak nation emerged after the Magyars destroyed the polity. Finally, in 1906, the Slovak historian Julius Bato Jr. claimed that Greater Moravia was exclusively a Slovak state in his Slovacy. Vivanich Narodního Povdomia. This matter provided a legitimizing function to prove that this Slovak statehood did not completely disappear after the establishment of the Kingdom of Hungary. Both, autonomous Croatia within the broader framework of 815 Hungary, and the similarly autonomous crown of the Czech lands in the Holy Roman Empire, offered a ready model to emulate. In 1784, the Upper Hungarian historian, Juraj Skulner, located the core of Greater Moravia in Bulgaria and maintained that Upper Hungary was incorporated into this polity by treaty. First, this allowed Slovak statehood to be disentangled from the broader framework of Greater Moravia, which, from the territorial viewpoint, had been a vast state. Then, in 1837, Stur's colleague, Alexander Boleslav Verkovsky, proposed that the medieval Hungarian magnate Matthias Atrenchin was a Slovak king. At the turn of the 14th century, centralized royal rule collapsed in Hungary. Actual power went into the hands of regional magnates. The most powerful of them all was Matthias Atrenchin, who controlled Upper Hungary. In the second half of the 19th century, numerous Slovak poets and writers claimed him for Slovak national history, like their Magyar counterparts for Magyar national history. Sándor Petőfi wanted to write an epic on the magnate, and in 1860, the Hungarian Academy of Sciences granted Károly Zás financial support to this end. But from the Magyar perspective, Matthias Atrenchin was one of numerous historical figures who could be mythologized into the national pantheon. Hence, Magyar historians and writers did not claim him as intensively as did their Slovak counterparts. In his 1881 article, Pici identified the magnate's realm as Slovakia independent of the Hungarian king. Ergo, even though Matthias's realm broke up after his death, its very existence inspired Slovak and Czech historians to write about Slovak nobility and natio as separate from their Hungarian counterparts. At that time, there also arose the myth of a vague treaty signed between the Slovaks of Greater Moravia and the invading Magyars, which supposedly guaranteed territorial and political autonomy for the latter, similar to that enjoyed by the Croatian Natio I. This anachronistic interpretation provided the Slovak national movement with an argument that the Slovak statehood, identified with Greater Moravia and survived one millennium of Magyar occupation, submerged in the Kingdom of Hungary. In 1938, the Slovak academic and journalist Josef Skultidi wrote the magnate into the Slovak national pantheon with his monograph, Mata Cak Trenčanskia Jehovlada na Slovensku. It was also Skultidi who decisively opposed Czechoslovacism, and in 1913, stated that language was the main feature of a nation. At that time, Czechoslovakists and Czech nationalists had already accepted the separateness of the Slovak language, but claimed that a close language did not make Slovaks into a separate nation. Jaroslav Vielšík, a Czech literary historian, who was born in Upper Hungary to a Czech father and Slovak mother, proposed a compromise between Czech and Czechoslovakist assumptions about the Slovaks and Slovak national demands. In 1879, he 816 wrote that Greater Moravia was a common state for the Slovaks and Moravians. He excluded from this equation the Czechs, which was about towards Slovak nationalists, but a tentative link with Czechdom was maintained via the Moravians, who gradually became Czechized in the last 3 decades of the 19th century. Commenting on language in 1913, Vielšík dubbed Czech and Slovak fraternal but separate languages of the Czechoslovak nation. Unlike straightforward Czechoslovakists, he did not strive for the return of the Slovaks to the Czech language, or for the submerging of Slovak in the Czech language as a dialect of Czechoslovak. As a measure of compromise, Vielšík proposed that Slovaks should write fiction and poetry in Czech and Slovak, while scholarly works were to be composed exclusively in Czech. These proposals, though well-intentioned, pleased neither Czechs, Czechoslovakists, nor Slovak nationalists. At the beginning of the 20th century, there was an urgent need of ideological clarity on the issue of what the Slovaks were, a nation in its own, an ethnic group, a branch of a Czechoslovak nation, or an appendage of the Czech natio. The stakes were high. In 1902, the MP of the Hungarian parliament, Imre Hadasi, stated that Slovaks are descendants of Hussites, who migrated to Upper Hungary at the beginning of the 15th century, and who, in the second quarter of the century, controlled much of what today is southern Slovakia. This was a popular nationalist argument of gaining more right to a territory by claiming that one ethnic group settled there earlier than the ancestors of the contenders. The same approach was mobilized by Magyar intellectuals toward Transylvania's Romanians, whose autochthonous status was disputed. Slovak leaders and scholars could not disagree more and continued emphasizing the autochthonous character of the Slovak population as dating back at least to the 5th century, that is, at least 400 years earlier than the coming of the Magyars. In this ideological contest, the Czechoslovakist claim that the Slovaks were a branch of the Czech/Czechoslovak nation played into the hands of Magyar nationalists. This fine point of ideological struggle in Upper Hungary was not readily noticed in Prague. It remained to nationally minded Slovak nationalists to stand their ground. Not surprisingly, when the Allies approved the establishment of Czechoslovakia in 1918, Skultidi defended the principle of Slovak national self-determination against Magyar nationalists as well as Czech and Slovak Czechoslovakists, in his Stodvadsat Patrokov zo Slovenského života. His voice was not heard in Prague and at the peace conference in Paris, where Hlinka, equally unsuccessfully, attempted to present arguments for the independence of Slovakia to the Allies on September 20, 1919. At that time, it was almost certain. 817. That Hungary would not manage to keep Upper Hungary within its borders. Therefore, Budapest agreed to cultural and regional autonomy for the Slovaks and the Ruthenians in order to prevent the incorporation of their homelands into Czechoslovakia. The need was to delegitimize the concept of Czechoslovak statehood was clearly evident, said B. Louis Steyer's lavishly illustrated brochure. There is no Czech culture in Upper Hungary, which was obviously directed at the international public. With international approval, Czech and Slovak Czechoslovakists founded Czechoslovakia in late 1918. Hungarian forces intermittently controlled most of Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia until mid-1919. Most of the fighting was done by Czech and Romanian soldiers, with operational support lent by French and Italian officers. Although some Slovaks participated as well, the Czech stereotype soon coalesced that the Slovaks were granted Czechoslovakia and their place in it for free. More Slovaks than Czechs remained loyal to Austria-Hungary until Thepeli's bitter end and were passive when the diplomatic and military struggle for Czechoslovakia unfolded. First, the national identity of the Slovaks was less emphatic than that of the Czechs. Second, while Austrian troops dissolved relatively peaceably and left the Czech lands, the Hungarian armies fiercely defended Upper Hungary. Much less numerous than the Czechs, the Slovaks were not in a position to confront the Hungarian military. Third, unlike among the Czechs, the Protestant idea of Czechoslovak state was not popular among the Slovaks. But when Czechoslovakia was founded, most Slovaks accepted it, though with disbelief, because hardly any of them had imagined that would be the outcome of the war. Initially, Masaryk had to gain support and legitimacy for Czechoslovakia among Czechs and Slovaks in the United States. Czech and Slovak politicians in the Czechlands and Upper Hungary subscribed to the program quite late in 1918, when it was obvious that Austria-Hungary would not survive. In order to ensure swift cooperation, Czech politicians repeatedly promised their Slovak colleagues that they would receive whatever they wanted. The Slovaks clearly expressed their wish in the Cleveland Agreement, the Pittsburgh Agreement, and the Martin Declaration that they wanted a federal state, Czechoslovakia, which would consist of the politically autonomous Czech and Slovak nation-states. Slovaks saw the initial centralization of Czechoslovakia as necessary to preserve its territorial unity in the face of military conflicts with the Magyars, Sudeten Germans, and Poland. When the centralization continued and even deepened, the Slovaks resented it as a blatant breach of the Cleveland and Pittsburgh agreements. They never thought that the tactical move of presenting Czechoslovakia to the international public as the nation-state of the Czechoslovaks would be acted upon. But the 1918 Declaration of Independence and the 1920 Constitution set the legal framework for the construction of 818. A unitary Czechoslovakia, which was carried out during the interwar period. Prague was more fearful of the German/German-speaking minority concentrated in the Czech lands than of Slovak displeasure. The minority numbered more than 3 million persons, that is, more than 2 million Slovaks. 7 million Czechs did not ensure ethno-linguistic homogeneity for Czechoslovakia. But such homogeneity was seen then as the ultimate legitimization of statehood. Czech and Slovaks constitutionally merged as the Czechoslovak nation accounted for 65.5% of the state's population. Hence, they constituted a safe demographic majority. In the interwar period the average Czech did not bother much about Slovakia, hence Czechoslovakia appeared to him or her as a Czech nation-state. Not so in the case of the Slovaks, who continued to see the Republic as a Czech-Slovak state, in which they were cheated out of the autonomy that they were promised. This frustration of Slovak political hopes bred the myth of Stefanik, according to which, Stefanik would have ensured autonomy for Slovakia had he not died in a plane crash in 1919. Some even accused the Czechs of assassination. In reality, Stefanik was a staunch Czechoslovakist, and prohibited the use of Slovak as a command language among the Slovak soldiers in the Czechoslovak legions. As Minister of War, in 1918, he introduced Czech as the sole language of command in the Czechoslovak army. Finally, besides the usual Central European recourse to separate language, nation, and statehood traditions, the legitimacy of Slovak nationalism had to be propped up with the myth of national martyrdom. This trope became a de rigueur element of the ideological repertoire of nationalisms in this region. Polish nationalists decried the late 18th century partition of Poland-Lithuania, and in the Romantic decade of the 1840s came up with the image of Poland as Christ of nations, destined to win independence not only for the Poles but for all the other nations deprived of their states. Drawing on the past of Hungary, the Magyars claimed that they had suffered under the Ottoman and Austrian yoke since the Battle of Mohacs. In its own turn, the stereotype of Ottoman yoke became the basic legitimizing instrument of the Balkan nationalisms. One could easily notice a reflection of this trope in Lithuanian nationalism, but here the Poles were portrayed as the oppressors on the anachronistic assumption that Poland-Lithuania was in reality a Polish nation-state. Soviet historiography also played this ideological card, but in a class-conscious way. It were not just Poles but the Polish lords who oppressed Belarusian and Ukrainian peasantries. This became the founding myth of Soviet Belorussia and Ukraine. 819. The truncation of historical Hungary to almost ethnically homogeneous Magyar Hungary at Trianon immediately fired up the national imagination. The new borders were deemed as bleeding and marked with Trianon crosses to memorialize the territorial loss. In the interwar period, numerous posters and postcards depicted post-Trianon Hungary, rather strangely, as a crucified woman Christ, or the territory of historical Hungary undergoing truncation on a cross. With a similar bitter feeling of ideological loss, Czech leaders invested in the Battle of White Mountain, in the wake of which Bohemia and Moravia were re-Catholicized, and most of the Chancery Bohemian-speaking nobility were expelled from both regions. What followed was reinterpreted in the 19th century by nationally minded historians as Austrian oppression, or poroba. Not surprisingly, Slovak historians and ideologues took over the Czech trope of poroba, and refined on it. In this line of thinking, the Austrian poroba suffered by the Czechs had just lasted 3 centuries, while the Slovaks had suffered the Magyar poroba for 1 millennium. Obviously, it was the Magyar destruction of Greater Moravia that marked the beginning of this Tisicro-cna poroba. It was Safarik, who gave a final shape to the stereotype of Tisicro-cna poroba in the 1820s. On the other hand, in 1733, the Jesuit scholar from Upper Hungary, Samuel Timon, claimed in his Imago Antiqui Hungarii that by defeating Greater Moravia, the Magyars had liberated the Slovaks from the Moravian yoke. In an ironic turn, Timon is often seen to be the father of Slovak historiography. The hysteria of millennialism unleashed in Europe in 1000 AD was caused by the widespread expectation of the second coming of Christ and the final judgment. On the other hand, the millennial element in the Slovak concept of Tisicro-cna poroba promised the final coming of independent Slovakia. When Czechoslovakia was founded, the myth appeared to have been fulfilled, and by the popular sentiment, Stefanik was anointed as the Christ-like liberator of the Slovak nation. The picture of this Protestant general in the French army rapidly entered Slovak Catholic households placed next to saints, and it was often put into the hands of dead peasants before burying them. In independent wartime Slovakia, his portrait adorned numerous public buildings, lending charisma and legitimacy to this Catholic polity with a Catholic priest as its president. When Slovakia became independent in 1939, Hungary helped itself to the southern and eastern sections of the state, intent on reversing some of the territorial losses suffered at Trianon. Similarly, Budapest gained pre-1918 Hungarian territories from Romania, Subcarpathian Ruthenia, and Yugoslavia. But the reversal of the Trianon decisions did not mean only amelioration of the national tragedy for the Magyars, but also a string of national tragedies for the neighboring nations. The Slovaks took over the Magyar trope of bleeding. 820. Border, and they often referred in these emotionally charged words to the southern and eastern frontiers of wartime Slovakia. The frequent political use of the concept of poroba brought another one of obit, or victim. In Central Europe, it became a popular genre of nationhood legitimization to present one's nation as a victim, or even martyr wronged by a neighboring nation. In the biblical tradition, the last will be the first, so the hope was that a real or imagined wrongdoing would be ameliorated in future in favor of the victim nation. In this paradigm of national redemption, the Slovaks were presented as a victim of the Magyars and the Czechs as a victim of the Germans, the Poles as a victim of the Russians and Germans, the Magyars as a victim of the Turks, Austrians, and the West, the Ruthenians as a victim of the Czechs, Slovaks, Soviets, and Ukrainians, the Austrians as a victim of the Germans, the Belarusians, Lithuanians, and Ukrainians as victims of the Poles and Soviets, and the Germans as a victim of France and the West. Naturally, the list could be continued to include numerous accusations and counter-accusations traded by national historians and politicians in the Balkans. Interwar Czechoslovakia, the Slovak Renaissance and Czech domination. The Czech lands were the industrial engine of the Austrian half of the dual monarchy. Similarly, Slovakia was the most developed region of the Kingdom of Hungary apart from Budapest and its vicinity. Not surprisingly, neither did Vienna readily resign itself to this loss until the Treaty of Saint-Germain, nor Budapest until the Treaty of Trianon. On December 11, 1918, with Budapest's active support, the East Slovak People's Republic was proclaimed with its capital in Kassa. This short-lived pro-Hungarian polity with its capital in Eperjes survived until the end of December. Its president, Viktor Dvorák, acted upon the traditional loyalty and attachment of Eastern Upper Hungary's Slavophone inhabitants to the Kingdom of Hungary. The novel ideas of Slovak nationalism and Czechoslovakism spread much faster in Western and Central Slovakia, from where most Slovak national activists stemmed. On the other hand, Eastern Slovakia was quite distant from the Czech lands, and in its rural and backward character shared more with nearby Ruthenia than Bratislava or Tuchanský Svätý Martin. In addition, Slovak nationalism's most potent rallying instrument, the Slovak language, was steeped in the Central Slovak vernacular of Tuchanský Svätý Martin. Brno Latino was associated with Western Slovakia, and Biblitina was identified by Czechoslovakists with Czech and Slovak. No. 821. Linguistic or cultural elements of Eastern Slovakia were incorporated into the ideological framework of Slovak nationalism. Previously, attempts to commit the Eastern Slovak vernacular to paper did not gain any support, except that of the Slavophone Calvinists, who wrote and printed their religious books in the Sarajský jazyk, which employed Magyar orthography. The first book in this language, a catechism, came off the press in Debrecen 1750. Under the influence of Slovak nationalism, some of the Slavophone Calvinists renamed their language as Křesťanská Recs at the end of the 19th century. But it did not do away with the popular Slovak perception that they were more pro-Magyar than pro-Slovak. At the turn of the 20th century, several Slovak newspapers were published in the United States, including Slovak v. Amerik. Budapest played on this ethno-linguistic cleavage between the Slovaks and the Slovaks and published school textbooks in Slovak since 1875. The Hungarian authorities also supported the Eperjes archivist Dvorkák's newspaper, Naša Zastava, in the Saros language. Dvorák became the leader of the Slovak national movement, and understandably, supported the use of Slovak in the publications of the Slovak People's Republic. His career had parallels with that of Joseph Kozdoen, the leader of the Slunzakian national movement in Austrian Silesia. The difference was that Prague tolerated Kozdoen because of the anti-Polish character of his movement, even though the Slunzaks were more pro-German than pro-Czech. Germany had no immediate plans of seizing Czech Silesia from Czechoslovakia, unlike Poland. In the interwar period, Kozdoen became the mayor of Český Těšín. On the contrary, Dvorkák's pro-Hungarian stance was perceived as an unambiguous danger to the territorial unity of Czechoslovakia, so he had to flee. He settled in France, where he developed the Slovak national movement and wrote against Czechoslovakia, which he considered a travesty of a nation-state, as clearly put in his De Truze la Czechoslovaquie fief du Bolchevisme. De Truze ce monstre Czechoslovako-Germano-Hungaro-Rutheno-Polonaise. Dvorák took this line from Edvard Beneš de Truze Electric Hungary, who had written in a similar vein about Austria-Hungary. After Budapest reincorporated southern and eastern Slovakia along Subcarpathian Ruthenia in 1938 and 1939, Dvořák returned to Kassa in the Hungarian-held Slovak region. He resumed the publication of Naša Zastava, and in 1943, published his enlarged 1909 collection of poems in the Slovak language, Vlašské srco. After 1945, the Slovak national movement was suppressed because of its pro-Hungarian character, along with publications in Slovak, sanitized in 822. Scholarly literature as Eastern Slovak. The last book in Slovak, a textbook of Slovak for Yugoslavia's Rusins, was published in Košice in 1949, but its existence is not acknowledged by the Matica Slovenska. The category of Slovak is used in United States censuses. The Eastern Slovak literary tradition revived after 1989, especially in the dialect of the neighboring regions Prešov and Spiš, which spawned quite an extensive Sorry Slovak internet-based dictionary, compiled between 2000 and 2006. In 2002, an extensive 2-volume historical dictionary of East Slovak was published in Prešov, thanks to a subsidy from the Slovak Ministry of Culture. To this day, the Eastern Slovak dialect sounds as strange and even foreign to standard Slovak speakers as the East Moravian dialect to Czech speakers. Slovaks tend to disparagingly speak of Slovaks as Vychodiniari. To what is more, some Slavic-speaking inhabitants of Eastern Slovakia were and still are Greek Catholics and Orthodox Christians. Czechs and Slovaks tended to unambiguously identify Greek Catholicism and Orthodox Christianity with the Ruthenians or Russia, as Calvinism with Magyardom. There was no basis here for associating these religions with Slovakdom, as in the case of Lutheranism. Most Slovak national activists and politicians were members of the latter denomination until 1918, and it did not make them any less Slovak, though numerous Magyars and German speakers of Upper Hungary were Lutherans as well. In Czech and Slovak eyes, Greek Catholicism was Ruska Vera, and those who professed it were identified as Rusnaci. Although religion often functioned as the ethnic border between Slovaks and Ruthenians in eastern Slovakia, the barrier was never absolute, and all the population shared the same vernacular and way of life. To become a Slovak or Ruthenian was a political choice. Recently, Slovak scholars reinterpret this ambiguity, claiming that Rusnaci identified themselves as such by religion. Within this group on an ethno-linguistic basis, the scholars distinguish Rusini, or Ruthenians proper, and Slovaks. In this perspective, at the beginning of the 19th century in eastern Upper Hungary there were 153,000 Slovaks and 359,000 Ruthenians. In 1948, it was estimated that 150,000 Ruthenians and 90,000 Greek Catholic Slovaks lived in eastern Slovakia. Ironically, the cold shoulder given by mainstream Slovak nationalism to the cultural and political aspirations of these Slavic speakers of eastern Slovakia, who wanted to become Slovaks, precipitated the coalescing of the Slovak national movement. Like the Ruthenians, after the Great War, the Slovaks saw a better future for themselves in Hungary than in Czechoslovakia, let alone the Soviet. 823. Union. It was also a pity that neither Masaryk nor Hlinka could make use of Church Slavonic and the Church Slavonic Cyrillic among some Slovaks into the proof of their Slovakness, despite the heavy use of the Cyrillo-Methodian tradition for the legitimization of Slovak and Czechoslovak statehood aspirations. Apart from the Slovaks, Budapest supported the statehood aspirations of the Ruthenians, and the Hungarian authorities granted autonomy to their homeland, officially named Ruthenia, on December 21, 1918. At that time, there was no legal basis or desire in Prague to extend Czechoslovak rule to the easternmost corner of Upper Hungary. In addition, there was no administrative or clear ethno-linguistic border that would separate future Slovakia from Ruthenia. Thus, Budapest's support for the Slovaks could have prevented the incorporation of the Apurges region in Slovakia. It must be remarked that Upper Hungary's German speakers proclaimed on December 9, 1918 the independence of their small mountainous homeland in Kesmark, which also contested the planned frontier of Czechoslovakia. However, it was less Budapest than the example of the German minority in the Czech lands that was responsible for this event. At the turn of November, the minority proclaimed the independence of their homelands in the predominantly German-speaking borderlands of the Czech lands and sought unification with German Austria. The Czechoslovak army seized the control of the German-held areas of the Czech lands by the end of 1918 and, in January the following year, most of Slovakia and western Ruthenia. Czechoslovak forces entered Bratislava on January 1, 1919. On February 4, the seat of the Czechoslovak Ministry for Slovakia was moved to Bratislava. The contentious issue was Slovakia's borders in the south and est. In the north, Prague and Warsaw agreed to follow the traditional Galician Upper Hungarian border running along the Carpathian peaks with the exception of Arva and Zapice that rubbed shoulders with the tiny Polish territorial foothold in the High Tatras. Since the Middle Ages, the Arva and especially Zapice borderlands between Hungary and Poland-Lithuania had been disputed. In the second half of the 19th century, the Polish intellectuals from Krakow, who took holidays in the Galician section of the Tatras, wrote the region and its population into the fabric of Polish national culture with folklore-inspired poems and stories. But in their transhumant economy, dialect, and ethnography, the population had more in common with the Slavophone mountainous populations of 824 Arva and Zapice than with the Poles. All of the three mountainous groups are Goralians, or Goral in Polish, Horal in Czech, and Horali or Gorali in Slovak, which literally means highlanders, or mountain dwellers. On the basis of its speech and the overall mountainous character of Slovakia, it is possible to argue that the Goralians are closer to the Slovaks than Poles. However, should one identify the area of Goralian settlement as the ethno-linguistic border between Slovakdom and Polishdom, there is no clear line to indicate where the Slovak ethno-linguistic area stops and the Polish one begins. A similar problem was encountered by Czech and Polish nationalists in Teschen Silesia, originally populated by Slavophone Slunziks and Moraviks. In the Teschen region, Prague was determined not to give in to Polish demands, because the single coal and steel industrial basin of the Czech lands was located there along with the single railway link between the Czech lands and Slovakia. On the other hand, Warsaw did not wish to leave Arva and Zapice with Slovakia, because it claimed all the Goralians to be an ethnographic group of the Polish nation. Moreover, from the strategic vantage, the inclusion of Arva and Zapice in Poland would have broadened Warsaw's vulnerable bridgehead in the Tatras. Initially, the Allies planned to organize plebiscites in Teschen Silesia, Arva, and Zapice, but after the brief Czechoslovak-Polish War over Teschen in January 1919, the intensification of the nationalist conflict in all three regions prevented such plebiscites. In 1920, the Council of Ambassadors divided all three regions between Czechoslovakia and Poland. Neither Prague nor Warsaw were pleased with the result. Czechoslovakia won most clearly in Teschen Silesia, because the entire industrial basin was granted to the country. Naturally, Slovak nationalists presented this as a Czech success paid with the Slovak loss of Arva and Zapice. Despite their traditional non-national identity, the continuing Polish-Slovak conflict in divided Arva and Zapice convinced numerous Goralians that they were Slovaks. The wartime inclusion of the Polish sections of both regions in independent Slovakia fortified this identification. When the pre-war border was re-established in 1945, Warsaw had to accept the fact that the areas were inhabited by a Slovak minority. On the contrary, during World War II, in the Polish Tatras included in the general government, the link between the Goralians and the Polish nation was weakened when the German administration successfully organized the Goralan folk, that is, the pro-German Goralian nation. The ethno-linguistic separateness of the Tatra Goralians vis-a-vis the Poles continues to this day. Another twist in the Polish-Slovak contest over the Goralians was added in the 1970s when the Polish TV produced the extremely popular series on the mountainous robber Janosik styled as a Tatra Robin Hood. Known as Juraj Janosik, he had been earlier made into a Slovak national hero ranking as high as Stur, and Cyril and Methodius. The first Slovak film ever shot in 825. 1921 featured Janosik as the main protagonist and further ones followed in quick succession. Unlike other Slovak national heroes, Janosik entered Slovak popular culture as a role model, symbol allegory, and, recently, logo on numerous products. Naturally, Slovak intellectuals loathed Polish usurpation of their national hero, but Warsaw wisely refrained from fashioning Janosik into a Polish national hero. He had never operated on the Galician side of the Carpathians, and fought against the Hungarian administration, which did not fit the myth of centuries-long Polish-Hungarian friendship. The near collapse of Hungary after World War I was prevented by Mihaly Károlyi's government. The consolidation of power allowed Budapest to reaffirm Hungarian control in the kingdom's peripheral regions, including Upper Hungary by December 1918. The losses at the beginning of 1919 could not be prevented when the economy faltered, the army was in growing disarray, and the popularity of the communist movement opened the cleavage between the elite and the impoverished masses. In March 1919, the Soviet Republic of Hungary was founded. On the instigation of the Allies, fearful of the spread of Bolshevism to Western Europe, Czechoslovak troops attacked and pushed deep into the Hungarian territory south of Slovakia's envisioned southern border. Soon Hungary's Red Army returned the blow and seized 2/3 of Slovakia. Aiming for the re-centralization of the state, Budapest de facto terminated in April the never fully implemented autonomy of Ruthenia and staged the proclamation of the independence of the pro-Hungarian Soviet Republic of Slovakia with its capital in Prešov on June 18. Magyar communists entrusted the presidency of Soviet Slovakia to the Czech communist journalist Antonin Janicek, which did not attract many Slovaks to this godless polity run by an atheist Czech. 5 days before the founding of Communist Slovakia, the negotiations on the Czechoslovak-Hungarian border had ended. But the revolutionary government had no intention to ratify this new frontier. First, the thrust of the Red Army seemed unstoppable and capable of recreating the territorial unity of the former Kingdom of Hungary. Second, the new border was drawn in blatant breach of the principle of national self-determination, because extensive predominantly Magyar areas were included in southern Slovakia. Third, there was a hope that eastern Slovakia and Ruthenia would form a land bridge for Bolshevik Russia's Red Army to enter Hungary and Central Europe in an effort to spread communist revolution to Western Europe. Last but not least, Budapest wanted to have a common border with Poland, perceived as Hungary's traditional friend, though the Polish-Soviet War was already in full swing at that time. In the situation, the Allies called upon Bucharest to restrain revolutionary Hungary. Romania was poised to gain most territory out of all the states that had already existed prior to 1914 and 826. Turned against the Central Powers. The Romanian offensive commenced in April 1919 and Czechoslovak troops joined it in the following month. On July 7, Red Slovakia collapsed when Magyar troops withdrew to protect Budapest, which eventually fell to the Romanian invaders on August 4. The entire territory of eastern and southern Slovakia and Ruthenia found itself under Romanian control. In the autumn, Romanian troops withdrew from Slovakia. The negotiations between Prague and the U.S. Ruthenian leaders on the incorporation of autonomous Ruthenia to Czechoslovakia began in March 1919, but were not finalized until the Treaty of Saint-Germain. Afterward, Hungary agreed to its new borders in the Treaty of Trianon, hence the Romanian military administration left Ruthenia only in the autumn 1920. Prague carried out minor border adjustments that touched upon the Slovak territory with Austria in 1920, Hungary in 1922 and 1924, and Poland in 1923 and 1924. On November 7, 1919, Prague issued the first law on Ruthenia, the General Statute for Organization and Administration of Subcarpathian Ruthenia. It established the official name of the autonomous region, and most significantly for Slovakia, the Subcarpathian Slovak border. Since then, the border has been the bone of contention between the Slovaks and the Ruthenians, because it left a considerable number of Ruthenians inside what became northeastern Slovakia. Ruthenians saw this border as a temporary and inherently unjust line of demarcation. When it became apparent that there was no hope of rectification, the Ruthenians began to use the term Prisov Ruthenia for denoting eastern Slovakia, which they considered as rightfully belonging to Subcarpathian Ruthenia. The Ruthenian grudges against Czech and Slovak domination were heard even less at the international arena than those of the Slovaks. The influx of teachers, civil servants, and railwaymen brought 35,000 Czechs and Slovaks to Subcarpathian Ruthenia. And 135 elementary schools were founded for their children. At the same time, 32% of Ruthenian children did not attend elementary school, while the same indicator was a mere 8% in Slovakia. Ruthenians perceived this situation as Czechization, though there was no denial that the increase from 81 Ruthenian elementary schools in 1913 to 630 in 1936 did prevent the Magyarization of the Ruthenians, even if their homeland became part of Hungary again. This achievement, however, paled in the Ruthenian eyes, contrasted with what they perceived as faithlessness, godlessness, atheism, and immorality propagated in the schools by the Czech administration. A shadow of the accusation was also cast against the Slovaks, though in this case Ruthenian leaders felt resentment mostly because of the granting of Prisov Ruthenia to Slovakia rather than Subcarpathian Ruthenia. This Ruthenian-Slovak tension from time to time has resurfaced to this day, as exemplified by the struggle for the national ownership of the United States artist Andy Warhol. His family originated 827 from eastern Slovakia, which, according to Slovak historians, makes him into a Slovak, while their Ruthenian counterparts identify him as a Ruthenian. But the Ruthenians bore the worst grudge against Prague, which cheated them of their political autonomy guaranteed in the Treaty of Saint-Germain. No Ruthenian regional national assembly was elected until 1939, and the Czechoslovak president nominated the governor of Subcarpathian Ruthenia, though it was a prerogative reserved for this assembly. The Slovak autonomists grouped around Hlinka perceived the centralization of Czechoslovakia in similar terms. But unlike its Ruthenian counterpart, the Slovak autonomy was not guaranteed by any international treaty. Actually, in the Martin Declaration, co-drafted by Hlinka, Slovak leaders agreed that the Slovaks were a branch of the Czech-Slovak nation on the linguistic and cultural historic basis. There was also some ambiguity built into this declaration, because it announced that the Slovak National Council is authorized to speak exclusively on behalf of the Slovak nation living in Slovakia. In the next paragraph, the name of the council was given as National Council of the Czech-Slovak nation in Hungary. What is more, the document was issued 2 days after the Prague Proclamation of the independence of Czechoslovakia as the nation-state of the Czechoslovaks. The members of the Slovak National Council were not aware of this proclamation when they issued their declaration, and clearly did not stress the separateness of the Slovak nation and did not demand any autonomy for Slovakia. The Slovak fear of continued Magyar domination was bigger than that of Czech domination in centralized Czechoslovakia. But Hlinka was opposed to unbridled Czechoslovakism and Czechoslovakia, dominated by Czechs, which drew more legitimacy in Slovakia from the relatively tiny group of Slovak Protestant Czechoslovakists than from the Slovak Catholic majority. Naturally, Hlinka fell back on the Slovenská ľudová strana. It had emerged in 1905 as a splinter group from the Hungarian People's Party and became a Catholic counterbalance platform within the predominantly Protestant Slovak National Party. The cells had left the SNS to form a separate party in 1913. During the Great War, free political life was suppressed. Hlinka re-established the SLs in December 1918. Everything could still change there as Czechoslovak rule had not been established in Slovakia yet. The main butt of Hlinka's criticism of the centralism and liberalism of the Prague government was the plenipotentiary minister for Slovakia Vavro Srober. After seizing Slovakia in January 1919, on January 20, Prague dissolved the Slovak National Council, its only political competitor in this area. In late March 1919, Hlinka met with a delegation of the U.S. Slovaks and learned from them about the Pittsburgh Agreement, which guaranteed wide-ranging political and cultural autonomy for Slovakia in a federal Czechoslovakia. When the document became widely known in Slovakia, Masaryk downplayed its role as a non-binding opinion, unlike Hlinka, who considered the Pittsburgh 828 agreement the sole legal basis of any arrangements between the Slovaks and the Czechs in Czechoslovakia. Masaryk pointed out that the Martin Declaration was the basis, not the Pittsburgh Agreement. The intensity of this ideological argument was such that the official publication of the latter document was massaged and omitted several points, including their requests that the Slovaks be presented separately at the peace conference. The Czech avoidance of the subject caused Hlinka and the SNS to issue the resolution appealing for the unconditional and complete right of self-determination for the Slovak nation. Prague did not react. Following the Hungarian incursion into Slovakia, Hlinka sought Polish help to represent the Slovak point of view at the peace conference in Paris. The Hungarian Secret Service supported this initiative, and Warsaw granted Hlinka a false Polish passport and money in August. Unfortunately, Hlinka's memorandum was presented 10 days after the signing of the Treaty of Saint-Germain. Poland, embroiled in the war with Bolshevik Russia, was in no position to get seriously involved in Slovakia, which would also compromise Warsaw's friendly relations with Hungary. So Budapest was informed that Polish support for Hlinka was tactical and did not infringe on Hungary's sphere of influence. Warsaw helped Hlinka in order to weaken Prague in its conflict with Poland over Teschen. But part and parcel of this conflict was also Spiš and Orava, which soon alienated Hlinka vis-a-vis the Polish government. After his return to Czechoslovakia, Hlinka was imprisoned. He was freed in April 1920 after having been elected to the Czechoslovak National Assembly. Ironically, the elections were carried out on the basis of the Czechoslovak Constitution promulgated on February 29, 1920. It reaffirmed the character of Czechoslovakia as the nation-state of the Czechoslovaks. The language law issued on the very same day on the basis of the Constitution's Article 129, announced Czechoslovak to be the state and official language of the country. This law replaced any earlier legislation on language. Significantly, Czechoslovak superseded Slovak as the official language of Slovakia. In practice, nothing changed because Czech and Slovak were construed as two equally valid standard varieties of the Czechoslovak language. This law also mentioned Czech and Slovak separately by saying that the former should be employed in the lands that previously belonged to the Austrian half of the dual monarchy and Germany, and the latter in the lands that had belonged to the Kingdom of Hungary, with the exception of Subcarpathian Ruthenia. In reality, the language law opened Slovakia for Czechization because documents could be submitted to offices in either Czech or Slovak, and replies would be granted in one of the two languages. From the legal point of view, submitted documents and issued replies were in a single language, Czechoslovak. Because there were few Slovak elementary schools, let alone secondary ones or a 829 university, prior to 1918, there were virtually no Slovak-speaking civil servants, and even those of them wrote much better Magyar than Slovak. Magyars constituted the bulk of the civil service corps in Upper Hungary. They left for Rump Hungary after the establishment of Czechoslovak control over Slovakia. The situation necessitated influx of Czech civil servants to Slovakia in order to run the Czechoslovak administration. Hence, many queries submitted to offices in Slovak were answered in Czech, much to the helpless dismay of Slovaks. The language situation was even more confused among the Ruthenians. Although the constitution confirmed their autonomy, the document provided that the Ruthenian assembly would decide about the region's official language. Because such an assembly did not convene until 1939, it was left to Prague to decide which languages to introduce. Thus, Czech dominated in offices, vernacular Ruthenian was used for symbolic purposes, and confusion prevailed in the educational system over employing Ruthenian, Ukrainian, and Russian. Czechoslovakia reproduced all the ethno-linguistic, national political and economic problems of Austria-Hungary, though it was established to improve on the record of the dual monarchy. In Czech eyes, the issue of the German minority, numerically larger than the Slovaks, overshadowed any aspirations and problems faced by the latter in Czechoslovakia. On the ethno-linguistic plane, Slovak leaders had a hard time to broaden the presence of Slovak speakers in the predominantly and overwhelmingly Magyar-speaking areas of southern Slovakia. Between 1918 and 1924, 147,000 Magyars left or were expelled from Slovakia, and 45,000 were denied Czechoslovak citizenship. Long-established Magyar majorities disappeared in 200 southern Slovak localities. In 1919, German speakers at 36% constituted the plurality of Bratislava's population, followed by Slovaks and Magyars. In 1930, Slovaks formed a plurality of the city's inhabitants, followed by Germans, Czechs, Magyars, and Jews. Slovak inhabitants of the city crossed the threshold mark of 50% in the mid-1940s. Already in 1961, they constituted 92% of the Slovak capital's population, followed by 4.6% Czechs, and 3.4% Magyars. While the number of Germans living in Czechoslovakia grew from 3.12 million to 3.23 million between 1921 and 1930, that of Magyars decreased from 745,500 to 692,000. The gradient of this decrease was even steeper in Slovakia, from 637,000 to 571,000. This was the reflection of the harshness of the Czechoslovak-Hungarian military conflict in Slovakia, and of the Slovak reaction against the excesses of Magyarization prior to 1918. Having no possibility of a meaningful career, practically all the Magyar elite left Slovakia. Prague. 830. Justified the anti-Magyar situation by pointing to the fate of Slovaks in Lower Hungary, that is, Rump Hungary. The 1920 census recorded 141,000 Slovaks in Hungary. The group of bilingual people who knew Slovak added up to 255,000, but they identified themselves as Magyars. Slovak and Czech leaders identified them as the victims of Magyarization. The number of Slovaks in Hungary plummeted to 105,000 in 1930 and 15,000 in 1941. At the same time, the group of self-declared Magyars with some knowledge of Slovak dropped to 145,000 and 45,000, respectively. Interwar Hungary offered better opportunities of economic and social advancement than Slovakia. Between 1920 and 1938, 400,000 emigrated from Czechoslovakia, 54% of them, or 213,000 from Slovakia alone. Ironically, in the period, 150,000 Czech civil servants, teachers, railwaymen, and their families settled in Slovakia. Only 44,500 Slovaks left for the Czech lands in search of education, employment, and career. In addition, during World War II, Slovaks living in Hungary preferred to define themselves as Magyars to avoid the excesses of renewed Magyarization in enlarged wartime Hungary. The existence of other Slovak minorities outside Czechoslovakia was closely connected to population migrations within the defunct Austria-Hungary, usually from the Czech lands and Upper Hungary to the depopulated military border that had separated the Habsburg lands and the Ottoman Empire. After the breakup of the dual monarchy, 76,000 Slovaks of Lower Hungary found themselves in Yugoslavia. It is easy to distinguish them from Czech settlers, because the latter tended to settle in Slavonia. They numbered around 53,000 in 1931. In Romania's section of Banat, about 47,000 Slovaks and 5,000 Czechs were lumped together. Bucharest being an ally of Prague in the Little Entente, the Romanian government recognized the existence of the Czechoslovak nation. Slovaks as Magyars also straddled the historical Austrian-Hungarian, the former easternmost Lower Austria, like the latter in interwar Austria's Burgenland. The number of Slovaks in Lower Austria sank rapidly from 30,000 in 1918 to 3,600 in 1934. They eagerly assimilated to Austrian Germandom, like Magyars in Burgenland. What is more, sometimes they passed themselves off as Czechs and Moravians, or such categories were imposed on them. Around 50,000 inhabitants in Poland's sections of Orava and Spiš, and another 50,000 in Czechoslovakia's sections of both regions, Warsaw tended to define as Poles, and Prague as Czechoslovaks, or Slovaks. But neither did Polish nationalism gain a significant following in Czechoslovakia's sections of Orava and Spiš, nor its Czechoslovak/Slovak version in the Polish areas of both regions. Today it is the region where the Slovak minority is concentrated in Poland. But the population still shares more in language and customs with the Gorals of the Polish High Tatras than with the Poles or the Slovaks. In the interwar period, the population of the High Tatras, and divided Orava and Spiš was even more homogeneously Goralian. 831. In 1930, 2.24 million Slovaks constituted 67.5% of Slovakia's population. The minorities included 572,000 Magyars, 148,000 Germans, 140,000 Czechs, 137,000 Jews, and 110,000 Ruthenians. Technically speaking, neither were Czechs, Jews, nor Ruthenian minorities. Official statistics did not distinguish between Czechs and Slovaks, and lumped them together as Czechoslovaks. The Ruthenians were construed as a state-nation of Czechoslovakia, whereas Jews were apportioned among Czechs, Germans, and Slovaks depending on which language they declared as their mother tongue in census. Yiddish, as earlier in Austria-Hungary, was not considered a language. The authorities dubbed it Jewish jargon, or Kitchen German, and identified it as German for official purposes. Similar exclusion from official statistics was suffered by Roma. They had been present in Central Europe since at least the 15th century, and a new wave of Roma reached this region after the mid-1850s when Roma slavery was abolished in Wallachia and Moldavia between 1854 and 1856. Fearing the possibility of re-enslavement or wishing to improve their lot, many Roma left the state. Czechoslovak, or for that matter, Hungarian, and Polish censuses did not record them, on the widespread presumption that they were mere vagrants or lumpenproletariat, not a separate ethnic group complete with its own language. Roma became visible when the Third Reich targeted them along with the Jews in the course of the Endlösung. After World War II, the communist regimes once again denied the status of ethnic group or national minority to the Roma. Today, reliable statistics assess the number of Roma living in Slovakia at 0.25 million to 0.5 million, or 4.7% to 9.4% of the population. Projecting this ratio back into the past, one may safely assume that they numbered between 156,000 and 0.31 million in 1930. In official statistics, they were subsumed into Slovaks and Magyars. As in entire Czechoslovakia, the recognized minorities were entitled to the auxiliary use of their national languages in administration in these localities where a given minority formed at least one-fifth of the population. Education in a minority language was organized in localities where there were at least 40 children belonged to a given minority. In Slovakia, Magyars constituted one-fifth of the population or more in 26 counties, and Ruthenians in 4. Like Germans in the Czech lands, Magyars managed to retain their educational system in Slovakia largely intact. In 1938, they enjoyed 660 elementary schools with Magyar as the language of instruction. It was a drop from 762 Magyar language elementary schools in 1921, but it largely reflected the drop in the number and share of Magyars in Slovakia's population from 21.2% in 1921 to less than 17% in 1938. The only serious grudge, which Magyars had against Prague in this field, was the lack of any Magyarophone university-level educational institution. Czech Germans retained their German language university in Prague and other German language higher education schools. 832. In the Czech lands. They even had their own separate Academy of Sciences, Gesellschaft zur Förderung deutscher Wissenschaft, Kunst und Literatur in Böhmen. Similarly, the Carpathian Germans retained their minority educational system in Slovakia, and a similar one was developed for Ruthenians. German language education grew more easily in liberal Czechoslovakia than before 1918, under Budapest's Magyarizing pressure. In 1921, there were 105 German language elementary schools, 5 German Slovak, 2 German Magyar, and 3 German Magyar Slovak. Interestingly, all 95 Ruthenian elementary schools were bilingual with Ruthenian and German as the languages of instruction. This was due to the fact that the areas of settlement of Germans and Ruthenians overlapped in northern Slovakia. Obviously, later German was replaced with Slovak in these schools. No minority schools were founded for Slovaks in the Czech lands or Czechs in Slovakia. They were construed as members of one Czechoslovak nation speaking their single Czechoslovak national language. In practice, Czech children attended Slovak medium schools in Slovakia, and Slovak ones Czech medium schools in the Czech lands. In Subcarpathian Ruthenia, minority schools for Czechoslovaks operated exclusively through the medium of the Czech language. In 1921, there were 56 secondary schools in Slovakia. In 39 of them, Slovak was used as the language of instruction. Magyar was used in 3 secondary schools, German in 2, and Ruthenian in 1. In 16 minority secondary schools, teaching was conducted in Slovak and a minority language. In 1 secondary school, located in Bratislava, German, Magyar, and Slovak were used as the media of education. The centralized character of Czechoslovakia proved a tragedy for the Slovak economy. This economy was directly and immediately attached to the much more vibrant Czech economy without any transitional provisions or tariff barriers that would have shielded the former from the full impact of Czech economic competition. As a result, 260 enterprises went bankrupt in Slovakia by 1935. Prague undertook no concentrated efforts to modernize the Slovak economy, so investment flowed mostly into agriculture and the traditional branches of industry. So by 1930, a mere 19.4% of the Slovak workforce was employed in industry compared with 42.1% in the Czech lands. Although the standard of living in Slovakia and the Czech lands rose over time, it was slower in Slovakia, which widened the economic and social cleavage between it and the 833 Czech lands. For instance, between 1921 and 1930, the percentage of Slovakia's population employed in agriculture dropped only slightly from 60.6% to 56.8%. And by 1937, Slovakia's per capita income was only half of that in the Czech lands. In the absence of political or economic autonomy, Prague's cultural policies did boost the development of Slovak culture and of the Slovaks as a nation. The main institution of the Slovak national and cultural life, the Matica Slovenska, originally established in 1863 and dissolved with Hungarian authorities in 1875, was renewed on January 1, 1919 in its traditional seat of Tuchanský Svätý Martin. This opened the cleavage between the city and Bratislava, where Prague located the main Slovak authorities on February 4. These two centers of Slovak national and political life were associated with the pro-Czech, mainly Protestant Slovak camp, and the autonomist, mainly Catholic camp centered around Hlinka SSLs, respectively. Bratislava was perceived as a bureaucratic capital dominated by Czech civil servants and German and Magyar inhabitants, whereas Tuchanský Svätý Martin appeared to be the rightful Slovak capital. Repeated attempts undertaken in the 1920s to move the Slovak capital to Tuchanský Svätý Martin proved fruitless. On the other hand, the military advised moving the capital to centrally located Banská Bystrica, arguing that it might be difficult to defend Bratislava and Teršinský Svätý Martin since they were so closely located to Austria and Poland, respectively. On March 27, 1919, the Slovak National Theatre was founded in Bratislava and the first ever Slovak University was inaugurated in the same city on June 27. Both the theatre and university took over the buildings and assets of the Hungarian Language Theatre and University, which had been active in Pozsony between 1886 and 1918. The Magyars in Slovakia, unlike their kin in Romania's Transylvania, or the Germans in the Czech lands, were not allowed to keep their theatres and institutions of higher learning. Interwar Bratislava's Czechoslovak governing and intellectual elite was predominantly composed from Czechs and Czechophile Slovak Czechoslovakists. Not surprisingly then, the National Theatre produced plays exclusively in Czech until 1932, and Czech played a significant role as a language of education at the university. Symptomatically, no Slovak Academy of Sciences was founded. Hence, the Czech Academy of Sciences and Art remained the sole Academy of Sciences in interwar Czechoslovakia. Ironic ally, the Slovak University in Bratislava was named after the famous 17th-century expellee Bohemian Protestant writer and thinker, Jan Amos Komenský. It was about from Masaryk Slovak Protestant students, turned state officials, to their professor, turned Czechoslovak president, who wished to anchor the project of the Czechoslovak nation in the tradition of Hussitism. Propaganda brochures justified this decision by claiming that Hussites brought the first books in the 834 national language to Slovakia, woke up the national consciousness among the Slovaks, and were ancestors of Protestant expellees from Bohemia who developed economy, and national culture and consciousness in Slovakia. Certainly, Hlinkandi's Catholic SLs disagreed with this vision, which they saw as part of atheist and heretic Prague's broader strategy of Czechization. They replied with the Cyrillo-Methodian myth, which identified the beginning of the Slovaks and their state with Greater Moravia. Surprisingly, Masaryk did not utilize this myth, which would have allowed him to easily attract to Czechoslovakia the overwhelmingly Catholic Moravians and Slovaks, as well as Greek Catholic Ruthenians. Perhaps, such a move would have compromised himself in his own eyes, as his first significant political action was that of erecting a monument of Jan Hus. Against the will of the Austro-Hungarian authorities, he had campaigned to this end from 1889 until 1915, when the famous statue of Hus was finally allowed to be erected in Prague. Also, then Masaryk had won against the wishes of other Czech intellectuals, who had wanted incorporation of Catholicism into the vision of Czech nationalism. In Czechoslovakia, this victory of Hussitism as the ideological basis of Czech and, subsequently, Czechoslovak nationalism distanced this ideology from the Moravians and Slovaks. Understandably, Hlinka's cantankerous relations with Masaryk and Prague meant Hlinka formed lasting friendships with Moravia's Catholic clergymen. Masaryk realized the unifying force of the myths of Cyrillo-Methodian Christianity and Greater Moravia too late. In 1933, in Nitra, Hlinkandi HSLs organized the purely ecclesiastical celebrations of the 1100th anniversary of the consecration of the first Christian church on the Czechoslovak territory. Prague decided to turn these celebrations into a state event. But the HSLs did not allow assimilating the Greater Moravian and Cyrillo-Methodian complex of myths into an element of Czechoslovak national ideology. Slovaks carried the HSL's leader to the podium, where, in the presence of the diplomatic corps and the state authorities, Hlinka delivered the declaration demanding separate Slovak national statehood within a truly federal Czechoslovakia. The way to this compromising standoff was long in making. In the 1920s, when everything seemed possible, there was time and many a chance to satisfy Slovak political and economic aspirations and demands. The Slovak economy could have been shielded against the direct competitive thrust of the Czech industry. The rhetoric of political Hussitism could have been toned down and elements of the great Moravian tradition co-opted. Masaryk could have shared power more equally with Slovak parties and nominated more Slovaks to high state positions, and it would not have hurt to gradually introduce a modicum of 835. Political autonomy for Slovakia. Not surprisingly, Hlinka's SLs emerged as the strongest political force in interwar Slovakia. In 1925, it received 34.3% of the vote in Slovakia, which translated into 6.9% in entire Czechoslovakia. In THIRD perspective, the HSLs was negligible. There were not enough Slovaks to support a party that would seriously challenge Czech political domination in the state. But the HSLs tended to hold the plurality of votes and mandates from Slovakia. Prague seemed to have recognized the force of this, and invited in 1927 two HSLs members to take up ministerial portfolios in the government. Unfortunately, the Slovak-Czech relations were immediately soured by the 1928 administrative reform, which further centralized the state. The Slovak territory had been composed from 19 Hungarian comitats or their fragments. In 1923, Prague had limited their number to 6, which had improved the central control and limited Slovak self-government. The new reform cut the number of župy to 5 and organized them into the Krajina Slovenska, or the Slovak province. In the system, it became one of Czechoslovakia's 4 provinces, including 2 Czech and 1 Ruthenian. To add insult to injury, Prague nominated 1/3 of the members of the province's assembly, including the assembly's president. Obviously, the HSLs won the first elections to the assembly in 1928, but Prague always nominated pro-Czech/Czechoslovak presidents, who acted as governors of the province. On the positive side, the Central Ministry for Slovakia was abolished in 1927. On January 1, 1928, Vojtěch Tuka, the editor of the HSL's Daily, Slovak, published an article alleging that a secret clause to the Martin Declaration guaranteed the incorporation of Slovakia into Czechoslovakia only for 10 years. Because the clause was not prolonged, it resulted in vacuum juris, which necessitated renegotiation of the position of Slovakia in Czechoslovakia. Prague reacted very nervously and Tuka was stripped of his parliamentary mandate and imprisoned for 15 years on the charges of high treason. There was no secret clause to the Martin Declaration, but in Slovak eyes, the Czechoslovak government's behavior seemed to substantiate Tuka's claim. Understandably, HSL's ministers left the government in 1929, and the following year, submitted to the National Assembly a bill for the autonomy of Slovakia. Of course, to no avail. In 1932, the Matica Slovenska rejected the first ever normative handbook of Slovak, Pravidla Slovenského pravopisu, authored by the Czech scholar, Václav Vazna. This handbook allowed for the use of numerous Czech words as synonyms of their Slovak counterparts. It was an attempt to create a unified Czechoslovak language at the cost of Slovak, that is, by Czechizing this language. Naturally, it brought an angry Slovak reaction that increased the difference between both languages through a new wave of linguistic purism directed at ridding the Slovak language of bohemianisms. In the mid-1930s, Slovak parties increasingly fearful of Prague's domination began to unite on the anti-Czech ticket. In 1932, the HSLs formed an autonomist coalition with the SNS. In the 1935 parliamentary elections, they were joined by the Polish Party from Teschen Silesia and the Ruthenian Autonomist Agrarian Union in an autonomist bloc. They won 22 mandates, exclusively in Slovakia. Similar ethno-national consolidation of Germans and Magyars enabled a unified Magyar party to win 9 mandates and allowed Konrad Henlein's Sudetenjitské party to gain 44 mandates. Other German parties had to be satisfied with 22 mandates. On the other hand, the majority Czechoslovak Agrarian Party won a mere 45 mandates. Henlein wanted autonomy for the Sudeten Germans in the Czech lands, and the Magyar Party autonomy for Magyars in southern Slovakia and southern Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Because the SD peace alliance with Adolf Hitler's Gestapo offered the greatest challenge to the stability of Czechoslovakia, Prague decided to strike a compromise with Henlein, and, at its peril, largely disregarded Magyar, Polish, Ruthenian, and Slovak pleas. In addition, octogenarian Masaryk resigned from the Czechoslovak presidency. He preferred a personal style of governance, so when he left there were no developed mechanisms to share power and work out a consensus without the presence of Masaryk. In 1935, Milan Haja was the first Slovak to become Czechoslovak prime minister, but this nomination could not placate anti-Czech and anti-Prague feelings in Slovakia, for he was a convinced Czechoslovakist, Protestant, Masaryk's friend, and a former supporter of the Hle Circle, from which Slovak Czechoslovakists had emerged. In September 1936, the HSLs resolved to fortify its efforts to obtain autonomy for Slovakia, and the idea gained popularity also among young Slovak politicians in the mainstream Czechoslovak parties. Prague continued in its vision of mere cultural autonomy for the Slovaks. In 1937, the second Slovak institution of higher education, Slovak Higher School of Technology, opened in Tuarchinský Svätý Martin. This event made no impression on the HSLs. In the same year, Masaryk died, and Hlinka in the following year. They could not restrain and advise their successors any longer. In June 1938, the HSLs again appealed to Prague to grant autonomy to Slovakia. Faced with national demands of Germans, Magyars, Poles, Ruthenians, and Slovaks, and with the pressure of Germany and Western powers, Haja resigned from premiership on September 22. 837. On September 29, 1938, the Munich Agreement was signed. Prague had no choice but to resign itself to the dictate on the following day. Beneš, who had succeeded Masaryk as Czechoslovak president in 1935, resigned from the office on October 5, and left the country. In line with the Munich Agreement, Germany occupied the so-called Sudetenland or the borderland regions of Bohemia and Moravia Silesia adjacent to Germany and Austria. On 30 September, Warsaw demanded the Czechoslovak section of Teschen Silesia and a tiny adjacent piece of Slovak territory north of the town of Kadka, and on the following day, Prague gave in to the ultimatum. The unexpected weakening of Czechoslovakia, suddenly left by its Western European protectors, allowed the HSLs to declare the Slovak autonomy in Žilina on October 6. Prague could do nothing but grant this concession, and on the following day, Joseph Tiso, Hlinka's successor as the chairman of the HSLs, was nominated the head of the Slovak autonomous government. But the Slovak success soon turned bitter. On October 11, Prague granted autonomy to Subcarpathian Ruthenia. On November 1, Poland issued an ultimatum demanding Orava, Spiš, and 5 other tiny pieces of Slovak territory scattered along the northern border. Neither were weakened Prague or Bratislava in position to oppose Warsaw's ultimatum. On the following day, in line with the Vienna Award, Berlin and Rome granted southern Slovakia and southern Ruthenia to Hungary. On November 30, Emil Hácha was elected president of the radically transformed state. On November 22, the National Assembly adopted a constitutional amendment that granted Slovakia autonomy, and changed Thepeli's name to Czechoslovakia, informally known as the Second Republic. The political system of an independent future Slovakia began to speedily coalesce in short-lived autonomous Slovakia. On November 8, 1938, Slovak sections of all Czechoslovak parties united with the HSLs and formed the HSLs-dominated Strana Slovenskej národnej jednoty. Only the minority German and Magyar parties were exempted from the de facto single-party system. On December 18, the first elections to the Slovak Autonomous Parliament took place. It assembled for the first time on February 2, 1939. Meanwhile, the Slovak-Polish border treaty was signed on November 30, 1938 in Zakopane, a town in the Polish Tatras, previously straddled by Slovak Orava and Spiš. This event banished the last vestige of pro-Polish leanings in the SSNJ. In preparation for the dismantling of Czechoslovakia, Hitler met on March 13, 1939 Slovak politicians in Berlin and demanded that they declare the independence of Slovakia. The Slovak parliament complied the following day. Independent Slovakia came into being for the first time in history, officially named as the Slovak state. Poland recognized it immediately after Germany. All in all, 27 states recognized Slovakia, including the wartime allies, except 838. The United States. On March 15, German troops occupied the Rump Czech lands, which were transformed into Germany's Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, a day later. On March 18, Hungary occupied the briefly independent Rump Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Slovakia, fearful of its irredentist southern neighbor, signed a treaty of protection with Germany on March 23. On the same day, Hungary attacked Slovakia and seized a strip of Slovak territory adjacent to the border of Hungarian-occupied Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Berlin chose not to react, as its relations with Budapest took precedence over those with Bratislava. Slovakia lost to Hungary and Poland 21.8% of its interwar territory, and 26.4% of its population. Independent Slovakia measured 38,500 square kilometers and housed the population of 2.45 million. The Slovak territorial and demographic losses were proportionally smaller than those of the Czech lands, of 37.4% of the territory and 35.9% of the population. On April 18, 1939, the first anti-Semitic laws were adopted in Slovakia, which excluded Jews from society. On 21 July, the first ever Slovak constitution was promulgated. In the preamble, the constitution entrusted the Slovak nation to Almighty God, and defined the Slovak state as the living space earmarked for the Slovaks from times immemorial. The Slovak nation was defined as a Christian and national community. Article 1.1 changed the name of the Slovak state to that of the Slovak Republic. Article 3.3 proclaimed Bratislava the capital of the Slovak Republic, and Article 5.1 announced the white, blue, and red tricolor the national flag. The definition of Slovakia as the nation-state of the Slovaks, by default, made Slovak the state language as exemplified by Article 99. This added to all the firsts, because in independent Slovakia, for the first time, Slovak became the sole official language of a state. Article 58 confirmed the single-party system, proclaiming the HSLs the sole party of the Slovak nation in Slovakia. Article 59 allowed the recognized national minorities to form their own ethno-linguistically defined parties. At first, the Czechs, preoccupied with their own fate in the Protectorate, calmly accepted the proclamation of Slovak independence. It was not unexpected, and many an average Czech sympathized with the Slovaks' two-decade-long unsuccessful attempts to gain a degree of political autonomy. Even the shameful expulsion of 20,000 Czech civil servants, teachers, doctors, technicians, railwaymen, and their families from independent Slovakia to the Protectorate did not turn the Czechs into enemies of the Slovaks. Only later, during the war, Beneš and his circle of émigré Czechoslovak politicians in London produced the theory of the Slovak knife stabbed in the back of the Czechs. They accused the Slovaks of breaking up Czechoslovakia, conveniently forgetting. 839. How coarsely Prague treated the Slovaks and their political aspirations in the interwar period. Independent Slovakia was the only state that joined Germany in its attack on Poland on September 1, which commenced World War II. But too often, it is conveniently forgotten by Polish historians that Bratislava's immediate aim was to regain the territories which Poland had seized from Slovakia in the previous year, not some all-out offensive against its northern neighbor. This would have been suicidal in a long-term perspective. Interwar Czechoslovakia, whatever its failings might be, secured for the Slovaks unprecedented development of their language and culture, which actually made them into a nation in line with the Central European definition of nation, construed as a self-conscious homogeneous ethno-linguistic entity. Constitutional Czechoslovakism that officially submerged Slovaks in the Czechoslovak nation and Slovak in the Czechoslovak language was not intended to suppress Slovakdom, but to contain the irredentism of the Sudeten Germans and Slovakia's Magyars. Numerically, the German minority was larger than the Slovak nation and the Magyar minority larger than the Ruthenian nation. So the two most significant minorities in Czechoslovakia were minorities in theory only. In their demographic, economic, and political weight, the Sudeten Germans were surpassed only by the Czechs. The same could be said of Slovakia's Magyars in relation to the Slovaks in line demography. The political and especially economic influence of the Magyar minority for sure was greater than that of the Slovaks, especially in southern Slovakia, a mere stone's throw from Budapest. The Ruthenians represented no significant political power, let alone economic or demographic weight. In practice, their homeland, which had been a primeval forest and deer preserve to the Magyars, was turned into a Czech protectorate, in which the Ruthenians themselves had little say. The concepts of the Czechoslovak nation and its Czechoslovak language lent the state necessary legitimacy on the plane of international relations, and offered the false security of a national majority to the Czechs. Even worse, constitutional Czechoslovakism swept under the carpet Czech-Slovak and Czech-Ruthenian tensions encapsulated in the phrase Great Czech Chauvinism, of which Slovak and Ruthenian leaders accused Prague. These tensions soon came to the fore when Czechoslovakia broke up under the relentless pressure of Germany, France, Hungary, Italy, and the United Kingdom. The period of Germanization, instituted in Hungary after the defeat of the Hungarian War of Independence, contributed to the development of educational systems in minority languages. This tolerant policy was replaced with Magyarization in the mid-1870s, that is, shortly after the founding of 840. Austria-Hungary. In 1874 to 1875, all the three short-lived Slovak language secondary schools were liquidated. The all-time high of 1971 Slovak language elementary schools in 1874 quickly declined to 241 in 1907. Czech help for the Slovak national movement and international shaming of Hungary at its relentless policy of Magyarization caused the rise of the number of Slovak schools to 365 in 1914. Ironically, most subjects in these schools were taught in Magyar anyway. Slovaks, who constituted 11.9% of Hungary's population in 1910, accounted for 4.8% students in teachers' colleges, and 0.9% students at universities. In Czechoslovakia, the situation was immediately rectified. The full Slovak language educational system was in place already in 1919. In 1921, there were 2,613 Slovak language elementary schools in Slovakia, which accounted for 70.7% of all schools in this region. The balance was slightly tipped in favor of Slovaks, as they constituted 67.5% of Slovakia's population in 1930. But the disproportion was not big and rather insignificant, if one remembers that children of Czechs, who moved to Slovakia, mostly attended Slovak schools. Czechs amounted to 4.3% of Slovakia Synobitans in 1930. The contentious issue of employing numerous Czech specialists in administration, schools, and the railways of Slovakia cannot be properly understood without remembering that in 1919, there were a mere 97 Slovak civil servants in state and self-governmental administration in entire Hungary. In 1910, there were 461 Magyar, and 3 German judges and lawyers in Slovakia, 805 Magyar, 13 German, and 10 Slovak law, court, and prison officials, 4,257 Magyar, 129 German, and 345 Slovak elementary school teachers, and 638 Magyar, 12 German, and 10 Slovak secondary school teachers. In the context of high population growth and due to the lack of educational and career opportunities because of Magyarization, Slovak sources estimate that 0.71 million Slovaks emigrated to Northern America between the 1870s and 1914. After the founding of Czechoslovakia, the number of Magyar and, less so, German civil servants and teachers dropped significantly in Slovakia. They left for Hungary, Germany, and Austria, did not know Czech or Slovak, which disqualified them from service, and were removed for political reasons in order to ensure the Czechoslovak character of the administration. In 1921, there were 1,763 Czechoslovak, 397 Magyar, 47 German, and 3 Ruthenian civil servants in Slovakia, 198 Czechoslovak, 160 Magyar, 11 German, and 3 Ruthenian judges and lawyers, 4,676 Czechoslovak, 1,685 Magyar, 318 German, and 112 Ruthenian elementary school teachers, 431 Czechoslovak, 137 Magyar, 29 German, and 11 Ruthenian secondary school teachers, 1,621 Czechoslovak, 1,423 Magyar, and 121 German employees of post offices and telephone and telegraph services, and 240 Czechoslovak, 60 Magyar, and 15 German doctors and officials in state hospitals. 841. The visible replacement of Magyars with Czechoslovaks in state employment entailed a huge migration of Czech specialists to Slovakia. There were not enough Slovak and Ruthenian counterparts to fill in gaps left in the state service by Magyars, who left Czechoslovakia or were removed from office. Even when Slovak and Ruthenian specialists were available, they were typically literate in German and Magyar, with no knowledge of written Czech, and let alone Slovak, which had not been fully standardized yet or employed in secondary and university education. The Czechs had no intention to dominate Slovakia and its administration, otherwise they would have developed the Czech language rather than Slovak language educational system in the region. As a result, illiteracy in Slovakia dropped from 14.7% in 1921 to 8.2% in 1930, and to 5.4% a decade later. Practically, after 1920, every child living in Slovakia attended school. Those who did not were predominantly Roma. The liquidation of illiteracy was a staggering achievement, as it was estimated that prior to 1918, half of all Slovaks were either illiterate, functionally literate, or literate in Magyar, German, or Czech, not Slovak. Full literacy in Slovak paved the way for the rise of Slovakophone elite of civil servants, writers, teachers, professionals, and qualified workers. In 1938, in Slovakia, there were 2,957 Slovaks employed in civil service, 900 in communal administration, 1,133 in the rural police force, 5,626 in the postal and telecommunications services, 14,562 in the state railroads, and 227 as judges. Serious discrepancies in the employment ratio between Czechs and Slovaks remained in the army and the central state institutions. In 1938, there were a mere 422 Slovaks in the 11,820-strong officer corps. Slovaks accounted for 1.6% of the staff in the central ministries, and added up to 11.8% of the personnel in the Ministry of Unification responsible for Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Bratislava's branch of the Ministry of Education employed 94 Czechs and 68 Slovaks. The developments in the field of education and the formation of the Slovak elite entailed a high Slovak language cultural production. Between 1901 and 1918, 150 Slovak book titles were published per annum, that is a total of 2,700 in the period. In addition, many of the publications were printed in Prague and Budapest, rather than in Upper Hungary. In Czechoslovakia, the number of Slovak book titles jumped to several hundred per year in the early 1920s, and the annual average leveled out at 650 in the mid-1930s. World classics were translated into Slovak and numerous Slovak writers emerged. This made possible the organization of the First Congress of Slovak Writers in 1936. However, Czech dominated in scientific, technical, and scholarly literature, as well as in university and secondary school level textbooks and references. Also Czech, in the constitutional guise of Czechoslovak, was the language of politics and central administration in interwar Czechoslovakia. But attempts to produce a single variety Czechoslovak language by official Czechization of Slovak were abandoned in the early 1930s. The de facto 842 Co-official status of Slovak was respected in Slovakia, which prepared the ground for the introduction of Slovak as the sole official language of autonomous Slovakia in 1938 and independent Slovakia a year later. In Czechoslovakia, the widespread use of Slovak in all fields of public life blossomed, unlike before 1918 in Hungary, where Magyarization had thoroughly suppressed this language to the lower ranks of elementary school and a few low-circulation publications. At that time, it had been the main symbol of Slovak nationalism. In Czechoslovakia, the role of Slovak changed from symbolic communication to that of the medium for everyday communication. The legal practice and political decision initially confirmed the elevated status of Slovak as the official language in Slovakia, but the 1920 constitution submerged Slovak in the overall concept of common Czechoslovak language. Soon, this decision paved the way for creeping Czechization of Slovak, and Prague used the idea of Czechoslovak nation to justify its denial of political autonomy to Slovakia. Masaryk envisaged that state should be nation, not the other way round. This idealistic application of the Western European and American formula of civic nationalism could not be successful, given that all the nation-states in Central Europe and the Balkans justified their existence through ethno-linguistic nationalism. Placed in the middle of the region, the Czechoslovak use of civic nationalism for nation-state building purposes backfired and progressively delegitimized the state in the eyes of its minorities along with the Slovaks and the Ruthenians. The political struggle of Slovak leaders for autonomy and against Prague's centralization was replicated on the plane of language too. Stur's 1843 codification of Standard Slovak was rejected by Slovak Catholics and numerous Slovak Protestants who stuck to Biblitina. The Catholic linguist, Martin Hadala, proposed a compromise that incorporated some elements of Brno Latina. Catholics and Protestants accepted it in 1851. After that date, no new books were published in Brno Latina, and the number of titles in Biblitina was limited. In 1852, Hadala and the Protestant linguist, Michael Miloslav Haja, presented the compromise codification in their anonymously published Kratkom Lovnica Slovenska, which was endorsed in its preface by 3 Catholic and 3 Protestant leaders. After the liquidation of the Slovak language secondary schools and the Matica Slovenska in 1874–1875, the public use of Slovak diminished, and no authoritative work on its grammar and orthography was published. In 1890, the Slovak linguist, Samo Zambal addressed the situation by publishing I Slovenský pravopis. In 1902, it was followed by his famous Rukovat spisovnej risi I Slovenskej, which the average literate Slovak frequently perused to write in the Slovak language. It became popular to refer to the Stur-Hadala Haja codification, and Zambal's updated codification as the Martinský jazyk, because Slovak cultural and political life concentrated at that time in Turok St. Martin. The journalist, editor, historian, and national activist, Josef Skultidi, was an appropriate person to carry on Zambal's work of standardizing Slovak. He edited and updated Zambal's Rukovat spisovnej I Lovenskej in 1915 and 1919, which produced the Zambal Skultidi codification and which became widespread among the Slovak intellectuals and, in the 1920s, in Slovak public life. Skultidi brought about the re-establishment of the Matica Slovenska in 1919, and remained its chairman until 1940. He was the first professor of Slovak language and literature at Komenský University in Bratislava, but was replaced in 1920 over his refusal to rename his subject as Czechoslovak language and literature, in line with the 1920 constitution. Afterward, exclusively Czech professors held this chair, which antagonized Slovak leaders. Bratislava, where Slovaks were in a minority, and the newly arrived Czech elite decided on all matters Slovak, the provincial capital appeared as a Czech Trojan horse to Slovak nationalists. The Sels took the challenge and established the center of the party and its press in the Slovak capital. However, the increasingly anti-Czech and mostly Protestant SNS preserved Teršinský Svatý Martin as an alternative center of the Slovak national politics and contributed to making it into the cultural center of the Slovak nation. In Czechoslovakia, For the first time in history, Czech entered into direct and intensive contact with Slovak. Czech was standardized in the 1830s and widely used since that time. In the 1880s, it became a co-official language along with German in Bohemia and Moravia, and the first ever Czech language university was founded in Prague. The rapid economic development of both the Czech lands produced a growing number of writers and readers of texts in Czech, and the language came to be used in every sphere of public life including economy, technology, and science. Magyar and German played this role in Upper Hungary. Slovak did not have the necessary vocabulary or established tradition of use in these spheres, so the Czech language and ubiquitous Czech linguistic borrowings filled the communication gaps left by the removal of Magyar and German from most fields of public life in Slovakia. This necessity created discontent among Slovak intellectuals. The positive outcome of the situation was the eventual extinction of Biblitina, which appeared old-fashioned in its continued direct contact of long-standing with Standard Czech. Slovak Protestants replaced it with Slovak as their language of liturgy, and Slovak Czechoslovakists shifted from Biblitina to Czech if they had not done it yet. 844. At the end of the 19th century, Zambel decried the state of the Slovak language as chaos, and appealed for the compilation of an authoritative multi-volume dictionary to wrap up the codification of this language. Magyarization and economic weakness of Slovaks prevented accomplishment of this task. The codification and lexical deficiencies of Slovak led the renowned Czech linguist, Václav Ertl, to propose in the mid-1920s that the use of Slovak should be limited to literature, while Czech would be employed for administrative, technical, professional, and scientific purposes. It was an old thesis from which Masaryk and other Czech Czechoslovakists had resigned in the early 1890s, as it was the condition for swifter cooperation with Slovak Czechoslovakists. Had Ertl's idea been implemented, this would have limited Slovak to folklore and private communication, and, today, Czech would be the official language of Slovakia. Ertl was a prolific author of academic and school grammars and textbooks, who continued the archaizing and purist tradition of Jan Gebauer's Mluvní ceska pro školy střední a ústavy učitelsk. This tradition further detached Standard Czech from the vernacular and made it easy to emphasize its closeness to Slovak Biblitina. This, and the fact that Ertl was a convinced Czechoslovakist, compelled him to publish Stručné Mluvní cesko Slovenska, which emphasized closeness of Slovak to Czech. After the founding of Czechoslovakia, there were no appropriate school grammars and textbooks of Slovak, now indispensable for the dynamically developing Slovak language educational system, and for facilitating the spread of this language in Slovakia's public life. To meet this demand, the secondary school teacher, Jan Damberský, wrote Slovenska mluvnica sos vlastním zřetelom mna prvého p. In the introduction, Damberský stressed that he prepared this grammar drawing on the Gebauer-Ertl codification of Czech and Zambel's codification of Slovak. In line with Ertl and other Czechoslovakists' proposal, the grammar made Slovak closer to Czech, especially by filling in lexicographic lacunae with Czech vocabulary and by allowing alternative grammatical forms, that is, Slovak and Czech ones. Understandably, Prague recommended this textbook for Slovak secondary schools, and it went through further 3 editions in the 1920s. The broadened 5th edition appeared in 1930, titled Slovenska mluvnica pri strední školy učitelsk ústavy. The Martinský ozus propagated and protected by Skultety and the Matica Slovenska, became marginalized, much to the discontent of Slovak nationalists, who saw the officially accepted Czechized standard of Slovak as a Czechoslovakist plot to destroy Slovak. On the other hand, Prague rejected the Martinský ozus as incompatible with constitutional Czechoslovakism. The government was afraid that emphasizing the difference between Slovak and Czech would 845 play into the hands of Magyar and German Erdente, who were never tired of pointing out that Czechoslovakia was not a nation-state because there was not such a thing as a Czechoslovak language, ergo, there could not be a Czechoslovak nation or, more ominously, Czechoslovak nation-state either. The worst standoff came with the publication of the Czech scholar, Václav Vazně's Pravidla slovenského pravopisu. This was an extremely tense time in Slovak-Czech relations, immediately after the sensational trial and imprisonment of Tuka, and shortly before Hlinka's clash with Prague over the ecclesiastical or state character of the 1100th anniversary celebrations of the consecration of the first Christian church in Nitra. Vazna followed Ertel and Damberski's Czechizing principles. It was not surprising in itself, but Vazny's handbook was posed to become the first ever officially approved codification of the Slovak language. Ironically, the Matica Slovenska co-published this work, which lent it some prestige previously accorded by Slovak nationalists exclusively to the Martinski Ozus. Vazna was the head of the Matica's Department of Linguistics. In 1932, the angry outcry of Slovak linguists and nationalists at this Prague codification of Slovak led to the founding of the monthly, Slovenský, by a circle of Matica scholars in Košice. They aspired to save the Martinski Ozus from Czechization. After a brief period of vacillation, the Matica Slovenska made the monthly into its official language journal in 1933, and the editorial office was moved to Teršinský Svatý Martin. Heinrich Bartek was the periodical's editor from its inception to 1939. Vazny's codification rejected numerous words branded as Germanisms and Magyarisms, and replaced them with Bohemianisms. Bartek and his team disagreed and worked out the four main principles to be followed in the future development of the Martinski Ozus. First, on the purest basis, Germanisms and Bohemianisms should be excluded from the standard. Second, neologisms were to be created from Slovak roots in order to avoid borrowing new words from German or Czech. Third, grammatical principles and word formation should closely follow Skultides' 1919 edition of Zambal's Rukovat Spisovnadri I Lovenskich. Fourth, unlike in archaizing Czech-Slovak syntax and phraseology was to emulate the vernacular, that is, the dialect of Teršinský Svatý Martin. Once again, two codifications of Slovak competed with each other, as Biblichtina and Brnolichtina had done until the early 1850s when the Sturhadalahaja codification replaced them in 1852. Much to Slovak nationalists' bitterness, Vazny's Czechoslovakist codification won hands down, because Prague decided to use it in Slovak administration, schools, and state-supported. 846. Slovak publications. Similarly, Koller's Old Slovak had been used in Hungary's Slovak language schools until the founding of the Matica Slovenska, because the Hungarian authorities had supported the official status of this standard. These Slovak leaders and intellectuals who opposed Czechoslovakism and struggled for Slovak autonomy, along with the Matica, subscribed to Bartek's codification, construed as true, or pure Slovak. Taking into consideration the political strength of communists in Czechoslovakia, and the long-lasting tradition of Czech and Slovak links with Russian intellectuals, it is an interesting question whether Soviet language policies influenced those of Czechoslovakia. Following the victory of the Bolshevik Revolution, Great Russian chauvinism became the ideological butt of criticism. On the linguistic plane, it entailed the policy of nativization, which supported the development and spread of literacy in languages other than Russian. In Soviet Byelorussia and Soviet Ukraine, this led to the unprecedented standardization and development of Belarusian and Ukrainian in the 1920s. In the early 1930s, the Russian language was absolved from the crime of Great Russian chauvinism, while propagators of nativization were accused of bourgeois nationalism. In the course of the 1930s, the use of Belarusian and Ukrainian was limited in favor of Russian, envisaged as the all-union language of the communist Soviet nation. Simultaneously, grammar, orthography, word formation, and vocabulary of both languages were progressively Russified to make them more similar to Russian. From the perspective of Belarusian and Ukrainian nationalists, pure Belarusian and Ukrainian survived in interwar Poland's sections of Belarus and Ukraine, and among the Belarusian and Ukrainian diaspora in Western Europe and Northern America. There are striking political and linguistic parallels between the pure and Russified codifications of both languages, and the Czechoslovak and pure codifications of Slovak, which arose at the very same time. The disunity of Standard Slovak was deepened by the absence of an authoritative dictionary, the compilation of which Zambel had appealed for at the end of the 19th century. The first dictionaries of Standard Slovak were multilingual, and its goal was to facilitate the task of acquiring official Magyar and German by Slovak students. This early genre of Slovak lexicography was represented by Stefan Janković C.'s Nový Maďarsko-Slovenský a Slovensko-Maďarský Slovník, reprinted in 1863 in Pressburg, by Josef Lusa Slovník Slovenskej, Maďarskej a Nemekej Ci, and Adolf Peshaný Slovník Slovenský a Maďarský dla Josefa Lusa. The first of the three dictionaries was marred by being steeped in the vernacular of Slovak settlers in Lower Hungary, not in Stur's codification. The second dictionary became obsolete in the 1890s after the rise of Zambel's codification, complete with his Rukovat Spisovnaj I Lovenskej, which contained the first ever Slovak dictionary with explanations in Slovak. Due to its small size, cheap price, and compactness, Zambel's Rukovat became the guidebook for the average Slovak on how to write correctly in Slovak. Peshaní's dictionary followed the Zambel codification of Slovak, but it had to compete with Karel Kalal and Karel Salva's Slovník Slovenskoseski a Slovenský. The latter work was compiled in reply to the ideological needs of Czechoslovak cooperation developing on the plane of Czechoslovakism. On one hand, it marked the difference between both languages, while on the other, clearly showed how closely they were related. Kalal and Salva also excluded some words, which they considered to be un-Slovak Magyarisms and Germanisms. They replaced them with Czech borrowings, in turn making Slovak closer to Czech. Zambel's acceptance of Magyarisms and Germanisms was to prevent this very development by maintaining a fast and fixed lexicographic border between Slovak and Czech. In 1900, the Czechoslovakist approach, which aimed at making Slovak more similar to Czech, was given a bonus in the form of Eludovit al. Mikatek's 3,000-page-long differentialny Slovensko-Ruský slovník s troma prilahami skrat nat tým lovnika slovenského jazyka s krátkým úvodom. It emphasized the not-so-obvious similarity between Slovak and Russian by excluding words that were the same in both languages. In the appendixes, this expression of traditional Slovak Russophile panslavism was completed with a short list of words different in Slovak and Czech. Shortly after the founding of Czechoslovakia, several short dictionaries of the same kind pairing Slovak and Czech were published, namely František Frýdeký and Petr Kompíš's 190-page-long Prirocený Slovník Československý a Slovenskoseski, Joseph Stefan Kubin's 146-page-long Slovník Slovenskoseski, earmarked for offices and schools, and Peter THIRD-WORLDISM 160-page-long Československý differentialny slovník. Tellingly, in the titles of their dictionaries, Kubin and THRDY wrote the compound Slovak-Czech, and Czech-Slovak without the hyphen, as single words, Slovako-Czech, and Czechoslovak. Especially in 848. The latter case, this looked as if the Czechoslovak language had materialized in line with the 1920 constitution. THRDY, who was to become the most significant lexicographer of Slovak in the interwar period, clearly expounded East Czechoslovakist approach to this language in his small brochure, Shivn Slova, Výrazy a vazby, Kterým třeba vyslovensina vyhýbat. Většina ich prevzata jez zambilovik dial, slov stylistiky senslova zo slov poladov. It was a gauntlet thrown into the face of the Martinsky Ozus as defined by Zambel's Rukovat and the first and still most significant Slovak scholarly and literacy journal, Slovensk Polody. In his vitriolic attack, THRDY drew on the prestige of and Czechoslovakist opinions popularized by Ertel and Dambersky with a supportive political nod from Prague. The flowering of this Czechoslovakist approach to the codification of Slovak came with Miroslav Kalal's 1,100-page-long Slovenský slovník z literatury a Janair Ci. It was a reworked and broadened version of M. Kalal's father and Salva's dictionary, and Peshaní's dictionary. As M. Kalal announced in the foreword, he also drew on the dictionaries of words that were different in Czech and Slovak by Mikatek, Frýdeký, and Kompíš, Kubin, and THRDY. From the non-overtly Czechoslovakist dictionaries, he referred to Luce's dictionary and also scanned for Slovak words and phrases. Stepan František Kott's 10-volume Česko Německý slovník zvlášť grammaticko-phraseologicky. On the basis of the claim that Slovenský slovník z literatury a JNRIC contains only those Slovak words that are different from Czech ones, Kalal claimed that his was the most complete dictionary of the Slovak language. The diminutive size of his work in comparison with Pešeny's 2-volume Slovník Slovenský a Maďarský dla Josefa Luza, Kalal explained by saying that 3/4 of the vocabulary in Pešeny's dictionary was shared with Czech. Interestingly, Kalal noticed the difference between Standard Czech and Moravia's dialects, which he assessed at 35,000 words. Some of these words, although shared with Slovak, made it into Kalal's dictionary because they did not crop up in Standard Czech. After the flurry of the Czechoslovakist Slovak lexicographic production at the turn of the 1920s, the attention of Prague and of the Slovak national leadership moved away from language to politics. It seemed that there were more pressing problems facing the new state and Slovak-Czech relations than the Czechoslovak language question. Slovak leaders, though aware of the symbolic and rallying force of the Slovak language, neglected it at the peril of the Slovak national movement. It was THRD who delivered a preemptive coup. 849. Disgrace to the Zambolskultidi anti-Czechoslovakist codification, when his extensive 730-page-long Slovenský phraseologický slovník came off the press in 1931. 5. Thanks to his close links with Thematica Slovenska, its Department of Linguistics headed by Vazna corrected THRD's dictionary in line with Vazny's Pravidla Slovenského pravopisu published in the same year. In this manner, Vazny's Czechoslovakist codification of Slovak received immediate support from the so far most extensive dictionary of the Slovak language compiled in agreement with the principles of this codification. The opposition of Bartek and those Matica scholars concentrated around the monthly, Slovenský, could not endanger the dominance of this Czechizing codification. First, Prague threw its weight behind Vazny's codification and made it obligatory in office and school. Second, Bartek's activities for the promotion of the Zambolskultidi codification were frustrated by the lack of official support, which could not be granted as long as Slovakia was not autonomous. Third, the Bartek-Zambolskultidi codification, as presented in and encouraged by Slovenský, did not receive an extensive dictionary until the 1990s. The second enlarged 840-page-long edition of THRD's dictionary was published in 1933, and the 240-page-long Doplňky in 1937. In the foreword to the second edition, THRD reconfirmed his allegiance to Vazny's Pravidla and Expressity's hope that the dictionary would help Slovaks to avoid barbarisms and foreign words. Obviously, he meant Slovak dialectal words and Magyarisms and Germanisms, which the Bartek-Zambolskultidi codification encouraged, while Vazny's Czechizing codification branded as incorrect. However, in his Slovník Inojazykny, THRD also identified Bohemianisms, which contributed to the maintenance of the lexical boundary between Slovak and Czech. In 1932, the first ever, though short, Slovak language encyclopedia, Slovenský CNY Slovník. Priru CNA Encyclopedia Vedomosti v Troch dialect was published. Naturally, the principles of grammar and orthography employed in this groundbreaking work followed Vazny's Czechoslovakist codification. In addition, all the other much more extensive encyclopedias and specialist reference work were published exclusively in Czech. Hence, this first Slovak encyclopedia in Czechizing Slovak was a springboard for Slovak students into acquiring Czech. If they wanted to study at university and become professionals in Czechoslovakia, they had no choice but to do so via the medium of the Czech language. No full-fledged Slovak language multi-volume universal encyclopedia was published in the 20th century. The first volume of such an encyclopedia, the still unfinished 850 12-volume Encyclopedia Biljana Slovenska Vseobecna Encyclopedia vid 12 zvazkich appeared in 2001. Interestingly, the compilation of a unified dictionary of Czechoslovak language was never seriously proposed. Czech and Slovak are as close to each other as Croatian and Serbian. The two latter languages were made into the single Serbo-Croatian language. Croatian and Serbian national activists signed a literary agreement to this end in Vienna in 1850. It would not have amounted to much if autonomous Croatia, the Austro-Hungarian administration of Bosnia, Serbia, and Montenegro had not recognized Serbo-Croatian as an official language. Czech and Slovak leaders did not sign any agreement on creating a common Czechoslovak language, and neither did Vienna nor Budapest have any intention to recognize such a language, as it would have compromised the state border between Austria and Hungary, which separated the Czech lands from the Slovaks in Upper Hungary. It was Czech leaders and a small group of Slovak Czechoslovakists who attempted to impose the Czechoslovak language and nation on the Slovaks. Obviously, the Catholic majority of Slovaks angrily recoiled from this imposition. Hence, it is more appropriate to compare the constitutional conception of Czechoslovak language with a similar one of Serbo-Croato-Slovenian language introduced by the 1921 Constitution of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenians. This language never took off due to the Slovenians' staunch opposition, who were never asked whether they agreed to the merger of their language with Serbo-Croatian. Similarly, no dictionary of Serbo-Croato-Slovenian was ever compiled, though dictionaries of Serbo-Croatian were a commonplace from the second half of the 19th century to the breakup of Yugoslavia. The flurry of small bilingual Czech-Slovak and Slovak-Czech dictionaries of words different in both languages stopped abruptly in the mid-1920s after the publication of Kalal Slovenský slovník z literatury a J. Ci, which brandished an extensive Czech-Slovak index. Such dictionaries being the product of Czechoslovakist lexicographers, they had no intention to depict, let alone emphasize, the boundary between Czech and Slovak, after the 1920 Constitution announced Czechoslovak as the official language. Because of the same reason, no full-fledged bilingual Czech-Slovak and Slovak-Czech dictionary was compiled in the interwar period. Bartek's camp of the purely Slovak Martinský Ozus had no means to compile even a medium-sized Slovak dictionary that could successfully compete with THRD-WORLDISM Slovenský phraseologický slovník, let alone produce a bilingual Czech and Slovak dictionary. On the other hand, such a dictionary would necessarily have illustrated numerous parallels and similarities between both languages at the very time when Bartek's circle strove to emphasize the unbridgeable difference between them. Finally, the rise of a politically independent Slovakia with Slovak as its sole official language, did 851 more for separating the language from Czech, than any amount of dictionaries would have. The wartime independence of Croatia did exactly the same for excluding Croatian from the linguistic commonality of Serbo-Croatian. But after the war, Slovak retained its precarious linguistic independence in communist Czechoslovakia, unlike Croatian, which merged back with Serbian into Serbo-Croatian in communist Yugoslavia. The first Slovak independence, a brief prelude of Slovak monolingualism. The independence of wartime Slovakia was not a product of Slovak self-determination but of German aggression, which destroyed Czechoslovakia. From the Slovak viewpoint, it was a lesser evil. Berlin valued Slovakia less than Hungary, hence the greater evil would have been to stand fast by collapsing Czechoslovakia, only to allow Slovakia to be reincorporated into Hungary. But in the words of Tiso, who was elected president of Slovakia on October 23, 1939, the state was born out of the political will of the Slovak nation, who did not wish but its own rule over itself. Tiso, being a Catholic priest, legitimized his rule and the independent Slovak statehood by drawing on the tradition of Catholicism deeply entrenched among most Slovaks, and pointing to the atheistic, liberal, and demoralizing character of Czechoslovakia. In emulation of Masaryk, Josef Pilsudski, Vladimir Lenin, Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, and Benito Mussolini, who wrote and reflected copiously on their nations and polities, Tiso worked out the political cum ideological basis of Slovakia, succinctly encapsulated in the constitutional concept of Christian national community, which became the wartime ideological synonym for the Slovak nation. On the political plane, it was a reflection of German Volksgemeinschaft, or the ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation composed of all German speakers. What made Tisso's vision different from the German counterpart was his insistence on the Christian dimension of the Slovak national community, so conspicuously missing from Volksgemeinschaft. Hitler and his circle considered Christianity a veneer that stifled the true expression of the Germans' national spirit, best embodied by pre-Christian beliefs and heroic myths of the Germanic peoples. In Tisso's doctrine of Christian nationalism, nations were primordial entities created by God and thus naturally destined to obtain freedom, equated with winning their own nation-states. As in the case of Volksgemeinschaft, this vision entailed 852. Ethnic homogenization of the nation-state and consolidation of the entire ethno-linguistically defined nation in its own nation-state. But in line with Christianity's 10 Commandments, one should love other nations as much as one's own. Ergo, exclusively loving one's own nation was chauvinistic and unchristian. Tisso's national theology was marred by his authoritative identification of Roman Catholicism as the sole orthodox version of Christianity. But this allowed for the embracing of Slovakia's German and Magyar minorities who were staunchly Catholic. On the other hand, the religious dimension let Tisso underline his opposition to liberalism, capitalism, and democracy and to communism, construed as godless. All of them were to fall, because they weakened nations and their homogeneity by placing nations at the mercy of external and internal enemies. The final victory would herald the age of Catholic universalism, when each nation would be free in its own nation-state. Tisso deftly married the contradiction of national particularism with Catholic universalism by saying that both were created by God. Later, Slovakia's Christian nationalism was gradually compromised in the de facto subjection of Bratislava to Berlin's political and ideological goals. In agreement with Christian nationalism, Germans were preferred in Slovakia, but Magyars and Ruthenians merely tolerated. This treatment was not extended to Slovakia's Czechs and Jews, who, in an unchristian way, were expelled from the country. The natural consequence of rejection of democracy and liberalism in quest of Slovak Christian national community was the introduction of authoritarianism institutionalized in the Slovak constitution. Already in 1939, the parliament allowed the government to do whatever was deemed necessary in the transitional period to keep order and strengthen the state. In 1943, the parliament prolonged the special powers of the executive until 1946. Hence, the legislative never controlled the executive in wartime Slovakia. This asymmetry was clearly marked in 1942, when Tiso adopted the title Vodka, similar to Croatian Poglavnik, German Führer, Hindi Netaji, Hungarian Nemzetzo, Italian Duce, Norwegian Führer, Polish Arnaxelnik, Spanish Caudillo, Romanian Capitanul, or Russian Vazd, or Tagalog Tindis. Like Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin, Tiso was also the leader of the single Slovak party, SSNJ, which spearheaded the Slovak nation. The number of its members grew from 50,000 to 300,000 between 1939 and 1943. Domestic opposition to their regime was led by 2 Protestant bishops and Slovak Czechoslovakists. At least 3,000 of them were imprisoned in the concentration camp in Ilava. The SSNJ rule was facilitated